Add this to your bookshelf, everyone. May you all become rich. Honey, wake up. We might be about to get rich. Shen Yunxin had just finished reading a novel called The Capitalist's Daughter Marries a Rough Man in the 60s. She wasn't reading it for fun, but because the story had two minor characters with the exact same names as her and her husband. Even though they were just small side characters, they were both children of wealthy families, which sounded quite appealing. Deep down, she had a strange feeling that she might somehow end up inside that story. So, after finishing the book, she put down her phone and woke up her sleeping husband beside her. Lu Yanting rubbed his eyes when he heard his wife's voice. He reached out, gently held her head, and kissed her cheek. All right, sweetheart, don't stress too much. We might not get rich in this life, but I'll make sure you never go hungry. After all, as a police officer, he had a stable job. Don't you believe me? Shen Yunxin pouted unhappily. Now fully awake, Lu Yanting smiled and squeezed her shoulder affectionately. Okay, I believe you. He knew his wife had been unemployed for over 3 months and was starting to feel anxious. With all the negative news online about the job market, he paid extra attention to her mood. Shen Yunxin knew her childhood sweetheart always spoiled her. She opened the novel on her phone and showed it to him. You don't have to get up early tomorrow anyway, so you should read it too. After saying that, she yawned and snuggled into his arms, finding a comfortable position. I'm going to sleep first. Lu Yanting knew his wife had been obsessed with novels lately and often dreamed about traveling into them. Worried she might quiz him about the story the next day, he picked up his phone and started reading seriously. Shen Yunxin soon drifted off to sleep, dreaming about the story's plot. In the novel, the Shen Yunxin character was a pitiful side figure. Her mother had died early, and her stepmother later married her father and gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. From then on, she became the lowest in the family. Her selfish father and stepmother eventually ran away to Hong Kong with all the money, leaving her behind to take the blame for everything. The story in the book was almost identical to Lu Yanting's and her own experiences. Although he had biological parents, they treated him as if he didn't matter. In the novel, the two of them didn't know each other. After being sent away, both were picked by the villainous supporting female character to be humiliated, just to provoke the heroine. The heroine, who came from a wealthy family, survived because of her main character luck. After suffering repeated humiliation, the 2 minor characters eventually fell ill and passed away in a barn in the countryside. Their story ended there. The rest of the novel, hundreds of thousands of words long, told how the heroine and hero defeated their enemies and later became rich after the economic reforms. When Shen Yunxin woke up, the man beside her was gone, and she felt hungry. As she got up, she lazily called out, "Honey, what are we having for breakfast today?" As soon as she spoke, she noticed a jade pendant in her hand. Seeing the unfamiliar pendant made her heart skip a beat. When she looked up again, she realized the room was eerily quiet, as if she were the only one in the house. She quickly ran to the window and pulled open the curtains. The villas outside had disappeared. This was clearly not her home in the capital anymore. Oh no, had she traveled through time alone? Where was her childhood sweetheart, her husband? Just as Shen Yunxin began to panic, a digital screen appeared before her, displaying words. Congratulations, host. You've been selected to experience our time travel system. You can live a new life inside a novel world. We've prepared a special space for you with spring water and fertile black soil. You have 3 days to gather supplies. After that, you may bring one person with you by holding hands, and together you'll travel to the year 1968, into the novel The Capitalist's Daughter Marries a Country Man. The jade pendant in your hand connects to this space. Give it to the person you want to bring, let it recognize them, and you'll share the space together. We wish you a pleasant journey through time. Don't forget to give us a 5-star review. She couldn't believe her dream had actually come true. For the first time, she felt the thrill of winning something big. Thinking about returning, she focused on the thought, and in the next second, she was back in the real world. When she saw the man sleeping beside her, holding her phone, she quickly shook him awake. Honey, this time we're really going to enter a story. Will you come with me to the 1960s in a parallel world and still be my husband? Lu Yanting thought his wife was testing his love, so he answered right away, "Of course I will. In this life and every life after, I want to be your husband." Shen Yunxin was overjoyed. She pricked his finger, let a drop of blood fall onto a jade pendant, and as the pendant disappeared, she and her husband were pulled into a strange space.
Ouch.
That hurts. Before Lu Yanting could finish speaking, he realized he was standing in their living room, still in his pajamas, with his wife beside him. Shen Yunxin explained, "Honey, this isn't our home anymore. This is a special space. Do you understand?" Lu Yanting nodded blankly. They had just teleported. Now he truly believed they could travel through worlds. Shen Yunxin repeated what the space system had told her, then looked at him suspiciously. "Honey, did you finish reading that novel last night?" Lu Yanting nodded. "Yes, I finished it. My husband is so good," Shen Yunxin said with a smile, gently pinching his cheek. "We have less than 3 days before we travel. Time is short, so let's go out and use all our savings to buy supplies." Both Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting had grown up in an orphanage, with no family to worry about. When Shen Yunxin graduated from college, she lost their first child because of her busy job at a big tech company, which also affected her health. Feeling sorry for her, Lu Yanting decided they would not have children, and they had lived happily as a couple ever since. Before leaving the space, Shen Yunxin took him to the courtyard to drink from the spiritual spring to strengthen their bodies. The spring was an old well, and they had to lower a wooden bucket to draw the water. After Lu Yanting filled a bucket, Shen Yunxin scooped some into a cup and was about to drink. "I'll go first," Lu Yanting said, taking the cup and drinking it all in one go. "Everyone, add this to your bookshelf. May you all become rich." Shen Yunxin knew that the man was testing the water for poison to protect her. They were not only husband and wife, but had also grown up together. They both cherished their love deeply, and she felt warm knowing he would always protect and care for her. "How do you feel? Can I drink it now?" she asked. Right after she spoke, she saw dark mud-like impurities coming out from the man's face and neck, and a bad smell filled the air. Lu Yanting, however, felt that the old injuries he had suffered years ago during a mission were miraculously healed. His body felt light and full of energy. Before he could say anything, Shen Yunxin covered her nose and said, "You smell terrible. Go take a shower right now. This spring water is safe to drink," Lu Yanting said quickly before running off, unable to stand the smell himself. Thinking that the spring water could also improve her skin, Shen Yunxin happily drank 2 large cups before heading to the villa's bathroom. Lu Yanting thoughtfully let her use the downstairs bathroom. An hour later, the couple met again in the living room. "Wow, you look even more handsome and younger now," Shen Yunxin said. She had always admired his looks since childhood. Lu Yanting was indeed very handsome. When he first joined the police force in his 20s, a photo of him taken during patrol had gone viral online. His good looks and strong build were widely praised. Feeling happy, Lu Yanting lifted his wife and spun her around. He didn't dare to say she looked prettier. He knew that was a tricky question. After leaving the special space, the couple began to take action. The first task was to sell their current villa quickly, which Lu Yanting took charge of. Shen Yunxin was responsible for buying food, drinks, and clothes online. Lu Yanting handled the purchase of appliances and other household tools. They chose items that could be delivered locally. After placing their orders, the couple drove to several nearby supermarkets in the afternoon to stock up on supplies, mainly grains, food, and snacks. As the saying goes, with enough food, there's no need to worry. The next morning, they stored all the supplies they had bought online into their space. Miraculously, several new warehouses appeared inside, and all the goods they had purchased from the supermarket were automatically sorted and stored there as well. After finishing that, the couple went to the city's major markets to buy all kinds of vegetables and fruits. They also wanted to buy seafood, but their cash had already run out. Fortunately, that afternoon, a broker brought a buyer who was interested in their villa. Since they were eager to sell, they offered it at a 30% discount from the market price. The buyer was very satisfied with the villa's design, and both sides quickly reached an agreement. All the paperwork for selling the house was handled by Lu Yanting. Shen Yunxin felt heartbroken. The villa had been the result of 10 years of hard work at a major internet company. Since buying it 5 years ago, the property value had only dropped, and now they were selling it at a further discount. Half of her 10 years of savings was gone in an instant. When Lu Yanting came out of the housing bureau, he gently patted his wife's head and comforted her. It's okay. We still have an identical villa inside our space. In a way, we haven't lost anything. Shen Yunxin smiled. Yes, we're about to go back to 1968 and collect what we need. After that, we won't have to work so hard anymore. Lu Yanting then drove to several more markets to buy seafood, live chickens, ducks, sheep, and rabbits, as well as vegetable seeds, rice and wheat seeds, fruit tree saplings, and other seeds. Their space had a large area of fertile black soil where they could grow crops. After that, they drove to the countryside to buy various types of farming equipment. They worked tirelessly for 2 full days and finally prepared everything they needed to live comfortably. That night, they checked into a hotel to avoid attention, but in reality, they stayed inside the villa within their space. Early the next morning, they split up to handle different tasks. Shen Yunxin went to several libraries to buy books, while Lu Yanting downloaded as many useful materials as he could online. The 2 generators he had asked a friend to get were also delivered. By the evening of the 3rd day, the couple finally stopped working. They enjoyed a candlelight dinner at the hotel, then returned to their room, lay down hand in hand, and peacefully waited to travel to the parallel world of 1968.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Shen Yunxin was woken up by a series of loud, violent knocks on the door. She opened her eyes sleepily, and her mind slowly began to receive the memories of the body's original owner. Although the Shen family was wealthy, life for the original Shen Yunxin had been worse than that of a servant. The servants at least got paid, but she had to work without enough food to eat. If she didn't work, she would be scolded and beaten and still go hungry. The memories she now felt were far more painful than anything described in a novel, and tears of sadness quietly rolled down her cheeks. Outside, the person knocking lost patience and shouted, "Shen Yunxin, are you dead or deaf? If you don't get up and make breakfast, I'll tell my parents to teach you a lesson." Furious, Shen Yunxin got out of bed, ready to open the door and fight back, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she realized how weak this body was. Just getting angry made her short of breath. She quickly entered her inner space and drank a large cup of spiritual spring water. She felt much better, but soon noticed a terrible smell coming from her body. It was so bad it almost made her faint. The toxins in this body were too heavy. She wanted to take a shower, but just then she heard the sound of someone kicking the door. The Shen family really seemed ready to break in. She hurriedly stepped out of her space. With a loud crash, the door burst open. 2 chubby boys, the sons of her stepmother, rushed in. She knew she couldn't win against them. "You lazy girl. You eat and live in our house, and now you want to skip work? I'll teach you a lesson." Shen Yunxin cursed and tried to kick her, but Shen Yunxin quickly dodged. His foot hit the broken wooden bed instead.
Ah!
The bed leg snapped, and his own leg got stuck, making him cry out in pain. Shen Yunxin couldn't help but laugh at the sight.
"You dare to dodge."
Shen Yunxin raised his fist to hit her, but suddenly caught a whiff of the awful smell coming from her body. He quickly stepped back, covering his nose. "What's wrong with you? Why do you smell so bad?" Shen Yunxin wanted to slap him, but she forced herself to stay calm. "I'll go make breakfast." Because she suddenly thought of a good way to teach the Shen family a lesson, she quickly ran out after speaking. Behind her, Shen Yunxin finally managed to pull his foot free and shouted angrily at his younger brother, Shen Yunxin, "Why aren't you going after that troublemaker right now?"
"Shen Yunxin matter weekly, no rules."
"Let her cook first. We'll have plenty of chances later." Shen Yunxin gave a cold snort and went into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. The dark grime on her skin was already thick, and even she could hardly stand the smell. She entered her secret space, took a quick bath, then used the leftover bathwater to cook for the Shen family, making a big pot of porridge. Afraid they might complain about the taste, she added a whole pack of rich beef soup seasoning. That was already generous of her, but she also secretly mixed in a packet of laxative powder. When the porridge was done, she lifted the lid and was almost dizzy from the delicious smell. Those awful people from the Shen family would definitely like it, though the color looked a bit strange. She opened the cupboard, took out a few preserved eggs, peeled them, and mashed them with a stick before adding them to the porridge. She also tossed in a piece of slightly spoiled pork, roughly chopped without washing it. Soon, a pot of preserved egg and pork porridge was ready. She looked around the kitchen again and saw some pickled vegetables made earlier by the original owner and the servants. She deliberately rubbed her hands on the floor several times before grabbing the pickles from the jar. Just as she set the porridge and pickles on the table, her selfish father, stepmother, and mean stepsister came downstairs. Shen Yunxin glanced at the breakfast and immediately complained, "Shen Yunxin, you're so lazy. Just because Aunt Zhang isn't here today, you only made porridge for us?" But before she could finish, she caught the rich smell of meat from the porridge. Sniffing deeply, she suddenly accused, "So that's it. You secretly ate the good stuff yourself, didn't you? This smells like beef. Did you eat it all and leave us plain porridge?" Shen Yunxin rolled her eyes. Shen Yunxin had been the first to bully the original owner. "I didn't eat anything. This is beef bones soup Aunt Zhang bought. I worked hard this morning to make this preserved egg and pork porridge for you." Shen Yunxin glared at Shen Yunxin in disbelief. She walked over and saw that there were indeed pieces of meat in the porridge, and the smell of beef was very strong. Still, she knew this was meant to make things difficult for her. "Where are the beef bones? Don't tell me you secretly ate them." Shen Yunxin replied calmly, "I gave them to the dog." "You'd better be telling the truth." The porridge smelled so good that Shen Yunxin couldn't wait any longer. She quickly took a bowl and served some. The first bowl, of course, was handed to her stepfather. In this family, pleasing the man who wasn't related to her by blood was the most important thing to her. "Dad, you must be hungry after sleeping all night. Please have some porridge first." Shen Yunxin glanced at Shen Yunxin, who was smiling sweetly and trying to flatter the older man. She covered her mouth in disgust and turned to leave. Ever since her stepmother had entered the family, Shen Yunxin had lost the right to eat at the same table as the others. But just as she turned to go, Shen Yaozu shouted, "Shen Yunxin, stop right there. You almost ruined my leg. I'll teach you a lesson." Shen Yunxin clenched her fists. She really wanted to fight back. If only she had taken her self-defense lessons with Lu Yanting more seriously. She wondered how he was doing now. She would definitely ask him to help her deal with these two bullies someday. Although Shen's father was her biological father, he frowned when he heard his son shouting at his daughter like that. Li Chunhong noticed his expression and quickly signaled to her two sons. Shen Yunxin grabbed his older brother's arm. "Enough. For Dad's sake, let's finish breakfast first. We'll deal with her later." So, the 5 members of the Shen family sat down to eat. They didn't even spare the pickles on the table. From the kitchen, Shen Yunxin secretly watched them devour the porridge. Thinking about the ingredients she had used, she almost felt sick. She quickly went into her private space and cooked herself a bowl of snail noodles to get rid of the feeling. Just as she happily finished eating, angry shouts came from outside. "You troublemaker! Get out here! What did you make us eat?"
Ah.
"My stomach hurts so much." "Dad, when are you coming out?" Father Shen had just come out of the bathroom when his two sons rushed in and locked the door. He was already desperate to go again. "You ungrateful boys! Get out and let your father use the bathroom," he shouted. At that moment, Shen Yunxin and Li Chunhong couldn't hold it any longer. They tried to cover their mouths but still made a mess, and some of it even splashed onto Father Shen. He was furious and slapped Shen Yunxin. "You useless girl." "Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Before she could finish, she lost control again. Li Chunhong also couldn't hold it and soiled her clothes. Feeling slightly better, she said, "Dear, we need to go to the hospital. That girl must have done something to us. We should report her to the police." Father Shen thought of Shen Yunxin, who was already being blamed for everything. They couldn't call the police now. His face darkened. "Let's go. We'll head to the hospital first." "Dad, wait for us." Before the Shen family could even leave their small villa, all 5 of them had already made a mess of themselves. They couldn't hold it anymore and didn't care about anything else. Inside her secret space, Shen Yunxin waited until the house went quiet. When she came out, the smell in the air almost made her sick. She quickly went back to get a mask before stepping out again. She glanced at the empty pot that had once held porridge. Nothing was left. Ignoring it, she went upstairs. Now was her chance to take everything valuable from the Shen family. They were planning to secretly leave for Hong Kong the next night. Although she didn't know exactly where they kept their wealth, she guessed they must have gathered everything together by now. Upstairs, she pushed open the door to her father and stepmother's bedroom. Just as she expected, several large redwood chests were placed inside. She was overjoyed. She had struck gold. Opening one chest, she found it full of silver. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly stored it in her space. The next chest was filled with gold bars. She stored those too. Another chest held antique porcelain, which she also took without hesitation. She packed a full box of famous calligraphy and paintings into her storage space. Then she packed another box full of gems and jade into the space. There was also a small black suitcase filled with cash, which she stored away as well. Now all the most valuable things in the room were gone. Shen Yunxin looked around at the room's decoration and thought of those stories where people moved out until only an empty plot of land was left. Perfect. That was exactly what she wanted to do. Half an hour later, Shen Yunxin left the Shen family home, feeling both nervous and excited. She wandered around the street for a while before taking the 5 smuggling tickets the Shen family had secretly bought and went to the nearest police station to report them. At that time, the authorities had already discovered that some wealthy families in Shanghai were secretly taking their treasures and fleeing abroad. Soon, stricter policies would be enforced, better to catch the wrong person than let one escape. In the novel, the Shen family had escaped with their money, and the original Shen Yunxin had been blamed and sent away for re-education. But this time, she reported them herself, ensuring that all 5 members of the Shen family would be punished, and she would cut ties with them. After reporting to the police, she also went to the local revolutionary committee to make another report and to apply for official separation from her family. The committee members praised her for her courage and sense of justice. They immediately approved her request, stamped the document, and even promised to publish the notice in the newspaper. When Shen Yunxin walked out of the committee office holding the separation paper, she was overjoyed. Everything had gone so smoothly. Now that she was free from her capitalist background, she could finally live her own life. As she relaxed, she suddenly remembered Lu Yanting, the man who had traveled through time with her. Why hadn't he contacted her yet? She found a quiet place and entered her storage space to check, but he wasn't there. A wave of panic rose in her heart. Could it be that without him by her side, she couldn't access the space properly? She only now realized how serious that problem might be. Her dear husband. Shen Yunxin tried hard to recall the plot of the novel. She remembered that the Lu and Shen families lived far apart, so she began searching the entire city for him. Meanwhile, the police and revolutionary committee arrived at the Shen family home. When they entered the small Western-style house, they found it completely empty. Everything had been taken, almost as if the place had been stripped bare. One of the committee members sighed in frustration. Could it be that the woman tricked us? The police said, "Let's first ask the neighbors next door about the situation." The revolutionary committee replied, "Hurry up and go ask." 5 minutes later, the police officer returned. Good news. The Shen family probably hasn't left yet. All the neighbors said they got sick after breakfast and are now at the hospital. The revolutionary committee gave an order, "Let's go to the hospital and find them." At that moment, the 5 members of the Shen family were sitting in a row at the hospital, all receiving 4 drips. The police blocked the doorway to prevent anyone from escaping. A member of the revolutionary committee walked up and asked sternly, "You're Shen Chicheng, right?" Mr. Shen opened his eyes and saw the red armband on the visitor's arm. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. Seeing his nervous reaction, the committee members didn't even need to question him further. One of them shouted, "Shen Chicheng, tell the truth. Where did you hide your family's property?" Mr. Shen was so scared that his mind went blank.
He swallowed hard and said, I
don't know. Your house has been emptied, and you bought boat tickets to secretly leave for Hong Kong tomorrow night. And you still say you don't know? You people are acting against the country. After hearing this, the Shen family finally realized that their plan to escape abroad with their wealth had failed. Shen Yaozu was the first to cry. Dad, does that mean all our money is gone? All the jewelry and silver we worked so hard to save. Mr. Shen, furious, stood up and shouted, Be quiet. After scolding his son, he suddenly thought of something important. He turned and angrily grabbed Li Chunhong by the arm.
Was it you?
Did you and your family steal from us? Sir, no. You're blaming my family wrongly, she cried. Then it must have been your former husband's family. Mr. Shen knew he couldn't escape punishment, but he didn't want to face it alone. He wanted to drag others down with him. Sure enough, the Revolutionary Committee member turned to the police and ordered, Take this woman for questioning and bring in the others involved. Shen Qingxiu trembled in the corner, having already seen through her father's cruel scheme. She was finished, there was no way out for her now. Meanwhile, Shen Yunxin finally found out where the Lu family lived, on Osmanthus Alley. But the alley was huge. She thought that since the Shen family lived in a small Western-style house, the Lu family probably did too. It wasn't hard to spot such a house among the rows of small, old homes. Each of these houses had a number plate by the gate, so she quickly found the Lu residence. However, the gate was tightly shut, and no one could tell what was happening inside. As night fell, the surroundings grew completely dark, making her heart sink. Shen Yunxin took a flashlight from her storage space and walked around the Lu family's house. After a careful search, she finally found a small hole in the wall, just big enough for a dog. To avoid alerting anyone, she turned off the flashlight and crawled through. Woof! 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 Oh no! The Lu family's guard dog was right beside the hole. Who's there? Before Lu Yunhui could shine his flashlight in her direction, Shen Yunxin quickly hid inside her space. Seeing no one, Lu Yunhui pointed the light at the dog and scolded, Useless mutt. What are you barking at? The dog kept barking. He walked over and kicked the cage. Quiet. Bark again, and you'll be in trouble. Hearing that the dog was locked in a cage, Shen Yunxin felt relieved. Lu Guanshan sighed, rubbing his temples. Enough. This isn't the time to argue with a dog. A baby suddenly started crying in the yard. The eldest son, Lu Yunchuan, said, Dad, don't worry too much. The mosquitoes are getting worse out here, and we still have 4 hours before we leave. Everything's already packed in the yard. Aiting's dog is well behaved anyway. Let's wait inside. His wife, holding the baby, added, Yes, father. The little one gets bitten easily. As the head of the family, Lu Guanshan sighed. It's not that I'm too cautious, it's just that times are dangerous. Many people in the city have already been taken away. While listening to their conversation, Shen Yunxin quietly prepared a piece of meat laced with sleeping herbs to feed the caged dog. At that moment, the child started crying again, rolling around in the woman's arms as he sobbed. Zhou Manji, irritated by mosquito bites, said impatiently, Enough. Listen to me, I'm your mother.
Let's go home now.
If your father wants to stay here feeding mosquitoes, let him. Lu Yunhui asked, Should I let the dog out then?
Lu Guanshan replied, No.
What if that animal bites the important guests coming to meet us? Will you be the one to apologize? Shen Yunxin finally understood. The Lu family was planning to escape that very night, and there were only 4 hours left before their departure. Lu Yanting, who had come from another world, was clearly not among them. According to the story, he was the one who stayed behind and took all the blame. Could it be that he was locked up somewhere now? Shen Yunxin quietly entered her secret space and threw some prepared meat into the dog's cage.
Woof, woof, woof.
The foolish dogs barking once again drew the Lu family's attention. Lu Yunhui came over angrily. If you bark again, I'll really deal with you. From inside her space, Shen Yunxin heard the sound of the dog eating and finally felt relieved. 20 minutes later, the Lu family's courtyard grew quiet again. She stepped out of her space once more. The dog that had been used to alert the Lu family was now dead. In the dark, she crept toward the boxes stacked in the courtyard and quietly stored them away in her space. Unfortunately, an old man was still standing guard outside. Looking at the remaining boxes, Shen Yunxin felt a pang of regret. She decided to sneak into the Lu family's small villa to find Lu Yanting. Just then, someone inside called out, "Guanshan, Xiaoying made egg noodles in the kitchen. We're all here, come in and eat something first." Lu Guanshan stood there for a moment, then finally turned and went inside. The chance had come sooner than expected. Shen Yunxin quickly gathered the rest of the boxes. Once she was done, she crept to the villa's entrance and shouted, "Help! There's a thief!" Startled, the Lu family members rushed out in panic. The moment they left, Shen Yunxin, who had been waiting in her space, swiftly entered the villa. Darn it! She had no idea which room Lu Yanting was staying in. Would she be treated the same way as before in the Shen family, only allowed to live in a small storage room near the kitchen? There really is a thief. My money! Oh no, my precious things. In the courtyard, the Lu family members were crying and shouting in panic. It was too noisy. Locked in his room, Lu Yanting, who had just arrived in this world, finally managed to open his eyes after breaking free from the heavy drowsiness. But his body, still weak from the drug, could hardly move. He knew he had been asleep for a long time, and he was worried about Shen Yunxin, who had come through time with him. If the Shen family treated her the same way, they would both be in trouble. He forced himself to stand and walk to the door. When he opened it, he froze. Wife. Husband. Shen Yunxin was so excited that she almost cried. She had guessed right. Out of habit, she jumped toward him, wanting to hug him. But she didn't know that Lu Yanting's weak body couldn't hold her. The two of them fell to the ground with a thud, knocking over a table beside them. Lu Yanting's back hit the corner of the table, and though the pain was sharp, he still tried his best to shield the girl from getting hurt. The noise they made caught the attention of the Lu family outside. "Those thieves are stealing from our house again." Lu Yunhui shouted angrily and rushed in without thinking. Luckily, Shen Yunxin quickly pulled Lu Yanting into their hidden space. "I'll see who you are, stealing everything from our house." Following the sound, Lu Yunhui found the storage room door open and no one inside. Shocked, he shouted, "Dad." The thieves even took second brother away. Hearing this, the Lu family all ran in. Lu Guanshan cursed loudly. "That ungrateful boy. He's been bad luck for me since he was born. He must have worked with those thieves to get revenge on us." Crying, another family member said, "He's so heartless. He's going to ruin our whole family. If I had known, I would never have let him live when he was born." Based on the original memories, Lu Yanting explained to Shen Yunxin, the two people who cursed the original owner were his own parents. When he was a child, a fortune teller said he would bring bad luck to the Lu family, so those two started mistreating him. They often made him go hungry and forced him to do the hardest and dirtiest work. When he grew up, he did want to take revenge, but before he could, they tricked him, gave him some medicine, and while he was unconscious, the Lu family took all their valuables and secretly fled to Hong Kong. When he woke up, the neighbors had already reported him, and he was arrested by the police and the Revolutionary Committee. Shen Yunxin handed him a cup of spiritual spring water. "Drink this first. I've already hidden all the Lu family's treasures in the space. It's twice as much as the Shen family's wealth. Darling, we can start preparing to move to the countryside now. After the reforms, we'll come back." According to the story's timeline, it was 1968. The city was cracking down on capitalists, so staying there was risky. It was safer to move to the countryside, where no one knew them. Lu Yanting nodded, but after drinking the spring water, his body began to emit a foul smell. Shen Yunxin quickly urged, "Go take a bath, now." Lu Yanting got up and went to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Shen Yunxin went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of instant noodles with a fried egg. When Lu Yanting came out, drying his hair and wearing clean clothes, he ate the hot meal and finally felt alive again in his new body. Shen Yunxin came back from outside. She had just gone through the things taken from the Lu family and found the ship tickets they planned to use that night to secretly leave for Hong Kong. There are still 2 hours before they leave. Let's report them to the police and the Revolutionary Committee. You might be able to get an official document cutting family ties with them. That would make things safer. Lu Yanting could feel the deep resentment the original owner had toward the Lu family. The thought of bringing them to justice made him eager to act. He stood up immediately. I'll go now. We can't let them escape. Then he looked at the girl and asked, how are things at the Shen family? Have they treated you well? Did anyone bully you? Shen Yunxin said, our situations are quite similar. In the Shen family, I was also treated as someone to take out their anger on. When I first arrived this morning and was bullied, I really wanted you to help me teach them a lesson. But then I had a better idea. I added some laxative powder to their breakfast. After they were all down, I emptied their house and went to report them to the police and the local committee. The committee even rewarded me with a document cutting ties with them. By now, the whole Shen family has probably been taken away. Lu Yanting gently pinched the girl's soft cheek with affection. My wife is so smart. It's late now, so stay here and wait for me. I'm going out to deal with the Lu family and get justice for the original owner. Shen Yunxin held his hand and said, be careful. If there's danger, go into the space.
Don't make me worry again.
I was so anxious when I couldn't find you all day. Lu Yanting lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Don't worry. I'm not the same person as before. I won't be easily tricked. Shen Yunxin knew he wasn't exaggerating. In real life, her husband was truly capable in many areas. After graduating from the police academy with excellent grades, he was assigned to serve as an armed police officer for 2 years. Later, because they couldn't stand being apart, he requested a transfer to become a regular police officer. Even then, he was brave and had earned 3 first-class merits on his own. Lu Yanting stepped out of the space and heard the Lu family crying and arguing in the living room. The hot-tempered Lu Yunhui even started fighting with Lu Yunchuan. Big brother, it's all your fault. The kid just got a few mosquito bites, it's not a big deal. But you insisted we all come inside, and sister-in-law had to cook noodles and call dad back to eat. Now the house has been completely cleaned out, and we didn't even see the thieves. You brat. Instead of blaming me, go find your second brother. Dad already said it must have been him working with outsiders to steal everything. If you're so capable, go catch those thieves yourself. Lu Guanshan shouted angrily, enough. Stop fighting. Look at the situation we're in, and you're still arguing? Both of you, go report your second brother to the police. Lu Yunchuan quickly said, Dad, calm down. Why should we report him? If the police find out we've been hiding so many valuables, we'll be in trouble too. I think we might as well gather some money and buy boat tickets. Let's leave here tonight. Lu Yanhui said, Big brother, can you stop being so naive? Even if we put all our money together, it's barely enough for tickets. We're so poor. What are we going to do in the port city? Pick up scraps or beg? Lu Yunchuan frowned at him. Are you just trying to argue with me today? Lu Guanshan said, Third son, go to the police and report your second brother. You must ask the officers to catch that ungrateful boy. Lu Yanhui answered and took a few steps toward the door, then suddenly stopped and turned back. Dad, Mom, will you give up on me like you did with second brother? Maybe big brother should come with me. Lu Guanshan was so angry that he almost laughed. He picked up a teacup and threw it. Get out. Lu Yanhui dodged it. Lu Yunchuan couldn't help reminding him, the police station is just across the street, and it's still early before those people come to take us to the dock. What are you so worried about? Lu Yanhui thought his brother made sense. He smiled at his father. Dad, calm down. I'll deal with second brother right now. You know I'm still the most thoughtful one. Lu Yunchuan and his wife both rolled their eyes. Lu Yanting turned to follow him out, planning to teach Lu Yunhui a lesson. But before he could leave, Lu Guanshan spoke again. Eldest son, if we don't take your third brother, we'll have just enough money left after buying the tickets to survive in the port city. At least we won't end up starving. But are you sure you can find that classmate of yours there? Lu Yunchuan was surprised for a moment, but then he remembered his education and felt reassured. Don't worry, Dad. Once we reach the port city, I can find work. I've heard things in the country might get worse, and people like us could be targeted to make others feel better. Lu Yanting gave a mocking smile. Now he finally understood why the authorities criticized the wealthy, because deep down, they really did like dividing people into ranks. He jumped out the window into the night, climbed over the wall, and left the Lu family home. He followed all the way to the police station, where he finally found Lu Yunhui standing on the street, trying hard to come up with an excuse to call the police. This mischievous third son of the Lu family had often bullied the original person. They even named the family's fierce dog Yating just to mock him. He moved quietly and swiftly, stuffed a cloth into the man's mouth, and began to punch him hard. When the man finally fainted, he dragged him into a nearby alley after injuring his leg, then took the smuggling tickets the Lu family had bought and went to the police station. The police immediately sent officers to the Lu family home to make arrests. Unfortunately, the Revolutionary Committee office was closed at that hour, but the police chief admired him. Patting his shoulder, he said, "Don't worry. It's understandable that you want to cut ties with them. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll take you to talk to the committee." With a youthful and sincere face, Lu Yanting said earnestly, "Thank you, officer." For some reason, the police chief felt a strong sense of respect for the young man before him. As he watched Lu Yanting leave, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. After leaving the station, Lu Yanting went back to the alley, carried Lu Yunhui to the Lu family's doorstep, and left him there. Since the smuggling tickets included that man's share, he wanted to make sure no one from the Lu family escaped being caught. Fortunately, the police arrived just in time. They caught the Lu family members, who were carrying bundles, right in their courtyard. "Lu Guanshan, where are you and your family planning to go so late at night?" The four family members, sneaking out in the dark, were so startled by the police that they nearly froze. The baby in their arms began to cry loudly. Mrs. Lu, frightened and confused, stammered, "Oh, officer, why are you here?" Mr. Lu quickly pulled his wife behind him, forced a smile, and said, "Officers, you work so hard even at night. We were just going to visit some relatives and catch a train." As he spoke, he stepped closer to the leading officer and secretly tried to hand him something from his sleeve. "You greedy capitalists never change. You're still trying to drag me down, aren't you?" No one expected the officer leading the team to be so upright. He suddenly grabbed what Lu Guanshan was holding and showed it to everyone. It was just a small yellow croaker fish. "I see what's going on. You were planning to sneak across the sea tonight, taking the people's property with you to sell it abroad. Search their bags." The Lu family panicked completely. Lu Yanchuan tried to run, but two officers caught him and pinned him to the ground. Mother Lu sat on the ground crying, shouting, "You ungrateful child. You're going to ruin our whole family. I should never have let you live." Lu Yanting stood in the shadows, a cold smile on his face. At that moment, Lu Yunhui, who had been unconscious, began to wake up. Lu Yanting pushed him forward and quickly disappeared into his hidden space. "Who's there?" The officer turned and saw Lu Yunhui lying on the ground. "So, it's you. I was wondering why one person was missing from the passenger list." Lu Yunhui, still confused, looked up and said, "Officer, I want to report something. Someone hit me. I think it was my second brother." Before he could finish, he saw the Lu family's bags laid out in front of him and his family standing there caught. The doubts he had been holding inside suddenly became clear. "Dad, Mom, you lied to me. And you too, big brother. You all said you wouldn't leave me behind, but you did. You deserve this." Mother Lu immediately tried to guilt him. "You unfilial child." But they would never admit they had done anything wrong. Lu Yunhui, however, wasn't the kind to be controlled by guilt. "Yes, I'm unfilial. But what kind of parents are you? I've seen how you treated second brother since we were young. He was unlucky, and you abandoned him to escape abroad. I guessed you might leave me too, but I didn't think you'd actually do it." As he spoke, he was so angry that he wanted to rush over and punish those heartless parents, but when he tried to move, he realized that one of his legs couldn't move at all. He started crying loudly, "Officer, please help me. My right leg was broken by my second brother. He's hiding outside. Please go catch him." The officer in charge walked over and handcuffed him.
Stop shouting.
Your name is also on those smuggling tickets. You traitors deserve punishment. If I were your brother, I'd have broken both your legs. Inside the hidden space, Lu Yanting heard that the police had searched the Lu family's house and taken everyone away. He turned to go back to the villa to find Shen Yunxin, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized something serious. The police outside had been careless. When he reported the case, he had clearly said that 2 people in charge of the smuggling would come to meet the Lu family. But now, the police had only taken the Lu family away. He left the hidden space and looked around nearby, but didn't see any officers lying in wait. Relying on his instincts, he returned to the Lu house and closed the main gate. After waiting behind the door for about 10 minutes, he finally heard 2 knocks. He opened the door and saw 2 sneaky-looking men. One of them asked, "Are you from the Lu family?" Lu Yanting replied, "Yes." "What do you mean, yes?" "Your family is supposed to leave for Hong Kong tonight. Hurry up and bring out your things so we can go." "Are there only the 2 of you? We have a lot to carry. Could you ask your people to help? I can pay extra." Hearing there was money involved, the 2 men's attitudes changed immediately. "How much stuff do you have?" "There are only 2 of us, and a carriage outside. If we help, the fee will be high." So there were only 2 of them. Lu Yanting stopped pretending. His expression turned cold as he quickly subdued both men. To be safe, he twisted their wrists so they couldn't fight back, tied them up with rope, and took them to the police station. If he was lucky, handing over these 2 bait men might help the police capture the entire underground group behind the smuggling operation. Lu Yanting moved quickly. When he and his men arrived at the police station, they happened to meet the officers who had just brought the Lu family members back.
Who are you?
"I'm here to report a case." These 2 people are the contacts who were supposed to take the Lu family to the dock. The team leader immediately understood. It seemed they might catch an even bigger group tonight. If they could arrest everyone involved in the smuggling operation in Shanghai, the whole team might get promoted and even receive a generous reward.
Thank you, comrade.
I'll report to my superior right away and arrange for an arrest at the dock. Lu Yanting reminded him, "Time is short. You must act fast." The team leader nodded with understanding and gave Lu Yanting a thumbs up, smiling with excitement. Inside the police station, the leader was thrilled after hearing the news. He quickly called to request support from all police units across the city. Seeing the entire station mobilize, Lu Yanting felt a strong urge to join them. But right now, he was just an ordinary man in 1968. If his true identity was exposed, he might be mistaken for a spy. He also didn't want Shen Yunxin to worry, so he turned and disappeared into the darkness, heading back to the Lu family home. "You're finally back." Shen Yunxin, who had been waiting inside the hidden space, came out as soon as she saw him. The moment they met, she ran straight into his arms. This time, Lu Yanting held her tightly. "You were gone for so long. I was so worried. What happened to the Lu family?" Holding her with both arms, he closed the courtyard gate with his foot, gently kissed her forehead, and told her everything that had happened after he left the space. When Shen Yunxin heard that the police might catch all the criminals at once, her eyes lit up. "You're amazing." Lu Yanting smiled. "It was just instinct from my old job."
Don't worry about me.
"Tomorrow, once I get the letter cutting ties with the family, we'll sign up to go to the countryside." When the man suddenly mentioned his job, Shen Yunxin couldn't help but think seriously. She held his face and said, "Honey, I remember when you were young, I said men in uniform look handsome, and you decided to go to the police academy. After graduation, you worked in the armed police for 2 years, but when I said I didn't like being apart, you applied to transfer to the capital to become a regular police officer. I remember you really liked your job, but when I said we were going to travel here, you followed me without hesitation. Don't you ever regret it?" Lu Yanting smiled. "You little rascal, do you remember when we were 4 in the orphanage and you called me a tag-along? I think I got used to being by your side from that moment. I just want to stay with you. Whatever you want to do, I'll be there. I said I want to be your husband even in the next life. Did you think I was joking?" Shen Yunxin didn't expect him to remember things from when they were only 4. She almost teased him about his good memory, but stopped herself. Instead, she smiled and said, You're the one with no conscience. Of course, I remember all the good things you've done for me. We'll still be husband and wife in the next life too." Then she gently kissed him. The next morning, Shen Yunxin lay in bed feeling tired and sore. The smell of breakfast in the air made her stomach growl. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Yanting walking into the room. "Good morning, honey." Even though she still felt a bit weak from the night before, seeing his familiar, handsome face filled her heart with warmth. "Good morning, my love." Lu Yanting handed her a cup of spring water, then helped her put on the new clothes he had prepared for her earlier that morning. Shen Yunxin looked at the dull-colored clothes. She didn't really like them, but since they had come to this new place, she knew they could no longer wear the beautiful clothes from the modern world. When Lu Yanting saw her pout, he immediately understood what she was thinking. He lifted her gently from the bed and kissed her on the cheek. "This morning we'll have your favorite braised pork noodle soup, plenty of it, and some steamed buns with my special meat filling. I made them myself." Shen Yunxin finally smiled happily. She turned her head and gave him a big kiss on the cheek as a reward. "If you hadn't come with me this time, I wouldn't have dared to come here alone." The couple enjoyed a pleasant breakfast together in their space. After eating, Lu Yanting prepared to go to the police station to meet a leader who would help him get a letter of family separation from the Revolutionary Committee. Since the Lu family's property had already been taken away, he knew he might have to give up their small house to get the letter smoothly. They decided to split up. Shen Yunxin took their household registration books to the local office to handle their relocation to the countryside. On his way to the police station, Lu Yanting stopped by a store to buy some gifts. But when he was about to pay, he suddenly realized he didn't have any ration coupons. Not a single one. Both the Shen and Lu families had planned to secretly move to Hong Kong, and ration coupons could only be used within the country. So, none of the things they had taken included any coupons. Lu Yanting quietly put the items back. Still, he couldn't visit someone for help without bringing a small gift. Leaving the department store, he walked into a quiet alley and entered his private space. Knowing that sugar was a rare item at the time, he took out some brown sugar he had stored from the future and wrapped it carefully in oiled paper. He decided that after today, he must find a way to get some ration coupons from the black market. Meanwhile, Shen Yunxin faced the same problem on the street. She also thought that once she got back, she and Lu Yanting needed to find a solution for the coupons. When Lu Yanting arrived at the police station, he noticed everyone looked cheerful. After asking around, he learned that the Shanghai police had successfully caught a large group of people trying to sneak into Hong Kong the night before and had destroyed a criminal hideout. The police station on their street had played a key role in the operation. Hearing that the criminals had been caught, Lu Yanting also felt genuinely pleased. At that moment, the police captain from last night came out of the meeting room and immediately recognized Lu Yanting. Holding his tea mug excitedly, he walked over and said, "Comrade Xiao Lu, it's really you. You're truly a great contributor to our station." Lu Yanting, with his young and gentle face, stood up and greeted him with a smile. A young officer passing by said, "Captain Li, he said he's here to see Director Wang." When Li Tao heard that, he quickly noticed the few gift bags in Lu Yanting's hand. Realizing what was going on, he greeted Lu Yanting again, and then turned back into the meeting room to call Director Wang out. Director Wang, who was in the middle of a summary meeting with his colleagues, immediately stood up when he heard that Lu Yanting had arrived. He came out at once and invited Lu Yanting into his office. Looking at Lu Yanting, he praised him warmly. His own promotion this year would surely depend on the major case successfully handled the night before. "Comrade Xiao Lu, are you planning to?" Director Wang wanted to invite Lu Yanting to join their station as an officer, but for some reason, he couldn't get the words out. No matter how hard he tried, it felt as if something was blocking him. He glanced at the paper and pen on the desk, intending to write it down instead, but as soon as he picked up the pen, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He immediately dropped the pen and changed his mind. The pain disappeared at once. Lu Yanting noticed something strange about Director Wang, but sensibly didn't ask. Instead, he took out a bag of brown sugar. "Director Wang, this brown sugar is something I saved up bit by bit from odd jobs I did in the past. I've had bad luck since I was young. People said I brought misfortune to the Lu family. Because of that, they've hardly spent any money on me all these years. Now that they're in trouble, I just want to cut ties with them. Director Wang already knew that this was the reason Lu Yanting had come to see him today. He pushed the brown sugar back across the table. Child, I've already looked into how you've lived with the Lu family all these years. But at this time, you mustn't go around telling people about what fortune tellers said when you were little. I promised last night that I'd help you, and I will. This brown sugar is indeed a nice gift. I'll take it later to give to the comrades at the Revolutionary Committee. As for cutting ties with the Lu family, that won't be a problem. Lu Yanting noticed the man's genuine kindness and took out the deed to the Lu family's small villa, handing it over as well. Uncle Wang, I'm willing to give up the Lu family house for free. Let it be my way of making up for what my family did wrong. You kid. Director Wang truly admired how mature and capable Lu Yanting seemed for his age. It was just a pity that such strange things had happened earlier. Thinking of his unmarried daughter at home, he casually asked, since you can't live in the Lu house anymore, where do you plan to move? Have you found a job yet? Lu Yanting replied, I plan to go to the countryside to help build rural areas. It's my honor to do something for the country. Director Wang was surprised. You really plan to go to the countryside? Lu Yanting nodded seriously, his clear eyes full of determination. At that moment, Director Wang gave up the idea of marrying his daughter to this young man. He took Lu Yanting to the nearby Revolutionary Committee. There, he handed over the brown sugar and the house deed that Lu Yanting had brought, and in return, he received the document that officially cut Lu Yanting's family ties. Meanwhile, when Shen Yunxin went to handle her own countryside assignment, she discovered a secret. She asked about other possible destinations, but after checking the files, the clerk looked uncomfortable and said there were no other options. They could only be sent to the Shengjin commune in Dong province to work as educated youth. That place was exactly where all the events in the novel had taken place, the same place where the original Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting had been sent. But Shen Yunxin comforted herself, thinking it might be a good sign since the main character's story also happened there. After all, before she traveled here, that so-called system had told her to give a 5-star rating if she enjoyed the experience. Encouraging herself, Shen Yunxin believed that she and Lu Yanting would live the happy life they wanted. They had already received the family properties from both the Shen and Lu families, plus the special space ability. There was no reason things would go badly. Since they were already here, she might as well make the best of it. Holding the countryside assignment notice, Shen Yunxin walked out of the office, looked up at the bright blue sky, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Her confidence grew stronger. There were still 10 days left before they had to leave for the countryside. Shen Yunxin felt a bit troubled about where she and Lu Yanting would stay next. The Shen family's house had been confiscated, and the Lu family's home had already been given away. She had really been careless. According to the plan she and Lu Yanting made that morning, she went to the state-run restaurant to meet him. When she walked in, she was surprised to see that Lu Yanting had already ordered all her favorite dishes. Shen Yunxin was delighted. Where did you get the meal tickets to buy all this food? Lu Yanting picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib and placed it in her bowl. I went to the factory housing area earlier and traded some brown sugar and flour for few tickets. Shen Yunxin's eyes lit up. She had read so many novels but somehow forgot about this kind of barter system. As she happily ate, she asked, Did you get the letter cutting ties with your family? Yes, I did. There are still 10 days before we go to the countryside. We can't go back to either of our homes. Where will we stay? I asked Director Wang from the police station for help. He gave us a letter of introduction, so we can stay at the guest house. Shen Yunxin's eyes brightened again, and she looked at him with admiration. Lu Yanting loved it when she looked at him that way. He smiled gently. Don't worry. In the next few days, I'll find out what's happening in the black market and trade for some nationwide tickets. We'll be fine when we go to the countryside. After dinner, they went to the guest house, but the staff told them they couldn't share a room without a marriage certificate. Shen Yunxin was shocked. She pulled him outside and said, Let's go register our marriage now. Lu Yanting replied, You've just turned 18, but I'm still a few months away from 20. We can't get a marriage certificate yet. Shen Yunxin frowned. Then what should we do? Lu Yanting said, you stay in the guest house. I'll wait outside under your window. When no one's around, you signal me, and I'll enter the space. Shen Yunxin nodded. That was the only option for now. She turned and went back into the guest house, while Lu Yanting walked into a nearby alley. After checking in, Shen Yunxin went to her room on the second floor. She closed the door, walked to the window, and saw Lu Yanting standing below. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then gave him an okay gesture. At the same time, the two of them entered the space together. Shen Yunxin took a deep breath of fresh air to clear the musty smell from her lungs. The guest house room was simply unfit for anyone to live in, dirty, dark, and smelly. If she didn't have her special space, she would have regretted coming here. Lu Yanting poured her a cup of spring water. Drink some of this first. After finishing the water, Shen Yunxin told him about the strange things she had encountered while handling her paperwork at the local office. Lu Yanting also shared the odd experience he had with Director Wang. Shen Yunxin concluded with certainty, so, it means we've really traveled into this world, and we're still being influenced by the novel's plot. Lu Yanting said calmly, since we have to go to the countryside anyway, and most of the story takes place in the Shangjing commune of Dong province, we already know the people and events there. It might actually be a good thing for us. Men and women really did think differently. Shen Yunxin hadn't expected him to be so optimistic. She was worried they might repeat the tragic fate of minor characters, but Lu Yanting saw it as an advantage. They now knew the story ahead of time. So, even if they met the troublesome supporting characters who lived longer in the book, they would be fine. Lu Yanting came up behind her and gently held her. Can you guess why I came here with you? Shen Yunxin looked up at him. To protect you. You're such a smooth talker. Shen Yunxin playfully pinched his cheek. Lu Yanting laughed and hugged her tighter. Then I'll just have to prove I'm sincere. He lifted her easily, and they both fell onto the bed, laughing. At their young age, their feelings were strong and full of energy. In their previous life, when they were this age, they had only shared innocent affection. Their first real moment of closeness had been on the night of their college graduation. If Lu Yanting had another chance, he knew he wouldn't be able to hold back his feelings so easily. But Shen Yunxin was still too thin and weak, and he reminded himself to be gentle and patient with her. Although 19-year-old Lu Yanting didn't live well in the Lu family, he still had a strong and healthy body. After resting, the frail Shen Yunxin fell asleep, holding onto his ear, a small habit of hers. Lu Yanting gently moved her hand away and gave her a cup of spiritual spring water to drink, then drank one himself. He went outside, caught a live chicken, and used the spring water to make chicken soup to help her recover. He wanted to personally take care of her until she became healthy and full of energy again. After putting the soup on low heat to simmer, he went to the gym in the villa and worked out for 2 hours. He wanted to train his body well, just the way she liked. When the time was up, he took a shower and came out. The kitchen was already filled with the rich aroma of chicken soup. Lu Yanting used the leftover meat from a morning to make a plate of fresh meat dumplings. Tonight, they would have her favorite chicken soup dumplings. Shen Yunxin was still asleep in the bedroom. Lu Yanting took out some fruit tree saplings they had stored and planted them in the nearby black soil, watering them with the spring water. Seeing the large empty field, he thought it was a waste to leave it unused, so he went to the warehouse, started the cedar, and planted some wheat seeds. When Shen Yunxin woke up and opened the curtains, she saw Lu Yanting working hard in the field. It seemed to be his first time farming, but he looked quite skilled. She wanted to help too. As she ran downstairs, the smell of chicken soup filled the air. In the kitchen, she saw the dumplings already prepared and immediately knew what they would have for dinner. She started boiling water to cook them. That evening, Lu Yanting planned to use the rice, flour, and eggs they had stored to trade for ration coupons at the factory housing areas the next day. Early the next morning, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting went to different factory communities to trade. After working all morning, they didn't get many coupons. At that time, ration coupons were limited, and most families didn't have extras. They didn't meet any wealthy families like those described in novels. In the afternoon, Lu Yanting decided to go out and learn about the black market. Unlike what was written in books, the real black market was hard to find. Because people feared being caught, the location of the market often changed. 3 days later, Lu Yanting finally found out about a black market that had been operating regularly in Huayin Alley. That evening, he decided to take some grain there to test the market and learn more about how it worked. Since it was dangerous, he naturally wouldn't let Shen Yunxin go with him. Lu Yanting went alone. After walking around, he noticed that people were selling fruits, vegetables, and small goods, but no one was selling grain. So, he deliberately took out a sack of fine rice and displayed it. In a time when most people didn't have enough to eat, the sight of grain quickly drew a crowd. Business was booming, and soon the market's managers noticed him. Several patrol groups came by, looked at his stall, and left. Lu Yanting guessed they had already marked him. After 3 days, on the 4th day, he had just set out 2 bags of rice when a few men came over and drove away the other customers. "Brother, how much rice and flour do you still have? Do you want to sell all your grain to us? Our boss wants to work with you." Lu Yanting replied, "I want to trade for ration coupons." The man said, "No problem. Whatever kind of coupons you want, our boss can get them." Having worked as a police officer for many years, Lu Yanting easily noticed the sharp glint in their eyes. But he was prepared. If they tried to double-cross him, it was still uncertain who would end up losing. Carrying 2 sacks of rice, Lu Yanting followed them to a courtyard. They told him to wait there. Soon, a man with a scar on his face came out carrying a small leather case. He opened it and showed it briefly. "I heard you want to trade for coupons. These are just some of what I have. I can get you any kind you want. How about selling me all your grain?" Lu Yanting stepped closer to take a better look, but the scarred man quickly snapped the case shut. "I manage this whole black market. My coupons are real. But I need to check your grain first." "All right," Lu Yanting said, stepping aside to make room. The scarred man looked at the rice and was surprised. It was the cleanest, finest rice he had ever seen, truly top quality. He stood up, turned his head, and asked Lu Yanting, "How much rice like this do you still have?" "I also want some flour." Lu Yanting replied, "I still have 2,000 jin of rice and only 500 jin of flour left." The man with the scar laughed loudly. "I'll take it all," he said, but then offered a price much lower than the market rate. Lu Yanting frowned. Several of the man's followers pulled out small knives and threatened him. "Kid, you'd better be smart. Do you know how risky it is to run a black market now? Keeping so much grain isn't safe. We're giving you a chance to sell it easily. Don't waste it." Lu Yanting said calmly, "Fine, I'll make the deal with you." The scarred man patted him on the shoulder with a grin. "Good. You know what's best for you. Now tell me where the rest of your grain is stored and how many people are guarding it." Lu Yanting deliberately gave him an address far from here, but mentioned that only his mother and sister were at home. The scarred man's expression instantly brightened. He was secretly pleased. Tonight he thought he could get both the grain and what he wanted. "Boys, take good care of our guest," he ordered. Then he turned to Lu Yanting with a smile. "Don't worry, young man. I'll take my men to bring back your grain, and then we'll settle the payment." After saying that, the scarred man left with 4 of his men. 2 people stayed behind to watch Lu Yanting. When another man returned after putting away the box of ration tickets, 4 more men appeared, each holding a stick. The 2 beside him pressed down on Lu Yanting's shoulders. The man who had gone inside brought out a stool and said with a grin, "Young man, please wait here patiently. Our boss said to treat you well, and we'll make sure to do that." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yanting was forced down onto the stool. Lu Yanting glanced at them coldly and said, "Are you sure you want to play dirty with me? Comrade, you can't say that. You said you wanted to exchange tickets with us. Our boss has shown you that he has plenty of tickets. I'll let it go this time because you're young, but if you dare question our integrity again, I won't be polite to you." Lu Yanting sat on a stool and beckoned him with a finger. The person truly leaned his head forward. With a bang, Lu Yanting quickly pulled out the stool and hit him. In the next moment, 4 sticks came flying toward his face. He turned and ran out of the yard into the space. The 6 people behind him also chased after. "Where is he?" Someone pointed in a direction and said, "It seems he ran that way. Quick, chase him. That kid is not playing fair. Divide into 3 groups. Find him and beat him up." After speaking, Lu Yanting stepped out of the space, turned around, entered the yard again, and closed the door. He went inside the room, rummaged through boxes, and took valuable items into the space. Outside, Shen Yunxin heard loud banging sounds from the villa. She ran out and saw things falling from the sky onto the open ground. There were various items like malt extract, brown sugar, rice, flour, milk powder, and more. She quickly guessed that Lu Yanting was moving things into the space from another place. Meanwhile, Lu Yanting finally found the box with the tickets. He opened it and checked. Inside, besides a few tickets on the top, the rest was filled with blank paper. He didn't know how many people these dishonest thugs had tricked. Lu Yanting decided to clear out this criminal hideout completely. After collecting everything, he heard the sounds of the 6 people returning outside. He walked into the yard, climbed over the wall, and left. Elsewhere, the scarred man and his subordinates hurried to the address Lu Yanting mentioned. They pushed open the door and saw an empty, dilapidated house. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. It was truly a case of shooting the messenger. In their line of work, they fear being robbed by their own. He quickly turned around, called his 4 men, and they ran back. Lu Yanting also ran back to the guest house easily. He stood at a familiar corner and entered the space. Shen Yunxin sat on the grass, counting small yellow fish. Hearing a noise, she turned her head and looked at the man, saying, "You probably didn't get tickets today and decided to rob instead, right?" "Yes," he replied. Lu Yanting walked over and told her about what he encountered at the black market tonight, then turned to go inside the villa. "I'm going to take a shower first." When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Shen Yunxin already sitting on the carpet in the living room, counting tickets. He walked over and gently hugged the soft girl, saying, "These tickets aren't many, but they should be enough for us." Shen Yunxin nodded. "Yes, tomorrow we'll go shopping on the street, and the day after tomorrow, we'll go to the countryside. Using the supplies stored in the future directly would be too obvious. When we go to the countryside with many people around, we still need to buy things that are common in this era." After she finished speaking, Shen Yunxin turned and kissed the man's face. "My husband is so amazing." She thought they wouldn't have enough tickets before going to the countryside, but she didn't expect the way to get tickets to be like this. "Your husband is even more impressive. You'll see soon." Lu Yanting said this and then lifted the girl off the ground, carrying her upstairs to the bedroom. The energetic couple spent another night in passion. Shen Yunxin felt tired but happy. The best part was she no longer had to worry about being too exhausted to get out of bed or go to work. Lu Yanting also had plenty of time and energy to do whatever he wanted with her. He no longer needed to be on call for overtime or shifts. The next morning, the two slept in each other's arms until late morning before getting up. They ate breakfast and lunch together, then went shopping for things needed for the countryside trip, things like ointments, yellow rubber shoes, gloves, cloth, and also cigarettes and alcohol from this era. When they arrived in the countryside, they would need to give gifts to people. Yesterday, they managed to get 2 watch tickets from the black market boss. The watches in Shanghai had more styles, so they decided to spend the tickets on watches too. They bought matching couple watches, which looked very fashionable on their wrists. In the evening, they went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. After eating, they packed 10 portions of each of the 3 main dishes for easy access on the train. The next morning, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting each carried a large bag and took the bus to the train station. Their bags looked full, but actually they were just designed to make it easy to take things out later from the space inside. Inside the bags was a quilt. At the train station, it was very crowded. Fortunately, Lu Yanting was tall and strong, standing out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. Shen Yunxin was in the noisy crowd, protected by a man who stretched out his arm to create a small space around her, keeping her safe from disturbance. She felt much better. When the two finally squeezed onto the train, they heard someone at the door complain about losing something to a thief. The people wanted to chase after the thief but couldn't, so they jumped out the window. The scene was chaotic. Luckily, Lu Yanting stayed close to Shen Yunxin like a strong wall, shielding her from the noise so she wasn't bumped or hurt at all. Once they left the chaotic area at the door and entered the train car, things got a little better. Most of the people in this carriage were young people going to the countryside. Shen Yunxin looked up and immediately recognized the female lead from the novel. She was the most beautiful, with a calm demeanor. She sat quietly by the window, her skin exceptionally good compared to others around her. She was also the female lead with space and spiritual spring powers, and she was a water-type supernatural from the end of world. Lu Yanting held Shen Yunxin's hand, and they moved forward to find a seat. This is it.
Yunxin, sit inside, he said.
Shen Yunxin snapped out of her thoughts. She didn't expect to sit face-to-face with the female lead from the novel. Lu Yanting didn't think much. He first settled the girl into her seat, and then went to put away their luggage. Until he sat down next to her, holding her hand, the girl across from them, Yi Miao Miao, looked up. She couldn't help but stare because the couple in front of her looked perfect together. Sweet and pretty girl, tall and handsome man. They seemed like the kind of couple who could be together happily for a lifetime. Because of her cold and proud attitude, she lost a loyal servant who had followed her from the end of the world. She had come along, sensing that the man had reincarnated here in the Dong Province Progress Commune's Shangshang Brigade, so she had taken over the family that used to bully her original body and moved to the countryside. Shen Yunxin didn't realize that in the heroine's eyes, she had become a sweet, happy girl. Every sweet moment she shared with Lu Yanting made the heroine feel very jealous. The train carriage was stuffy and hot. Lu Yanting took out a military-style water bottle, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to the girl. Drink some water to cool down. Shen Yunxin took the bottle and drank several big sips of cold spring water. She felt much better. How long will it take us to get to our destination? Lu Yanting looked at her with affection. We'll arrive by tomorrow afternoon. For some reason, Shen Yunxin felt that the atmosphere between her and the heroine was a bit awkward. She didn't want to stare at her or make her dislike them, so she deliberately started talking to the man to distract herself. What Shen Yunxin didn't know was that her small actions looked adorable to Yi Miao Miao, who is usually cold and proud. Hello, comrade. All the seats over there are occupied by men. Can I swap seats with you? As she spoke, two girls sat down in the two seats next to Yi Miao Miao. Shen Yunxin looked up and saw a woman with a scheming look trying to sit next to Lu Yanting. Her alarm bells went off. How dare she try to steal her man? Shen Yunxin decided she would sit outside later. The other woman also looked like a young worker, but because her original self had been sent down for farm work and was shy, she didn't know these people. She hadn't sat in the same carriage as the others from the same team and didn't know who they were in the story or what their personalities were. Yi Miao Miao thought it was adorable how Shen Yunxin protected her man like a mother hen. If only she had been braver during the apocalypse, she wouldn't have come to this parallel world just to chase after a man. Fortunately, the man who was asked to change seats said, "Sorry, comrade. I want to stay with my partner. I can't swap seats." He then plopped down next to Lu Yanting. Shen Yunxin felt relieved. Li Xiuxiu sighed and complained, "You're so young. Why are you busy with relationships already? What's wrong with just focusing on your work?" While speaking, her eyes kept glancing over at Lu Yanting. Su Hao couldn't help but retort, "What does our relationship have to do with you?" Actually, Su Hao looked quite handsome, but he dressed a bit poorly. Li Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at him and said, "You poor guy, you're just getting in the way of my good fortune. Who are you insulting?" Li Qingqing, Su Hao's girlfriend, suddenly stood up from her seat. "You're not poor, so why are you going to the countryside? Are you from a wealthy family? You're the one from a rich family. Don't always try to accuse me." The two women almost started fighting, but Su Hao stood up and separated them. Li Xiuxiu then looked at the better seat next to Yi Miao Miao. She wanted to sit face-to-face with a handsome, wealthy man. "Deng Yanin, can we swap seats?" Deng Yanin rolled her eyes. "Li Xiuxiu, stop giving me those flirtatious looks. I know you too well. You should turn around and look at the man sitting behind you. He's probably the richest among us young people sent to the countryside. Deng Yanin, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not that shallow," she said, knowing Deng Yanin was as unpleasant as a rotten stone in a pit. Li Xiuxiu tried to save face with words, but honestly turned around and plopped down next to a very flashy-dressed man. Shen Yunxin, who had been quietly watching, finally heard their names and caught on. Li Xiuxiu is the kind of girl in the novel who is very good at seducing men. During her time in the countryside, her family didn't give her a penny. To survive, she had to rely on wealthy men. In the story, her luck was quite good. She only stayed a few days at the youth station before seducing the son of the village accountant, tricking him into abandoning his wife and children to marry her. Later, the man died early, but before the mourning period was over, he quickly remarried a tough old hunter. She ended up living happily with the old hunter. It's unclear what message the author wanted to send with her story, but this woman has a cruel heart. In the novel, she incited the villainous character Xing Xiaya to take credit for cleaning the cattle shed, indirectly causing her and Lu Yanting's original selves to die. Someone like her could threaten her and Lu Yanting's lives, so she definitely won't let her go. Shen Yunxin looked at the man sitting next to Li Xiuxiu. In the novel, this man is a human trafficker. The story says that the heroine exposes his tricks and reports him to the police, saving Li Xiuxiu. However, Li Xiuxiu does not thank the heroine. Instead, she threatens her not to reveal her near escape from being sold. The heroine accepts the bonus from the police without arguing. The train started moving. By then, Li Xiuxiu had already leaned on the trafficker's arm, and the two sat close, talking happily like a couple in love. Yi Miao Miao, who has water element powers from the end of the world, is very sharp and attentive. Some sounds she doesn't want to hear are hard to ignore. She quickly realizes that the man sitting next to Li Xiuxiu is a liar. Every kind word he says to make Li Xiuxiu happy is false. He has been deceiving her, but Li Xiuxiu genuinely likes him. Meanwhile, he is planning to attack her when the train stops at the next station. Shen Yunxin has also been waiting. She is thinking about how to prevent the heroine from rescuing Li Xiuxiu and how to avoid making the heroine dislike her. Lu Yanting, sitting nearby, notices the girl's nervousness. He gently puts his arm around her shoulder and softly comforts her. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Yunxin guesses that the man probably didn't pay close attention to the details in the novel, so he has no sense of danger about Li Xiuxiu's appearance. She lifts her head, wanting to quietly tell the man something in his ear. Just as she opens her mouth, she remembers that the heroine opposite her is a sharp water element power user. She hesitates, wanting to speak but holding back, thinking that Lu Yanting might believe she's just feeling unwell. He secretly pulls her into his arms, hoping she can lean on his shoulder for comfort. Yi Miao Miao, who has been secretly watching the sweet couple, thinks that the shy girl is blushing because she's being watched. Realizing her mistake, she stands up to leave and avoid trouble. Shen Yunxin didn't expect the heroine to leave early. Just as she hesitates whether to follow, Li Qingqing's teasing voice sounds. "Hey, look at you two hugging in front of us. What kind of thing is that? Even if you're a young couple, you shouldn't openly break social norms. It's not good for society." Lu Yanting glances at her with a cold, icy stare. Li Qingqing was surprised by how scary the man's gaze was. She quickly turned to Su Hao, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "What are you doing?" "I was just bullied by another man, and you didn't do anything." Su Hao looked over and saw the expensive watch on Lu Yanting's wrist and the impressive aura he gave off. Being good at reading people since childhood, he guessed that Lu Yanting's background was probably not simple. He then gave Li Qingqing a meaningful look and said, "Enough. Stop causing trouble." "I didn't see anything." Everyone was surprised that Su Hao said this. However, Shen Yunxin understood Su Hao's intention. Today, both Lu Yanting and Su Hao were dressed well, not like poor people. In the story, Lu Yanting was originally a scheming person who flattered powerful figures. He and Li Qingqing were just a fake couple. After Li Qingqing went to the countryside and felt the expenses of daily life, she didn't want to support the man anymore. Su Hao then turned around and started flirting with the village's scoring officer's daughter. Li Qingqing, unable to get revenge and with a sharp tongue, offended someone. She was tricked and sent to a bed with an old bachelor in the village. Eventually, overwhelmed by the old man's torment, she jumped into the river and committed suicide. Shen Yunxin suddenly realized that their decision to go to the countryside was right. In the future, there would be too many conflicts between the educated youth and the villagers. Li Qingqing was very angry. She wanted the man to help her, but was scolded instead. She glared fiercely at Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin. Finally, she pulled Deng Yanin, who was sitting beside her, and said, "Tell me, did you see them shamelessly hugging and holding hands in front of everyone?" Deng Yanin rolled her eyes and directly exposed her malicious thoughts. "You're jealous of other women and want me to help you hurt them. Don't bother me. Go away, you." Seeing Deng Yanin's short hair, she scolded, "I can't make sense of you, you tomboy. You cut your hair like a man and you're also scheming." She turned to try to grab Yi Miao Miao, saying, "You're sitting right across from them. You must have seen something, right?" Yi Miao Miao pulled her hand away and looked at her with disgust. "I didn't see anything. You're just talking nonsense." Shen Yunxin didn't expect the usually indifferent female lead to choose to help her this time. Their eyes met for the first time, and Shen Yunxin took the opportunity to thank her. Yi Miao Miao responded with a glance, and then turned to leave. Shen Yunxin felt happy. She got along well with the main female character's aura, which was a good thing. However, Deng Shengnan suddenly stood up, grabbed Li Qingqing's long hair, and scolded her. "What's wrong with my short hair? Just because you see my short hair, you say I have bad intentions. I think it's you who has bad intentions." Exactly. At this moment, Shen Yunxin naturally wanted to step in and help, so she also stood up and directly slapped Li Qingqing. Su Hao wanted to go help, but Lu Yanting held his wrist. He felt his wrist being squeezed painfully and quickly shook his head at Lu Yanting, apologizing and indicating he wouldn't dare to do it anymore. Li Xiuxiu, who was nearby, originally planned to kick Li Qingqing a few times, but when she saw Shen Yunxin join in, she changed her mind. She stood up and loudly shouted inside the carriage, "Ticket police officers, come quickly. Someone is causing trouble and fighting here." Hearing the noise, 2 ticket police officers from the next carriage ran over, walking past Yi Miao Miao. "Who is fighting?" "It's her." Li Xiuxiu pointed at Shen Yunxin and said, "I saw this lady slap that other lady without any reason. Why did you hit her?" Shen Yunxin looked coldly at Li Xiuxiu and said, "Ticket police officers, the real troublemaker who is deliberately lying and trying to cause trouble is Li Xiuxiu. The reason I hit Li Qingqing is because she deserved it. She tried to falsely accuse me and my partner of having an affair. Do you think I should slap her?" She also insulted Deng Yanin for having short hair, saying she has bad intentions. I ask, is she crazy or an expert in some mental field? Deng Yanin didn't expect Shen Yunxin to speak so well. She nodded at the police officers and said, "Officer, she is just a crazy person with mental issues. She first fantasized that others are having affairs, then accused me of not being allowed to keep short hair. You should change her to another carriage or kick her off the train." Li Qingqing, who was a victim, didn't expect to be blamed. She shouted anxiously, "I'm not sick. It was you two who started it." Shen Yunxin replied, "Have you ever seen a mental patient admit they are sick?" Li Qingqing was about to cry. "Su Hao, help me," the police officer asked. "Who is Su Hao?" "She is my girlfriend. We are both young people sent to the countryside." Su Hao's wrist was firmly squeezed by Lu Yanting, causing him to almost shout out in pain. But he remembered that Lu Yanting dared to do this in front of the train police, indicating he had some background. Since that was the case, Su Hao would rather give up on Li Qingqing. He endured the pain and said, "Train police officer, I'm not her boyfriend." Li Xiuxiu couldn't help but jump up. "Su Hao, are you crazy? You clearly told me when you got on the train that you two were dating." The human trafficker, afraid Li Xiuxiu might cause trouble and ruin his plan, quickly pulled her back into her seat and tried to soothe her. "All right, my little ancestor, don't play the hero. I'm worried you might get involved and cause trouble." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Li Xiuxiu truly thought she had found true love. She was very obedient to the man and looked happy. The foolish Li Xiuxiu immediately reminded Yi Miao Miao of her ex-boyfriend before the end of the world. It was really disappointing. Yi Miao Miao was now completely disappointed with Li Xiuxiu. She didn't even plan to report the human trafficker anymore. The train police officer initially wanted to educate Li Xiuxiu about not wasting public resources by calling the police unnecessarily. But when he saw her and the man beside her acting overly affectionate, he decided to give up. They turned around and took Li Qingqing away. Li Qingqing didn't expect to be the only one hurt in the end. She angrily turned her head and shouted at Su Hao, "I hate you, Su Hao. You useless traitor." Meanwhile, the trafficker, who was comforting Li Xiuxiu, smirked and looked at his expensive watch. The train was getting closer to the next stop. He was very happy and directly wrapped Li Xiuxiu's neck in his arms. The two young people sitting opposite them couldn't bear to watch and said, "Can you two please pay attention to your impact?" The trafficker showed no fear. Li Xiuxiu looked up at them and mocked, "Didn't you see what happened to Li Qingqing? If you want to talk about impact, go report to the train police officer." This time, Yi Miao Miao decided not to report the trafficker. Shen Yunxin looked at Li Xiuxiu, who was feeling proud of herself. She already guessed what her future would be. After solving a bad person, she felt happy. Next, she planned to deal with Xing Xiaoya, the bad woman at Shangjin Brigade. Then, she and Lu Yanting could relax without worries. She really wanted to celebrate with champagne, but she only took out 2 bottles of soda from her bag and gave them to Yi Miao Miao and Deng Yanan. "Thank you both for helping me just now. I want to buy you some soda. From now on, we are friends. My name is Shen Yunxin. This is my boyfriend, Lu Yanting. We are going to Shangjin commune in Dong province." Yi Miao Miao took the soda first and said, "My name is Yi Miao Miao. I also want to go to Shangjin commune. I mainly helped you because I think you and your boyfriend are a perfect match. They look like a happy couple that made others want to fall in love too." Shen Yunxin saw that the girl was sincere. She really admired her and Lu Yanting. She smiled sweetly and introduced herself. "My boyfriend and I are childhood sweethearts. People say we look like a married couple." Deng Yanan took the soda and said, "My name is Deng Yanan. I am also going to Shangjin commune this time." Yi Miao Miao, who used to be very cold, changed her attitude. She picked up her bottle and clinked it with Shen Yunxin and Deng Yanan, saying, "Cheers." Shen Yunxin responded, "Cheers. If we are lucky enough to be in the same team, we should look out for each other." She mainly wanted to test the girl. Unexpectedly, Yi Miao Miao agreed without hesitation. "Yes, we should look out for each other in the future." Deng Yanan looked hopeful. "I really hope I can be assigned to the same team as you." Su Hao sat alone, feeling very nervous. He was worried that sharing expensive soda and splitting it was a big deal. He feared that someone like Lu Yanting, who was rich, might hold a grudge against him because of Li Qingqing. Lu Yanting casually took out a bottle of soda and handed it to him. "Here, have a drink." Su Hao was surprised and quickly said, "Hello, my name is Su Hao. I am also going to Shangjin commune as a young worker. If we get the chance, we can look out for each other." Lu Yanting just smiled faintly and said nothing. Giving him the soda was not meant to do anything special. He just did it because he saw that Su Hao was startled. Suddenly, someone appeared behind them. "My name is Wu Huichuan. I am also going to the Eastern Province to work as a young, educated person. Let's get to know each other. Could you give me a bottle of soda?" Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao's smiles disappeared at the same time. Deng Yanan turned her head and said, "Are you really just trying to get to know us? Or do you only want to trick Shen's young, educated person into giving you soda?" Everyone around looked over when they heard this. Wu Huichuan blushed and said, "You're so stingy. If you won't share, then fine. Why are you talking so harshly? You really are a man." Suddenly, she remembered Li Qingqing's fate. Now, the 5 people across from her had formed an alliance to look out for each other. She immediately shut her mouth. Li Xiuxiu, who was nearby, also wanted to join the fun. Her trafficker quickly held her back, afraid she might cause trouble again. "Xiuxiu, don't bother with them. It's just a few bottles of soda. Later, I'll take you to the city by train for a big meal." Li Xiuxiu happily hugged the man's arm and believed him. "Brother Yazu, you treat me the best." The man adjusted his sunglasses and smiled. Deng Yanan knew Li Xiuxiu. She looked at her with suspicion and turned to say, "Li Xiuxiu, aren't you going to the countryside to be a young, educated person? Aren't you afraid your parents will break your legs?" Li Xiuxiu was exposed in front of everyone. She was angry and said, "Deng Yanan, stop teasing me. If you're jealous, just say so. Brother Yazu said he'll bring a big bride price to propose to me. He's so rich, he can definitely help me pay back the little bit of money I got for going to the countryside. As for you, you've been raised like a boy at home. You think you're the eldest sister who can endure hardships, but once you go to the countryside, you'll really face endless suffering. The policy of going to the countryside was not yet strictly enforced. Young, educated people who regretted going and returned their settlement money could still go back. But this policy would soon be enforced nationwide in just a few months. Shen Yunxin felt a little pity for Deng Yanin. She was a good person and a good older sister, but their family also had a man named Yaozu and a group of ungrateful sisters. In the end, in the novel, she was drained by her family, left to stay in the village working for her in-laws, and had to pay off her brother Yaozu's gambling debts and help raise her sisters. Not long after Li Xiuxiu finished her boastful words, the train finally arrived and stopped. The human trafficker immediately grabbed her hand and hurriedly headed outside. Li Xiuxiu sweetly pretended to be shy in front of everyone, saying, "Brother Yaozu, take your time." Yi Miao Miao couldn't help but comment lightly, "What a fool." Shen Yunxin felt secretly pleased. She had no mercy for those who had bullied her in her past life. Lu Yanting had already secretly noticed that the flamboyant man's behavior was suspicious, but since his wife was happy to see Li Xiuxiu get into trouble, he chose to go along with her wishes. After the train stopped for 10 minutes and then started again, Li Xiuxiu and the trafficker really did not come back. Just as some people around started to envy Li Xiuxiu's good luck, a crew member came over to check the seats and asked, "Where are the two passengers in the seat? Did they not get on the train?" Deng Yanin said, "One is a young woman named Li Xiuxiu, and the other man is quite wealthy, but we don't know him. He said he would marry Li Xiuxiu, and she got off the bus with him and ran away." "Oh no," an experienced crew member, after hearing this, hit his forehead in frustration and quickly ran into the carriage. Deng Yanin looked suspicious and quietly said to Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, "Could Li Xiuxiu have been kidnapped?" Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao looked at each other at the same time, both understanding what the other meant. Deng Yanin sighed softly, "I don't know whether to feel sorry for her. We live in the same housing compound, but her family only has her father working. Her mother has already had 7 daughters. If something really happened to her, her family probably wouldn't care." Half an hour later, 2 police officers hurried over and urgently announced that the young woman, Li Xiuxiu, had been kidnapped. They quickly told everyone how to watch out for human traffickers. After this incident, everyone in the carriage became more cautious, afraid that another trafficker might sneak in. There was a silver lining. No one dared to cause trouble during the journey, and everyone kept to themselves, not even chatting idly. After lunch, Shen Yunxin couldn't hold on any longer. She shyly smiled at Yi Miao Miao, who was sitting opposite her, then leaned less closely on Lu Yanting's shoulder and fell asleep. Yi Miao Miao closed her eyes and sank into the space around her. Li Qingqing, who was beside Deng Yanin, never came back. Su Hao thought Li Qingqing might have been sent back to Shanghai. He quietly sighed in relief. He hoped he would never see Li Qingqing again. When 2 people have a falling out, meeting each other only feels awkward. On the 3rd day at noon, the train finally arrived at the final station, Dong Province, Ha City. Shen Yunxin felt that her, but was no longer her original one. Luckily, she had been drinking spiritual spring water all along, so apart from her, but her body still felt okay. All the young people going to the countryside were to take buses from here to their assigned rural areas. Shen Yunxin, Lu Yanting, Yi Miao Miao, and Deng Yanin walked together, keeping each other company. The shy Su Hao followed closely behind them. On the bus, about half of the passengers were young people, and the other half were different travelers. People sat spread out. Deng Yanin and Yi Miao Miao moved to other empty seats. Lu Yanting took out some candies from his space and traded them for a seat. He sat back, with Shen Yunxin again. Su Hao secretly watched Lu Yanting, who was generous with his candies. He felt very envious. Just before the bus was about to leave, Li Qingqing suddenly ran onto the bus alone. Su Hao saw her and immediately lowered his head, feeling guilty. Li Qingqing snorted and found a seat at the front of the bus to sit down. After about an hour of driving, the bus entered a mountain road. Some people on the bus started to feel sleepy. Shen Yunxin leaned on Lu Yanting's chest and fell into a sweet sleep. Lu Yanting held the girl in his arms and was about to close his eyes to rest when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong in the bus. He and Yi Miao Miao, sitting on the other side, also became alert. Yi Miao Miao opened her clear eyes. She found a small knife pressed against her waist. The woman sitting next to her threatened her in a fierce whisper, "Don't move and don't shout. If you do, I'll be the first to kill you." Yi Miao Miao thought she was too careless, assuming that the woman sitting next to her posed no threat. She didn't expect there to be a group of robbers in the bus. But this small knife was no real threat to her. Just as she was about to use her water-based powers, the bus suddenly lost control. Everyone in the bus was awakened by the chaos.
Wow.
It turns out that the man sitting in the front passenger seat was also an accomplice of the robbers. When he pulled out a knife to threaten the driver into stopping, the driver was so startled that he accidentally turned the steering wheel, causing the bus to crash loudly into a big tree. The driver was injured and was also taken hostage by the criminals. Lu Yanting saw everything happen with his own eyes, but he was too far away to help the driver. At the moment of the accident, he carefully protected Shen Yunxin, and neither of them was hurt outside. The other passengers in the bus were injured to some extent. Once the situation stabilized inside the bus, Yi Miao Miao quickly fought back against the female robber threatening her. But it was too late. There were actually 6 robbers' accomplices in the entire bus. Within a short time, the other 4 stood up, 2 of whom had guns. "Everyone stay still. If you obediently hand over all your money, we will let you go alive. Damn you, you robbers," a strong young man shouted and tried to resist. 2 of the criminals quickly approached and beat him, while another stabbed a small knife into his arm. "Everyone look clearly. Don't try to trick us. Otherwise, you'll end up worse than them. We only want money, not your lives." Lu Yanting realized that these people were not hard to deal with. The real danger was their weapons, which could hurt others inside the bus. Shen Yunxin looked at the chaotic scene and whispered, "What's going on? I don't remember this part in the story." Lu Yanting frowned and said, "Now, these people are no longer the paper characters from the story." Shen Yunxin looked up and saw that the people sitting at the front of the bus had been forced to tears and looked like they might faint. "I don't have any money left. Really no money. Sob sob. This is for my mom's surgery. Can you leave me some?" Sob sob. Li Qingqing was even sexually harassed by a male robber. She desperately clung to her clothes, crying and shouting, "I've already given you all my money. Please don't do this to me. I beg you." Sob sob. Honestly, these young people from the big city look so fresh and lively. Some of you who are from big cities and are educated young women, step forward. Lu Yanting and Yi Miao Miao both clenched their fists in anger. Soon, someone focused on Yi Miao Miao. "Hey, little beauty, don't be so fierce." Yi Miao Miao stared at him with wide eyes. A man came over eagerly, trying to touch her face. She raised her hand, grabbed his arm, and with a loud snap, broke it.
Ah!
Before anyone could react, she quickly threw herself at a gunman standing at the door of the car. Lu Yanting quickly joined in, lifting a heavy suitcase and smashing it onto another armed attacker. "Yunxin, stay here with the luggage bag to protect your head," they said. The bag contained a thick quilt, which could serve as a shield in an emergency. After saying that, Lu Yanting jumped out of his seat with a strong leap. Everyone around heard him and followed suit, using their luggage as shields. 6 people didn't expect there to be 2 very strong fighters inside the train car. When Lu Yanting and Yi Miao Miao worked together to subdue them, the group finally started fighting among themselves. God damn it, if that woman wasn't so fierce, she'd be dead. She's ruthless and dangerous. Your mouth is so foul. Lu Yanting was already cleaning up the battlefield, tying up people and collecting small knives and guns. Yi Miao Miao went over, slapped the man who was insulting her on the ground, knocking out several of his teeth. The female protagonist with special powers is really impressive. Lu Yanting turned to look at her, frowning. Shen Yunxin saw the attackers were all tied up and threw down her luggage, rushing out first. "Old Yanting, you're so amazing." Yi Miao Miao stood in front of her and said, "Your partner is strong, so am I not?" Shen Yunxin smiled sweetly at her. "Everyone's strong. You're all so amazing, just as strong as each other." She tried to be fair. Yi Miao Miao gently pinched the girl's face, unable to help herself. Shen Yunxin is the sweetest and most lively person she has met since the end of the world and her crossing into this world. Lu Yanting saw Yi Miao Miao's action and couldn't help but frown slightly because before this, he had only ever pinched his girl's face. Shen Yunxin was worried that everyone in the carriage would think she was ungrateful. She turned around and loudly announced, "Everyone get up quickly. The bad guys have been caught. This brave woman is my good friend Yi Miao Miao, and this brave man is my boyfriend Lu Yanting. My name is Shen Yunxin. We are all young people assigned to the Shangjin commune. Comrades, you are all young people from the countryside. Amazing. Truly impressive. Today I met you, and I will never look down on you city kids again. You 3 heroes are going to work in Shangjin commune as young workers. I am also from Shangjin. It's our honor to have you 3 here. Heroes. Heroes. Heroes." Almost everyone in the carriage cheered loudly, raising their arms and shouting. Shen Yunxin turned her head and smiled shyly at Yi Miao Miao, saying, "Sorry about that. I accidentally got caught up in your good fortune." Li Qingqing, who had been shrinking in her seat and slowly regaining her sense of safety, now looked up and glared fiercely at Shen Yunxin, who was glowing with confidence. It was all their fault. If they had been brave enough to step forward earlier, her clothes wouldn't have almost been torn off. If her reputation was ruined, she wouldn't let them get away with it. At that moment, the driver, who had hit his head and was staggering around, supported his head and staggered out, dazed. "The car is damaged. Does anyone know how to fix a car? I have a headache, but I can teach you how to repair it for free. I can." Lu Yanting raised his hand. The driver said, "Go get the toolbox for me." Lu Yanting took the toolbox and crawled under the car to fix it, not bothering the other driver. Everyone was stunned. On the bus, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao helped rescue several seriously injured passengers. The bus was repaired. Lu Yanting started the engine and turned to the driver, who was feeling dizzy and vomiting outside the window. "The car is fixed. Get in and sit in the front seat to help me with directions. I'll drive. Comrade, you can actually drive this kind of bus." The driver looked at him with surprise. He couldn't understand why such a talented man would come to the countryside to work. The driver climbed into the front passenger seat, and the bus started again. The vehicle drove into the county police station. Lu Yanting helped the driver get out and went inside to report to the police. A few police officers arrived quickly after hearing about the case. They asked about the other people on the bus and confirmed that they had indeed been robbed on the road. Fortunately, no one was hurt and no money was lost. Everyone felt relieved. They saw 6 criminals tied up with ropes. The officers walked over, kicked one of them, and then took the criminals off the bus. Li Qingqing saw a chance to cause trouble for Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. She secretly ran down and stopped a police officer to complain. "Officer, I want to report Lu Yanting and Yi Miao Miao. They both had the ability to stop the criminals, but didn't do anything in time. Because of them, I almost lost my reputation. They are not true heroes. Please don't reward them." After explaining the case, Lu Yanting came out of the police station. He saw Li Qingqing causing trouble. The police officer frowned and explained, "Li Qingqing, what you said is just about your personal situation. It has nothing to do with Lu Yanting and Yi Miao Miao saving a bus full of people. If you want to pursue the matter of those criminals damaging your reputation, we can handle that separately." Li Qingqing quickly waved her hands. No, I don't want to pursue it. I don't want to report anything anymore. Just forget I said anything." After speaking, she felt Lu Yanting looking at her coldly. She shivered in fear and ran back to the bus. Later, Lu Yanting shared with Shen Yunxin what Li Qingqing had done privately. He mainly wanted to warn the girl to be careful of Li Qingqing. Shen Yunxin looked up and glared at Li Qingqing sitting in front. "She's so disgusting. Why didn't those criminals just deal with her right then?" She decided that when they got to the Shangjin commune, she would tell Yi Miao Miao about this. Lu Yanting then shared good news. "We will get a bonus and a medal this time." Shen Yunxin's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, the bonus wasn't as important as the medal. Having a medal in this place would help with everything she wanted to do. She remembers that in the novel, Only the heroine Yi Miao Miao received a prize and a medal, which was awarded because she successfully caught a human trafficker on the train. Suddenly, Shen Yunxin felt that this bus hijacking incident seemed like a deliberate arrangement by fate for the heroine, just to let her earn her prize and medal. She and Lu Yanting had the luck of following the heroine this time. She whispered while holding the man's arm, "Following the heroine is profitable. After going to the countryside, we can find a way to bring the hero over to our side." The bus driver was seriously injured and had been taken to the hospital by police officers. Lu Yanting could drive, but he didn't have a driving license. He couldn't find a new driver right away, so a police officer was sent to drive and take the other passengers to their destination. By the time they arrived at Shengjin commune, it was almost dark. However, the city police had already called the commune, which was a great honor for Shengjin commune. The head of the Shengjin brigade checked the list of educated youths and found that the 3 who bravely helped during the bus hijacking were all assigned to their brigade. Fu Deong, as the brigade leader, felt proud and almost puffed up with pride in front of other brigade leaders. The other production brigades had already taken their arriving educated youths back early, and he waited at the commune until it was almost night without complaint. When the bus stopped at the commune gate, the leaders and Fu Deong warmly greeted the passengers. The commune leader smiled and said loudly, "Welcome, welcome. Shengjin commune warmly welcomes Yi Miao Miao, Lu Yanting, and Shen Yunxin to come here for rural construction. I believe that with your help, the overall quality of our commune members will continue to improve." They almost laid out a red carpet to welcome the 3. To show his importance, Fu Deong stood behind a group of commune leaders and jumped up, saying, "Yi Miao Miao, Lu Yanting, Shen Yunxin, you are all assigned to our Xiangshang brigade. I am your brigade leader, Fu Deong. From now on, just call me Uncle Fu." After this lively introduction, Fu Deong led the 3 educated youths to the production brigade to pick up their ox carts. According to the rules, cattle are the most important animals for us farmers and the entire production team. The ox cart is meant to help carry luggage. However, today I will make an exception. You other young workers can put your luggage on the ox cart, but Yi and Shen, the 2 young women, can sit on the cart itself. Guo Yoji and Wu Huichuan are riding in another bus. They arrived early at the commune and have patiently waited until now. As a man, Guo Yoji doesn't have much to say about the special treatment from the team leader. Wu Huichuan was so angry, she stomped her feet. "Team leader, how can you be so biased? It's okay for us to wait from dawn to dusk, but now you won't even let us sit on the ox cart." Deng Yanin lowered her head and touched her nose, but said nothing. She wouldn't argue with her good friends. Li Qingqing was already unhappy with Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin. She raised her hand and loudly said, "Exactly. They are young women workers and we are too. If you can't even be fair, what kind of team leader are you?" Fu Deong was first scolded harshly, and he was new to the production team. He was so angry, he puffed out his cheeks and quickly changed his attitude to reply, "You know you're young women workers, so why can some face danger and do the right thing, but others can't? It's like in our village, some women can have boys, others only girls. The treatment isn't the same. Don't you understand such simple logic? I gave you respect, but try arguing with me again." Fu Deong was a typical middle-aged man from the countryside, very rough and unprincipled. He wasn't kind or gentle. If it weren't for the fact that 3 young workers had contributed to their team today, he would have dismissed Li Qingqing without hesitation. He saw these city-born young workers as people trying to take food from the countryside. Li Qingqing was shocked by how harsh the old man was. She started crying right there, feeling wronged. Fu Deong pointed at her and threatened, "If you cry again, pack your things and get ready to go back to the city. You're here to work in our team, not to be a crying baby." Li Qingqing immediately stopped crying. She was afraid to go back. Although her mother protected her at home, she knew her mother also hoped she would go to the countryside. The family's money was meant for her older brother and younger brother to find jobs and get married. The Leaf family could support her with some living expenses in the countryside, but they definitely wouldn't allow her to return to the city to live comfortably. Fu Deong turned around and gave a friendly look to Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin. "You 2 young workers, get on the ox cart quickly. Before it gets too dark, we need to hurry back to the village." Yi Miao Miao could walk easily. She had water-based powers and a spiritual spring water protection, so she wasn't tired. But if she refused to ride the ox cart, she would cause trouble for Shen Yunxin. So she chose to get on the cart. Lu Yanting was very fond of Shen Yunxin. He quietly helped her onto the cart and also placed his military water bottle, which held spiritual spring water, into her hands. Remember to drink more water. Seeing the couple truly in love, Yi Miao Miao felt very jealous. Fu Daong frowned and looked over. Lu, young worker, you really take good care of Shen, young worker. He had already taken a liking to Lu Yanting. He was handsome, skilled, and could drive a big bus. His family had a daughter who just finished high school, and he thought about arranging a marriage. But unexpectedly, Lu Yanting announced publicly, "I'm dating Shen Yunxin. Of course I want to think more about her and take care of her." Fu Daong felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His smile faded. "You two are dating? I see." Knowing his daughter was competing with Shen Yunxin, he realized his daughter didn't stand a chance. The group walked quickly for over an hour. Finally, the moon appeared in the sky. On the road, Wu Huichuan and Li Qingqing felt their legs almost give out. They were full of frustration but dared not complain because Fu Daong was a very strong and influential man. After another half hour, they finally saw a firelight at a crossroads. Fu Daong stopped and pointed ahead, catching his breath. "That's the entrance to our village. We've finally arrived. Dad, why did you come back so late? Mom, my brothers, and I were all worried sick about you." Fu Xiaoning was Fu Daong's youngest daughter and the only girl in the family. She was very loved at home and was the only girl in the village who had gone to high school. Fu Daong proudly introduced, "This is my daughter, Fu Xiaoning. She graduated from high school and was almost the first girl in our village to go to college." Fu Xiaoning suddenly shined her flashlight directly into Lu Yanting's face. "Wow, a very handsome young worker from the village has come this time." She was stunned. Lu Yanting raised his hand to block his face. Shen Yunxin noticed something was wrong and jumped down from the ox cart to go over. In the novel, Fu Xiaoning is flirtatious, spoiled, and bossy. She used her position as the daughter of the team leader to tease 3 young workers. Later, she applied for a teaching job at the local elementary school, and after getting in, she flirted with the principal's son, which made her happy and led to her marriage. Honestly, the Fu family from old to young are all quite shocking. Fu Daong didn't expect his daughter to be so infatuated. He smiled awkwardly. "Xiaoning, this is Lu Jiqing. This is Shen Jiqing, his partner." Fu Xiaoning looked deeply at the man's face, then casually glanced at Shen Yunxin's face. She thought, so what if they are a couple? They aren't married yet. Who says being a couple means you can't change partners? This man looked even more handsome than Fu Hanya she had seen before. His clothes didn't look like a poor worker's. She didn't want to miss such a top-notch man. She secretly threw a flirtatious look at Lu Yanting, then greeted him. "Hello, Lu Jiqing." While saying this, she deliberately kicked a stone with her foot, pretending to stumble and fall toward the man. "Ah!" Shen Yunxin was amazed. She had never seen such shamelessness in her previous life. Lu Yanting didn't hesitate and quickly dodged. Su Hao stood behind him and caught Fu Xiaoning as she was about to fall. Su Hao thought he was lucky. The girl in front of him was the daughter of the team leader. He held her securely in his arms. Fu Xiaoning secretly clenched her teeth. She supported Su Hao's arm, straightened her body, looked up at the man's handsome face and smiled, saying, "Thank you." But this man was too plain. Fu Daong couldn't bear to watch anymore. He could only say, "Thank you, Su Hao, the young worker." After saying that, he pulled Fu Xiaoning closer to him. "All right, you can go home now. Tell your mother to make me a bowl of noodles." Fu Xiaoning looked at Lu Yanting but was still not willing to give up. She said, "No, it's so late. I can't be sure about Dad walking back alone from the youth commune. Mom has made dumplings for Dad tonight." Fu Daong asked, "It's not a holiday today. Why is your mom making dumplings? Big brother brought his wife back today." Fu Daong didn't say anything. His eldest daughter-in-law was a very good person. After his eldest son got married, he almost moved in with her, so he didn't dare speak much, especially not about a simple meal of dumplings. They hadn't eaten dumplings in a long time. Thinking about eating dumplings, he quickly took the young workers back to the youth commune. Inside, there were 5 old workers. He briefly told them what to do. They had a day off tomorrow, and they needed to go to the team accountant to register before they could get their grain. Then he turned to leave. When the father and daughter reached a quiet place, he finally said, "Don't go bothering that young worker Lu. I know he's good-looking and has good conditions, but he already has someone. He's quite happy with his partner. You don't stand a chance." Fu Xiaoning heard that Lu Yanting had become a model citizen for bravery, and she didn't want to let go even more. "Dad, I haven't even tried yet, and you're already dismissing me. Don't forget our family traditions. My mother fought hard to get you, and my older brother replaced his childhood sweetheart to take her place. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's family supporting us, my second brother wouldn't have found a job in the city. You, as the village head, have good resources, and you had to fight for them. You and Mom have loved me since I was little. I always want to repay you both, just like my older brother." Fu Deong had nothing to say. They only had Fu Xiaoning as their daughter. Over the years, they had carefully raised her and hadn't spoiled her. Inside the youth commune, among the 5 old workers, 2 women and 3 men, they all enthusiastically introduced themselves. "We're all from Beijing. My name is Su Yanhong. My name is Zhong Qingqing. My name is Zhang Jihua. My name is Jiang Jiangguo. My name is Jiang Jianhua." The new workers, Wu Huichuan, stepped forward to show her enthusiasm. "We're all from Shanghai. My name is Wu Huichuan." Li Qingqing glared at her and said, "My name is Li Qingqing. My name is Guiyoji. My name is Deng Yanan. My name is Shen Yunxin. This is my partner, Lu Yanting. My name is Yi Miao Miao." Su Hao, feeling guilty and a bit scared of Li Qingqing, quietly walked to the farthest corner from her and whispered, "My name is Su Hao." The 5 older educated youths immediately saw that the 8 new youths had more ideas than they did. Su Yanhong stepped forward and said, "First, we warmly welcome you all. From now on, we will be part of the same group. Before you arrived, the 5 of us cooked together in a big pot, taking turns to prepare meals. This saves time and firewood. The men are responsible for fetching water and the women for cleaning. If you have no objections, we will continue with this rule, okay?" Wu Huichuan asked. "Sister Yan, are you the leader of our youth team?" Su Yanhong shook her head. "No, I am not," Wu Huichuan said. "Now our group has grown to 13 people. With so many, we need a leader. Otherwise, anyone could stand up and speak, and the group would become chaotic. Let's choose a youth team leader now and also revise our group's rules." Su Yanhong didn't expect the new youths to be so ambitious at such a young age. She felt her earlier words were wasted. She rolled her eyes in frustration and turned to leave. The older youths saw this and all turned to walk away as well. "Hey, you all!" Lu Yanting was the first to follow the male youths into the house. Shen Yunxin, Yi Miao Miao, and Deng Yanan immediately followed Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing. Wu Huichuan looked at the remaining people. "Then let's choose a leader ourselves." Su Hao turned to run. Li Qingqing, like a cat chasing a mouse, ran after him. "Su Hao, stop. Tell me clearly, why did you treat me like that on the train?" Guiyoji said to Wu Huichuan. "I support you becoming the leader, but you need to find a way to get them to cooperate." Wu Huichuan narrowed his eyes. He was selfish and not stupid. Of course, he knew that Guiyoji was full of schemes. Su Hao, carrying his luggage, ran back to the male youth's dormitory and slammed the door shut. Li Qingqing was outside, frantically banging on the door.
"Su Hao, come out.
If you have the courage to betray me, then have the courage to open the door. What kind of man are you? All the men in the world will be ashamed of you." Su Hao turned around, looking awkward as he faced the people behind him. The 3 old educated youths shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't understand why the arguments among these new youths were so intense. Lu Yanting listened to Li Qingqing shouting outside and felt his ears hurt. "If you really want to break up with her, just open the door and talk to her clearly." Su Hao hesitated and said, "She's too fierce." "I'm afraid." The other 3 young men frowned and said in unison, "If you're afraid, then just leave." The woman shouting outside was too noisy. Su Hao couldn't gather the courage to open the door, so Guiyoji went inside first. Su Hao stood at the door, stunned for a moment. Li Qingqing suddenly reached out from behind the door, grabbed the man, and pulled him out. In the yard, 2 loud slaps sounded, and Su Hao let out a painful cry after being hit. There are 2 rooms in the female youth dormitory. The beds inside are Kong beds. The 2 old educated youths only stayed in one outside room, and the other room was empty and not cleaned. Shen Yunxin knew that these 2 old youths weren't the kind of strange or eccentric people, so she took Yi Miao Miao and Deng Yanin to live with them. The 2 old youths knew that the 3 new youths weren't scheming or tricky, so they kindly reminded her as she packed her belongings, "You've been on the train for several days, so you're probably tired and hungry. The kitchen has vegetables, rice, oil, and firewood. You can use them first, and tomorrow you can return the rice and oil. As for the firewood, we can go up the mountain together next time to gather more." Shen Yunxin took some candies and cookies from her bag and walked over. "Hello, sisters. We've traveled a long way and want to heat some water and take a shower, so we'll need to use some of the firewood you've stored tonight." Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing exchanged glances and agreed. After accepting the items, they said, "You're too kind. Since we'll be living together and going up the mountain to gather firewood, you can use the firewood in the yard freely." Shen Yunxin smiled sweetly. "Thank you, sisters." Wu Huaichen walked inside and saw Shen Yunxin being so generous. She thought Shen Yunxin liked to show off. Taking the chance, she said, "Shen Yunxin, we are now in the same production team. Can you return the soda bottle you owe me?" Yi Miao Miao and Deng Yanin both wanted to stand up for Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin pushed them aside and stepped forward. "My things are only for my friends. If you want to make trouble, don't blame me for being clear. I never planned to be friends with you, Wu Huaichuan." Everyone behind Shen Yunxin naturally chose to stand with her. Wu Huaichuan was truly alone behind her. She had no friends and no money, but she still chose to cause trouble. Who would spoil her? You all want to isolate me." Yi Miao Miao didn't expect her sweet little sister to be so bold as to openly argue with others. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When Wu Huaichuan came in, she didn't close the door. Shen Yunxin saw immediately that it was her husband, Lu Yanting. She happily ran out like a little bee. Lu Yanting took her hand and led her out. He handed her a bag of luggage he had secretly packed and organized, saying, "Take this and make the bed. We will stay here for a while. Tomorrow I will go to the team leader to get land to build a house. Once we move out, it will be better." Shen Yunxin looked at him with a sad expression. "You're still too young to get a marriage certificate. How will we move out together then?" Lu Yanting said. "The leaders of the commune still think highly of me. I will find a way to handle the marriage." Shen Yunxin warned, "Be careful when you go to the team leader's house. You know what kind of person Fu Xiaoning is, right?" Lu Yanting confidently replied, "Don't worry, I belong only to you." Hearing this, Shen Yunxin felt her cheeks warm. She gently pushed him. "Wait a moment, come out for dinner. The 2 old educated youths are willing to let us use their kitchen first." "Okay." Lu Yanting went out. He saw Li Qingqing still stubbornly packing up Su Hao. Suddenly, he remembered that Su Hao had just hugged Fu Xiaoning tonight. Thinking of this restless man, he gave him a meaningful look. Su Hao had been asking for help. Now, he finally received the olive branch that Lu Yanting threw to him. He immediately gathered his courage and confronted Li Qingqing, saying, "Yes, I want to break up with you. Li Qingqing, can you stop bothering me? I don't like women like you." Li Qingqing was so angry that her fingers trembled. "You cowardly man, you still dare to yell at me? Do I give you face or what?" With a loud slap, she hit him again. "You bastard! Who do you think you are to hit me? I, Li Qingqing, don't want you anymore." Su Hao finally managed to get rid of Li Qingqing. He looked at the woman walking away and let out a deep breath. Lu Yanting saw Li Qingqing storm into the female youth dormitory. Then he walked over to Su Hao.
"I'm sorry.
I didn't expect that your brave act on the train would cause you so much trouble." Su Hao was glad the man finally remembered the incident. He had thought he might forget and be ungrateful. "It's okay. Li Qingqing was never a good choice. I only got involved with her because I was poor." Lu Yanting took out some tickets and money, handing them over. As the saying goes, It's better to break a temple than ruin a marriage. Women are often superficial when it comes to men. Take this money and dress up nicely. When they see you have money, not only Li Qingqing, but even the young girls in the village will be attracted to you. Su Hao immediately thought of Fu Xiaoning. If he married Fu Xiaoning, even if he joined the village leader's family, he would have a strong backing in the village. Lu Yanting tested him. If you had a choice, would you want Li Qingqing to come back and ask to get back together? Su Hao shook his head. She's too difficult. We're not suitable. How about I pursue the daughter of the village leader? Good luck. If you can catch the village leader's daughter's eye, that's your luck. Yes. Su Hao confidently walked into the male youth dormitory. Lu Yanting went to the boys' shower room. Afraid of getting caught, he didn't sneak into the space's bathroom but instead washed himself with cold water right there. In the kitchen, Shen Yunxin took out some flour and asked Deng Yanin to help roll noodles. They were having noodles for dinner tonight. Yi Miao Miao also took eggs and a jar of lard from her space. Eat egg noodles. Deng Yanin was stunned when she saw two things pulled out. Shen Yunxin only brought flour, which was understandable, but Yi Miao Miao even brought eggs. How do you keep these eggs? They haven't broken during the trip. Yi Miao Miao's mind went blank for a moment. Shen Yunxin quickly tried to smooth things over. It's okay, as long as we have food tonight. Deng Yanin looked ashamed. We agreed to look out for each other, but I feel like I've been benefiting from you all. Shen Yunxin patted her shoulder. It doesn't matter. Just make the noodles taste good. Yi Miao Miao said, fry 2 fried eggs for each of us. Shen Yunxin looked at the 6 eggs and reminded her, I called Lu Jiqing to join us for dinner. Without hesitation, Yi Miao Miao took out 2 more eggs from her pocket and added them. Deng Yanin fried the eggs in lard, and they smelled very good. During the meal, the young workers in the other room were so tempted they almost cried. But the older workers didn't say anything. Wu Huichuan, after 2 lessons, learned her lesson and didn't cause trouble anymore. Li Qingqing, who had broken up, was too tired to cause trouble. Guoyoji saw that the older workers and Su Hao didn't speak, so he didn't dare to stand out. The next morning, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao didn't do anything special. They just sat with everyone and ate plain porridge with pickles, each getting a rough grain bun that made their throats sore. Shen Yunxin, Yi Miao Miao, and Lu Yanting had no appetite, but everyone else around them was very hungry and ate quickly. After breakfast, the older workers told Wu Huichuan, Li Qingqing, Guoyoji, and Su Hao, today you ate our rations. When you go to the accountant to get your grain, remember to return it. They all felt uncomfortable being singled out, but Su Hao nodded obediently. The older workers washed the dishes, tidied up the kitchen, and went to work. The new workers, Wu Huichuan, Li Qingqing, and Guoyoji, each had their own thoughts and went one after another to the team accountant to get their grain. Su Yanhong watched their backs and said, look at them. The villagers don't like us young workers, and if we don't stick together, we'll soon suffer. Although Su Hao is timid, he always chooses to stand with his group. He has been closely following Shen Yunxin and the others. After a few people received their grain, they decided to take it back to the youth station first. Guoyoji, who is clever, opened the rice bag in front of everyone to check. He found that the rice was dark in color, the corn was mixed with stones, and most of the sweet potatoes had sprouted. He immediately turned around and said, quick, check if the grain you receive has any problems. Li Qingqing asked, what could be wrong with the grain? Su Hao opened his grain bag and said, mine is fine. Shen Yunxin thought to herself that the grain they received was definitely good because they had checked it in front of the villagers when they received it. The villagers wouldn't dare give them bad grain. Wu Huichuan looked at Su Hao's good grain and then opened her own bag, shouting, these tricky villagers, we've been tricked. She then helped open Li Qingqing's bag and said, ours is all bad grain. Guoyoji clenched his fists and said, they are too much. Now they are giving us bad grain to fool us, but when it comes to using good grain to settle accounts, we will be at a disadvantage. Li Qingqing, full of anger, said, we should go and confront them. As long as we unite and have many people, we won't be afraid of them. Last night, after being taught 2 lessons in a row, Wu Huichuan secretly looked at Shen Yunxin and the others. Yi Miao Miao said, I received good grain. I am going out first. Shen Yunxin agreed, I also received good grain. My partner and I are going out too, Li Qingqing asked. Why? They can give you good grain, but why give us bad grain? We are all youth sent to the countryside, part of the same group. You should help each other, Deng Yanin said. It's because you came in and didn't respect the older youth. When problems happen, you just use collective unity to threaten people. Have you ever done anything to support the group? These villagers probably aren't new to this. If you treated the older youth a little more politely, wouldn't they remind you? Our group's share of the grain is fine because Shen Yunxin checked the bags openly in front of everyone when she received them. If you all go back with these grains and then try to find them, do you think they will admit anything? Wu Huaichuan and Li Qingqing looked so angry that they didn't want to speak. Guo Yoji, realizing his mistake, said, Tonight, we should apologize to those old educated youths. We will choose one of them to be the leader of our youth team. In the future, we might still face bullying from the villagers, so we need a youth leader to stand up and speak for us and stand against them. Yi Miao Miao sneered, Guoyoji, your plan is so obvious, you know that, right?
You.
Guoyoji felt ashamed after being criticized. Deng Yanin helped out again. If you had sincerely chosen a leader last night, maybe they would have believed your lies. Now that something has happened, you want to find a youth leader to speak for you. Do you think they're fools? Wu Huaichuan couldn't hold it in anymore. She knew she was the poorest among them, and she couldn't eat the grains they brought back. She couldn't survive on them. What should we do? Are we just going to accept this? Or do you all want to share these bad grains with us in the future? Lu Yanting looked at her and said, Our good grains can't be mixed with your bad grains. Until you get better grains, we definitely won't share a big pot meal with you. At this point, you still want to be so clear about everything? Shen Yunxin also responded, very speechless, Then she took out a lock and handed it to Deng Yanin. Yanin, please lock our grains in the cabinet. Thank you. You're welcome. Their room had some old cabinets, which came in handy now. Su Hao didn't dare hope to put his grains together with theirs. He weakly said, Shen Jiqing, can you lend me a lock too? I'll buy one later and return it to you. Wu Huaichuan was so angry she shouted loudly, You are too unreasonable. Deng Yanin kindly reminded her, If you really want to eat good food quickly without paying for it, you should save your strength now and go work in the fields to earn work points. Li Qingqing instinctively glanced at Wu Huaichuan and said, I have money to buy food. I won't go to work today. Wu Huaichuan glared at her fiercely. It's this time, and you're still causing trouble at home. If you don't compare yourself to others, you'll be fine. Shen Jiqing and Yi Jiqing have more money than you, and they look better, but I haven't seen them act so high and mighty. After being scolded harshly, Li Qingqing finally behaved herself. After Yi Miao Miao went out, she headed straight into the village. She wanted to find someone she could date. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting, as minor characters in the story, didn't dare openly take things from the space. Today, they still pretended to go to the commune to buy some supplies. When they arrived at the village entrance, they just caught a bull cart. It wasn't harvest season, so no one was on the cart. The one driving the bull cart, a one-eyed uncle, wanted to wait a little longer for more passengers. Lu Yanting remembered from the novel that this one-eyed uncle was a retired soldier injured in the army. He took out the money to pay for the cart and handed it over. My partner and I need to go to the commune for some things. Could you help us by taking us there first? Gu Zhangwo looked at the money in his hand, nodded, and agreed. Hurry up and get on. Today there aren't many people. If you don't need to stay at the commune all day, I'll wait there and bring you back later. Wait a moment. Su Hao ran over, panting heavily. I also want to go to the commune and then take a bus to the county. Can you take me with you? Shen Yunxin, knowing that Lu Yanting wanted to help the one-eyed uncle, told Su Hao, It costs 1 dime to take the bull cart to the commune. You need to pay. Okay, I'll pay. Gu Zhangwo naturally understood the good intentions of the young couple in front of him. He was very grateful inside. At the commune, Shen Yunxin watched Su Hao rush to catch a bus. She asked the man beside her, Do you think he can succeed in seducing Fu Xiaoning? Lu Yanting replied, I'll do my best. He knew very well how frightening it was to be pursued by someone you didn't like. If Fu Xiaoning couldn't handle it, she might even turn against Shen Yunxin. He absolutely must not allow this to happen. Shen Yunxin understood the seriousness of the man's words about doing her best. She was a bit worried. Will this offend the team leader? Lu Yanting replied, Is my innocence more important than offending the team leader? Of course not. Don't worry, I have my ways. Lu Yanting had spent 10 years working within the system, dealing with all kinds of tricky people and schemes. Shen Yunxin trusted his plans and methods completely. The two of them headed into the town's main street. Shen Yunxin went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things, while Lu Yanting took some cigarettes and alcohol to meet with the local leaders. The supply store had very few items, almost nothing worth buying. Shen Yunxin liked the only bicycle in the store. They had bicycle tickets, so she decided to buy it. After purchasing the bicycle, she rode around the nearby area a couple of times. Finally, Lu Yanting came out of the office. How did it go? Was it successful? Money can always help get things done, no matter the era. Lu Yanting took out a marriage application form, which he had exchanged for several bottles of wine, some cigarettes, and a small fish. He said, I'll take this back and have the team leader sign it too. Shen Yunxin was so happy she almost wanted to kiss him on the face. Husband, you're amazing. Now that they were married, even if Fu Daong secretly didn't want to approve their land and house plans, he couldn't stop them. The couple found a quiet alley. Lu Yanting went into a space to get some things, while Shen Yunxin stood guard at the entrance. When Lu Yanting came out with a bag of food and supplies, they went to the village entrance to find a bullock cart. Lu Yanting carried the things onto the cart, and Shen Yunxin rode her bicycle happily beside him. She wanted everyone to know she bought the bicycle herself, so Lu Yanting wouldn't keep showing off. Otherwise, Fu Xiaoning, that snobbish woman, would keep pestering her husband. As the bullock cart passed through the fields of the Shangshang Brigade, Shen Yunxin riding her bicycle quickly caught the villagers' attention. In their village, besides the team leader's family having a second-hand bicycle, this was the first time anyone saw someone riding such a brand-new bicycle. This time, the city girl who came here is really wealthy. So what if she's rich? She still has to do farm work in the countryside. She won't avoid work unless she marries someone from our village. Shen Yunxin didn't know that some unkind older women in the village had already taken a liking to her and wanted to make her their daughter-in-law. But with Lu Yanting by her side, she wasn't afraid. Besides, she was about to marry Lu Yanting soon. In the afternoon, Su Hao, who seemed to have transformed after returning from the city, caused a stir among all the villagers. His popularity quickly overshadowed Shen Yunxin's bicycle ride back to the village. He even specially bought snow cream and hairpins for Fu Xiaoning from the city. These small gifts didn't cost much, but were enough to win a woman's heart. Most importantly, when giving the gifts to Fu Xiaoning, he deliberately showed off the new watch he had just bought on his wrist. Lu Yanting was very confident in Su Hao's ability to present himself well. He secretly spent a few more yuan to ask villagers to help promote the new arrival, saying that Su Jiqing was good-looking and not short of money. At night, when Fu Daong's family was having dinner, Fu's mother couldn't help but remind her daughter about the new headpiece she was wearing. Ning, that new city boy Su Jiqing has only been here for a short time. Do you think it's a bit too showy? Fu Daong also frowned and said, Didn't you tell me last night that you liked that Lu Zhang? I think he's pretty good too. Su Zhang and Lu Zhang are both new arrivals. Would it be too bad to accept the gift from Su Zhang like this? Fu Xiaoning confidently replied, Dad and Mom, don't worry. I have my reasons. As the saying goes, the people's eyes are sharp. When Su Zhang came back from the city today, everyone in the village looked at him differently. That shows that you and I both misjudged him last night. Hey, Lu Jiqing, is there something important you want to see me about right now? Captain Huayan, I really do have something very important I need your help with. Fu Xiaoning stood nearby, giving Lu Yanting a flirtatious look, but it seemed like she was trying to flirt with a blind person, which made her very angry. Lu Yanting took out a marriage application and a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over at the same time. Captain, now all that's left is for you to sign. Captain Fu Daong saw that the marriage application had already been stamped with the red seal of the commune. Although he was tempted by the cigarettes, he didn't dare to take them. Instead, he picked up the marriage application and said loudly, Wow, Lu Jiqing, you're getting married to Shen Jiqing so quickly? Lu Yanting showed a helpless smile. Uncle, I wouldn't say it's that fast. If I hadn't gone to the countryside with Shen Yunxin this time, I probably wouldn't even be qualified to apply for marriage to her. Captain Fu Diong's face filled with curiosity. Lu Yanting said, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but without Shen Yunxin, I wouldn't have this set of clothes and things. He pointed to his clothes, which had no patches, his leather shoes, and his watch. Captain Fu Diong suddenly remembered Shen Yunxin riding her bicycle back to the village today. It was a brand new bicycle. Who would want to ride a bicycle and sit on a bullock cart instead? He slowly realized that the Lu Jiqing in front of him was all show, actually just a man who depended on others. He glanced at Fu Xiaoning and sighed quietly. Fu Xiaoning sneered at Lu Yanting's back and turned away proudly toward the kitchen. Captain Fu Diong quickly took out a pen from his collar pocket and signed his name. Lu Yanting hurriedly put away the marriage application and said, Captain, you see, there are no married quarters at the youth station. After I marry Shen Yunxin, it wouldn't be suitable for us to keep living there. Shen Yunxin is willing to spend money to build a house in the village. We hope the captain can help us get a piece of land to build on. Captain Fu Diong responded in a formal tone, If you young people want to build a house, that's fine. The village can also set aside a piece of land for you to use. However, there is one point. If you build a house and then leave and do not live in it, the house will become the collective property of the village committee. Lu Yanting nodded. Please rest assured, village leader, we can accept this condition. After saying that, he put the pack of cigarettes back into Fu Diong's hand. Since we are new here and don't know much, we still need the village leader's help with building the house. Fu Diong looked down at the pack of cigarettes and smiled again. Lu Jiqing, don't worry. Before the harvest, I will organize the villagers to help you finish building the house. Thank you very much, village leader. As soon as Lu Yanting left Fu's house, he heard Fu Xiaoning complaining in the yard. Dad, Lu Jiqing is nothing special. Why did you agree to help them build a house? Fu Diong said. You don't understand. Look at him and Shen Jihong. They don't seem like people who will stay here long. Once they leave, the house they live in will belong to our village. Fu Xiaoning looked down on her father for trying to gain small benefits. She only wants to marry into the city and eat city food. After dinner, the young workers took the opportunity when everyone was present. This time, Guoyoji stood up and suggested choosing a leader for the young workers. He specifically supported selecting the older young worker as the leader. The older young workers knew they had been taken advantage of today and remembered their kindness.
It was too late now.
They thought, isn't it good to just be a young worker? Who wants to stand up for these ungrateful and reckless young people? Su Yanhong was the first to speak up without hesitation. Don't choose me. I don't want to be the leader. Zhong Qingqing said, don't choose me either. I am getting married next month. Li Qingqing and Wu Huaichun looked at them when they heard this, but each had different thoughts. Li Qingqing still felt proud. She looked down on the rural folks. Wu Huaichun had already worked in the fields all day and was exhausted. But she also gained admiration from some older women who wanted her to be their daughter-in-law. But she was not stupid. She had been poor and afraid since she was young. If she married someone from the village, she would choose someone good. She heard that Zhong Qingqing's partner in the village was quite good, an only son, with 4 older sisters already married, and her father-in-law was a retired soldier who was injured in service. The other 3 young men also waved their hands. We don't want to be the team leader either. Guoyoji, feeling angry, slapped the table and stood up. Since none of you want to do it, I will be the team leader. Do you have any objections? Li Qingqing was the first to raise her hand. I have no objections. Gua, please go talk to the squad leader tomorrow and ask how to deal with the bad grain sent by those troublemakers. Guoyoji gritted his teeth and said, if you want me to step up and help solve the problem, that's fine. But I can't be the team leader for nothing. You should give me some extra allowance each month. That's not too much, right? Everyone fell silent and turned to leave at the same time. Deng Yanan and Shen Yunxin carefully watched the cricket. This person is crazy about money. Shen Yunxin just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, behind them, Li Qingqing shouted loudly, Su Hao, stop right there. When did you become so rich? I didn't know. Everyone turned around curiously to see what was happening. Su Hao just wanted to smoothly win over Fu Xiaoning. He clenched his fists, gathered courage, and said firmly to Li Qingqing, "Li Qingqing, don't forget we broke up. Whether I have money or not has nothing to do with you. If you want to get back together, I won't agree." Li Qingqing was so angry she gritted her teeth. "Su Hao, don't think I don't know what you're really like. If you want me to take you back, look at yourself first. Do you deserve it?" Shen Yunxin saw the two arguing and suddenly had an idea to make Fu Xiaoning worried and rushed to find Su Hao. The next morning, rumors spread again in the village. Fu Xiaoning quickly found out someone was trying to compete with her for Su Hao's attention. She was jealous that Li Qingqing was still Su Hao's ex-girlfriend. The village women even compared Li Qingqing and Fu Xiaoning. "Do you think Li Qingqing can compete with Fu Xiaoning for Su Hao?" "I don't think so. Su Hao can dump her once, so he can do it again. But that's not certain. He liked her before, so maybe he'll like her again. Su Hao has become quite successful now. No matter what Su Hao thinks, Li Qingqing already regrets it. Who knows if the daughter of the squad leader will lose this time?" After hearing these rumors, Fu Xiaoning secretly vowed she would not lose. She has never been defeated when competing for men. Li Qingqing was about to be furious. She simply couldn't believe that Su Hao would suddenly become rich. But she was inexplicably pushed into a contest against a rural girl. If she lost to a village girl, she would be ashamed to return to the city. At home, Fu Xiaoning thought carefully and went to warn someone in the village not to compete for her man. Li Qingqing couldn't swallow her anger. She directly responded to the messenger with a tougher tone. "Tell Fu Xiaoning not to think that because she's the daughter of the team leader, I will be afraid of her. She has no right to scold me, and I don't even want to compete for a man I don't like." Li Qingqing didn't realize that her bad luck in life was mainly because of her own words. Shen Yunxin also didn't know that the wheel of Li Qingqing's tragic fate was already turning fast. Today, she and Lu Yanting took a day off from work to get their marriage certificate. They rode bicycles to the commune, then took a bus to the county seat. After taking wedding photos, they went to a state-run restaurant for a big meal, and each took 2 special supply braised beef buns for Yi Miao Miao and Deng Yanan. After eating and drinking enough, the couple strolled around the street. They saw a scrap collection station and went inside hoping to find some good things. But they didn't find the kind of good luck described in stories. When Shen Yunxin got tired of shopping, she pulled her man to a quiet place and entered the space. She went upstairs to the bathroom and enjoyed a relaxing bath. Lu Yanting took a shower in the downstairs bathroom, then dressed and went outside to the Black Land. The fruit saplings he planted a few days ago had grown into big trees, some already blooming, some starting to bear fruit. The strawberries were ripe, and the vegetables in the field were also ready. The wheat was still young but looked like it would soon produce heads. Based on the growth of these fruits, vegetables, and wheat, Lu Yanting estimated that their crops inside the space grew about 4 to 5 times faster than outside. He picked a basket of strawberries to bring back because his girl loved them. The villa's kitchen, on the first floor connected to the living room, was open plan. Shen Yunxin, after her bath, in her favorite pink robe, lazily went downstairs and saw her man preparing her favorite strawberries. She walked over from behind and wrapped her arms around the man's slim waist, gently pinching his recently toned abdominal muscles. Lu Yanting picked up a strawberry, turned, and fed it to the girl. "Is it tasty?" Shen Yunxin replied, "My husband always makes the best food." After saying this, she realized it might sound a bit ambiguous, but it was too late to take it back. Lu Yanting picked her up and carried her to the super soft single sofa in the living room. "Congratulations on your wedding, my wife. Recently, living at the youth commune was not very convenient, and they hadn't been there for a long time." An hour later, Lu Yanting looked at his watch and knew it was time to end their rare reunion. He gently kissed her forehead and comforted her. Shen Yunxin, still wanting more, reached out to hold him again. Lu Yanting, holding her, smiled helplessly. "It's getting late. We need to catch the last bus back to the village." Shen Yunxin hugged his neck and said, "I wish we could move out of the youth commune." Lu Yanting comforted her. "Our brick house will be ready soon." Afterward, Lu Yanting helped her change clothes in the dressing room. He went out first to check the surroundings for safety before letting her come out. At the bus station, they caught the last bus back to Shangjin commune on time. Then they retrieved their bicycle stored at the commune and rode back to Xiangshan Brigade. Autumn harvest was approaching. Shen Yunxin sat on the back of the bicycle, happily enjoying the endless fields around her. Compared to the cold, impersonal metropolis of the future, she liked this place much more. By evening, they arrived back at the youth commune just as the others were preparing dinner. Deng Yanin sat down and saw them, then stood up. "You two newcomers are finally back. Congratulations on your wedding." "Congratulations," said Yi Miao Miao, carrying 2 fat wild rabbits and a wild chicken as she entered. "This is my wedding gift to you both. Yanin, come help with the cooking, stir-fry the rabbits, and make soup with the wild chicken." The older youth immediately stood up in turn. "I'm best at skinning rabbits. I can help pluck the chickens and provide dried mushrooms. The mountain mushrooms make the best chicken soup," Yi Miao Miao cheerfully said. "All right, tonight everyone will join together for a meat feast." At another table, Wu Huaichuan and Guayoji looked at each other nervously and finally gathered the courage to speak. "Can we join you for the meal too?" Yi Miao Miao turned to look at them. "It seems you just want to eat and drink for free. I think it's better if you don't." Wu Huaichuan was so angry, he stomped his foot. "Yi Miao Miao, you're being too much. You're so capable, but do you know that the things on the back mountain are shared by everyone, not just yours? Then go report me if you have the guts," Yi Miao Miao said, her eyes flashing with determination. "Just wait and see." Wu Huaichuan ran out after saying that. Shen Yunxin thought to herself that the heroine really has a special aura. In this story, villagers are not required to give up small animals like rabbits and wild birds they hunt on the mountain. Soon, an old educated youth in the kitchen also mentioned this rule, but it was clear she just wanted Yi Miao Miao to hear it. The villagers dislike people who report others without reason. Wu Huaichuan wouldn't just listen to their kind words, so there was no need to bother with him. Now only Guayoji, who didn't fit in with the group, remained. He remembered that after work tonight, Su Hao was invited to the team leader's house for dinner. How happy he was. A faint idea grew in his mind. If he couldn't get along with these educated youths, he might find a way to join the villagers instead. Lu Yanting noticed that not only was Su Hao missing from the educated youth group, but Li Qingqing was also unexpectedly absent. He didn't care much about Li Qingqing, but he knew that there weren't many good-hearted people in this village. Now that it was dark outside, Li Qingqing wandering alone in the village was definitely not safe. But he couldn't do anything about it now. The new educated youths who came this time, besides their small group, were all difficult to deal with. Especially Li Qingqing, who sometimes acted strangely. In the kitchen, the old educated youths worked together. 2 dishes of stir-fried rabbit meat and a pot of wild chicken with mushrooms were quickly served. Everyone had a bowl of chicken soup in front of them. They raised their bowls to toast Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting, wishing them a happy marriage. "Thank you all." Shen Yunxin suddenly felt that even just this simple gesture made her feel a little ceremonial. Su Yanhong put down her soup bowl and said with emotion, "Shen Jiqing and Lu Jiqing got married as soon as they came here. You young couple are happy and lucky, unlike other educated youths. Many of them came here and married local villagers." Zhang Zihua secretly glanced at Su Yanhong but said nothing. Zhong Qingqing held Su Yanhong's hand to comfort her. "Sister Yan, don't feel that way. Although I will also get married and leave here next month, I believe Yanin will definitely be able to stay with you." Deng Yanin reassured her. "Sister Yan, don't worry. In the future, I will look after you at the educated youth station." Su Yanhong's eyes turned red. "All right, in the future, we will look after each other." Suddenly, she couldn't hold back her feelings and burst into tears. "Actually, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. There's no hope of returning to the city. I'm not young anymore. My parents have already written to me, asking me to find someone here to marry." Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao both sighed inwardly. Their group of educated youths was really going through a tough time. There were still about 10 years before the reform and opening up policy. However, Shen Yunxin, who was from a novel, knew that Su Yanhong and Zhang Zihua liked each other a little. But Zhang Zihua's family had heavy burdens. He was saving some money in the countryside and sending part of it home each month. Both of them were very clear that they couldn't get married. In the story, Zhang Zihua's sick mother was about to pass away, and once his burden was lighter, he would have the courage to propose to Su Yanhong. In the end, Su Yanhong waited for that moment. When everyone's mood suddenly sank, Lu Yanting stood up and handed out wedding candies, big white rabbit candies, quite expensive. Each person received 9 candies. Because Shen Yunxin loved eating candies, they didn't prepare many other fruit-flavored candies. After handing out the candies, Lu Yanting said, "Thank you all very much for your blessings. I have already applied to the team leader to build a house. When we move out, we will hold a warm housewarming and wedding banquet together. When that time comes, please everyone come and join us." Yi Miao Miao said, "I will also move out then, so everyone get ready. In half a month, there will be 2 banquets in a row. Yes, yes, yes. We are really looking forward to it." The atmosphere at the table immediately became lively again. After dinner, everyone worked together to clear the dishes, wash the pots, and clean up. After everyone finished tidying up, they prepared to rest. They remembered Wu Huichuan running out in anger after seeing the leftover food on the table. These people are too much. After eating, they don't even clean their dishes, they thought. Zhang Zhihua saw the door to the male youth's room was closed. He went over and knocked. "Guiyoji, I know you're inside. Why are you so lazy about cleaning up after eating?" Guiyoji confidently replied from inside. "Today isn't my turn to cook or wash dishes. Wu Youth is still eating her food. She'll come back and clean up later." Zhong Qingqing was angry. "Why are you all so selfish and rude? You keep saying you want to fit in with the group, but really, you just want to take advantage of it. When it's time to help each other, you hide like turtles. Wu Huichuan hasn't come back yet. Are you going to leave those pots and bowls on the table all night?" Jiang Jianguo spat. "I've never seen such irresponsible men." Guiyoji didn't say anything. His personality was like that. He couldn't stand losing even a little. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting didn't want to waste words on him. They knew from the story that Guiyoji was no good. After the college entrance exam was restored, Guiyoji was known as the worst person in the village, abandoning his family. At that moment, Wu Huichuan hurried back from outside. Her clothes were mismatched and looked messy, but everyone was shocked by what she said. "Something's wrong. Li Qingqing is with Sun Guangguan from the village." Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting felt a jolt in their hearts. The story was going off track, but Li Qingqing's fate hadn't changed. The other youth nearby looked shocked and scared because they knew Li Qingqing's life was over. There were many old bachelors in the village, but few like Sun Guangguan, who was left over from his youth as a troublemaker. Zhong Qingqing looked confused. What does it mean that they are together? Wu Huichuan didn't expect Zhong Qingqing to be so naive. She smiled mischievously. "It means they are lying together like a man and a woman who want to have a baby." Zhong Qingqing was startled and almost vomited. Su Yanhong glared at Wu Huichuan. "Wu Jiqing, you're also a woman. Can you stop talking in such a strange way?" Deng Yanin said. "What should we do now?" "Li Qingqing must have been set up by someone." Wu Huichuan replied. "I'm not sure if she was really set up. She didn't resist at all when it came to Sun Guangguan. If she had, I would have helped her. If that's true, then we really can't help much. In fact, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't help now." Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting looked at each other. They knew Li Qingqing couldn't escape her fate. Yi Miao Miao suddenly asked a very sharp question. "Wu Jiqing, didn't you report me to the team leader? Why did you suddenly go around to Sun Guangguan's place?" Wu Huichuan didn't expect Yi Miao Miao to be so familiar with the village's layout, even though she just arrived. "I just don't know the village well. I took a wrong turn and ran into them." Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao exchanged a glance, both doubting her words. But they didn't need to press for the truth. "Wu Jiqing, are you really sure Li Qingqing wanted to be with Sun Guangguan?" Deng Yanin was still worried about Li Qingqing, even though they had known each other since childhood. Wu Huichuan recalled the situation. "It was voluntary, right?" Li Qingqing didn't resist and seemed to enjoy it. Su Yanhong sighed. "Maybe everyone has their own preferences. If Li Qingqing really wanted to, we can't do much to help." After the old villagers went to rest, Shen Yunxin called Deng Yanin and Yi Miao Miao outside to the yard. She took out some braised beef pies she bought for them. "This pie is really good. I brought it back from the county just for you." The crust was crispy, and the big chunks of braised beef inside smelled very delicious. It was indeed very tasty. After eating a piece of beef, Yi Miao Miao said, "It's so nice in the city. I want to go there tomorrow." She had almost finished all the prepared cooked food in her space. Deng Yanin looked up curiously. Yunxin and Lu Jiqing asked for leave to go to the city, because they are getting married. "You didn't work today, and just wandered around the village. If you don't go to work tomorrow, do you think the team leader will agree?" Yi Miao Miao looked at her and said, "Are you silly? The village isn't very busy now. If I go less to work, the villagers can earn more work points. Do you think the team leader would be happy about that?" Shen Yunxin knew that Yi Miao Miao wasn't really going to the village just to relax. In the story, she was gathering information about the male lead to see if he was the man she was looking for, and also to strengthen her water element powers. Deng Yanin paused while eating her cake, thought for a moment, and realized that Yi Miao Miao simply didn't say she didn't need those work points to eat. The next morning, the village was very lively, as if it had exploded with noise. Sun Guangguan's blind mother shouted loudly, calling everyone in the village to gather. She cried in front of everyone, claiming that her son's innocence had been ruined by a young female educated youth. When everyone arrived, they saw that Li Qingqing was still dazed and clinging to Sun Guangguan, while the older Sun Guangguan was lying in bed, too tired to move. "Oh my, Sun Guangguan really is something. He actually got involved with such a lively young girl from the city," someone said. Li Qingqing, lying on the bed, was exhausted. She looked around at the onlookers with a dazed expression, then suddenly buried her head in Sun Guangguan's chest and fell asleep. Seeing the children outside about to squeeze in, Sun Guangguan's second aunt turned around and shooed them away, saying, all right, they're both not wearing any clothes. Please stop staring and go outside." Sun Guangguan's mother quickly wiped her saliva off her face and sat at the door, crying, "My son, that city girl is so shameless. Our Sun family has never had such a ridiculous thing happen before." Everyone outside knew this was a huge event. The Sun had found a beautiful wife for free, and this widow's actions clearly showed she was taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. Mother Fu and Fu Xiaoning quietly left the crowd, both smiling happily. Just then, the young educated youth who had arrived hurriedly approached. Fu Xiaoning, acting like a leader, said, "Since you're all educated youths, does anyone know the contact person in Li Qingqing's family? If not, she's shamelessly doing something inappropriate. Please inform her family to agree to her marrying Sun Guangguan. Otherwise, the Sun family will accuse her of misconduct." Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao both looked down on this bossy Fu Xiaoning. Su Yanhong thought for a moment and said, "Li Jiqing just arrived recently. We are not very familiar with her. But I heard that Su Hao Jiqing was dating her before going to the countryside." Among all the young people, the one who knows Li Jiqing best is Su Jiqing. Fu Xiaoning felt unhappy after hearing what Su Yanhong said. Luckily, she has already firmly attached herself to Su Hao. Otherwise, she might have warned Su Yanhong harshly. Zhang Zhihua suddenly remembered and patted his forehead. "Su Hao didn't come back last night. He's not here now." Fu Xiaoning took the chance to speak loudly. "Su Jiqing was drunk at my house last night and slept with my father. Of course, he didn't return to your youth point. If you young people can't help Li Qingqing, I will go ask Su Hao myself." Everyone in the village heard this. From now on, Su Hao will definitely become the son-in-law at the village head's house. No one else should try to pursue Su Hao anymore. At this moment, Su Hao, who was staying at Fu's house, dared not go outside. He had a faint suspicion that Li Qingqing was probably tricked into lying on Sun Guangguan's bed. Although he didn't know exactly how they tricked her, he was sure it involved the Fu family. The Fu family was too frightening. Fu Xiaoning was not an ordinary woman. He now worried about what would happen if the Fu family found out he was pretending to be rich. He had no money left. Suddenly, he remembered that the only person who could help him was Lu Yanting, because all his money was supported by Lu Yanting. He panicked and ran outside, just as Fu Xiaoning was returning home. "Su Hao, where are you going?" she asked.
Fu Xiaoning looked angry.
"Are you still worried about Li Qingqing?" Su Hao dared not hesitate for another second. "Of course not." Seeing his determined look, Fu Xiaoning finally felt relieved. She walked over, grabbed his arms, and said, "We need to find a way to tell Li Qingqing's family about Li Qingqing and Sun Guogun's affair. We should let them decide whether Li Qingqing should marry Sun Guogun, or if Sun Guogun's family should accuse Li Qingqing of misconduct and have her taken by the police." Su Hao's heart trembled. He immediately said, "I know the contact information for Li Qingqing's parents at the feed factory. I will tell you now." Fu Xiaoning then pouted and said, "Su Hao, you're so kind. I'm so happy you can help my father now." Su Hao thought to himself, "I'm glad you're happy." After leaving the Fu family, he immediately went back to the educated youth camp to find Lu Yanting. "Lu Jiqing, you must help me again. Li Qingqing was tricked by the Fu family. I don't have proof, but I am sure of it." Lu Yanting had long guessed that this man was timid and weak. He only asked, "Do you no longer want to marry Fu Xiaoning?" Su Hao was stunned. He knew he had no hope of returning to the city, and no one at home would help him. To live more easily, he needed to find a strong supporter in the village. He gathered his courage and said, "Of course I want to become a family member of the team leader, but what if they find out my real identity?" Lu Yanting advised him, "If it's fake, it will eventually be exposed. But you have to decide. Either let them push you into a corner and make you give up, or take the blame yourself and make them feel guilty." Su Hao looked up in shock and stared at Lu Yanting. Lu Yanting already guessed what he wanted to say. He patted his shoulder and said, "Think about it carefully at home. If you have a plan, I can help you, but you must not let others know you asked me." Su Hao nodded heavily. At the Sun family, Li Qingqing and Sun Guangguan had been sleeping in bed for a whole day and night before waking up. Sun Guangguan woke up and kicked the woman aside. "This isn't fun at all. I almost got drained by you." Li Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. Her head spun, and only then did she remember everything. She had been tricked by Sun Guangguan. That night, after work, she planned to return to the educated youth camp, but Sun Guangguan suddenly found her and said Fu Xiaoning wanted to see her in person to clarify things. She also wanted to go and talk to Fu Xiaoning, and she definitely wouldn't compete with that disgusting Su Hao, because if it got out in Shanghai, she would feel ashamed. But after she followed Sun Guangguan to the Sun family, she didn't see Fu Xiaoning. The widow of Sun gave her a bowl of sweet water, and she then involuntarily rolled into bed with Sun Guangguan. After living such a confused and aimless life for a long time, she still remembered a dream where everyone in the village found out she and Sun Guogun were lying on the same bed. Li Qingqing was so angry she jumped up and shouted, "Sun Guogun, you're hurting people. You're hurting me. I might be ruined because of you." Sun Guogun was so angry, he kicked her in the chest. "What did I do to hurt you? Clearly, it's you, the troublemaker, who came to my house to seduce me. Now everyone in the village knows you're a troublemaker who destroyed my reputation." Li Qingqing was so angry she wanted to laugh, but couldn't. "So, all of you in the village are teaming up to hurt me? I want to report this to the police. The one who's been ruined is me." Sun Guogun was fearless. "Go ahead and report it. I also want to accuse you of bothering me. Yesterday morning, everyone in the village saw you holding on to me and refusing to let go. Now everyone can testify for me, and your family has already agreed to our marriage. If you cause trouble now, I don't want to marry you anymore." Li Qingqing's face turned pale, and her body suddenly lost strength. Her voice became hoarse. "Are you saying that was just a dream?" Sun Guogun rolled his eyes at her, then simply put on his shorts and walked out. Li Qingqing struggled to find her torn clothes under the bed. Shivering, she put them on and ran out of Sun's house. She saw the villagers pointing fingers at her and whispering, "Wow, Li Jiqing, you finally decided to leave Sun Guogun's house. Haha. Li Jiqing, when are you planning to hold the wedding with Sun Guogun?" Li Qingqing was about to go crazy. She ran back to the youth training station in one breath. Wu Huaichuan only looked at her with mockery. It was Deng Yanin who told her about what had happened in the village these past few days. Li Qingqing heard that her parents wouldn't take care of her anymore. She was so angry her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. When she woke up again, she found she had been taken back to Sun's house, but this time she didn't dare to cause trouble. Li Qingqing took several days off work and didn't go outside. The villagers talked about her behind her back. When she appeared in front of everyone again, she was beaten so badly her nose and face were swollen. She had lost all her usual spirit. She immediately went to work. Her blind mother-in-law even asked the team leader to assign her the hardest and most labor-intensive tasks to earn the most work points. She didn't resist. Shen Yunxin asked nervously to Yi Miao Miao, who was pulling weeds beside her. What do you think is wrong with Li Qingqing? She remembered from the novel that Li Qingqing was tricked into marrying a bachelor from the village, and she became a nagging wife. But after she got pregnant and had a son, she started to accept her fate. This time, Li Qingqing offended Fu Xiaoning, who is very cunning. Fu Xiaoning even plotted to get her into the bed of Sun Guangguan, a troublemaker. Everyone in the village knows that Sun Guangguan has loved stealing and sneaking around since he was young. After his mother went blind, no one in their family worked anymore. The mother and son have survived for many years without starving, but it's clear Sun Guangguan has been involved in those shady activities for a long time. Shen Yunxin couldn't imagine what Li Qingqing's life at Sun's house would become. In the novel, Sun Guangguan never married a woman. After watching Li Qingqing for a while, Yi Miao Miao said, "She's not doing well at Sun's house. She's holding a lot of anger inside. Recently, she might be looking for someone to take revenge on." Shen Yunxin asked, "Who does she want to revenge?" Yi Miao Miao replied, "She doesn't want to let anyone from Sun's family or the family of the village leader go. That's just my guess. Her mind is very confused right now, and she probably hasn't figured out everything yet." Shen Yunxin thought to herself that it's hard to tell if this is good or bad. They just arrived in the countryside, and the fates of those reckless minor characters in the novel have all changed. Recently, the people at the youth training camp have felt a bit guilty. If they had helped out that night, maybe the situation between Li Qingqing and Sun Guangguan wouldn't have gotten so out of control. Yi Miao Miao thought Shen Yunxin was also feeling overly sympathetic. She tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't think too much. None of us can change others' fates. Li Qingqing might not be a very evil person, but she's quick to speak and can offend others. If she hadn't been so stubborn and had not offended Fu Xiaoning, she wouldn't have made such a quick mistake and ruined herself." Shen Yunxin was surprised. She didn't expect Yi Miao Miao, the cool and distant heroine, to sincerely comfort her. Although her words were not entirely on point, she was touched.
"Thank you, Miao Miao.
It's really good to be friends with you." When Yi Miao Miao heard Shen Yunxin say this, she realized she had given the wrong kind of comfort. It was strange. Yi Miao Miao found that she couldn't sense any information about Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting through her supernatural abilities. But her subconscious told her that these two people posed no threat to her, and she was willing to believe that. Shen Yunxin also made this discovery. After work, she quietly told Lu Yanting about it. That evening, Su Hao came back to the captain's house after dinner and found Lu Yanting. "Lu Jiqing, Fu Xiaoning, and I are about to get married." Lu Yanting was surprised. He didn't expect Su Hao's progress with the Fu family to be so quick. He patted Su Hao's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, you've achieved your wish." Su Hao looked very nervous, with no sign of happiness. "You probably want to know how we got married so fast, right?" "I lied to them. Fu Xiaoning has been wanting to call my parents these days. She says she cares about them, but really, she just wants to test my background. I told her honestly that I have money not because of my family, but because I found a box of gold and jewelry in a cave behind the mountain. Actually, he's only sharing a guess now. He needs Lu Yanting to promise to help him before he can tell the Fu family." Lu Yanting is very clever. When he heard this, he could already guess Su Hao's plan. Sure enough, after Su Hao finished, he clasped his hands and begged, "Lu Jiqing, I know you're very capable. Can you help me one last time?" Lu Yanting smiled slightly. "Of course, no problem. Thank you, Lu Jiqing." The two then secretly planned the part where Su Hao needed Lu Yanting's help. At this moment, Shen Yunxin suddenly came over. "Ahem, what are you two doing over there?" Because Su Hao asked Lu Yanting for help, he was very polite when he saw Shen Yunxin. "Hello, Jiqing Shen." Shen Yunxin felt a bit uncomfortable with Su Hao's sudden friendliness. She just replied politely, "Hello, go back quickly." Lu Yanting gently kicked him. Okay. Seeing Su Hao walk into the men's dormitory, Shen Yunxin quietly asked the man beside her, "What did he come back to talk to you about this time?" Lu Yanting saw no one around and took her hand. "Let's go see the new house. In a few days, once the mud walls dry, we can move in." On the way, Lu Yanting explained the things Su Hao asked him to do. Shen Yunxin listened and was amazed. Indeed, hiding a lie often requires an even bigger lie. She said, "Su Hao doesn't know that the captain's family is not easy to deal with. Can he really get what he wants by lying all the way in?" Lu Yanting replied, "He probably doesn't know. Women like Fu Xiaoning, who are bold and ruthless, are rare. Nowadays, few normal families have such strong values like the Fu family. Without an outside perspective, we wouldn't know their true nature. But Su Hao has his advantages. He is still a man with traditional beliefs." The new house was right next to the educated youth settlement, not far away. As they spoke, they saw people approaching. Shen Yunxin pointed at the already built mud brick house and said, "In the next few days, have someone build a fence around it. I want a big yard." Lu Yanting affectionately patted her head. "Go inside quickly." Shen Yunxin was surprised. "What am I supposed to do inside now?" Lu Yanting said, "I'll watch out for trouble." She immediately understood and happily said, "Husband, thank you." After entering her space, Shen Yunxin first drank a large cup of spiritual spring water and cooked a big hot pot. Then she went to take a bath. Bathing plus drinking red wine was very enjoyable. After her bath, she ate some hot pot, leaving half for Lu Yanting, then went outside to pick some strawberries. She also found that peaches and watermelons in the black soil were ripe. She picked some fruit and then left her space. Lu Yanting entered afterward. The next day at noon, after work, Su Hao went again to the captain's house for a meal. Gua Yoji stood behind Su Hao, watching him with envy. Wu Huichuan also looked on with envy, but she already had her own goal. At this moment, Zhong Qingqing's voice sounded behind them. "Brother Yunyao, fourth sister hasn't had her baby yet. I specially asked someone yesterday to buy brown sugar from the commune. Please take it and give it to fourth sister." Zhong Qingqing's fiancé was Zhou Yunyao, a fact everyone in the village knew. Zhou's family was also very pleased with Zhong Qingqing. Wu Huichuan turned her head proudly to look. Zhong Qingqing was quite wealthy, managing to get brown sugar tickets easily. Su Hao had already arrived at the captain's house. Fu Xiaoning didn't go to work in the fields. She brought out a plate of food from the kitchen and saw Su Hao. She immediately put on a shy face and said, "Brother Su Hao, you finally finished work and came back. Are you tired?" Su Hao smiled and replied, "Of course work can be tiring, but I am a man, and I will get used to this kind of effort over time." Actually, he was acting as the future son-in-law of the team leader. Although he was doing standard physical labor for a young educated youth, anyone with a bit of sense in the fields would help him, so he wasn't tired at all. The team leader glanced at his daughter, then silently turned and walked away, deliberately giving the two some space. Fu Xiaoning quickly went over and took Su Hao's arm. "I really feel sorry for you. If you haven't married me yet, you're just a young, educated youth. It's unfair for young, educated youths not to work. Once we get married, everything will be better." This time, Su Hao looked directly into her eyes and responded sincerely, "Yes, we will get married soon." Fu Xiaoning looked excited. "Brother Su Hao, you finally decided. Don't go to the fields this afternoon, take a leave. Let's go to the commune and call your parents." They were just one step away from announcing their marriage publicly. Fu Xiaoning definitely wanted to call and find out what the Su family was really like. Su Hao shared a plan he had already told Lu Yanting. "Xiaoning, you don't need to call my parents. My parents have always favored my older brother and younger brother. I was sent to the countryside because I was forced to take my older brother's place. The money I have was found by chance in a cave in the back mountain. The gold, silver, and jewelry inside belong to me, not my parents. If I marry you, I will happily share those treasures with you." Fu Xiaoning was stunned by Su Hao's words, shattering all her previous guesses. "So that's how it was?" She immediately asked, "How much treasure did you find in the cave?" Su Hao tried to hide his nervousness and said calmly, "There was a big redwood chest, one filled with gold and another with jewelry and jade. I didn't dare to take out the valuables because they are very eye-catching. I only took some cash from nearby. Xiaoning, I really want to marry you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have told you this huge secret. Those 2 chests are the key to my future. Fu Xiaoning swallowed hard and said, Brother Su Hao, you are really too trusting. Putting those things in the cave isn't safe. If you find them, others will too. Let's get married quickly, and I'll call my older brothers to help move the treasures to a safe place. Su Hao replied, Xiaoning, don't worry. I only told you the secret. The cave is special to me. It feels like a gift from heaven. Otherwise, how could I have found it after all these years? So, please keep this to yourself. Don't worry, Brother Su Hao. I won't tell anyone. Those treasures belong to us, Fu Xiaoning said, feeling her heart race with excitement. In the afternoon, news spread that Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao would get married the day after tomorrow. If it weren't so rushed and likely to cause gossip, Fu Xiaoning would have wanted to marry Su Hao immediately. As fellow young workers, Su Hao and Fu Xiaoning's wedding would be a big celebration. This made the onlookers suddenly remember Li Qingqing, the young woman worker, and Sun, the bachelor. Li Qingqing didn't expect that just a few days after going to the countryside, she would go from being on top to being down. She was so angry her face turned pale. An older woman, who seemed to want to mock her, deliberately came over and said, Li Worker, we've only heard that you're with Sunday. You and Su Worker are both young workers. Soon, we'll be celebrating Su Hao's wedding. When will you have your wedding with Sun? In the countryside, having a wedding banquet was more important than just getting a marriage certificate. If a couple married without a banquet, people would laugh at them. Li Qingqing sneered coldly and said with harsh words, Aunt Wang, instead of worrying about my wedding and banquet, you might as well guess why Fu Xiaoning is in such a hurry to marry Su Hao. Recently, Su Hao has been visiting the team leader's house often. Maybe they've been secretly seeing each other. Fu Xiaoning is pregnant, so she's rushing to get married. Aunt Wang was so frightened she gasped. Li Worker, I really don't know what you're talking about. Why would you offend the team leader's daughter? I didn't hear anything. She quickly turned and ran away. All the onlookers nearby quickly moved far away from Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing felt wronged and wanted to cry. It was just the daughter of the team leader. What was so special about her? She was now living a miserable life at the Sun family's house. There was no one she dared to offend anymore. The next day, Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao quickly went to get their marriage certificate. Su Hao was so happy when he received the certificate that he almost felt dizzy. He had finally achieved his wish. That evening, there was a big surprise. Fu Xiaoning took him into their wedding chamber. Fu Xiaoning was very skilled. Su Hao almost lost control on the bed, almost revealing the exact location of the mountain cave to Fu Xiaoning. Fortunately, he managed to control himself. Xiaoning, don't be in such a hurry. If we reveal our secret, it will be bad. After the wedding banquet, we'll go find the cave. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Su Hao, Fu Xiaoning replied. She also told herself not to rush. Su Hao was now her person. Early the next morning, the Fu family prepared a grand wedding feast. Neither Su Hao nor Fu Xiaoning got out of bed. But the Fu family didn't complain about Su Hao's wealth. Even the eldest sister-in-law from the city came back willingly to help, spending money and effort. Gradually, other villagers also came to help. This was also a good time for the educated youths to build good relationships with the villagers. The educated youths from the station prepared to go help at the Fu family. Just as everyone was ready to leave, they saw Wu Huaichun run back from outside, her face flushed. She was holding a package wrapped in brown paper, which looked like food. She said to everyone, sorry about this. I put the stuff inside, and we'll go with you. Zhong Qingqing didn't know why, but when she saw the brown paper package in Wu Huaichun's hand, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The red sugar she gave to Zhou Yunyao yesterday was also wrapped in brown paper. It couldn't be. She realized she was overthinking and quickly shook off her thoughts. Almost all the women in the village had gone to help at the Fu family. They worked busily all morning, and when the auspicious hour arrived at noon, the feast finally began on time. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao also went to help. One reason was to take a legitimate break from work and the other was that women's gatherings often had plenty of snacks. Although the people in the countryside may lack education, they have plenty of gossip. Everyone knows which women can't control their husbands, who gets caught cheating, which sons are not truly their fathers, and even some stories about elders and family members behaving badly. During the meal, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao felt they had enough gossip and lost interest in the feast. Just as they were about to continue listening, a loud scream suddenly sounded behind them.
Ah!
Immediately, a strong smell of old urine filled the air. Shen Yunxin almost vomited from the stench. Yi Miao Miao quickly grabbed her, and they jumped away to avoid the smell. In the next moment, a bucket of urine was poured onto their table, splashing several women who couldn't dodge in time and getting them wet. Ha ha ha, Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao, you two scoundrels. I let you get married and be proud, but I keep ruining your good times. I want you both to live with broken dreams, men cheating outside, women doing the same. It was Li Qingqing, going crazy and causing trouble. She threw 2 buckets of urine at Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao, who immediately turned and ran away. Li Qingqing hated everyone, and she wasn't done. She also poured urine on the tables nearby. The happy wedding feast at the Fu family was completely ruined. Fu Daong, furious, slapped his thigh and shouted, "Someone, catch this crazy woman. Yes, I am crazy. If anyone dares come near, I'll pour urine on them. This is my old widow mother's urine. If you're not afraid of bad luck, come on." Li Qingqing brought 2 buckets of urine. She quickly poured one out, but still had another. A big man, covered in the old urine, jumped up crying and ran away, jumping into the pond outside the yard with a splash. Everyone else was so frightened they didn't dare to approach the crazy woman. Fu Daong, panicked, cried out, "Go get Sun Chong for me." Sun Chong was the nickname for Sun Guangguan. "Captain, I'll go right now." He originally thought he was helping, but as soon as he spoke, Li Qingqing threw a bucket of old urine at him.
Ah!
He couldn't stand it. After running out, he also jumped into the pond.
Fu Dayong angry li painte dati Li Qingqing.
"This is too much. I will report you to the police." Li Qingqing directly threw a big splash of water at his face. Fu Daong almost fainted from anger. "I want to see what gives you the right to report us to the police. I haven't killed anyone or set fires. Why are you reporting us?" After saying this, Li Qingqing felt things had gone far enough. She kicked the remaining old urine from the bucket onto the ground and turned to run away. When everyone saw the urine spilling everywhere, they all hopelessly retreated from the yard. No one wanted to get involved with the old woman's urine. Someone shouted, "Captain!" Li Jiqing ran to the back mountain. Li Qingqing naturally wanted to hide in the back mountain for a few days, or the Sun family would beat her to death. By now, the Fu family was in chaos. No one had the energy to chase after Li Qingqing. However, the Fu family members all held a big secret in their hearts, so they didn't blame each other or pay much attention to the chaos. In the afternoon, the family worked together to clean the yard, hoping that at night, they could go find the cave. Compared to the Fu family's hopeful anticipation, Su Hao was extremely nervous. He and Lu Yanting had secretly found a cave in the mountains. He prayed that everything would go smoothly tonight. After dark, when the village was quiet and only a few dog barks could be heard, the Fu family took flashlights and went out, with Su Hao leading the way. Lu Yanting had already sneaked into the back mountain earlier. The mosquitoes, there were too many, so he entered the cave. After walking around inside the cave, he suddenly heard a faint sound, like the beeping of an old-fashioned radio. How could there be such a sound in the mountain? Could it be enemy agents typical of this era? He quietly tiptoed out of the cave, but the sound was gone. He turned back and entered the cave again. Along the rocky wall, he slowly walked to the end of the cave, pressing his ear against the wall. The beeping sound became clearer. Sure enough, there was a nest of enemy agents hidden behind this part of the cave. Lu Yanting felt excited, but suddenly the sound stopped abruptly. Had he been discovered? Soon, he heard the voices of the Fu family outside. "Let's rest for a while. I'm almost exhausted." Fu Daong worked in the fields every day. Just thinking about the 2 boxes of treasure gave him energy, and he didn't feel tired at all. "You people are so lazy at home. and in the city. We've only walked a short mountain path, so why are you tired? Su Hao also didn't feel tired. His heart was pounding, and he kept looking around, worried that the plan might fail. Fu's older sister-in-law noticed Su Hao's strange behavior. Su Jiqing, what are you looking at? Su Hao replied, I'm trying to find the mountain cave. It's hard to tell the direction at night, Fu's sister-in-law warned. Be careful not to find the wrong one, Su Hao nodded. Inside the mountain cave, Lu Yanting took out a prepared voice recorder from his space and turned the volume up to the maximum. Hey, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and move. Be gentle. Don't break my jade artifacts. There were 2 recordings, loud enough for the nearby Fu family members to hear. Fu's sister-in-law was the first to react. Oh my gosh, there are others in this wild mountain. Fu's older brother was also scared. Could they be bandits? Should we find a place to hide? Fu Daong remained calm. You're talking nonsense about bandits. This place is very close to our village. Which bandit would be so bold? Suddenly, the voices resumed. All right, everyone finish moving and hurry up. Su Hao silently counted to 3 in his mind, then suddenly shouted, Oh no! Hurry and check inside the cave. He was the first to rush into the cave. The Fu family members followed closely behind, scrambling to catch up. With a flashlight, they looked inside. Nothing was there. Suddenly, a loud crash. Lu Yanting kicked open another hidden entrance he had prepared. When the Fu family members heard the noise and rushed over, he quickly stepped out and slipped into the space. Su Hao was anxious and shouted, Stop right there. You took my things. They're mine. Fearing Lu Yanting hadn't hidden himself yet, Su Hao rushed to the entrance and deliberately blocked the others from following. Go after them. Fu Daong was almost panicked. He pushed hard and shoved Su Hao out of the way. Su Hao nearly fell into a pile of rocks after stumbling. Brother Su Hao, are you okay? Fu Xiaoning pretended to be concerned as she helped him. Su Hao glanced at Fu Dajuan, who was rushing about 2 miles ahead, and then looked at the woman beside him. He said, Wife, I've only told you the secret about this cave. What do you mean? Fu Xiaoning was genuinely confused. Su Hao showed a look of regret and pain. Forget it. It's because I like you that I willingly told you these things. Fu Xiaoning quickly realized she was being accused unfairly. She shouted angrily, Su Hao, what are you talking about? You told me about this cave, but you never told me the exact location. Today, we all came here for the first time because you let us. Besides, we are now married, with a marriage certificate and a wedding celebration.
We are a family now.
Why would you doubt me? Fu Dajuan and the Fu family members returned and said, Stop arguing, you two.
A group of people went down the mountain.
But Su Hao, I tell you, the people who stole the treasure tonight are definitely not from our Fu family. Su Hao pretended to be in pain and held his head. Everyone in the Fu family sighed heavily. Only Fu Xiaoning reacted first. She realized she was doomed. She had carefully planned everything, but in the end, she had chosen a poor, naive young man. She felt that the crazy woman Li Qingqing's curses against them might all come true today. After returning home, Fu Xiaoning immediately lost her good attitude towards Su Hao. If it weren't for the Fu family stopping her, she would have wanted to divorce him. Later, Lu Yanting finally found the hidden cave on the mountain that was making the radio signal. But after that night, when the Fu family caused a commotion in the neighboring cave, the person inside never tried to use the radio again. Lu Yanting was worried that the person might have moved. Suddenly, he remembered something suspicious. He took out a compass and tested it. Sure enough, the magnetic field inside the cave was different. This meant that if the enemy still wanted to use the radio, they would definitely come back here. This matter needed to be reported to the local authorities as soon as possible. But he still couldn't let the people from the Fu family suspect that he was the only one who found this place. Otherwise, they might start to doubt him. After 2 days, a heavy rain suddenly fell. Shen Yunxin ran to tell the man, Good news! The people at the youth training site will definitely go to the mountain to pick mushrooms today. After saying that, she furrowed her brows at the man. With the couple working together, Lu Yanting also remembered. They went up the mountain together today, so the Lu family wouldn't suspect him anymore. Sure enough, Shen Yunxin just ran back inside to mention her plan to pick mushrooms on the mountain, and everyone agreed. A large group of people headed to the back mountain and found that many villagers had already come up early to pick mushrooms. Yi Miao Miao didn't want to pick mushrooms. She wanted to find some game. Without meat, all these fresh mushrooms would be wasted. Shen Yunxin noticed Yi Miao Miao walking alone into the deep mountains, but she didn't want to disturb her because she knew Yi Miao Miao planned to use her special ability to hunt. Behind her, Deng Yanin shouted loudly, "Miao Miao, it's dangerous. Don't go further inside." Yi Miao Miao shook her head. "Look at all these people everywhere. The good stuff has been picked clean. You and Shen Yunxin should come with me and check inside." Shen Yunxin didn't expect Yi Miao Miao to invite her openly, which meant she could use her special ability openly in front of them. She took Deng Yanin's hand and said, "Let's go and see." Deng Yanin also secretly admired Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin's abilities. He trusted them and followed them deeper into the forest. Lu Yanting knew that Yi Miao Miao had special powers, and with Shen Yunxin's space ability, he wasn't worried about the safety of the three women. He rode his bike down the mountain to the county town. The local leaders attached great importance to fighting enemies and spies. Early the next morning, they sent troops disguised as hunters into the mountains. Lu Yanting recognized their identities, but only told Shen Yunxin this news. Shen Yunxin looked up, very excited. "If they catch someone this time, you might be able to earn a reward and a medal." Lu Yanting smiled and said, "There's one more good piece of news." "What is it?" "We can move into the new house now. Today, we finished work early to pack our things. Tomorrow, I will take a day off to go to town and bring back the furniture, pots, and dishes we bought in advance. The day after tomorrow, we will host a warm housewarming party and celebrate our wedding at the same time." Shen Yunxin counted on her fingers and said, "If we invite guests, all the old educated youths will come. The village leaders will also be invited. Recently, I met 2 kind aunts who will probably come too. We might have 3 tables of guests. Who will cook for us?" Lu Yanting looked at the girl with affection. "Can I let you cook?" Shen Yunxin praised him. "Because you cook well." Lu Yanting thought to himself that Shen Yunxin has been picky since she was a child and didn't like the big pot meals at the orphanage. When he was young and had no other way to earn money, he secretly collected mineral water bottles to exchange for money and secretly cooked small meals for her. In the afternoon, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting returned early from work to the educated youth site and found that Yi Miao Miao had already packed her things. "You're back too," Yi Miao Miao greeted, and was about to carry her suitcase and bags. Shen Yunxin stopped her. "Wait a moment, we will handle it." Lu Yanting hired a bullock cart from the village. "We will load all these luggage onto one cart." "Okay." Yi Miao Miao had already gotten used to staying with Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting. She was very casual, put down her luggage, and went for a walk outside. When she returned, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting had already started loading the luggage onto the bullock cart. They also helped carry Yi Miao Miao's bags onto the cart. Seeing this scene, Yi Miao Miao felt very warm. She held up 2 fat wild rabbits and said, "Tonight, we can have rabbit again." Shen Yunxin looked up and asked, "We haven't bought a pot yet. How will we cook the rabbit?" "Roast it." "No need. You can use a pot at my place to cook. I don't cook big dishes very well, so Yunxin, you can do it." Shen Yunxin thought to herself that this girl was quite brave. Recently, they hadn't gone shopping, and her family probably already prepared everything from her space. The little cannon fodder like them was different. She and Lu Yanting always acted carefully. She suggested, "How about Lu Yanting cooks? He's good at cooking." "I don't know how to make complicated dishes." Yi Miao Miao nodded. "Sure, as long as it's tasty, I have no opinion. The sky is getting late. Let's move the things over now. Once everything is settled, we will go to your place to cook." The new houses of the 2 families are about a few dozen meters apart. The ox cart stopped outside the yard. Lu Yanting helped carry Yi Miao Miao's luggage into the yard and then returned. Shen Yunxin watched the female lead walk alone into the yard. She remembered that the autumn harvest was coming soon, and the male lead would return. Soon, a new group of young workers would arrive at the youth training site. At first, the male lead's family was quite difficult to deal with, which made readers angry from the start, thinking the female lead was there to help with poverty relief. Luckily, the male lead realized the truth early. Later, he moved out with his difficult family to live alone with the female lead, which was much better. When they reached their house, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting carried the things inside and then lay on the kong, a traditional bed, to rest for a while. Now we can finally come and go freely in the space, Shen Yunxin said happily, just thinking about it. In the future, they could cook for themselves after work, freely use the ingredients inside the space, or not cook at all since there was plenty of cooked food stored there. Lu Yanting held her hand and asked, "What do you want to do with those 2 rabbits?" Shen Yunxin replied, "That might not be a good idea. Those 2 rabbits weren't hunted by you." Lu Yanting raised his hands and rested them behind his head. "So what? She can't cook anyway. If she wants to eat, she should listen to me, the one cooking. If it weren't for those 2 rabbits, I would still want to celebrate tonight with beef hot pot." Shen Yunxin pushed him lightly. "You should have told me your plans earlier. If you wanted beef hot pot, I could have just declined her invitation." After thinking for a moment, she said, "1 rabbit for braised rabbit, the other for stir-fry. Add more chili, since Yi Miao Miao can handle spicy food." After resting, they went next door. Yi Miao Miao also took out some spiritual spring vegetables and fruits from her space. She didn't treat Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting as outsiders at all. Of course, the couple was very considerate. When they saw the fully furnished room they had just moved into, they didn't ask a single question. It all felt natural, as if it was supposed to be that way. Yi Miao Miao pointed toward the kitchen and said, "I've already peeled the rabbits. The vegetables are ready too. Please, Lu Jiqing, make the rabbit meat delicious. I don't mind if it tastes like Shen Yunxin's, since I like it that way." Lu Yanting didn't speak much. He nodded and turned to go to the kitchen. Yi Miao Miao pulled Shen Yunxin into the main room and brought out a plate of already sliced, cool mangoes. "Try this fruit. It's so fragrant and sweet." During the apocalypse, fruit seeds were very rare. She cultivated these mango seeds into seedlings, using a lot of her special abilities. After seeing Shen Yunxin off, Yi Miao Miao went over and turned on the TV that she had just moved out of the space. Shen Yunxin silently thought to herself that luckily, this TV was a black and white model suitable for this era. While eating the fruit, she secretly admired Yi Miao Miao. As the heroine, she was not very cautious in her actions, but she was cold and rarely interacted closely with others. She hardly let anyone into her home, so she didn't need to pretend too much. Shen Yunxin felt very lucky. It was clear that she and Lu Yanting, the 2 minor characters, had already gained the heroine's approval. From now on, it was natural that they would become allies of the heroine and hero. With their support, her and Lu Yanting's couple life would probably be much easier, no longer just minor characters.
Dinner was served.
Yi Miao Miao looked at the dishes with anticipation. She first tasted the stir-fried rabbit meat, which was very spicy and strong-flavored, and it made her eyes light up. "Lu Jiqing, your cooking skills are amazing." Shen Yunxin also tried the braised rabbit and was impressed. How did the man's cooking suddenly improve so much? Lu Yanting gave her a look. Shen Yunxin understood. The spiritual spring water had the effect of enhancing the taste of food. The brave heroine probably didn't use well water from the yard, but used spiritual spring water from the space. The stir-fried vegetables were also delicious, tender, and sweet. Shen Yunxin could tell at a glance that these vegetables were grown in the space's spiritual spring. They hadn't yet had the chance to eat the vegetables grown in the black soil of their space. She decided to have the man pick some tomorrow to cook and taste. After finishing dinner, Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin left and returned to their small courtyard, closing the door and entering the space directly. "Honey, tonight is our wedding night." Lu Yanting was still thinking about how they hadn't fully enjoyed their wedding day. Shen Yunxin nodded. She also had some thoughts. Lu Yanting carried her to the bathroom. They first enjoyed a warm bath together, then he gently lifted the girl out of the tub and tucked her into bed, where they shared deep, tender affection. The 2 of them, after a brief separation, felt like newlyweds. They stayed together from around 7 p.m. until early the next morning, without stopping. Shen Yunxin was so exhausted that her throat was hoarse, and her whole body was almost too tired to move. She didn't even have the strength to kick the man. Lu Yanting brought her some spring water to drink. Only then did she start to regain a little strength. Luckily, they had the day off tomorrow, so they didn't need to go to work. Before falling asleep, Shen Yunxin turned her back in anger and muttered, "Tomorrow during the day, I want to sleep. You can go buy the furniture, dishes, and utensils yourself." Lu Yanting gently held her close. He looked up and whispered in her ear, "Besides making you tired over this matter, is there anything else in life I've made you worry about or suffer for?" Shen Yunxin was so tired that her sleep was very deep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she fell asleep holding onto the man's arm. At 8 a.m., Lu Yanting woke up. Knowing that the girl loved Chinese-style breakfast, he prepared a cup of soy milk in a thermos, steamed a bowl of egg cake, and made a small basket of homemade pork dumplings. He kept these warm in a pot before leaving the room. He then went to the village to find Niu Zhengwo and paid for a day's use of the ox cart. The two headed to the city to buy furniture. The furniture was simple: a wardrobe, a table, a few stools, a cabinet, and basic kitchenware like pots, bowls, and utensils, along with salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. To avoid attracting jealousy or trouble, they rarely stayed outside. These items were bought mainly to keep up appearances at home. By noon, Lu Yanting and Niu Zhengwo went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Niu Zhengwo was a bit embarrassed to admit he brought his own food. Lu Yanting respected Niu Zhengwo's background as a wounded veteran. After pulling him into the restaurant, he went to the counter to order and pick up the food. Knowing that Niu Zhengwo's usual diet might not be very good, Lu Yanting ordered 3 meat dishes. The braised pork and rice were served first. He brought them to the table and told Niu Zhengwo that he could start eating if he was hungry. He then went back to the counter to wait for the pickled vegetable stew and braised pork hock. Lu Yanting turned with his tray and instinctively looked toward the table when he suddenly noticed an astonishing action by Niu Zhengwo sitting nearby. Niu Zhengwo was carefully arranging his chopsticks like someone with OCD, but he quickly seemed to realize something and scrambled to straighten the neatly stacked chopsticks. A pang of worry hit Lu Yanting immediately. Fortunately, they were seated far apart, and it was peak dining time at the restaurant, so it was lively and noisy. Otherwise, Lu Yanting thought his earlier discovery might have been exposed. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lu Yanting finally composed his mind and walked over with his tray. When Niu Zhengwo saw 2 more main dishes, he felt very guilty and said, "Lu Jiqing, you are too kind. There are only 2 of us. How can we eat 3 main dishes? Maybe we should return some." Lu Yanting gently pressed him back onto the stool and scooped a large piece of tender pig's trotter into his bowl. "Uncle Niu, don't worry and eat happily. These 3 dishes are indeed for you. You fought hard in the war and returned injured, so you deserve this." Hearing this, Niu Zhengwo couldn't help but wipe away tears of emotion. It was the first time in many years that someone told him he was worth it. And this young man had shown him respect from the very beginning, which moved him deeply. "Uncle Niu, eat more," Lu Yanting added, scooping a piece of braised pork onto his plate. "Eat as much as you can. Today we're going to finish all these dishes." In the afternoon, Lu Yanting deliberately went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat, but only managed to get some pig lungs and intestines that others didn't want. This meat definitely wouldn't be enough for tomorrow's banquet. He looked at Niu Zhengwo with a worried expression and asked, "Uncle Niu, do you know where in the city I can still buy pork? My wife and I are planning a wedding banquet tomorrow, and these meats won't be enough." Niu Zhengwo said, "Get in the car. I'll take you to the meat factory. I know an old comrade who is now a butcher there. I'll go see him and try to get some meat for you." They hurried to the meat factory. Niu Zhengwo asked the security guard at the gate to call his comrade Ma Xiaochuan. After exchanging greetings, they got to the point. "Old Ma, can you help me get some pork? The young man from our village, Lu Jiqing, is getting married tomorrow, and he's short of meat." Ma Xiaochuan realized that Niu Zhengwo was speaking sincerely and genuinely wanted to help. Without hesitation, he said, "Of course, no problem. Follow me to the back door, and I'll get you some meat." 10 minutes later, Ma Xiaochuan surprisingly carried out half a sack of pork, all of good quality. Lu Yanting opened the bag and was amazed. At this time, pork was very hard to find, and most people couldn't buy it even with ration tickets. Ma Xiaochuan thought the young man was worried about not having enough money. He smiled and patted the man's shoulder, saying, "Hurry up and pack everything away. Today, since you've taken good care of my old comrade, I'll sell you this pork at the price of pig offal." Lu Yanting thought to himself that even if he gave him so much pork, he wouldn't dare serve it all at a feast. He asked, "Uncle, can I buy a little more from you? Do you really have pig offal here? Do you like eating that stuff?" Lu Yanting nodded. "Thanks, uncle. I'm good at cooking. I can make those things taste good." Wait a moment. When Ma Xiaochuan returned, he was really carrying a sack of pig offal for Lu Yanting. "Thanks, uncle." They loaded the 2 sacks onto the ox cart, paid, and quickly left. They hurried back to the village, and it was almost dark. Niu Jiangwo was very eager to help unload the things before leaving. Lu Yanting stopped him and divided half of the good pork, packing it into a sack and slipping it into his arms. "Uncle Niu, don't say anything. If it weren't for you, Uncle Ma wouldn't have helped me so much today. I also have that sack of pig offal. I'm sharing this meat with you, half for each of us. I consider it a win." Just then someone arrived outside. Niu Jiangwo knew that Lu Yanting was smart, so he didn't refuse and silently drove the ox cart away. It was 5 old, educated youths from the youth training camp. "Lu Jiying, we saw you buy a lot of things earlier in the field. We came to help you organize everything." Inside the space, Shen Yunxin also heard the voices. She put down her tablet, quickly changed into a new outfit, and stepped out of the space onto the bed in the bedroom. Then she crossed the main hall and went into the yard. A group of people helped set up the dining table and benches in the main hall. The wardrobe was placed behind the bedroom, and they were almost done with the work. Zhang Zihua happily pulled Jiang Jiangguo and Jiang Jianhua to the kitchen to install the cabinets. Shen Yunxin quickly asked Lu Yanting to go ahead and bring out the new iron pot, as she was preparing to cook dinner. In this era, no family had a lot of food supplies. Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing immediately said they wouldn't be eating here tonight. After saying that, they turned and left. After the 3 of them finished installing the cabinets, they also strongly indicated they wouldn't stay for dinner and then left. Lu Yanting saw the 3 out of the yard, closed the gate, then went into the room and pulled Shen Yunxin into the space to tell her about his surprising discovery today. "Yunxin, Niu Jiangguo might be the enemy agent I want to report. He probably has a partner in the city, Ma Xiaochuan, who works at the meat processing plant." Shen Yunxin remembered that the novel didn't mention Niu Jiangguo's identity as an enemy agent. She said in disbelief, That can't be true, right?" Lu Yanting was sure. "I can be certain because today at noon I had lunch with Niu Jiangguo at the state-run restaurant and noticed his habits are typical of someone from Sakura country, but we're just reading a book. The novel didn't mention this. What if we're wrong?" Lu Yanting said, "Even if we're wrong, it doesn't matter. If I report it to the authorities, they'll send someone to investigate. They won't arrest people without reason. Also, Yunxin, do you still think we're just spectators in this parallel world?" Shen Yunxin shook her head.
She had long stopped thinking that way.
When they first encountered those robbers on the bus, she felt fear clearly. Recently, working every day in the fields, enduring the hard and tiring life, she felt everything very deeply. She was more worried about the men. Their safety and achievements didn't matter much to her. Their purpose of crossing over wasn't to make a big difference or achieve great things. She just wanted to live comfortably with Lu Yanting. When the reform and opening up happened, the assets of the Lu and Shen families in the space would be enough for them and their children to live a peaceful life forever. "Husband, I'm a bit scared. These enemy agents are dangerous. I'm afraid they might take revenge on us. Now you know, there probably isn't only Niu Jiangguo. If they have other accomplices hiding somewhere else, what should we do?" Lu Yanting gently comforted the girl in his arms before speaking. "Wife, don't worry. I don't think Niu Jiangguo has that much power. That night in the cave, he was trying to send signals to be found. I believe he was trying to contact the homeland of Sakura country. The man in the city, Ma Xiaochuan, probably has a gang behind him, but I won't accept rewards for anonymously reporting them. My identity will never be revealed." Shen Yunxin understood. Lu Yanting, having been a police officer for 10 years in the system, has a strong sense of responsibility. The parallel world they are in now, Huagua, is very similar to the country they lived in later. It's hard not to develop a good impression of Huagua. She loosened his arm and said, "Go ahead, but be careful." Lu Yanting gently poked her nose and said, "Let's make dinner first. After we eat, I'll go." Shen Yunxin looked at him and said, "You said last night you wanted beef hot pot. I already cut the beef this afternoon. Let's have hot pot." Lu Yanting turned and went to the kitchen to prepare a cold fruit tea, knowing she liked to drink it with spicy hot pot. After eating, Lu Yanting took out the kitchen waste to a hidden spot in the space to destroy it, then rode his bike toward the county. He went to the military district to report again and provided important clues. Late at night, he rode back to the village. In the space, Shen Yunxin watched downloaded movies on her tablet while waiting for him to come home. After a shower, Lu Yanting returned to the bedroom and saw the girl who had stayed up watching shows. He smiled happily and sweetly. Then, like a big wolf dog, he pounced on the girl in bed. Shen Yunxin reached out to push him away. "It's late now. No more messing around tonight. You have to get up early tomorrow to clean those pig intestines for the dinner." She wasn't going to do it. Lu Yanting sighed softly, gently coaxed the soft girl into bed, but couldn't resist giving her a quick kiss. A few hours later, Shen Yunxin woke up to her alarm clock, which she had set last night. The man beside her had already gotten up to work. She used spiritual spring water to make herself a cup of coffee, and after drinking it, she felt energized and stepped out of the space. The man outside was washing the stinky pig intestines in the yard, while she was picking vegetables inside. Soon, Yi Meow Meow from next door, who had woken up early, was attracted by the smell of pig intestines. She gave the man a good suggestion. "Lu Jiqing, you can go to the river to wash this thing because the oil from the intestines you tore off might attract fish. Maybe we can add another meat dish for lunch today." Lu Yanting thought this was a very good idea and took a bucket of pig intestines and went out. Yi Meow Meow watched Shen Yunxin picking vegetables in the yard and gave her a thumbs up. "Your husband is really good at getting things done," Shen Yunxin said. "Aren't you going to work today? Come help me pick vegetables." Yi Meow Meow went over and sat down when Deng Yanin came over. "Yunxin, your family just moved yesterday and you're already hosting guests. I'm worried you might be too busy to come help." "Thanks, Yanin." Since today was the wedding banquet, she took out 2 new handkerchiefs and handed them to Shen Yunxin. "Best wishes for a long and happy marriage with Lu Jiqing." "Yanin, thank you. Everyone is poor now, so instead of giving gifts, they just give a small item." Shen Yunxin took the handkerchief and went inside to bring out a small stool. The 3 of them picked vegetables and chatted. Deng Yanin, who worked every day and lived at the youth station, started talking about recent village gossip as soon as she arrived. Li Qingqing hasn't come back since Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao got married and went up the mountain that day. Some say Li Qingqing was taken by wolves on the mountain. Others say she was kidnapped by another man outside. Sun Guangguan and his mother also haven't gone to look for her. Talking about Li Qingqing, one has to mention the squad leader's family. Li Qingqing is now considered a daughter-in-law of the Sun family. However, after the incident, the Fu family didn't go to trouble Sun Guangguan. The villagers don't believe the Fu family would be so kind. Sharp-eyed people noticed that Su Hao and Fu Xiaoning, both newlyweds, didn't look particularly happy. Their feelings seemed worse than before marriage. After getting married, Fu Xiaoning still worked in the fields, but Su Hao continued working every day as before. Although he earned few work points, he worked hard every day. Now that he's the squad leader's son-in-law, no one in the village dares to say he's slacking off. Yesterday, someone in the village quietly said that Li Qingqing's act of pouring urine and cursing at the Fu family that day had come true. They also said that an invisible black cloud was floating over the Fu house and that everyone in the Fu family would have bad luck in the future. The last piece of news was based on superstitions, and Deng Yanin spoke in a low voice. Shen Yunxin just smiled when she heard this, because she knew why the Fu family had lost their spirit. Yi Meow Meow, who has special powers and comes from the end of the world, is very interested in stories about strange forces and supernatural things in this world. Yanin, who exactly said that a black cloud was floating over the Fu house. "I didn't see it myself. Do you know which old shaman in the village is the most powerful? What kind of skills does she have?" Deng Yanin was so scared, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Meow meow, be careful.
Who dares to say that now?
You might get into trouble. Yi Meow Meow suddenly noticed that Shen Yunxin's reaction was unusual this time. She immediately guessed that Shen Yunxin probably knew some secret information. Shen Yunxin didn't know that the female lead was already watching her. She changed the subject. Has anyone reported Li Qingqing's disappearance to the police? Deng Yanin asked back. Can we report this to the police? Will the police even care? Maybe they will if she's missing. Shen Yunxin replied, though she wasn't sure if the police would really take action in this era. Deng Yanin said, then I'll go to the commune this afternoon to report it. After saying that, she suddenly became confused. Should I report her to the police and have her caught, or just let her run away? Maybe she'll get lucky and escape from the Sun family. This question also stumped Shen Yunxin because, being from a different story, she instinctively looked for an answer in her novel. Yi Meow Meow quickly said, don't go. If you're unsure whether to do something, it's better not to do it. Shen Yunxin also realized this. As the female lead, she thought, how did I not think of that? Yi Meow Meow added, Yanin, don't be too hard on yourself. You only know Li Qingqing, not her parents. Li Qingqing is an adult herself. After causing trouble at the captain's house that day, she decisively ran to the back mountain. She must have made her own decision. Shen Yunxin gave the female lead a thumbs up. At this moment, Lu Yanting came back after washing the pork intestines. He was carrying a string of fish made with grass rope, some big, some small. Shen Yunxin was very happy. You really caught some fish. Lu Yanting nodded at the girl. He didn't say out loud that he had also put some live fish into his space so they could eat them later. Their family was hosting a meal today at noon. Now it was getting late, so Lu Yanting took some things to the kitchen to start cooking. Shen Yunxin followed to help him light a fire.
Ye Meow Meow grabetesh.
Let Yanin go inside first to help. I have something to ask you. Shen Yunxin was pulled into the main room. She honestly explained the whole story behind Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao's marriage. After hearing this, Yi Meow Meow gave a sharp comment. Fu Xiaoning really has such thoughts. She deserves it. Don't worry. Even if Su Hao was involved, I wouldn't let Fu Xiaoning steal your man. Shen Yunxin hugged Yi Meow Meow's arm and acted cute. Meow Meow, you're so kind. Thank you for supporting me and Lu Jiqing. Yi Meow Meow couldn't help but smile. I just want to help you. I only stand with you. Compared to Lu Jiqing, I definitely choose to help you. Shen Yunxin felt very happy. She thought she and Yi Meow Meow had become good friends. Suddenly, Yi Meow Meow took out 2 boxes of cream from her pocket, actually from her space. This is your and Lu Jiqing's wedding gift. Wishing you a happy marriage. Shen Yunxin happily accepted it. Thank you, Meow Meow. In the kitchen, there were 2 pots. Lu Yanting used one to braise pork intestines and lungs, and the other to cook rice. The rice was mixed with some grains and plenty of meat and vegetables from today. It looked just right, neither too showy nor too plain. After braising, the pork intestines and lungs were taken out and soaked in a big basin. The pot was cooking braised pork. The rice was steamed and served, along with pickled fish and other vegetable dishes. Lunch was served exactly at noon. The pork intestines and lungs were cut into large dishes. There was pickled fish, fried small fish, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded radish salad, vinegar cabbage, mushroom, and egg soup. There were 9 dishes in total. All the guests invited for the meal arrived after work. 3 young men pooled their money to buy 2 pieces of red cloth. Su Yanhong gave a red porcelain basin with a double happiness symbol, and Zhong Qingqing gave a red hot water bottle. Gua Youji and Wu Huichuan didn't come. However, both of them regretted eating the 5 meat dishes afterward. That's a later story. Others gave handkerchiefs or chopsticks as gifts. Aunt Gui Xiu's husband, who often broke furniture, sent over a pair of stools. Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin prepared exactly 3 tables for their guests. All 9 dishes on the table were very delicious, rich in oil and flavor. The 3 tables of guests ate happily, smiling, and the atmosphere was lively. In the room, only Fu Daong ate with deep feelings. He thought that on Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao's wedding day, they shouldn't have made such a big fuss. They should have kept it simple, invited close friends for a meal, and avoided provoking the crazy Li Qingqing. Their family wouldn't have been cursed by Li Qingqing. Now, Su Hao had become a poor educated youth, and his daughter's personality wouldn't be willing to stay with Su Hao. The whole village was watching their family, and in the future, the Fu family would be the subject of gossip. After dinner, Yi Miao Miao was very eager to taste Lu Yanting's cooking skills. Her family was hosting a warm gathering tomorrow night, so she shamelessly asked Lu Yanting for a favor. She planned to go hunting in the mountains this afternoon, catch some game, and share half with him to help prepare a meal. Yi Miao Miao had special abilities, so hunting in the mountains was easy for her. Her family was only inviting the educated youths for dinner tomorrow night, just one table of guests. For Lu Yanting, cooking for one table was not difficult. Since Yi Miao Miao was the heroine, he agreed. In the evening, Yi Miao Miao indeed caught a bunch of rabbits and wild chickens. She waited until everyone finished work before carrying the game home. However, passing by the educated youth camp, she was still noticed. The troublemaker was Wu Huaichuan. Yi Miao Miao, you didn't finish all the rabbits and wild chickens in the mountains, did you? Those should be collective property. Are you planning to share some with us? Before she could speak, Zhong Qingqing came over and mocked. Wu educated youth, you said last time you wanted to report Miao Miao to the team leader. Don't you know the rules for reporting? Wu Huaichuan shot her a fierce, poisonous look. That's right. The production team has no rules about sharing the rabbits and wild chickens you catch, but everyone thinks it's a small amount. But look at Yi Miao Miao. She's practically raiding the mountain's rabbit and chicken nests. That's just too much. Zhong Qingqing bluntly retorted, if you have the ability, go ask the team leader to change the rules. If you can't, don't just talk nonsense here. Recently, she didn't know what was wrong with her. She just found Wu Huaichuan particularly annoying. But Wu Huaichuan was no easy person either. She would even challenge her over a simple red sugar water. Zhong Qingqing, you're the one talking nonsense, Wu Huaichuan said as she reached out to pull Zhong Qingqing.
Snap.
Yi Miao Miao, quick and sharp, stepped forward and slapped Wu Huaichuan. Yi Miao Miao, you shameless person. How dare you hit me? Snap. Who is the real shameless person? Wu Huaichuan raised her hands to cover her swollen face and changed her story, saying, Yi Miao Miao, you hit me. Oh, then ask anyone here if I can testify that I hit you. Wu Huaichuan looked up and realized that besides her, only Yi Miao Miao and Zhong Qingqing were in the yard. Hearing the commotion, Su Yanhong came out. Wu Huaichuan immediately begged for help. Red Sister Yan, can you testify for me? Su Yanhong had long been annoyed by her troublemaking. I didn't see anything. You all, Wu Huaichuan, angry, tried to run out of the youth commune area. After she ran away, she glared fiercely at Zhong Qingqing. Su Yanhong saw this scene and went over to remind Zhong Qingqing, have you recently annoyed her? Zhong Qingqing thought carefully and shook her head. I haven't had the time to bother with her troublemaking. Su Yanhong comforted her. Don't worry about her. In a few days, you'll marry Zhou Yunyao. After that, you can move out of here. Yi Miao Miao said, I won't share these wild rabbits and wild chickens with you today. Come to my house tomorrow night for a big feast. Okay, Su Yanhong was already drooling just thinking about it. Not only are rabbits and wild chickens delicious, but Lu Jiqing's cooking skills are top-notch. Yi Miao Miao carried her basket and walked to the first yard, knocking on the door. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting came over to open the door. What's wrong? Is everything okay? I thought I heard you arguing again. Don't mention it. That terrible woman Wu Huaichuan just tried to pick a fight with me and Zhong Qingqing. In the end, she was defeated by us and Su Yanhong. After speaking, Yi Miao Miao handed half of the wild rabbit and wild chicken to Lu Yanting. Shen Yunxin was stunned. Next, Yi Miao Miao took a small bag of bird eggs, a few tree frogs, 2 pink little wild pigs, and finally, 2 dead snakes from a nearby sack. Shen Yunxin was so frightened, she jumped straight into the man's arms. Lu Yanting naturally gently protected the girl in his arms. Yi Miao Miao was calm and said to the man, I know you two are married, and maybe you'll have children soon. The things I brought back are good for nourishing women's health. Try to cook them well so Shen Yunxin can eat and recover her strength. Lu Yanting nodded. Thank you for your kindness to Yunxin. It's nothing. Yi Miao Miao waved her hand and left. Lu Yanting looked around to make sure no one was there, then put all the items on the ground into his space. He then told the girl lying on him, "It's all done." Shen Yunxin asked, "Can you cook snake meat?" Although she was afraid of snakes, she had eaten their meat before and liked it. Lu Yanting replied, "As long as I have a recipe, I can cook any dish." Shen Yunxin smiled and said, "Honey, you're amazing." That night, Lu Yanting was going to help Yi Miao Miao cook dinner. He had taken the afternoon off, so Shen Yunxin naturally went with him. This time it was all family, so Lu Yanting didn't have to worry. He grilled 5 spicy, fragrant wild rabbits, cooked a pot of chicken with mushrooms, there was plenty of wild chicken meat inside, and boiled a small piglet, then sliced it and mixed it with his special sour and spicy sauce, which was both appetizing and refreshing. When the 5 old workers saw the table full of meat, they were amazed, and their stomachs started to produce acid. Yi Miao Miao brought out a few bottles of soda from inside the house, handed one to each person, and said, "What are you all staring at? Come and eat." The spicy grilled rabbit smelled so good that everyone started tearing into the rabbit at the same time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Yi Miao Miao, I was wrong. I apologize. What delicious food are you making? Guoyoji and I are willing to give gifts. Can I join your activity too?" It was Wu Huichuan's voice. Blame it on Yi Miao Miao for deliberately arranging to eat in the yard. Lu Yanting's cooking skills are so good that, in this time when people can't even get enough food, the smell of meat and dishes wafting from this table is enough to drive anyone crazy with hunger. Everyone at the table ignored the 2 embarrassing people. Wu Huichuan knocked on the door twice outside, then finally gave up. She wanted to kick the door, but thinking that Yi Miao Miao was not someone to mess with, she turned and left. The 2 of them went back to the youth commune to continue eating their wild vegetable porridge and the hard-to-chew grain cakes. Days passed quickly, and soon it was time for the autumn harvest, starting with corn. Shen Yunxin was counting the days until the male lead in the novel would return. Along with him, a new group of young people would come back to the village, including Xing Xiaoya, whom she disliked. But right now, there was a bigger matter. The minor characters, Zhong Qingqing and Zhou Yunyao, were about to get married. She didn't know the exact date, because in the novel, their wedding was only briefly mentioned. However, for Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting, they were witnesses to this event. The Zhou family was very happy with Zhong Qingqing, a high school student from the city, and everyone was looking forward to the young couple getting married soon. The day before the wedding, Zhou's mother came to the youth commune and, in front of all the young people, handed Zhong Qingqing a red envelope, telling her to take a day off and go to the county town with Zhou Yunyao to buy wedding clothes. Zhong Qingqing shyly declined in front of everyone. "Annie, I have money, and my mother has already prepared clothes and shoes for me in Beijing. She will send them to me, so I just need to go to the post office to pick up the package today." Zhou's mother insisted, "Your parents' kindness is from them. This is my kindness, so please accept it. Yunyao is waiting for you at the village entrance. Hurry and go find him." Zhong Qingqing couldn't refuse and had to accept. "Thank you, Andy." Next to her, Wu Huichuan suddenly shouted in frustration, as if she had gone mad. Zhou's mother turned her head and glared at her silently, warning her. Wu Huichuan, angry, turned and walked into the youth commune. Everyone didn't pay much attention to this small scene because Wu Huichuan often lost her temper unexpectedly. Shen Yunxin, Lu Yanting, and Yi Miao Miao did not live at the Jiqing station. The 3 of them only heard the surrounding women talking about Zhong Qingqing and the Ming family's wedding and celebration tomorrow when they went to work in the fields. Because Zhou Yunyao is too young, he cannot register the marriage yet, so they can only hold a wedding banquet first. In the countryside, holding a banquet in the village is considered as being married. Yi Miao Miao thought of a good reason to ask for leave. She pulled Shen Yunxin, who was pulling weeds nearby, and said, "This afternoon, let's go to the commune to buy wedding gifts for Zhong Qingqing." Shen Yunxin happily exchanged a look with her and immediately agreed. She didn't want to work either. Although they couldn't openly take out the treasures from the Shen and Lu family's space now, Lu Yanting's loot from black market dealings was enough for them to survive until the reform and opening up. The 2 quickly finished pulling weeds, went to the scorekeeper to collect today's work points, and then went to ask the team leader for leave. Since the autumn harvest hadn't started yet, Fu Daong was very lenient with those who didn't want to work in the fields. As long as they had a good reason to ask for leave, it was fine. It was still early before lunch, so Yi Miao Miao pulled Shen Yunxin straight to the county town. After eating at the state-run restaurant, they went shopping along the street, bought some interesting trinkets, then each bought a red thermos at the state-run store, and took the bus home. The next day, they were invited to the Zhou family's banquet. Shen Yunxin, unsurprisingly, asked for another day off. Last night, she and Lu Yanting stayed up until midnight. She simply couldn't get up in the morning. But early that morning, Lu Yanting suddenly woke her up. There's big news at the Jiqing station. Shen Yunxin immediately opened her eyes wide. What news? Lu Yanting looked at her curious face and couldn't help but smile. Wu Huaichuan, shamelessly, wants to force Zhong Qingqing to give up marrying Zhou Yunyao. She confessed that she and Zhou Yunyao have been secretly seeing each other for over half a month. Shen Yunxin sat up abruptly from the bed, quickly put on her clothes, and said as she did, "How did it suddenly deviate from the story? How could the three of them suddenly go off the plot of the novel?" Lu Yanting shook his head, unsure himself. "Let's go see for ourselves first." In front of everyone at the youth station, Wu Huaichuan shamelessly showed off the hickey on her neck to Zhong Qingqing. "How long are you going to pretend, Zhong Qingqing? Brother Yunyao said you don't act like a real woman. You've been dating for almost a year, right? But besides holding hands with Brother Yunyao, what else can you do? When he wants to get close, you act like a wooden post, refusing at every turn. No other couple behaves like this. Everyone knows you're dating, but if they didn't, they might think you're just siblings." Zhong Qingqing was so angry she started crying. She didn't really like Zhou Yunyao much. If her parents' status hadn't been under investigation, she wouldn't have been forced to go to the countryside. And if Aunt Zhou hadn't helped introduce her, she wouldn't have met Zhou Yunyao. Su Yanhong stepped in front of Zhong Qingqing to protect her. "Wu Huaichuan, you're going too far. Trying to seduce a man and steal someone else's partner? Do you even have the nerve?" Wu Huaichuan snorted. Using morality and shame to threaten her was useless. If she cared about that, she wouldn't have slept with Zhou Yunyao over and over again. She didn't dare pressure Zhou's family because they would still be part of her family in the future. So, she could only keep attacking Zhong Qingqing. "Zhong Qingqing, if I were you, I'd go to Zhou's house right now and ask to break off the engagement. I truly love Brother Yunyao. He loves me madly. You should already know why I've been sneaking back to the youth station late at night recently. And that bag of brown sugar you gave to Zhou Yunyao. He gave it to me that night to help me recover." Zhong Qingqing felt so disgusted, she almost vomited. It was that bag of brown sugar. She had suspected something, and now she knew the truth. Shen Yunxin couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over. "Wu Huaichuan, stop bullying women here. If Zhou Yunyao truly loved you and was crazy about marrying you, why would he wait until the day he's supposed to marry Zhong Qingqing to change his mind? Also, with those marks on your neck and the evidence you're forcing Zhong Qingqing, we could report you to the police for having an inappropriate relationship with Zhou Yunyao," Wu Huaichuan said. "That's right. Even if Shen Jiqing's words are true, ask Zhong Qingqing, does she still want Zhou Yunyao? Furthermore, if the Zhou family finds out that you helped me report to the police, today the woman marrying into the Zhou family could easily turn into me." Carefully observing Wu Huaichuan's determined face, Shen Yun finally understood what it means to be fearless and unbeatable. Wu Huaichuan turned his head and looked at Zhong Qingqing, continuing to speak. "Brother Yunyao told me that your parents are still under investigation and questioning. If luck isn't on their side, they might be sentenced or sent away within a year or so." Zhong Qingqing thought about how her parents might be punished, and she almost broke down crying. She was shocked that the man, Yunyao, had even told Wu Huaichuan about this. After crying, she chose to be brave and said, "Stop talking. I will help you. I will go to the Zhou family and cancel the engagement." Shen Yun also thought that canceling the engagement was the best choice for Zhong Qingqing now. Yunyao was definitely not someone she could trust anymore. In the story, Zhong Qingqing's parents are not convicted, so this time, the Zhou family will only lose their precious daughter, Zhong Qingqing. Having achieved her goal, Wu Huaichun let out a deep sigh of relief. Everyone from the youth commune accompanied Zhong Qingqing to the Zhou family. On the way, some villagers heard about what was happening and joined the group. As the group approached the Zhou house, Shen Yun saw Su Yanhong supporting Zhong Qingqing and felt a strong urge to go and cancel the engagement. She couldn't bear to see the innocent Zhong Qingqing being bullied like a silent sufferer. She couldn't help but walk over, pulling the two aside to advise, "Qingqing, are you only planning to go and cancel the engagement with the Zhou family?" Zhong Qingqing looked confused. "What else can I do? I don't really like Yunyao that much, and I definitely don't want to compete for that disgusting man with Wu Huaichun. Just cancel the engagement," Shen Yun said. "Everyone in the village knows you've been involved with Yunyao for a year. After you cancel the engagement, your reputation will probably suffer. Also, although Wu Huaichun is proud and can marry Yunyao immediately without getting caught for having multiple relationships, if you report this to the police, their records will also be marked with a stain." Older Su Yanhong immediately understood what was happening. She patted Zhong Qingqing's hand and said, "Sister, Yunxin is right. We should listen to her. Those two bad people have bullied you so much. If you don't release your anger now, it will stay in your heart forever. Everyone knows you've been engaged to Zhou Yunyao for a year. If you want to break the engagement, ask Zhou's family for compensation and make sure everyone knows they let you down. Also, use the scandal about those two to get hush money from Zhou's family. Make sure Zhou Yunyao and his family pay for this. This is also a way for you to get back at her for marrying Wu Huaichun into Zhou's family. She won't have a good life after that." Shen Yunxin finally felt relieved. Clever Su Yanhong had said everything she wanted to say. Now it was up to Zhong Qingqing to choose. Zhong Qingqing clenched her fists. She looked up at Shen Yunxin and Su Yanhong and said, "Thank you, Yunxin and Sister Yan. With you here, I'm not afraid anymore." Deng Yanin came over. "Wu Huaichun has already arrived." Zhong Qingqing turned her head coldly and glared. Perfect timing. She thinks she only needs to sleep with a man to succeed. I want her to see what kind of life she will have after she gets married. They arrived at Zhou's house. Unaware, Zhou's mother opened the door and was shocked to see Zhong Qingqing. "Qingqing, why are you here by yourself? Go back quickly. I'll have Yunyao come to pick you up at noon." "Annie, I came to tell you that I want to break the engagement with Zhou Yunyao." Zhong Qingqing finally stood up for herself. Zhou's mother looked unhappy. "Qingqing, you can't just cause trouble. Everyone in our Zhou family knows you're about to get married today. Why do you want to break the engagement now?" "Auntie, I understand you're confused. It's Zhou Yunyao and Wu Huaichun who did those shameful things. Let Zhou Yunyao come out and face me." Zhou's mother's face suddenly changed. She clearly knew about Zhou Yunyao and Wu Huaichun's secret misdeeds. Zhong Qingqing hates lies and betrayal. She realized she had lost all her ties with the Zhou family. It seems the aunt is also a sensible person. Since that's the case, I will be honest with her. It was Zhou Yunyao who wronged me first. I am breaking off the engagement with him, and your family must pay me a damage fee of 500 yuan for damaging my reputation. Also, considering this year's production team bonus, I won't report Zhou Yunyao and Wu Huaichun for their inappropriate relationship, but your family must pay me a hush money of 500 yuan. The total is 1,000 yuan. Aunt, please go and get the money for me. For an ordinary farmer family, 1,000 yuan might be a whole year's income, but for the Zhou family, it is just a large sum of money. Zhou Yunyao has 4 older sisters who married well, and the Zhou family has some savings. Otherwise, Wu Huaichun wouldn't be so eager to marry into the Zhou family. Zhou's mother cried and said, "Qingqing, don't do this. Our family really supports you. We only recognize you as our daughter-in-law. Rest assured, once you marry Yunyao, Wu Huaichun will be nothing." Qingqing did not agree. "Qingqing, I kneel to you," Zhou's mother said, pretending to kneel. Su Yanhong quickly stepped forward and pulled her back. "Aunt, what are you doing? Qingqing is a good girl, pure and innocent. Is it right for you to force her to marry someone unworthy?" Zhou's mother angrily scolded. "Don't talk nonsense. My son is not a bad person." The women watching from behind couldn't stand it anymore. They've been involved with other women. How can he not be a bad person? From the Zhou family, I advise you to honestly pay the damage fee. If this scandal causes us to lose this year's bonus, not only us, but even the team leader won't forgive your family. Zhou's mother had no choice. She sat down in anger, pounding the ground with her hands. Finally, Zhou's father, who had been hiding inside, came out. Zhong Jiqing, can you please stop being so stubborn? Yunyao knows he was wrong. Once you marry into our family, we will all support you. To be honest, the 1,000 yuan you asked for will be used to buy Yunyao a job. Later, you and your husband can move to the city. I and your aunt will never disturb your married life. This Zhou father, a former soldier, spoke very convincingly. Just when everyone thought Qingqing might accept the bribe, Wu Huaichuan, anxious and eager, stepped forward. Uncle, I don't think you should say that. Honestly, I am already pregnant with your Zhou family's child. If today you keep pressuring Zhou Yunyao to marry this woman, I will report him for assault. This statement was like a thunderclap, causing Zhou's mother to faint instantly. Zhou's father quickly stepped in to help her up and pressed on her acupuncture point. Zhou's mother immediately woke up, but her head was still spinning. She clutched her husband's arm and asked, "Dad, what should we do now?" Zhou's father gave Wu Huaichun a cold look. He didn't believe this cunning woman's words and turned to shout at Zhou's mother, "Go inside and call out your useless son to confront her." At this moment, the onlookers gathered at the Zhou family's door were getting very lively. Look at these city kids from the youth program. Aren't they all shameless? Firstly Qingqing, now Wu Huaichun. I think Zhou's son is going to be ruined by these shameless city kids. Guixiang Andy, who is friendly with Shen Yunxin and others, immediately stepped forward. Zhang Dafeng, don't go around spreading rumors about city kids. Not everyone is good or bad. For example, you, Zhang Dafeng, have loved giving people nicknames and making assumptions since you were young. When you brought this habit to the city, did everyone in the city think we villagers just love gossip? The city youths Lu, Shen, and Yi are all brave heroes. Our village was awarded an advanced production team this year, and these 3 city youths are all major contributors. Wang Guixiang's mouth was not only good at gossip but also quick to retort. As soon as she finished speaking, no one in the crowd dared to spread rumors about the city youths anymore. Soon, Zhou Yunyao was pulled out by his mother, who pinched his ear. "You're a good-for-nothing kid. Today, you better clarify with this shameless girl. You can only marry Zhong Jiqing. Our family doesn't want someone who casually slanders men and sleeps around." Wu Huaichun clenched her fists, holding back her anger. She told herself that the reason she liked Zhou Yunyao was because he was the only son of the Zhou family. The 4 older sisters of the Zhou family all married well, so as long as Zhou Yunyao had a good life, she would have a good life too. She tried to ignore Zhou's mother's harsh words, lifted her head, and looked at Zhou Yunyao with her eyes full of autumn water. "Yunyao, you finally came out." Zhou Yunyao looked very annoyed. "Didn't you say you wouldn't tell anyone about our private matters? What exactly do you want? You idiot." Zhou's father didn't expect his foolish son to immediately get himself into trouble. He angrily slapped the back of his son's head. Zhou Yunyao wasn't completely stupid. His mind cleared after his father's slap. He looked up at Wu Huaichun with a complicated expression. Wu Huaichun also felt confused about the man's intentions. She quickly tried to use her best excuse. She touched her stomach and said, "Brother Yunyao, I am really pregnant. I've been with you every night for the past 2 weeks. The baby in my belly must be yours." Zhou's mother was furious. She turned around to hit her son. "You fool. You went after a woman like her? Didn't you say you only had one time with her?" Faced with what he had actually done, Zhou Yunyao couldn't deny it for a moment. He had to admit, "Wu Jiqing, you went too far. You've been lying to me from the start. Why did you lie? You said you only liked me and admired me, and that's why you wanted to be with me. Didn't you say you would never make things difficult for me?" "Shut up." Zhou's father jumped up and kicked his foolish son. Zhou's mother looked at Zhong Qingqing again. "Zhong Jiqing, you heard that too." Yunyao was also deceived by this woman. "Can you?" Zhong Qingqing felt sick and almost vomited. Su Yanhong helped her and said, "Andy, you know in your heart that women like Wu Huaichun are bad news. But now you're forcing a man who has been hurt by her to be with Zhong Jiqing. What are you really thinking? Zhou's mother didn't like Wu Huaichun, but she also didn't want to spend that 1,000 yuan. Zhong Qingqing firmly said, Annie, stop talking. I won't marry Zhou Yunyao anymore. He did something wrong to me, so just pay the money and leave. We don't have money. Zhou's mother became hysterical and angry. Deng Yanin stepped in front of Zhong Qingqing. Then, we can only go to the police. We'll report that your son and Wu Jiqing are having an affair and ruining Zhong Jiqing's marriage. Since things have turned out this way, the villagers will probably not make false accusations against Zhong Qingqing anymore. We can't report to the police. Fu Deong, who arrived late, wanted to favor the villagers, but if the matter reached higher authorities, their production team's bonus this year would definitely be lost. Fu Deong pushed through the crowd and told Zhou's parents, hurry up and get the money. Even if you have to borrow from your daughter and son-in-law, you must pay Zhong Jiqing today. Onlookers said, hurry up and pay, don't report to the police. Otherwise, all our hard work this year will be wasted. Wang Guixiang added, yes, and the awards for bravery that Lu Jiqing, Xin Jiqing, and Yi Jiqing received will also give us extra points. Hearing Wang Guixiang, a few villagers who wanted to criticize the youth group kept quiet. The Zhou family looked up at the villagers criticizing them and then at Fu Deong, who looked stern and unyielding. There was nothing they could do. Zhou's father finally said, his mother will go get the money for Zhong Jiqing. Zhou's mother obediently turned and went inside. Wu Huaichun was secretly jealous of Zhong Qingqing. It didn't matter. She planned to team up with the villagers later to deal with Zhong Qingqing. She also wanted to use this chance to pressure the Zhou family into marriage. Captain, I'm already pregnant with Zhou Yunyao's child. It wouldn't be right if I don't marry him, right? Fu Deong turned and gave Wu Huaichun a cold look. He scolded her directly. You're not my daughter. I don't care who you want to marry. Wu Huaichun endured her humiliation and said, Captain, Zhong Qingqing can report to the police. So can I. Fu Deong, expressionless, turned to Zhou's father and suggested, since your family is planning to marry off a daughter-in-law today, why not marry her? It would also give the relatives coming to the feast a proper explanation. Fu Deong's words were very sharp, and the onlookers behind him couldn't help but laugh. The longer people live, the more they realize that almost anything can happen. The situation with the Zhou family was the biggest fuss in the villages around here in many years. They planned to come back this noon to watch the excitement again. But all the youth group members would not be coming anymore. After Zhong Qingqing received the money, all the young workers at the site left with her. When they returned to the youth camp, Wu Huaichun also came back proudly. She deliberately took out a set of red clothes she had already hidden in her bag in front of Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing. Su Yanhong couldn't help but scold her. Wu Huaichun, can't you have a little shame? Wu Huaichun replied, what is shame? Is it something you can eat or use to win a man's favor? Su Yanhong was angry and said, I don't believe that if you marry him with a plan, you'll have a good life. Wu Huaichun said, if you don't believe it, that's your problem. Whether I can have a good life depends on me. Su Yanhong said, then we'll wait and see. Wu Huaichun looked at Zhong Qingqing proudly and said, Zhou Yunyao is the only son of the Zhou family. Don't think that just because you took 1,000 yuan, Zhou Yunyao can't find a job in the city. Just wait. I will have the chance to go to the city with Zhou Yunyao to buy goods. As for you, a single woman holding 1,000 yuan, I bet many men in the village are thinking about marrying you. Suddenly, a slap sounded. Zhong Qingqing walked over and slapped her directly. You're a shameless person. You slapped my face again. Wu Huaichun wanted to fight back, but Deng Yanin grabbed her collar from behind and said, you're about to marry Zhou Yunyao today. If you cause trouble again, are you really worried about your reputation in their Zhou family? Wu Huaichun finally behaved herself. Everyone at the youth camp went out to work. Su Yanhong held Zhong Qingqing's hand and said, I think Wu Huaichun is right. If you have 1,000 yuan in your hand, people will be jealous. If a postman comes to the village these days, just send that 1,000 yuan back in front of everyone. Zhong Qingqing nodded. I'll listen to Sister Yan. Su Yanhong, like an elder sister, reminded her again. Today, Shin Jigong helped us a lot. When you have time, buy some gifts to thank him. At this moment, Shen Yunxin was not planning to go to work. She was preparing ingredients in her space. Today at noon, she planned to have hot pot with Lu Yanting. Yi Miao Miao. who had slept until noon, carried the bought thermos and was about to find Shen Yunxin to go to a banquet. As she left, she saw Zhou Yunyao riding a bicycle like the wind, carrying Wu Huichuan and rushing past her. Wu Huichuan was still wearing a red dress. Yi Miao Miao almost thought she was seeing things. She quickly ran next door and pounded on the door. Shen Yunxin came out of the room and hurried to open the door. Yi Miao Miao immediately asked, "I just saw Zhou Yunyao with Wu Huichuan." Shen Yunxin calmly told her, "Yes, you saw correctly. She recounted everything she ate for breakfast today." After hearing this, Yi Miao Miao only said, "That's crazy," then turned back with her thermos. Everyone at the youth commune felt ashamed. No one attended Zhou Yunyao and Wu Huichuan's wedding banquet. That evening, Shen Yunxin received a gift from Zhong Qingqing, a bag of brown sugar. At this time, brown sugar was a rare item. Zhong Qingqing giving such a good gift showed she was a grateful person. The next day at work, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao listened to Aunt Guixiang and others gossiping about Zhou family's wedding from the fields. The four sisters of the Zhou family were furious when they heard their brother spent 1,000 yuan to marry Wu Huichuan. They almost tore him apart, but Wu Huichuan, pregnant, blocked them. Relatives attending the wedding also felt ashamed. They finished eating and left immediately, not helping to clean up the mess afterward. Not even the four sisters. Zhou Yunyao heard that some sisters still wanted to find him a job. He made an excuse to go to the city for work and went back with his sisters. Only Zhou's parents and his wife remained at home. Mother Zhou threatened Wu Huichuan to clean up the table and wash the dishes alone, or Zhou Yunyao wouldn't take her to the city once he found a job. Thus, Wu Huichuan was like a donkey being baited with a carrot. She worked hard, cleaning and washing dishes until midnight at Zhou's house. Everyone could see that Wu Huichuan, married into the Zhou family, was being completely controlled. Yi Miao Miao looked up and saw Wu Huichuan working in the fields again today. She sighed softly. This silly woman must have a donkey's brain. Shen Yunxin sneered and shook her head. She's betting that Zhou family's few sisters can control Zhou Yunyao and drain him. She'll get to enjoy the benefits too. In her view, Wu Huichuan is just too mean-spirited. She herself is a daughter who is drained by her family, and she chose a man who is supported by 4 older sisters, a man who is meant to carry on the family name. Her bad intentions are obvious. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao put down the grass she was holding and ran away. Shen Yunxin wanted to ask what was wrong, but when she looked up, she saw a village cart slowly coming from a distance, surrounded by a group of people. It turned out that the male lead was returning from outside to join the village's autumn harvest, along with a new group of young intellectuals. Shen Yunxin remembered a famous scene from the novel where the male and female leads fall in love at first sight. She also threw down her grass and hurried to join the crowd. As she approached, she heard the female lead calling the male lead's name, Fu Hanya. In his past life, the male lead was also called this name during the apocalypse. Shen Yunxin arrived and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Miao Miao. Hearing the name, the first to react were 2 young men from the same village standing near Fu Hanya. One was his cousin, Fu Hanyu, who grinned and nudged Fu Hanya with a shoulder. Look at these 2 lively girls in front of us. They're obviously village girls who came to work here. They're even prettier than the new girls. Which one do you like? The other, Jiang Xueshi, looked simple and said, I think both of them are very pretty. Fu Hanya's sharp, deep black eyes had already locked onto Yi Miao Miao. He had never seen the girl before, but he felt a strange familiarity, a feeling that made him deeply captivated and a little heartbroken. Second male, Li Zhou Huai, felt sorry for Yi Miao Miao. When he called out, no one responded, and he stood awkwardly. He walked over and greeted, Comrade, hello. My name is Zhou Huai. I came to send my cousin to the countryside. Next to him, Fu Deong quickly introduced himself politely, Yi Zhicheng. This Zhou Huai is actually a company commander from the military district. He's here on a business trip to protect geological exploration experts. He will be staying in our village with the 2 experts. Shen Yunxin kept watching the drama unfold. She knew that Zhou Huai, the second male lead in the novel, was deeply in love with the heroine at first sight. Readers initially hoped the heroine would choose him over the rough male lead. However, this time, her cousin Zhou Baozhen, who came along as a young worker, was ruining his chances. The author had arranged a series of dramatic scenes where the male lead would turn the tables and defeat him convincingly. Yi Miao looked at the man in front of her and said coolly, "Don't come talk to me. You're not the person I'm looking for. Hey, woman, why are you talking to my brother? My brother became a company commander at a young age. If you're from the countryside and don't know how to speak, just stay quiet." Shen Yunxin silently shook her head, feeling sorry for Zhou Huai's poor luck with his cousin Zhou Baozhen. Yi Miao didn't hold back and retorted, "If you're from the countryside and don't know how to speak, don't talk so much in front of me. You're noisy. Who do you call a country bumpkin?" Zhou Baozhen snapped, rolling up her sleeves, ready to fight. Yi Miao looked at her coldly and said, "I'm not calling you a country bumpkin. I'm calling her trash." Just then, Zhou Huai stepped in and stopped Zhou Baozhen. Yi Miao slapped her across the face. "Try insulting me again." Shen Yunxin was happily watching from very close by, feeling excited. Fu Deong, who was nearby, immediately looked worried. He didn't want to offend either of the two young women, so he called out, "Fu Hanya, come out and stand here. This is our village's newest young worker, Yi." Fu Hanya, with long legs, walked over and asked politely, "Hello, Yi. Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Yi Miao only glanced at him deeply and then turned to leave. Fu Hanya appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was feeling all mixed up because of this mysterious woman. Shen Yunxin naturally followed Yi Miao. She turned around and was surprised to see Lu Yanting approaching. The man was working in the fields during the day and going to the gym at night. Now, he had become the most handsome and strong man in the village. "Why are you here too?" Shen Yunxin looked at him sweetly, her face full of happiness. "Just came to see you," Lu Yanting said softly, gently ruffling her hair, then turned and walked with her. Zhou Baozhen was starstruck. "Wow, Captain, how come there are so many handsome guys in our village?" Although other young women in the countryside had similar thoughts, they didn't dare to say them out loud. Fu Deong was left speechless after being tricked and simply walked away pulling his ox cart. Zhou Huai patted his cousin's head. "You're already out here in the countryside. Can you be more serious?" Zhou Baozhen replied, "What's there to be afraid of? With you here, I'll just stay a few months and then go back." Xing Xiaoya, who was traveling with them, immediately turned around to look when she heard this. Her parents both wore red armbands in Beijing. Although she was only here to gain experience and make a name for herself, she didn't dare to say she might stay longer and then return. She had long disliked Zhou Baozhen, the young lady. She decided to report her to the authorities tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lu Yanting pulled Shen Yunxin aside and said, "I saw Xing Xiaoya come. From now on, don't go anywhere she's alone." He remembered clearly how Xing Xiaoya had tormented the previous girl in their past life. Shen Yunxin clenched her fists and said fiercely, "If she's around, I'll go and join in the fun. I want to find a chance to get rid of her. Don't forget, we've cut ties with her family. We're no longer of the capitalist class, and we've even received a bravery medal like the heroine. She can't just accuse us anymore." Lu Yanting held her small hand. "Don't forget her family's background. Schemes won't work on her. When necessary, I'll go and deal with her myself." Shen Yunxin said, "We need to act quickly, knock her out and sell her to human traffickers or throw her into the mountains to feed the wild animals." Lu Yanting started planning seriously. That Zhou Huai is hard to deal with in the village. One day, you and Yi Miao should work together to get him out. Shen Yunxin suddenly remembered something and warned, "You'd better not take her to feed the wild animals. Don't forget, there are military personnel in the back mountains now, catching spies." Strange. Why haven't they caught Niu Zhengwo yet? Now there's also a company commander, Zhou Huai. Niu Zhengwo will be even more cautious in the future. Lu Yanting said, "Let's go work first. We can think about this more carefully later." Meanwhile, Fu Hanya returned to the Fu family and handed his mother 100 yuan, saying it was money he earned from odd jobs outside over the past 2 months. In reality, no one in the village knew that the three brothers had gone to the black market to trade goods. Sun Xiaohua was so happy when she saw the money that she couldn't stop smiling. She spat a little and counted the money, then asked her son how he was doing outside. When she finished counting and saw it was exactly 100 yuan, she immediately frowned. Why is it just a round number? Did you hide some private money? I didn't, Fu Hanya replied coldly and turned to leave. Sun Xiaohua quickly grabbed his arm and scolded him angrily. I'm your mother. Is that how you talk to me? Fu Hanya looked tired. Mom, I'm really exhausted. I want to rest inside. After resting, I need to prepare for the autumn harvest. Hearing this, Sun Xiaohua suddenly felt guilty, but that feeling quickly disappeared, replaced by blame. Look at you, going out once, and only bringing back this little money. We don't have enough to build a new house. Your sister and nephew are grown up, and your sister-in-law says the kids should have their own rooms. Since you don't stay home often, your dad and I cleared out your room for Little and I. Fu Hanya was very disappointed with his family. Mom, where can I stay if I come back? Sun Xiaohua said. Your dad built you a small shelter in the yard. Just make do, big man. After saying this, she seemed to think she might have been too harsh. She looked at his back and added, You're not young anymore. Next time you go out, work a few more jobs to save some money. Your dad, and I will find you a wife. Fu Hanya didn't dare hope his parents would spend money to find him a wife. When he looked around the yard, he saw the shelter was built next to the pig pen. He suddenly remembered Yi Jiqing's face and looked at the shelter beside the pig pen. He decided not to sleep and went hunting in the back mountain instead. When he left his house, he just passed by his second uncle's home. After finishing a hot bowl of noodle soup and taking a shower, Fu Hanya was about to sleep when he saw him standing at the window. Second brother, you've been staying up for almost 3 days. You're back home now, so why aren't you resting? Fu Hanya felt a bit confused inside. He didn't want to talk about how there was no place for him to sleep at home, and he certainly didn't want to admit he was still thinking about a beautiful woman. All he wanted now was to save more money. He didn't answer his younger cousin and turned to leave. Sun Guifang heard her son's voice in the kitchen and immediately ran out to call him back. Hanyi. Fu Hanyi turned around and looked at his second aunt, who was about the same age as his mother. From childhood to now, she looked more like his real mother than his own. He softly called out, Second aunt. Yes, Sun Guifang said kindly, looking at him. Have you eaten yet? Her son had already finished a big bowl of egg noodles. Hearing this, Fu Hanyi felt a little sad inside. He forced himself to stay strong and said, Second aunt, I'm not hungry. I will eat with them tonight when I come back. In her heart, Sun Guifang silently thought that Sun Xiaohua was really not a good person. She took Fu Hanya's hand and said, Wait for me a moment. She turned around and saw her son holding 2 cold leftover corn cobs and 3 raw eggs. He ran out and handed them to Fu Hanyi, saying, Second brother, I know you might have something to do on the back mountain. Take these and find a place to cook and eat. Sun Guifang quickly agreed. Hurry and take them. Fu Hanyi looked at his mother and said, Mom, next time I come back with my second brother, if you cook for me, you should also make a meal for second brother. I will go to uncle's house and invite second brother to eat. Sun Guifang patted her son's shoulder and said, All right, I understand. Fu Hanyi felt warm inside and sincerely thanked them. Thank you, second aunt and Hanyu. Hanyu smiled, rubbed his head and said, No need to thank me. You're my brother. When we're outside, I rely on you to protect me. If Fu Hanyi didn't have his natural strength and hunting skills, they wouldn't be able to find odd jobs in the city. It would be impossible for him to earn 300 yuan in 2 months. After Fu Hanyi turned to leave, Sun Guifang mentioned that Fu Laodao's family had moved Fu Hanyi to sleep in a shed near the pigsty. This was all caused by Fu Laodao's wife, who caused trouble. To keep their son happy, Fu Laodao's family didn't care about Fu Hanya's well-being. Hanyu almost got angry and wanted to go argue with his uncle's family. Sun Guifang held back her impulsive son and said, Why are you making trouble? If you go and cause a fuss, will they treat your second brother better in the future? Hanyu couldn't understand and asked, Mom, I am also a son of the Fu family, just like big brother and second brother. Why are they still treating second brother like this? When he was young, Fu Hanya lived in the smallest, darkest room in the house, where sunlight never reached all day, and it was filled with clutter. He couldn't stand it, so he helped to tidy up once, but in the end, he was only punished and not allowed to eat for a day. Sun Guifang felt sorry for Fu Hanya. She quietly told her son, Since your father will go to the market tomorrow and won't be home, I want you to ask Fu Hanya to come visit us. I have something to talk to him about." Fu Hanya patted his chest and said, "Mom, don't worry. If you have anything to say, just tell me. If your father dares to hit you, I will stand up for you." Sun Guifeng patted her son's arm and said, "You're just talking nonsense. Your father treats me well." Meanwhile, Fu Hanya, who was being discussed by mother and son, had already gone deep into the forest. He used all his strength to rush into the mountains, bent down into a cave, and dug out a paper-wrapped bundle buried inside. He opened it and found over 800 yuan he had secretly saved from doing business in the city's black market. He also added the 200 yuan he earned on this trip, finally totaling 1,000 yuan. The small cave was pitch dark, and he couldn't stand upright. Yi Miao Miao didn't want to go inside. She stood outside and said, "Wow, so you've learned to secretly save up your pocket money. Are you planning to marry someone here?" Fu Hanya had never told anyone about this place. When he heard the girl's voice, he wasn't very surprised. Acting on instinct, he took the paper bundle and went outside. Then, unconsciously, he handed the money with both hands. When he realized what he was doing, he was stunned. Even Yi Miao Miao was shocked. She was both surprised and happy, quickly asking, "Fu Hanya, do you remember everything now?" The man's eyes were full of doubt. "Tell me, what am I supposed to remember?" Yi Miao Miao clenched her fists in anger. She felt it was unfair. Unlike her, Fu Hanya hadn't come through the end-of-world memories. She didn't know if the man in front of her still had any connection to the person he used to be. Suddenly, Fu Hanya felt dizzy and almost fainted. Before closing his eyes, he vaguely saw the girl across from him whip out a water whip and catch his body, then run over to support him. Yi Miao Miao checked his pulse and immediately understood why the normally healthy man suddenly fainted. Really, he still acts the same as he did in the end of the world, pretending to be pitiful in front of her. Yi Miao Miao quickly took a small military-style water bottle from her bag, filled with spiritual spring water from her space, and fed it all to the man. After drinking the spring water, Fu Hanya not only quickly restored his hungry and tired body, but also faintly felt a mysterious power inside him growing stronger. Yi Miao Miao easily saw through the man's thoughts written on his face, and felt relieved. Fortunately, there was still some connection between them. If this man had truly reincarnated into a completely unrelated person, it would be a waste of her hard-earned journey here, and she would be disgusted. She looked at the dazed man again and took out a compressed biscuit from her small bag, handing it to him. "Eat quickly, it will quickly restore your energy." Fu Hanya took the unfamiliar small biscuit and then handed over the money wrapped in his oil paper. Seeing this, Yi Miao Miao felt a little sweetness in her heart. "Why do you insist on giving me this?" Fu Hanya looked deeply at the girl's face and said, "Because I want to give it to you." Yi Miao Miao smiled and scolded him, "You fool." Although the man in front of her had no memory of their time in the end of the world, their way of interacting seemed unchanged. She liked that he still wholeheartedly gave her his best, as always. In the end of the world, his most important thing was his energy. Now, the most important thing to him was naturally the savings he secretly accumulated, his wife's savings. Yi Miao Miao asked him again, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Fu Hanya looked at the girl's beautiful face, finally gathering his courage. Yi Miao Miao looked at him expectantly, but suddenly, he felt like he was lost in a fog. He realized he wanted to say he liked her but couldn't. His subconscious was subtly stopping him from saying those words. When he snapped out of it, he found himself not only poor but also a pitiful person ignored by his parents and older brothers. But the girl in front of him, Yi Jiqing, looked like a well-cared-for young lady. He decided he shouldn't dream about things that were impossible. Yi Miao Miao really dislikes men who hesitate to speak. She picks up a paper-wrapped food parcel and threatens, "If you don't speak, I will take all your money." Fu Hanya doesn't hesitate. "Go ahead." Yi Miao Miao glares at him angrily for 3 seconds. It really makes her mad. He clearly likes her, but he still stubbornly refuses to admit it. Back in the apocalypse, she noticed he had feelings for her. Could it be that he wants her, the owner, to confess first? Angrily, Yi Miao Miao turns to leave. Fu Hanya originally came to the mountain to hunt, and earn some money. He looks back at the cave and then at the girl walking quickly ahead. Although he senses she might have secrets like him, he still feels uneasy about her going down the mountain alone. So, he gives up hunting and quietly follows behind to protect her. Yi Miao Miao, walking ahead, senses the man catching up. She slightly curves her lips and deliberately slows down. But she is patient. The two walk on, one behind the other, until evening when they reach the village. She still hasn't seen the man behind her gather courage to confess. Yi Miao Miao feels completely disappointed in him. She speeds up, planning to go straight back to her small courtyard. Suddenly, Zhou Huai walks toward her. What a coincidence, Yi Jiqing. We meet again, he says with a warm smile, acting like a familiar friend greeting her. Not at all. This is the only way down into the village, Yi Miao Miao replies, annoyed because she's upset with another man.
Her tone is not friendly.
She is about to leave. Zhou Huai steps in front of her. Yi Jiqing, why did you go up the mountain alone? It's too dangerous. Next time, can you let me come with you? Yi Miao Miao looks at him with a deep gaze. She used to be a queen in the apocalypse, so she almost forgot what it felt like to be protected. This man in this parallel world is the first to care about her safety. Zhou Huai calmly accepts her gaze. Not far away, Shen Yunxin comes to exchange pickled vegetables with Wang Guixiang. Wang Guixiang's pickled vegetables are very delicious. Tonight, she plans to eat pickled fish with Lu Yanting. As she leaves Wang's house, she coincidentally witnesses a key scene from the novel. The main characters and the second male lead appearing together again. Yi Miao Miao, feeling stubborn, said, "Okay, I'll come find you next time." She deliberately said this loud enough for the man behind her to hear. "All right, I'll be waiting for Yi Jiqing to come find me." Fu Hanye clenched his fists tightly. After Zhou Huai watched Yi Miao Miao walk away, he lifted his leg and approached the man. Shen Yunxin knew well what Zhou Huai would say to the male lead. Like other readers, she believed that this second male character had a bit of a show-off attitude. He clearly saw the male lead's deep insecurity and feelings of unworthiness, but he still kept stabbing at the male lead's heart. Because of this, Zhou Huai both chased after the female lead and looked down on the male lead, constantly pressuring him. The story stretched over more than 100,000 words before the male and female leads finally overcame all obstacles and got together. Having read the whole story, Shen Yunxin now firmly supports the male lead. She knows that the male lead has a tragic background, is good-looking, and quietly works hard. In contrast, Zhou Huai is set to have a difficult-to-break-off engagement in Jing City, and Zhou Baozhen insists that she is his fiancée. She ran over to chase after Yi Miao Miao, hoping to help the male lead. Just as she was about to catch up with the female lead, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Lu Yanting, who had just come back from working in the fields. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Yanting also saw the confrontation between the male lead and the second male character. He guessed that his wife was once again getting involved in the story and meddling. Shen Yunxin looked at the handsome man under the sunset, who was more attractive than both the male lead and the second male. She forced a shy smile and said, "Hee, my husband is so good-looking. What do you think I want to do?" Hearing the couple showing affection behind her, Yi Miao Miao turned around and, with a thick face, asked, "Shen Yunxin, what are you doing borrowing pickled vegetables from Aunt Gui's house again? Are you planning to let Lu Jiqing cook something delicious for you tonight?" "I want to eat too." There was no choice. Lu Yanting's cooking was just too good. She was already tired of the instant food in her space. She knew this couple had their own little secrets, so she didn't want to disturb their private world. But today, she was in a bad mood and just wanted to eat something tasty. Shen Yunxin honestly replied, "Lu Jiqing and I plan to have pickled fish tonight." Yi Miao Miao raised her finger and said, "Okay, add more chili and make extra rice for one person. I'll come over for dinner later." There is no way Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin can only cook outside tonight. Wang Guixiang's pickled vegetables are very sour and fragrant. Lu Yanting eagerly scooped a big spoon of lard to fry the pickled vegetables. The aroma of pork fat mixed with the sour smell of the vegetables immediately spread 2 miles away. After frying the pickled vegetables until fragrant, they are removed. Then, pork fat is used to fry fish bones. Once the fish bones turn golden on both sides, they are added to boiling spring water to make soup. When the soup turns milky white, the fried pickled vegetables are added to cook until fragrant. The pickled vegetables and fish bones are then removed. Fish fillets are placed in the pot to cook until done, with a layer of garlic on top. Oil is added back into the pot, fried with dried chili peppers until fragrant, then poured directly over the fish fillets. A dish of pickled fish is ready. Shen Yunxin, who is sitting nearby tending the fire, feels a bit dizzy. She finds that cooking with a wood stove seems to make the food taste even better. Over at the youth station, the new young workers who arrived this time are quite sensible. They voluntarily paid for their meals if they had no food, and the older workers specially cooked some preserved meat to welcome them. However, even with the addition of fried preserved meat on the table, these people still expressed dissatisfaction with millet porridge served with wild vegetables, cornbread, and pickles. Wow, it smells so good. It's the smell of stewed pork with pickled vegetables. No, it's the aroma of fish. It's boiled fish with pickled vegetables. Zhou Baozhen sniffed the faint aroma and immediately ran outside. She stood in the yard and shouted loudly, "Come out quickly. Someone next door is making pickled fish." All the new young workers, just hearing the name of this dish, started salivating. Anyone who wasn't short on money hurriedly ran outside, all eager to taste the pickled fish, even willing to spend a little to have a bite. Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing exchanged worried glances. They knew that Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin, the couple, were not short of money and had good food, but they usually were very cautious. Today, with the new young workers here, why did they make such an appetizing dish? They were worried that the newcomers might cause trouble if they suddenly barged in. Xing Xiaoya, who was suspicious, kept a close eye on the reactions of the older workers. Just as Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing were about to stand up, she called out to stop them. "Stop right there. I want to ask you, are the two households next door to us also young workers who came to the countryside?" Zhong Qingqing was very displeased with Xing Xiaoya's attitude, saying, "We're all young workers. Why do you talk to us like that?" Xing Xiaoya snorted proudly, "Because my parents are both red badges in Beijing. I have been influenced since I was young, so I naturally have a higher sense of awareness than you young intellectuals. Don't forget, you came here to help build the countryside, not to come and enjoy a comfortable life somewhere else." "Really?" Zhong Qingqing looked her up and down. At first glance, she was dressed simply in blue clothes and black cloth shoes, but a closer look revealed she was wearing a foreign brand watch on her wrist. She sarcastically said, "I think some people should clean up their act before trying to be leaders. The watch on your wrist, which you refuse to take off, is a luxury brand from abroad. You." Xing Xiaoya was hit hard and, angry, tried to save face by saying loudly, "I don't care. Tomorrow I will write a letter to report this. You young intellectuals coming to build the countryside still need some discipline." After saying that, she turned and ran out, apparently going to find trouble with the two neighboring young intellectuals. Su Yanhong worriedly said, "Let's go quickly. We should check on them too." Zhou Baozhen led the way and pushed open the courtyard door, walking inside. In the main room, Lu Yanting, Shen Yunxin, and Yi Miao Miao were sitting around a table eating pickled fish. "What are you doing here?" Yi Miao Miao, enjoying the delicious fish, wasn't planning to argue with these rude people. Zhou Baozhen didn't expect that the man she saw earlier this morning was also here. Why was he, a man, not keeping himself pure and staying with two beautiful women from the village? "Hey, you three single young people sitting together like this, isn't it bad influence?" she asked. Shen Yunxin looked up at her, as if she were a fool. "You're new here, right? Let me introduce you. I am married to this young man, Lu Yanting. This is my good friend, Yi Miao Miao. We're just having a meal together." "What's wrong with that?" Zhou Baozhen looked at Lu Yanting, who looked hurt, and asked, You're already married to another woman? Of course there are problems." Xing Xiaoya strode into the room. After glancing at the food on the table, she exaggerated her tone and said, "We are all new educated youths. Each of us only received some basic food subsidies. The older educated youths can only eat porridge, cornbread, and pickled vegetables at the camp. But you not only built new houses and moved out, you also secretly ate white rice and fresh fish. It looks like you're here to enjoy life secretly, not to help build the countryside." I really dislike you capitalists, young masters, and Mrs. Behavior. Shen Yunxin rolled her eyes at her. This Xing Xiaoya really is just like in the stories, always trying to accuse others so she can look good. Yi Miao Miao, as the heroine, was not afraid. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and pointed at Xing Xiaoya's nose to reply. Try accusing us of being capitalists again and see what happens. Xing Xiaoya's sharp eyes looked at the three of them, examining their clothes and appearance, but couldn't find any suspicious signs. Besides the table and benches, there were no other valuable furniture in the room. Suddenly, she remembered her parents' words. There are no perfect people in this world. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed at the fish on the table. Where did you get this fish? Yi Miao Miao said. It was swimming in the river and accidentally drowned. I picked it up. You're lying. Fish can't drown. Everything in the village belongs to the collective. I believe you went to the river to fish illegally. Fine, I'll make a bet with you. Tomorrow, we'll go to the river together. I'll see if I can find another dead fish in front of you. If I do, you have to kneel and apologize to us in front of the whole village. Kneel too? If I don't find any fish tomorrow, then the three of us will let you do whatever you want. Xing Xiaoya agreed without hesitation. Okay. After that, she looked around and continued. You just arrived, so why are you eating white rice and living in this new house? Did your family send you here to help build the countryside? Or did they hide you away here to enjoy life? The new educated youths standing behind her were shocked by her words, especially Zhou Baozhen, who came from a wealthy family. They don't understand. Everyone has escaped from the city to the countryside, yet there's still a woman who loves to report others. Su Yanhong stepped forward. Xing Jiqing, you might not know this, but these three young workers helped rescue a robbed bus on their first day here. This story even made the newspapers. They risked their lives to do the right thing and received a reward. Is it wrong for them to do something good? Also, building this simple brick house here didn't cost much. Today, they finally had a good meal of plain rice to improve their diet, and you just happened to see it. Other new workers saw the situation was turning against them and also spoke up, worried that one day they might be criticized for enjoying something good. We are young workers sent to the countryside, not prisoners. Is it wrong for us to have a little money and eat well? If you're so capable, why don't you go ask those people at the state restaurant why they can afford to eat out? Angered by the new workers' words, Xing Xiaoya stomped her foot. All of you, shut up. Don't forget, we all arrived here today as new workers. We're on the same team. People like you who love to stir up trouble are not on our team. We are all young workers, and we are together. Zhou Baozhen finally dared to confront Xing Xiaoya. Xing Xiaoya looked up and saw everyone's disapproving eyes. She realized she was too eager to make a good impression and returned to the city quickly. While Xing Xiaoya was defeated in the argument, Shen Yunxin remembered that in the novel, Xing Xiaoya wore a very expensive watch. She kept staring at her wrist, finally spotting the watch hidden in her sleeve. After confirming her target, Shen Yunxin walked over, grabbed Xing Xiaoya's arm, and started to act. Everyone look. Some people say that young workers sent to the countryside should suffer, but this person is secretly wearing a foreign brand watch. You can afford such luxury items, yet you have the nerve to criticize us who live in simple houses and eat plain rice. Xing Xiaoya looked at Shen Yunxin in panic, seeking help. Lu Yanting stood up. I took a quick look. Xing Jiqing's foreign watch doesn't look new. Could it be something passed down from your ancestors? Of course not. Xing Xiaoya was completely panicked because she secretly took this watch from a wealthy family when her parents were sneaking around. She liked it so much that she wore it, but she knew she could never let anyone find out about it. Lu Yanting then hit her where it hurt most, saying, So, you stole it from someone else's house. Xing Xiaoya replied, It's my own thing. Shen Yunxin asked, Can your family afford such fancy items? Are your ancestors capitalists? You're talking nonsense. My whole family is honest and proper. We're not capitalists, Xing Xiaoya said, trying to grab the watch back. Zhou Baozhen said, I remember Xing Jiqing said her parents are members of the Red Sleeve Badge in Beijing. Maybe this fancy watch was a bribe from her parents at work. Xing Xiaoya was too angry to care about the watch. She lunged at Zhou Baozhen, shouting, Stop talking nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhou Baozhen quickly ran out of the house. Xing Xiaoya didn't want to be questioned by the others inside, so she took the chance to chase after her. Shen Yunxin held the watch and asked the other new recruits, "Who among you knows Xing Jiqing well? Please help me pass this to her." Li Shui raised her hand carefully and said, "I do. What's your name?" "My name is Li Shui." Shen Yunxin handed her the watch. Li Shui hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "My grandpa says common people shouldn't fight with officials. Her parents are part of the Red Sleeve Badge in Beijing and are doing pretty well. Given the current situation, I can't say much, but you all should stay away from her. She won't be here for long." Shen Yunxin knew that this girl was truly kind and honest. After learning Xing Xiaoya's real purpose from her novel, she even sent a message to the people in the barn. Yi Miao Miao thought the other person was just threatening to scare people. She snorted coldly, saying, "I don't believe in hiding. I do what's right and stand tall. I won't hide from her. Go back and tell her not to bother the three of us again, or I won't let her get away with it." Li Shui sighed softly. She actually wanted Xing Xiaoya to leave quickly. Otherwise, if everyone wanted a better life, they might all be unfairly targeted by her. Xian Jiqing Song Xiaozheng does not want to live every day under threat. He confidently said, "My family has been poor farmers for 8 generations. My parents are both workers supporting city development from the countryside. I won't be afraid of her. We just finished school and came here to rural areas to help our families and enjoy some good food. What's wrong with that? Are there any rules that say young people going to the countryside can't accept help from their families?" Nyomonli replied, "My parents work hard on scientific research for the country. I'm not afraid of her either. Could it be that she came to the countryside not to do farm work but to spy on us? Exactly, we're not afraid of her." After this incident, all the young people disliked Xing Xiaoya. Everyone in the house left, and Yi Miao Miao watched them sit down again to eat fish. She said while eating, "Don't worry, you two. Tomorrow, I will make her kneel in front of the whole village and apologize." Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting understood the strength of the female lead. They sat down again to continue eating. Meanwhile, Zhou Baozhen ran out and went to the house rented by Zhou Huai and others in the village. Xing Xiaoya naturally didn't dare to confront a company commander directly. Early the next morning, Xing Xiaoya got up early to go to the commune to call her parents and tell them about her setbacks. She also wanted to think of new ways to make quick achievements. However, when she reached the courtyard of the young workers' camp, Yi Miao Miao blocked her. "What do you want to do?" Xing Xiaoya felt a little scared of the woman in front of her. Yi Miao Miao reached out to grab her. "Come on, go to the riverbank and watch. If you don't see a single dead fish drowning today, I will let you do whatever you want." Xing Xiaoya found these words strange and unsettling. She felt a chill in her heart. She also realized she couldn't break free from Yi Miao Miao's grip, which made her even more scared. The young workers' camp was built near the river. Yi Miao Miao quickly dragged her to the riverbank like a dog. "Wait here and watch carefully. Make sure you see a drowning fish in this river. If you don't see one today, I will let you do as you wish." Xing Xiaoya always felt that something about these words was strange. But she had never heard of fish drowning in a river before. Clearly, she thought she had a better chance. She lay by the river, opened her eyes wide, and watched carefully. While Yi Miao Miao relaxed comfortably on a nearby lounge chair, she took out a bag of sunflower seeds and slowly cracked and ate them. Soon, some villagers came one after another to watch the fun. Shen Yunxin also arrived, bringing Yi Miao Miao some fruits grown with spiritual spring water in her space. Time passed by second after second. As noon approached and the sun shone brightly, Yi Miao Miao put on a raincoat and a straw hat to block the sun. When she felt hot, she took a sip of spiritual spring water. When hungry, she ate fruit, and when bored, she immersed her mind in her space to play. Next to her, Xing Xiaoya's eyes nearly popped out from the heat, making her feel like she might faint from heat stroke. She turned her head and saw Shen Yunxin carrying a basket of food and drinks for Yi Miao Miao. Smelling the delicious aroma, she licked her lips and said, "Can I have a little too?" Shen Yunxin immediately protected her food, saying, "No, the grain in the city is rationed, and in the countryside, no one has abundant food. Xing Xiaoya pouted and turned her head back to watch the river. Yi Miao Miao finished eating, and Shen Yunxin packed up the basket. Fu Hanny suddenly walked over from nearby, holding out a fragrant paper-wrapped bun. "Have you eaten lunch yet?" Yi Miao Miao straightforwardly took the paper bag and opened it. Wow, this man is so poor he's practically broke, yet he specifically went to the state-run restaurant to buy her meat bun. Shen Yunxin watched from the side, secretly praising the male lead for being thoughtful. She liked men who quietly did things for others. However, when Fu Hanny saw Yi Miao Miao eating, he said nothing and turned to leave. Shen Yunxin really wanted to take the chance to praise the male lead more in front of the female lead. Since the male lead didn't speak, she didn't say anything. Honestly, she couldn't stand the love story of the female lead, the male lead, and the second and third male leads fighting over her in the village. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Xing Xiaoya standing nearby, looking hesitant. She had to hold back her words. Yi Miao Miao also saw the woman's hesitation and said, "If you're willing to leave your man tonight, come sleep at my house. Let's have a good chat, just as girls." Shen Yunxin thought about her own handsome husband, with his six-pack abs and the super soft big bed in her space. She shook her head and said, "I can't leave him even a little." Xing Xiaoya rolled her eyes at the two people and silently cursed her. Then she said, "How embarrassing." Yi Miao Miao stared at her, suddenly feeling angry. Since arriving in this parallel world, besides her own body and family, Xing Xiaoya was the first outsider she disliked so much. Compared to Yi Miao Miao, who had no worries about food or drink, no one in the youth camp was interested in giving Xing Xiaoya anything to eat or drink. Feeling hungry and thirsty, Xing Xiaoya, whose lips had become cracked from the sun, had no choice but to cup some river water and drink. This was her chance. Yi Miao Miao watched as the woman drank water eagerly. As a water-type ability user, she gently moved her finger and sent a parasitic bacteria she brought from the apocalypse into Xing Xiaoya's mouth. However, Xing Xiaoya was not seriously harmed. Her use of her powers to harm others quickly backfired, causing her abilities to downgrade and nearly preventing her from opening her space. But this place was not a harsh wasteland. It was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear water. With daily practice, she believed she could slowly recover. Compared to Yi Miao Miao, whose abilities had weakened, Xing Xiaoya was in a worse situation. She would have to live with a parasite inside her for the rest of her life. She would need to feed the parasite every day. After today, she would start to fall ill. Even if she was lucky enough to return to the city because of her illness, her condition would never be fully cured. The two of them kept watch until late afternoon, when the sun was about to set. The villagers learned about the bet between the two youth camp members and came to watch the result after finishing their work. Everyone hoped Yi Miao Miao would win, because no one wanted to be around someone who liked to report others. But they all knew very well that now, every family was short of meat. Not only were fish hard to find in the river, but even a snail was difficult to spot. Xing Xiaoya looked up at the setting sun and the gathering villagers. She couldn't help but jump up, eager to declare her victory. "You are finished, Yi Miao Miao, because I am sure I will win today. The day is almost over, and I have been here all day. I swam across the river, but caught no more than 3 fish. Now, tell me, where did the fish you ate last night come from? You must have planned to steal the collective assets of the river, or you bought them secretly. Either way, either of these fish could get you sent to the criticism meeting." While she was talking nonsense, Yi Miao Miao was slowly gathering her energy and getting tired. Luckily, she finally summoned a school of fish and managed to make one of them turn belly up. People nearby, quick to notice, cheered and shouted, "Look! A school of fish suddenly appeared in the river. One of them is dead, turned belly up, probably drowned." The person speaking was eager to jump into the river to pick up the fish. Someone stopped him. "Dahu, don't rush. Let Xing Jiqing take a good look. If she doesn't admit it, Yi Jiqing will be in big trouble." Xing Xiaoya looked over when she heard this. She saw the school of fish and the dead fish with its belly up. She was furious. She ran over and yelled hysterically at the fish in the river. "How is this possible? What kind of ghostly things are you? I've worked hard all day and didn't see 3 fish. But now a bunch of fish are swimming over. What's going on? Just then, Lu Yanting and Fu Deong arrived. What kind of ghostly things? Xing Jiqing, do you even listen to what you're saying? All that superstitious nonsense? A troublemaker had come into the village. Fu Deong hated him the most. As the team leader, he sometimes accepted bribes. When such a person came to the production team, everyone was eager to report and gain credit, so they didn't need to work on production. Seeing that the team leader from yesterday, who had taken good care of her, was here, Xing Xiaoya happily went over. Team leader, my parents. Fu Deong interrupted her with a stern face. I don't care who your parents are. You've been sent to the countryside, so you're a youth sent down from the city. If the other person hadn't caused trouble, he might have turned a blind eye for their parents' sake. But now it was clear she was being unreasonable, so there was no need to protect her. This was the first time since childhood that Xing Xiaoya had been scolded like this. She looked upset and, remembering her lost bet, started crying loudly. Fu Deong directly knocked on the drum in his hand and said, Everyone, gather at the production team office. My stomach hurts so much. Xing Xiaoya suddenly clutched her stomach and squatted on the ground.
Ye miao miao snorted koldi.
She knew that the parasite in Xing Xiaoya's stomach was hungry, but others, unaware, thought Xing Xiaoya was pretending to have a stomach ache. Fu Deong called over 2 strong women to carry her away. In front of the production team office, Fu Deong used a loudspeaker to announce that from now on, no one in the village should report others without reason. Then he sternly told Xing Xiaoya to keep her promise and apologize to the 3 young educated youths. After a while of fussing, Xing Xiaoya finally fed the parasite in her stomach. Her stomach no longer hurt, but she was sweating coldly and looked pale. She was carried by the 2 women to the front of Yi Miao Miao, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I know I was wrong. She was very tired and embarrassed today. Now she just wanted to apologize and then go back to the youth station. Stop right there, Yi Miao Miao called out coldly. Shen Yunxin reminded her, because you said last night you would report us, which scared us. Today, Yi Jiqing stayed with you by the river all day, so don't forget you said last night you would kneel and apologize to us. Kneel, Yi Miao Miao shouted sternly. From the crowd, old youth Zhang Jihua was the first to raise his arm and shout, Kneel and apologize. Kneel. Kneel. Under the cover of night, all the villagers were excited. Fu Deong didn't bother to interfere. Lu Yanting also gave a signal to the 2 women. The 2 women helped Xing Xiaoya kneel down. You all bullied me, boo-hoo. Finally, Xing Xiaoya cried and apologized again, and everyone dispersed. On the way, Shen Yunxin caught 2 candies from each of the helping women. Thank you, ladies, for helping today. Take these candies back to your grandchildren and make them happy. The 2 women, holding the candies, smiled so broadly they couldn't close their mouths. Shen Jiqing, you're so kind. If you need help in the future, remember to call us. Shen Yunxin smiled sweetly at them and then turned to find Yi Miao Miao. Today, the female lead helped both her and Lu Yanting a lot. Her reputation has now been completely ruined, and from now on, whenever she causes any trouble, everyone will think badly of her. Tonight, come to my house for dinner. I asked Lu Jiqing to make your favorite spicy rabbit stew. There's plenty, and I can pack some to take home. I also prepared marinated rabbit heads. You'll really like them. Yi Miao Miao felt her mouth watering a little, but she wasn't feeling well now. She waved her hand and said, I won't be coming to your house for dinner tonight. I want to go home and rest. Shen Yunxin immediately noticed that the woman's voice sounded strange. She quickly reached out to hold her arm and asked, What's wrong? Are you really that tired today? Yi Miao Miao replied, Maybe. She couldn't tell her secret. Shen Yunxin was worried. Wait a moment, I'll pack up the food and send it to your house, okay? Yi Miao Miao nodded. Okay. After Shen Yunxin left, she hurried to pack the food, not wanting to stay and eat with the man. Lu Yanting, who always paid close attention to everything, spoke up to remind her, Wait a bit before you go. Give her some time to rest. Shen Yunxin looked up at the man, still not understanding. Lu Yanting said, I saw Xing Xiaoya suddenly say she had a stomach ache. That wasn't acting. Shen Yunxin immediately understood. She quietly said to the man, "Are you saying the female lead used her power on Xing Xiaoya, and her own body was affected in return?" Lu Yanting nodded. Shen Yunxin became worried. "I don't know how serious it is, but it's not worth it to go so far just to deal with Xing Xiaoya." Lu Yanting reassured her. "Don't worry. She has a way to recover, but it will take some time." Shen Yunxin remembered that in the novel, the female lead also accidentally harmed someone with her powers and was affected in return. In the story, it was written that by connecting with natural water sources and absorbing energy, she could slowly recover. It was even said that doing good deeds with her powers could speed up her recovery. So, she decided to give the female lead some time and wait a bit longer. Shen Yunxin stayed to have dinner with the man before packing her lunchbox to go. Lu Yanting took a jar of spiritual spring water from his space and placed it in the basket. "Take this with you and try it on her." When Shen Yunxin carried her basket to the neighbor's house, she saw Yi Miao Miao just turning around and walking back from the riverbank. She quickly ran over and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Yi Miao Miao was surprised for a moment. She didn't expect Shen Yunxin to understand that. But she was sure that this mysterious couple had no bad intentions. She nodded and said, "Yes, I rested for a while and feel much better. Then drink some more water. When we go back, it will be time to eat," Shen Yunxin said, handing her a water jug filled with spiritual spring water. Yi Miao Miao opened the jug and immediately felt the strong spiritual energy. The quality of the spring water in her space couldn't compare to this. She quickly took a big sip. "How do you feel?" Shen Yunxin asked eagerly, hoping she could help a little. Yi Miao Miao saw the woman's kindness. Unfortunately, she couldn't absorb the energy from the spring water. She only smiled and said, "It's very tasty." Both women understood each other without words. Not being able to help made Shen Yunxin feel a bit uncomfortable. But tonight, she might be able to help resolve some of Yi Miao Miao's feelings for Fu Hanyue because she knew Yi Miao Miao liked Fu Hanyue deep down. After watching Yi Miao Miao finish eating, she said, "You said earlier today that you wanted to talk to me tonight. I discussed it with my partner and it's okay." Yi Miao Miao was feeling unwell. She gave the woman a look and said, "Go inside and tidy up the bed. We will sleep here tonight." "Okay," Shen Yunxin replied happily. In summer, after cleaning the bed and laying down a cool mat, it was enough. The two lay side by side on it. Shen Yunxin, who had only childhood friends and no close friends, sincerely said, "It's so nice. I never knew sleeping with a good friend could feel like this." Yi Miao Miao took her hand voluntarily. "Me too. It's the first time since childhood that someone recognized me as a close friend. I really like this feeling." After they spoke, they looked at each other and smiled, sharing a silent understanding that couldn't be spoken. Because they didn't know if revealing their little secrets might change how this parallel world works. Shen Yunxin's courage was growing. "I think you like Fu Hanya. He probably likes you too. When do you two plan to be together? Do you want me and Lu Jiqing to help you?" "No," Yi Miao Miao said proudly. "If a man doesn't have the courage to confess to the girl he likes, I don't want him." Shen Yunxin asked, "Do you like Zhou Huai?" Yi Miao Miao shook her head. "I don't really like him yet," Shen Yunxin asked. "If Fu Hanya confesses to you, would you agree to be with him?" Yi Miao Miao nodded. Shen Yunxin sighed softly. "Then he's in trouble. He even went out of his way to buy lunch for you at the state-run restaurant, which shows he really likes you. But he didn't confess, which means he still has many worries. I heard he's having a hard time at the Fu family. His parents and siblings are putting pressure on him. Before he sorts out his problems or gains enough confidence, he probably doesn't dare confess because he's afraid you'll dislike him." Yi Miao Miao was very angry. "Do I look like the kind of woman who cares about status?" Shen Yunxin gently persuaded her. "But you haven't told him directly, so how would he know?" Yi Miao Miao looked at her. "So, this is what you wanted to tell me today?" Shen Yunxin nodded.
"Yes.
I've noticed you like Fu Hanya. If you like him, you should tell him. Why make him guess? If you miss the chance, it would be such a pity. Your qualities are obvious. Who could refuse your feelings? Unless you yourself don't have the courage to speak up." Meanwhile, Fu Hanya, who had sneaked back from the black market to the village, went to visit his second uncle and aunt as promised. Fu Hanyu was waiting at his house door, almost expecting him. Second brother, you're so dedicated. Why are you so late? My mother and I were worried something happened to you. Let's go inside, Fu Hanya said, lifting his hand to put on his shoulder and leading him into the house. He immediately asked, Did Yi Jiqing win her bet today? At that moment, Fu Hanyu suddenly remembered he had forgotten something very important. He felt guilty. She won, Aunt Sun Guifang said, coming out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice. Eat something first to fill your stomach. Second Aunt will talk to you about something else. Thank you, Second Aunt. Fu Hanya was indeed hungry. He had been busy all day and only ate a bun at noon, holding on until now. He pushed half of the rice in his bowl aside and looked up at Fu Hanyu, asking, Is there something else you want to tell me? Fu Hanyu apologized. Sorry, second brother. Today, you asked me to deliver dinner to Yi Jiqing, but I really forgot. Fu Hanya looked up and glared silently. Sun Guifang smiled. Hanya, do you like Yi Jiqing? Hanya hesitated and nodded. Second aunt, please don't tell anyone about this yet. We haven't become a couple, so I don't want to ruin her reputation. Sun Guifang said. Of course I know that. I brought you here today to talk about this. You're not a child anymore. You should think about your own future. Your parents probably won't care whether you get married or not. The money you've worked hard to earn should be yours to keep. When you've saved enough, you can marry someone. Once you're married, you'll be a family man. Then you can go to the village chief to get a piece of land and build your own house to live your life. Fu Hanyu asked, Mother, did you call my second brother here just to talk about this? Sun Guifang nodded. Fu Hanyu said, I think you're right that my second brother should save money to get married. But why are you pushing me to find a partner? I don't want to get married for the next few years. Fu Hanya raised his hand to hit him. How do you talk to your mother? If his mother cared about these things, he would be very happy. Sun Guifang saw her son behave and immediately calmed down. She was very happy. Your second brother is right to help teach you a lesson, Fu Hanya said. Second aunt, thank you for caring about me and talking to me like this. But I have one more question. Am I really the child of my parents? As the child grew up, he started to have his own thoughts. Sun Guifang was about to speak when the door was pushed open. It was Fu Hanya's second uncle returning home. Fu Hanyu went to greet him and joked, Dad, why are you back so late? Were you tired today? Fu Hanya knew he wouldn't get the answers he wanted today. Although his second uncle usually protected him, he firmly stood on his older brother and sister-in-law's side. After finishing the last 2 bites of his meal, he went over, greeted his second uncle, and then left. To his surprise, his parents and his older sister-in-law were all waiting for him at home, which was unusual. He didn't want to go inside, so he lifted his leg and headed toward the shed in the yard. But his sister-in-law, Wu Xiuyu, called out to him, Second brother, come here and have some water. We want to talk to you. Thinking about it, it was clear they had no good intentions, like a fox giving a gift to a chicken. It was probably trouble. However, since all 3 elders were waiting inside, Fu Hanya had no choice but to turn and go in. Wu Xiuyu only brought out a bowl of plain water. He felt very upset inside, thinking that maybe he didn't need to eat, only drink water. He said coldly, I'm not thirsty. Just tell me what you want to say. Suddenly, Fu Laikai slammed his hand on the table, stood up, pointed at him, and scolded, Fu Hanya, what kind of attitude is this? We're your parents, and she is your sister-in-law. How are you talking to us? Seeing her father-in-law supporting him, Wu Xiuyu also loudly placed her bowl of water on the table. This time, Fu Hanya didn't plan to hold back. Now that he liked a girl, he couldn't just ignore his rights anymore. Before, he didn't fight for himself, but now he had to. He looked at the 3 people in the room and said, Parents, sister-in-law, you kicked me out to live in the shed. Your family lives inside, but you don't treat me like family. How can I be a senior? How dare you? Fu Laikai angrily pounded the table again. If it weren't for me and your mother, where would you be? Without us, you wouldn't even have a shed to live in. Fu Hanya clenched his fists. The atmosphere in the room was about to become tense. At this critical moment, Sun Xiaohua stepped forward to mediate. All right. I know you're upset about living in the shed, second brother, but our house is small. Since you haven't married yet, you have to endure a little. But soon, we should be able to build a new house. After speaking, she shot a glance at her eldest daughter-in-law. Wu Xiuyu said, "Second brother, you're not young anymore. It's time to settle down. Sister-in-law, I want to introduce you to a good girl." Before Fu Hanye could refuse, Wu Xiuyu kept talking on her own. "There's a simple-minded girl from my family's side. She's not really that silly, but she likes second brother. Her parents said if he marries her, they won't ask for a bride price and might even give some dowry. Their family used to be wealthy farmers, so they have some savings. If second brother marries her, he won't have to live in a shed anymore because our family is about to build a new house. It would be a win-win situation. The girl's name is Silly Sister, and she truly lives up to her name. She's been drooling since she was born, but her fortune teller said she would bring wealth, so her parents raised her carefully. Her 2 older brothers have now found steady jobs in the city, and the family wants to move there. They plan to marry Silly Sister off to a man she likes, but her parents also said she should marry someone she truly loves. However, no good young men would want to marry a girl like her. Fu Hanye knew what these 3 relatives were planning for him. It was very disappointing. He was so angry that he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao finally agreed after Shen Yunxin persuaded her. She hugged Shen Yunxin's arm and said gloomily, "All right, you and Lu Jiqing should find a chance to set me up with him someday. But promise me not to let me find out he's unkind, or I'll get rid of him." Shen Yunxin smiled and said, "Okay, I understand. Whether or not it works out, your dignity is the most important thing." Yi Miao Miao closed her eyes happily.
I'm tired.
"I want to sleep." Compared to the comfort inside the space, Shen Yunxin felt outside was too hot. But she noticed Yi Miao Miao was cold, so she leaned over and used her arm as a pillow. Yi Miao Miao didn't push her away because she liked the soft feeling of the girl. The next morning, Yi Miao Miao got up early and went to the river again. After waking up, Shen Yunxin called her to come to her house for breakfast. The diligent Lu Yanting had already prepared breakfast for the 3 of them. Today was the day the production team officially started harvesting corn. Fu Deong ordered everyone in the village not to take leave, including the new educated youths, who all had to go work in the fields. It was okay if they worked slowly, but everyone had to be in the fields working. When they arrived in the fields, Shen Yunxin was a bit worried about Yi Miao Miao's health and whether she could handle it. Yi Miao Miao said she was fine, so Shen Yunxin handed her a bottle of spring water that Lu Yanting had prepared. Today, Fu Deong specifically counted the people in the fields. Everyone in the village was there, except for a few children who usually went to gather pig feed. Even the other children had to help peel corn husks. However, one person from the educated youth station was missing, Xing Xiaoya. When Fu Deong heard her name, he almost got annoyed. "All the new educated youths are here. Why isn't she here?" Su Yanhong said. She said she was sick and didn't want to move. Fu Deong paced back and forth in anger, then made a firm decision. "Militia, go ask at the educated youth station if Xing Xiaoya really doesn't want to work. If she doesn't come, take back all the grain the team has allocated to her. Also, tell her that even if she has money, our team won't sell her a single grain." He didn't believe he couldn't manage these lazy youths who didn't want to work. This move by Fu Deong was actually a warning to others. Since it was nearing the harvest season, and they had so many new educated youths sent to their team, if none of them wanted to work hard, he, as the team leader, wouldn't be able to stay in his position. As everyone started working in the fields, Xing Xiaoya finally came over looking very sick. Fu Deong almost got scared when he saw her like that, but he still sternly asked, "Do you still want to continue being an educated youth here?" Xing Xiaoya cried and said, "I do." With her pride, she didn't want to be sent back to Beijing. She could only be transferred back because she had made contributions. Fu Deong said, "Go work in the fields first. If you really feel you can't handle it, ask for leave in the afternoon to see a doctor at the commune. If the doctor gives you a sick leave note, then I will approve your leave." Shen Yunxin asked Yi Miao Miao nearby, "Does she really can't work at all like this?" Yi Miao Miao snorted coldly. "Of course she can work. She just sometimes feels a bit weak and wants to be lazy." Shen Yunxin said, "Looking at her like this, she really deserves it." Yi Miao Miao whispered, "Don't worry, she won't get better from this illness in her lifetime." Soon, the baskets filled with corn cobs around them. They tried to lift the heavy load. Shen Yunxin waved her hand, planning to call Lu Yanting nearby to help carry the corn out. I'll do it. Fu Hanya quietly walked over to their side, seeming to have been watching them secretly. After saying that, he carried a basket of corn away and quickly returned with an empty basket for them. Shen Yunxin noticed that the male lead's build was indeed excellent, just as good as Lu Yanting's. After Fu Hanya left, she kept signaling to the female lead. See? He's very considerate. If he didn't like you, why would he come to help us? Yi Miao Miao looked up and saw the man hadn't gone far. She quickly signaled to Shen Yunxin, shut up and stop talking. Wang Guixiang, carrying a basket on her back, suddenly approached. I know Shen Jiqing is already married, so that young man from the Fu family must be interested in you, Yi Jiqing. Let me tell you, besides his family, he's handsome and well-built. Any girl in the village who has a chance at marriage would want to marry him. But he's proud and poor. Anyway, this is the first time I've seen him voluntarily help you girls. Wang Guixiang's family was well off. Her husband and son were successful, so she didn't have to work hard for points. She enjoyed gossiping with Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin, becoming their favorite gossip partner. Fu Hanya worked silently, like an old ox. After helping Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin carry corn twice, his family finally noticed. Sun Xiaohua was the first to jump out and scold him. Fu Hanya, are you crazy? Going to help those girl workers? Looks like you won't be eating tonight. And if you delay your work and can't earn full points, I won't let you go. Wang Guixiang was very righteous and hated evil. She couldn't stand Sun Xiaohua bullying Fu Hanya. He was finally getting a chance at love, but she wanted to ruin it. She was furious, arms crossed, ready to fight. Shen Yunxin quickly stepped in to stop her. Andy Guixiang, forget it. Don't ruin Yi Jiqing's reputation just to satisfy your temper. Wang Guixiang reacted quickly and closed her mouth. Yi Miao Miao looked coldly at Sun Xiaofang, who had a harsh expression. She had gone around near the Fu family's house as soon as she arrived. She knew better than anyone how much the Fu family liked to criticize Fu Hanya. Fu Hanya clenched his fists, his bones creaking. He was also worried that his mother might ruin Yi Miao Miao's reputation. Lu Yanting came over to comfort him. I am Shen Jiqing's man. I'll go help them later, so you shouldn't go now. Fu Hanya's voice was hoarse. Thank you, Lu Yanting. Lu Yanting patted his shoulder, showing it was no big deal. What everyone didn't know was that Sun Xiaohua wasn't really angry that Fu Hanya was helping others. She was afraid that Fu Hanya would ruin her reputation and make her sister's family look down on her. To prevent any more trouble, and since it wasn't even noon, Sun Xiaohua quickly told her eldest daughter-in-law to leave work and run to her family's village to invite her sister's family to come see Fu Hanya. Whether Fu Hanya agreed or not, she wanted to settle this marriage in front of the whole village first. At noon, after work, Fu Hanya just got home when a chubby woman, drooling, suddenly rushed out of the Fu house and threw herself into his arms. This woman was his sister-in-law's sister from their village. Hanya, you finally came back, she said, her words a little unclear, and her drool was even worse. Fu Hanya was so scared that he quickly pulled the woman off him and turned to run. But, standing behind him, his father and second uncle had already grabbed his shoulders tightly. Fu Hanya's face turned red with anger. I don't want to hurt you. Please let me go.
Fu Laikai snorted coldly.
I am your father, and he is your second uncle. If you dare hurt us, you'll be an unfilial son. The villagers will spit on you and drown you in their spit. You're a native of this village. If you leave this village, where can you go? Next to him, Fu Laifu didn't agree with his brother's actions, but he had no choice. His older brother needed him at this moment. Fu Laikai continued, Fu Hanya, you should be content. Since you married that simple girl, I won't ask you to carry on the family line for the Fu family anymore. It's enough that your wife is here. But now she's pregnant again, and the house is too small. You don't need to continue the family line, but you should contribute some money to build a new house. The simple girl smiled happily at Fu Hanya. Hee, Hanya, I like you so much. Fu Laikai looked at the girl with a smile, as if she were money. See, this is your good luck. If she hadn't liked you, you wouldn't have been able to marry a wife for free. At this moment, Fu Hanyu, who saw that his father wasn't home for dinner, came over. He was shocked by what he saw and almost fainted. After he recovered, he rushed forward and pulled people apart. "Dad, what are you doing? Are you helping the elder brother do wrong?" Fu Hanyu was so angry he clenched his fists, wanting to hit his father. Boy, Fu Laifu also felt angry at himself for being scolded by his son. When he saw Fu Hanyu's fierce look, he backed down. Fu Hanyu immediately stepped in front of Fu Hanya to protect him. "Elder brother, your family is really too much. Is second brother really your biological son? Why are you treating him so badly?" Fu Lightsai's eyes flickered with guilt. He pointed at his nephew and scolded. "You brat, you've been spoiled by your parents." Fu Hanya's broken heart finally sank into ice. He had guessed the answer long ago. But he couldn't leave the Fu family now. If he cut ties, his reputation would quickly become rotten in the village. Then how could he compete with Zhou Huai for Yi Miao Miao? He also wanted to know who his real parents were and why the Fu family had treated him like an enemy all these years. The simple girl only had eyes for Fu Hanya. If she was called simple, she ignored everyone else and only stared greedily at Fu Hanya. "Hanya, I want to marry you. Marry me, hee hee." Fu Hanyu scolded the dirty girl, who couldn't even control her saliva. "Get out of here. You, with your kind of person, still want to dream of eating swan meat? I tell you, I hate women. Be careful or I'll beat you to death." He raised his fist, trying to scare the girl. "Stop fighting." The parents of the simple girl came out. Wu Duotian looked at Fu Laikai and scolded. "What is wrong with your family? How can you treat Xia Mei like this? If Xia Mei doesn't like it, your family won't have the right to marry my daughter. And you can forget about getting the dowry money." Fu Laikai was afraid he might lose his chance, so he quickly put on a humble face to please Xia Mei and Wu Duotian. Brothers Fu Hanya and Fu Hanyu had long developed a good understanding. After exchanging a quick look, Fu Hanyu immediately ran out. But news about Fu Hanya's matchmaking with Xia Mei spread quickly through the village. This morning, Wang Guixiang, who had just enjoyed some gossip, was almost anxious to death. After getting the news, she immediately went to the youth knowledge point with her bowl. When she found out that Yi Miao Miao wasn't at home, she hurried to Shen Yunxin's house next door. "Yi Jiqing, you're really here. I heard that the Fu family is forcing Fu Hanya to marry a simple girl named Xia Mei. Now, Xia Mei's family has come to visit Fu's house." Hearing familiar names from the story, Shen Yunxin and her husband Lu Yanting exchanged a calm glance. They looked very composed, because the male lead, besides being a bit poor, wasn't a saintly person. Xia Mei was forcing the male lead to marry her, and he would use strong methods to fight back against her forced marriage. The male lead's matchmaking was moved up, but the second male, Zhou Huai, had gone into the mountains with experts and hadn't come back yet. That seemed like a good sign. Yi Miao Miao was very anxious, like ants in her pants. She immediately stood up from her stool. "Aunt Guixiang, has Fu Hanya agreed?" Wang Guixiang looked at Yi Miao Miao's anxious face and couldn't help but smile.
No.
"Jiqing, don't worry. That simple girl has always drooled uncontrollably since she was young. No man would want her." After saying that, she remembered the Fu family and sighed softly. "But Jiqing, you really need to think carefully. The Fu family is like a family of vampires. Fu Hanya is just their blood bag. Today, they brought Xia Mei's family to visit Fu Hanya, probably just for the dowry. If you really choose him, Fu Hanya, you might face a lot of trouble in the future." Yi Miao Miao thought to herself that she didn't care about any of that. She had plenty of treasures in her space, and she had plenty of ways to deal with the Fu family. On the other side, Fu Hanyu ran out immediately and went to Zhang's house to find their childhood friend Zhang Xueshi. He quietly called him outside the yard and said, "Let's quickly go to your third uncle's place to steal some medicine for breeding the animals." Zhang Xueshi was surprised and asked, "Are you planning to flirt with some girl? What's on your mind?" Fu Hanyu was annoyed and punched him lightly. If he liked a girl, he wouldn't need to steal this medicine. "It's because second brother is being pressured by my uncle's family to go on a blind date. The girl is just a silly girl who drools a lot. So, I want to get the medicine for a different reason." When Zhang Xueshi heard that Fu Hanyu was being troubled, he didn't hesitate and ran to find his third uncle. The two brothers worked together, with Fu Hanyu quietly following behind. Third uncle. Jiang Xuexi's third uncle had a physical disability and couldn't do heavy work since he was young. He was a single man but smart. He learned some basic veterinary skills from the commune and could give animals simple checkups. The production team built a small house next to the pigsty for him to live in and help take care of the pigs. Jiang Dali, the uncle, heard his nephew's voice and came out of the small house. Jiang Xuexi exchanged greetings with him. Seeing Fu Hanyu sneak inside and then leave, he finished his chat with his third uncle. There was no time to waste. Fu Hanyu got the medicine and immediately ran back to find Fu Hanya. Jiang Xuexi turned around and ran to gather some small troublemakers he knew from nearby villages. Today, the Fu family spared no effort to entertain the silly girl's family. They borrowed a piece of meat from the village and also killed a chicken. The silly girl loved egg custard, so Wu Xiaoyu even borrowed eggs to steam a big bowl of it. After Fu Hanyu returned with the medicine, he first handed it to Fu Hanya, then stood outside the yard and called Wu Xiaoyu and Sun Xiaohua out of the kitchen. While the kitchen was empty, Fu Hanya quickly mixed all the medicine into the egg custard. When Wu Xiaoyu and Sun Xiaohua returned, grumbling and busy cooking, Fu Hanya had already gone outside to chop firewood. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuexi led a few small troublemakers who were willing to marry Wu's silly girl for her dowry money. At this time, everyone in the village was taking a nap. Sun Guifeng didn't want to get involved in the bad deeds of the main household, so she also went to sleep. Fu Hanyu was worried that a few troublemakers in the village might attract too much attention, so he called them all to his house while he kept watch outside the Fu family yard. During the meal, Fu Laikai and his wife, Sun Xiaohua, kept trying to matchmake Fu Hanya and Silly Sister. Silly Sister also eagerly wanted to be close to Fu Hanya. Next to them, Wu Xiaoyu proudly said to Silly Sister's parents, "Uncle, Auntie, look how much Silly Sister likes my little brother." Silly Sister replied happily, "Yes, I really like Hanya." Inside the house, a few sneaky people all smiled secretly. Fu Hanya directly took an egg custard and handed it to Silly Sister. Her eyes lit up immediately. "I like egg custard," she said happily. Fu Hanya watched the simple girl eat the egg custard eagerly, like a pig gobbling food. He thought to himself, "It's your fault." The Fu family members were surprised by Silly Sister's big appetite during the meal. All three of them secretly planned that after Fu Hanya got married, they would use the bride price money to build a house. Once the house was built, it would be shared between her and Fu Hanya. Silly Sister's parents, seeing how possessive she was over her food, also felt it was hard to watch. Their family had endured years of Silly Sister eating and drinking like a glutton. Luckily, their two sons had grown up well, so they finally felt they could be rid of Silly Sister. When Fu Hanya saw that Wu's Silly Sister was almost finished eating, he reached for a multigrain cornbread and started to leave. Sun Xiaofeng called out to him, "Fu Hanya, stop right there." But Fu Hanya ignored her and walked straight outside. Wu's mother worried, "Your little brother probably doesn't agree to this marriage, does he? Most normal people wouldn't agree to such a marriage." Wu's mother asked this on purpose, hoping the older Fu couple would consider what to do. Fu Laikai said, "Don't worry. This brat is one of us from the Fu family. We're satisfied with Silly Sister, and he has no right to refuse to marry her." Wu's mother and father exchanged looks and finally felt relieved. Fu Hanya entered the yard and gave a signal to Fu Hanyu, who was watching outside. Fu Hanyu immediately ran back. Today, Wu Xiaoyu really wanted to please the Wu family, so when she steamed the egg custard, she didn't dare add too much water. It was a hearty bowl of egg custard with plenty of ingredients. After finishing a bowl of egg custard, Wu Same looked at the dishes on the table and realized she was already a little full. She turned her head and saw the man she cared about had already left. Without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed a big chicken leg, then ran outside. Wu Xiaoyu smiled to ease the awkward atmosphere at the table. "Look at her. She's already learning to care for others. My little brother-in-law still has a bright future ahead." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw Wu Same start gnawing on the chicken leg herself. Both families couldn't bear to watch anymore. Only Fu Laifu frowned, feeling a bit sorry for Fu Hanya. He was already a hard life, and now he had to marry a lazy, silly girl. How would he get through the future? Fu Laikai was only happy inside. He picked up his chopsticks and said, "Dear parents-in-law, please eat more." Before anyone could start eating, suddenly a loud scream came from outside. "Help! This girl has gone crazy. Let me go," with a tearing sound. Sa Mei threw herself at one of the small troublemakers brought by Jiang Xueshi, and she forcefully tore off the man's clothes. Li Biao was truly shocked by Sa Mei's strength. He had never felt a chubby woman be so powerful. He almost fainted from being pressed down by her strong, sturdy body. "Everyone come out! A girl from Wu's family is causing trouble in our village," Jiang Xueshi shouted toward the village, urging others to come see the commotion. When everyone saw what was happening, they would have proof. This time, neither the Fu family nor the Wu family could blame his second brother for anything. Fu Hanyo looked at the people hiding inside the Fu house, trying to escape reality. He ran in and loudly announced, "Uncle, Aunt Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, the girl who threw herself at that man outside is not my second brother, it's Li Biao." Sun Xiaofeng was furious on the spot. How could she do that? Fu Laikai thought about Sa Mei's dowry money. He stood up first and rushed outside. The Wu couple didn't care much. As long as Sa Mei liked him and wanted to marry, it was fine. They didn't care which man it was. Fu Hanyo looked at the chicken and braised pork on the table. He made a funny face at the Wu couple. "Hurry up and go see what's happening." After everyone in the house left, he went in and packed up a whole chicken and some braised pork to take away. When the Fu family and Wu family arrived at the scene, it was already too late. Sa Mei had forcibly pulled off the last pair of pants from Li Biao. They were already inseparable. Neighbors who had come to watch the commotion also arrived. "Sa Mei, you don't like our second son?" "This man isn't our second son," someone said. Sun Xiaofeng and Wu Xiaoyu's mother worked together to try to separate Sa Mei and Li Biao, but Sa Mei held tightly onto the man and refused to let go. Neither of the mothers could overpower her.
Fu Laikai angrily cursed, "Fu Anye, come out quickly.
Did you cause all this? If you dare hurt people, I'll send you to jail." At this moment, Fu Hanya was at Fu Hanyo's house, busy eating meat. Sun Guifang got up and saw her two brothers happily eating inside the main room. She lowered her voice and asked, "What exactly did you two do to that girl?" Fu Hanyu replied, "Mom, that girl isn't stable. Sometimes she likes our second brother, and other times she looks at other men." "What's so strange about that?" Just then, Jiang Xueshi outside was crying sadly, saying, "My brother, you're so unlucky. Your innocence is gone. How can I explain this to your family?" When the chaos outside had calmed down a bit, Captain Fu Deong arrived, cursing loudly. "A bunch of men, women, children, and even kids are here. Aren't you ashamed at all? Come and separate those two." Hearing this, Fu Hanya looked up at Fu Hanyu. The latter wiped the oil off his mouth and went outside. When Fu Hanyu went over, Sa Mei and Li Biao had already been forced apart. Jiang Xueshi, worried that Sa Mei was still affected by the medicine, prepared a basin of cold well water and poured it directly onto her face. Fu Deong went over and saw that neither the man nor the woman involved was from their village. He laughed loudly, saying, "Someone call the police. Who dares to come to our village and openly cause trouble between men and women?" Fu Laikai, Sun Xiaofeng, and Wu Xiuyu, who had been crying and trying to defend Sa Mei, realized that Sa Mei might be taken away for punishment. Fearing they would be implicated, they immediately fell silent and quickly stepped back. As for Wu's parents, they didn't care about their daughter's reputation. Anyway, was there anyone more foolish than her? After exchanging glances, both of them shrank back. Fu Hanyu walked behind them, kicked Wu's father, and pushed him aside. "Old man, don't forget it's your daughter who shamelessly clings to a man and ruins her reputation. You raised such a shameless, foolish girl. Can your two sons keep their jobs in the city?" Wu's father and mother immediately realized what was happening. They hurried over and almost kneeled to beg Captain Fu. "Captain Fu, please help us plead for our foolish girl. Considering she's been simple-minded since childhood, please have mercy on her. Let us settle this matter privately, okay?" If someone took responsibility, Fu Daong wouldn't feel comfortable sending her to the police station. After all, the leaders of nearby villages would still need to work together. He usually thought highly of the young man Fu Hanya. He was willing to help with village matters. He decided to favor him a bit and asked, "How do you want to settle this privately? Do you want to marry the foolish girl to Li Biao?" Would the Li family agree? Wu's father didn't even look at Li Biao and said without hesitation, "Our family is willing. As long as this can be resolved peacefully, we are willing to marry her to him." Even Li Biao, a small troublemaker, was impressed by Wu's parents' determination. He took the opportunity to make a request. "If you want to settle this privately, that's fine. Besides promising to give a dowry to your daughter publicly, you also need to give my parents some compensation. If I marry your daughter, they will be very sad." Wu's father asked, "How much extra do you want?" Li Biao replied, 1,000 yuan. "If not, I won't marry your daughter and will accuse her of harassing me. Then your 2 sons' jobs in the city will definitely be gone." 1,000 yuan was a huge amount for Wu's family. They had no choice but to pay for their sons' jobs. Wu's mother fainted from anger on the spot. "Oh, what a disaster." Sun Xiaofang immediately started crying loudly, hitting her thigh and wailing. She was naturally upset because her plans had fallen apart. Shen Yunxin also brought Lu Yanting to watch the scene. Although the scene involving the foolish girl and the male lead was moved up, the story's direction remained the same. In the novel, to prevent readers from disliking the male protagonist for harming the naive girl himself, they arranged a good life for her. After marrying Li Biao, she suddenly stopped being naive and stopped drooling. The troublemaker Li Biao also changed his ways, turning over a new leaf, and the 2 of them lived happily together. Ironically, the Wu family fell on hard times. Wu's 2 older brothers lost their jobs in the city, and the family's wealth declined sharply. The once naive girl, after recovering, no longer wanted to acknowledge her family, who had never treated her well since she was young. The story ultimately ended with Li Biao and the Wu family reaching an agreement. Fu Daong looked at the time and said, "Everyone, hurry back and get ready to start work. If anyone is late this afternoon, you'll lose points." The onlookers all dispersed. Only Fu Hanya's mother and sister-in-law sat on the ground, crying loudly. "My meat and grains are all given away for others to eat. My eggs, I was pregnant and didn't want to waste them, but I gave them all to that fool." Boo-hoo, Fu Like I felt embarrassed and turned to walk away. A few neighbors saw this and shook their heads. The Fu family really wasn't a good family. They even forced their son to marry a fool just for her dowry. Luckily, the eldest Fu was only a temporary worker in the city. Otherwise, they might have reported him to get him fired. Shen Yunxin finished watching and suddenly felt sleepy. She yawned, and Lu Yanting kindly handed her a water bottle filled with spiritual spring water, which could help sustain her. After drinking, Shen Yunxin leaned her head on the man's chest and softly said, "Drinking this doesn't help much. When we go back, can you help me make a cup of coffee with the spiritual spring water?" Lu Yanting didn't sleep well last night because he wasn't cuddled by his gentle wife. He held her hand and whispered in her ear, "If you want me to help you make coffee, you have to sleep with me tonight." Shen Yunxin's heart fluttered at his words. Blushing, she gently pushed him away, just as Fu Hanya appeared in front of them. "Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to ask if Yi Jiqing is angry." Shen Yunxin planned to tease this indecisive male lead a little. "You really want to know? I won't tell you. Why don't you go talk to her yourself? If you don't want to see her, why do you care so much?" Fu Hanya thought. Of course, he wanted to see Miao Miao. He truly wished they could be as close as Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin. But he was afraid because he couldn't give Yi Miao Miao anything right now, especially since Officer Zhou Huai also liked her. If he couldn't give Yi Miao Miao the best, he was ready to let her go to Zhou Huai. Before that, he didn't want to ruin her reputation. Lu Yanting, like Shen Yunxin, also hoped the male lead would quickly win Yi Miao Miao's heart. That way, Yi Miao Miao wouldn't have time to compete with him for her. When he brushed past Fu Hanya, he patted his shoulder and said, "Don't hesitate anymore. The best time to confess to someone you like is right now. Don't let her wait too long. Tonight, my wife will ask Yi Jiqing to go back to the back mountain. You should seize this chance." After the couple left, Shen Yunxin praised the man beside her. When did you become a love expert? Your words just now were really good. Lu Yanting smiled and took credit. It's all because of my wife's good guidance. In the afternoon, when working in the fields, Shen Yunxin handed the water bottle filled with spiritual spring water to Yi Miao Miao. She also asked caringly, "How was your rest this noon?" "Pretty good." Shen Yunxin was thinking about how to help the male lead invite Yi Miao Miao to the back mountain. Since this was not in the original story, she worried that the proud heroine might not agree. At this moment, Wang Guixiang, afraid that Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin didn't get to enjoy the lunch from the Fu family, hurried over with a basket on her back and started talking animatedly. Shen Yunxin noticed that Yi Miao Miao's mouth never stopped smiling while eating the fruit. After Wang Guixiang finished, she immediately leaned close to Yi Miao Miao's ear and said, "Someone specifically asked me and Lu Jiqing to tell you to give him another chance today at noon. Will you agree?" Yi Miao Miao looked proud but was still a bit stubborn. After a moment, she nodded and agreed. "All right, I'll go." In the evening, after finishing work, Yi Miao Miao slowly headed to the back mountain. Lu Yanting stood behind Shen Yunxin. "Tonight, we will go into the space to eat." Shen Yunxin turned around upon hearing this and quickly comforted him. "Good husband, I know you've been feeling a bit wronged lately." Lu Yanting felt a soft warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently held the girl's soft little hand in his palm. Next door, whether new or old young workers, had worked hard all day and were exhausted. When they returned to the workers' camp and opened the door, they saw Xing Xiaoya sitting comfortably at the dining table, leisurely drinking soda and eating candies and snacks, even though she hadn't gone to work that afternoon. The other young workers saw this and felt angry but dared not speak out. Zhou Baozhen couldn't hold back. She walked over and loudly pounded on the table, saying, "Xing Xiaoya, you look like a spoiled brat from a rich family. We've all been working outside all day, my hands and feet are blistered, and you think you don't have to work, because I have this." Xing Xiaoya took out a sick leave note issued by the commune doctor. For small matters like this, her parents just called the commune, and it was settled. Zhou Baozhen saw the words, "recommended rest," on the note, and was so angry she almost swore. Xing Xiaoya didn't look like someone who needed rest at all. "She's shameless." Xing Xiaoya pointed at her and said, "Zhou Baozhen, don't be too aggressive. If Lu Jiqing finds out, it won't be good." Think about Shen Jiqing, who is so pretty and gentle. She maliciously revealed in front of everyone that Zhou Baozhen liked Lu Yanting, who is already married. Afraid that Shen Yunxin's man might be taken away, Deng Yanan, who was in the kitchen preparing dinner, turned around and came out, "Warning, I warn you. You can eat as much as you want, but don't talk nonsense. Don't bring Shen Jiqing and Lu Jiqing into your arguments." Everyone present was nervous, worried that another fight might break out at the camp. Xing Xiaoya sneered disdainfully. Her current goal was not to deal with these little pests. Zhou Baozhen, whose feelings had been exposed, also cared about her reputation. She looked around nervously at the young workers staring at her, then turned and ran outside in anger. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao went up the mountain and didn't see the man waiting for her. She immediately felt disappointed but told herself to wait a little longer. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour passed, and her disappointment grew. She decided to turn around and leave. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She was so happy that she turned around carelessly and saw 3 adult wild boars walking toward her. Yi Miao Miao, used to the end-of-world chaos, remains calm as a boss. But only she knows that with her current strength, after a whole day of exhaustion and hunger, she definitely can't take down these 3 wild boars. She clenches her fists, forces herself to stay calm, and turns to leave. Just then, another black bear appears in front of her. These 4 animals seem to have come here to find food at the same time. They walk while sniffing the ground, pretending not to notice Yi Miao Miao, the 2-legged creature. They don't rush to attack, but are heading toward her. Quickly, Yi Miao Miao looks up. On her left is an unfamiliar cliff, and on her right is a small trail leading deeper into the forest.
Run.
When she decides to escape along the trail, suddenly, gunfire rings out from the bushes ahead. "Someone don't shoot," she calls out toward the direction of the gunfire. But this gunshot finally angers the 3 wild boars and the black bear. It's over. Yi Miao Miao dares not use her water-based powers now, nor enter her space recklessly, because there's more than one person nearby. Meow Meow, is that really you? In the next second, someone jumps out from the bushes. It's Zhou Huai, who only has a gun. He raises it to shoot the black bear, with 3 wild boars already going wild nearby. In a critical moment, Yi Miao Miao quickly decides to jump off the cliff a few steps away. If she enters her space at the limit while falling, she might succeed. Damn it, she hasn't been in such a desperate situation for a long time. It's all because Fu Hanya stood her up. She has to congratulate him. His uncompleted tasks in the end-of-world scenario have now been achieved.
Decisively, Ye Miao Miao leaps, Firiktenin Zhou Huai.
Meow meow. But then, a figure moves faster and more decisively than Zhou Huai. Without hesitation, he jumps after her, following her down the cliff. There are vines on the cliff face. Just as Yi Miao Miao reaches out to grab them, her waist is suddenly tightened and she is pulled down with the person.
Splash.
Yi Miao Miao hears the person below hit the ground hard, but she lands softly on a piece of flesh padding, unharmed. Zhou Huai, are you okay? Because she sensed Zhou Huai's concern during the incident, she turns around and sees that the man beneath her is actually Fu Hanya. Yi Miao Miao. On the cliff, Zhou Huai tightly stared at the dense forest below. He also wanted to jump down, but someone behind him was holding him back. Comrade Zhou, don't forget your identity. You still have your mission to complete. Zhou Huai turned his head and asked the man, who fired the first shot just now. The man sighed helplessly. It wasn't us. Damn it. Zhou Huai was furious and frustrated. But he also had more important military duties to carry out. Below the cliff, Fu Hanya, enduring possible internal injuries from the fall, got up from the ground and looked at the girl with a blank expression. You really want the person who saved you to be him, Zhou Huai, right? God knows how painful he felt inside right now. Misunderstood, the proud and stubborn Yi Miao Miao was annoyed. It was obviously you who stood me up first. If she hadn't patiently waited for half an hour, she wouldn't have encountered all these problems. I'm sorry. Seeing the girl angry, Fu Hanya felt anxious and worried she might leave him. He reached out to hold her waist. Yi Miao Miao looked down and saw the familiar worry and tenderness on his face. Their expressions matched perfectly. Without thinking, she raised her head and kissed him. Although she had read all kinds of romantic stories and even watched intense movies in private, she still felt shy and timid when it was time to act. Fu Hanya was first stunned, then overjoyed. He wanted to chase her and continue kissing her. Yi Miao Miao pushed him away and said seriously, "You better give me a convincing explanation." He had clearly initiated the date, but he cancelled at the last minute and caused her to encounter a strange murder plot. Yes, she now realized she had been maliciously set up.
Fu Hanya sighed softly.
He took out a large meat bun wrapped in oil paper from his bag, opened it, and the bun was still warm. Yi Miao Miao was indeed hungry. She reached out almost to grab the bun, but suddenly remembered. What right do you have to sigh? Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Fu Hanya apologized. Sorry. I didn't expect the back mountain to be so chaotic recently. I won't dare to invite you there again. This time, Yi Miao Miao decided to press on. If you don't make things clear today, why should I agree to meet you again next time? Fu Hanya looked into the girl's determined eyes. Gathering his courage and pushing down a strange sense of resistance, he said, I like you, Yi Jiqing. Yi Miao Miao lifted his chin and studied him. Why can't you look me in the eye when you talk? And after confessing, you still call me Yi Jiqing? Afraid of being rejected, Fu Hanya clenched his fingers nervously and asked, Miao Miao, is it okay if I like you? The humble look on his face reminded Yi Miao Miao of the days they had spent together in the post-apocalyptic world, when their relationship had been quietly close. What do you think? She said with a small smile, her finger gently lifting his chin, just like she used to tease the loyal young man who always looked after her back then. Fu Hanya grew even more nervous. He couldn't voice the strange worry buried deep in his heart, and his current situation made him feel even less confident. Yi Miao Miao leaned forward and softly kissed him. This time, Fu Hanya didn't dare move recklessly, afraid she might push him away again. After a moment, Yi Miao Miao gently pushed him down and, through his thin shirt, placed her hands on his firm chest. The shy man trembled slightly. Fu Hanya felt a rush of warmth spreading through him. Remembering what Lu Yanting had told him earlier that day, he took a deep breath and said, I don't have much money right now, but I'm good at hunting. If you give me a few more months, I promise that before winter comes, I'll save enough to build a house and marry you. After that, I'll separate from my family, and you won't have to worry about them anymore. So that's why you didn't dare confess to me before? Yi Miao Miao asked, watching his every expression as she slowly unbuttoned his shirt. Fu Hanya answered honestly, yes and no. Somehow, I feel like I've known you for a long time, but deep down, I'm also a little afraid of you. Also, Zhou Huai is an officer who also likes you. He told me that someone like me, a rough countryman, would only hold you back. But I have recently made up my mind. I can hunt and drive. I will save money first to marry you, then find a job in the city. Being a truck driver is a skilled job with good pay. I believe I can do it. Yi Miao Miao raised her finger to gently press his thin lips and confidently explained, our relationship has nothing to do with Zhou Huai. She is now more and more sure that the man in front of her is the one she has been looking for, the man from the end of the world. They share the same name and face, and he has special strength powers. Plus, there are memories hidden deep in his subconscious that belong to her. She happily clung to his clothes. As dusk fell around them, they both fell onto the grass and rolled around a few times, like a couple who have loved each other for a long time. Fu Hanya almost tore off the girl's clothes. Thinking that they are not married yet and even not publicly dating, he desperately suppressed his impulse. Sorry, Miao Miao, I like you too much. I got carried away. Yi Miao Miao also felt a bit embarrassed. She changed the subject and said, I'm hungry. Fu Hanya quickly went to get a large meat bun placed nearby. He opened the paper wrapping and offered the bun with both hands. Just eat this for now. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll bring it next time. I'll buy it for you every day. Yi Miao Miao looked up at his face, which was exactly the same as hers, speaking in the same tone. This familiar feeling made her suddenly recall the time they spent together in the end of the world. But she couldn't help feeling a little sad inside. She had already lost him once by her own hands. This time, she definitely won't let go. The bun is very tasty, she said, taking one and feeding it to him. Take good care of yourself in the future, she added, noticing how thin he was. She knew about the Fu family situation. Luckily, this man has special powers to protect him, or he would have been worn down long ago. But even with powers, he shouldn't be doing this. Okay, Fu Hanya felt warm inside, and almost cried. It was the first time someone cared about whether he was doing well. Yi Miao Miao secretly took out a jar of spiritual spring water from her space. They naturally shared the same water bottle to drink. Fu Hanya felt very happy inside. Yi Miao Miao finished eating and looked around at the night sky. She asked, Are you familiar with this area? Can we go back tonight? Fu Hanya looked up at the moon and said, I know the way. We can go back. Suddenly, howls of wolves echoed through the valley. Fu Hanya quickly comforted the girl. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Yi Miao Miao was not really afraid. I don't want to hike through the mountains at night. Let's find a cave to rest in and go down the mountain tomorrow morning. After they entered the cave, they hugged each other again. Naturally, they kissed. If they went back to the village tonight, they wouldn't have this chance. Fu Hanya held the girl and touched her, but he still felt it wasn't enough. He gathered his courage and asked, Miao Miao, do you like me too? Under the moonlight outside the cave, Yi Miao Miao gave him a playful look. If I didn't like you, would I let you do this to me? Fu Hanya smiled. He wrapped his arms around her waist tighter and lowered his head to her ear. I like you very much. While Fu Hanya was happily holding the girl he liked, Zhou Huaishou was pacing nervously outside the camp setup for the two experts. He kept thinking that Yi Miao Miao simply couldn't sleep. Similarly, Li Qingqing, who also couldn't sleep, slowly approached the man. She had been hiding in the mountains, planning to wait until after the harvest to come down, because she didn't want to work. Unexpectedly, these people found her. She told a small lie and was taken in by these 3 good people. But she was really craving the officer in front of her. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Zhou Huai looked into the campfire and spoke. Li Qingqing felt annoyed. She couldn't understand why this man was always so guarded against her. She walked over and said, Captain Zhou, I am truly a young person from the upper team. Zhou Huai didn't even look up.
Go rest.
We are leaving the mountain tomorrow. Li Qingqing thought about how she would have to face Sun Guanggun and his mother once she returned. But if she could quickly deal with the officer in front of her, things would be different. She clenched her teeth, sat on the ground, and supported her leg. Oh, Captain Zhou, could you help me rub my foot? I accidentally sprained it. Zhou Huai looked up at her exaggerated act. If your foot is sprained, go rest. We will leave the mountain tomorrow. He is truly a stubborn man. Li Qingqing clenched her teeth and asked, Aren't soldiers supposed to be good at everything? Zhou Huai gave her a cold look. Li Qingqing didn't dare to speak anymore. The next morning, Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya left the mountain early. The village was quiet and no one noticed them. Fu Hanya handed the rabbit he just caught to the girl and asked, Can you cook? Yi Miao Miao nodded. I can cook, but my skills are not very good. Suddenly, Fu Hanya remembered something. He took the rabbit back from her and said, Wait here. I'll prepare this rabbit for you and bring it to you. Yi Miao Miao watched his quick departure and felt happy inside. Shen Yunxin was right. It's really nice to have a man to take care of you. She turned around and went back to her yard, then relaxed in her space with a comfortable bath. Fu Hanya went to Jiang Xuexi's third uncle to borrow a pot and stove. He wanted to fry the rabbit meat for breakfast for Yi Miao Miao. After cooking the rabbit, he left a portion for Jiang Xuexi. Since his relationship with the girl was not yet public, he planned to ask someone to deliver the rabbit to her later. He divided the remaining rabbit into 2 parts. Lu Yanting got up, finished breakfast, and heard a knock at the door. He stepped out of his space, opened the door, and saw a man full of happiness. He knew that the words he said yesterday had worked. Fu Hanya handed him a lunchbox. Thank you for your encouragement yesterday. This is a wild rabbit I just caught this morning. I also need Shen Jiqing to help deliver this portion to Yi Jiqing next door. Wait for me. Lu Yanting took 2 lunchboxes and went back. When he came out again, he was holding another one. My wife has a good relationship with Yi Jiqing. She said this breakfast is her way of sending love to you on behalf of Yi Jiqing. Fu Hanya sincerely thanked him. Thank you both. In fact, Shen Yunxin was still in bed, not fully awake. When Lu Yanting returned to the space, he went to the bed and pulled the girl up. The male and female leads were together last night. Hearing this gossip, Shen Yunxin instantly stopped feeling sleepy. She turned to look at the man. Really? Lu Yanting said. Fu Hanya specifically asked me to ask you to deliver his homemade breakfast to Yi Miao Miao. I could smell the scent of love on him. Shen Yunxin held the man's face and asked on purpose, Husband, what does the taste of love feel like? Lu Yanting didn't speak. He lowered his head and kissed the girl deeply. Shen Yunxin's lips were swollen from the kiss before the man finally let go. When she dressed and went to deliver breakfast with love hearts to Yi Miao Miao, she was teased. However, she was curious and asked, Since you 2 are already together, why don't you make it public? Yi Miao Miao replied, His family has a lot of bad people and problems, and he's also very poor right now. He said he would earn enough money before winter to move out and build a new house to marry me. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to get married, so I choose to respect his decision. Shen Yunxin thought for a moment. In the novel, the main characters also officially got together before winter. But she suddenly noticed a strawberry mark on Yi Miao Miao's neck. This was different from the story in the novel. She pointed at the girl's neck and joked, I almost thought you 2 could stay so calm. Did you sneak around last night too? What did I do? Yi Miao Miao touched her neck and, realizing what had happened, her face turned bright red. She quickly ran away in embarrassment. Shen Yunxin happily went back to eat breakfast. At noon, Fu Hanya came again to deliver lunch to Yi Miao Miao. The young couple, who had just confirmed their relationship, were really sweet. This time, Fu Hanya's tip was a few eggs. Shen Yunxin didn't take it. She wasn't short of food and was happy to support the couple. Fu Hanya, however, kept in mind the kindness of the couple. After seeing Shen Yunxin go to deliver lunch, he looked at Lu Yanting and said, I know you Lu Jiqing are skilled. Now, since resources are scarce everywhere, talk to Shen Jiqing. If you're willing, I can take you to the black market. In the whole village, except for Jiang Xueshi and Fu Hanyu, he didn't take anyone else casually. Lu Yanting knew that in the story, the male lead was always doing well in the black market. After he and Yi Miao Miao got together, they lived the best life in the village. After the reform and opening up, he quickly earned his first capital by relying on the black market and successfully built a transport fleet. In the novel, he and Shen Yunxin were minor characters who were often overshadowed. They had already agreed to cling to the main couple for support. But he remained calm and replied, Okay, once I discuss with Yunxin, I will come to find you. In the afternoon, Li Qingqing, who had been missing for several days, suddenly returned. This news instantly shocked the entire village. Zhou Huai took Li Qingqing to Fu Deong to confirm her identity. Fu Deong remembered how his daughter's wedding day was disturbed by this woman, and he couldn't help but glare at Li Qingqing with resentment. Zhou Huai asked suspiciously, Captain, what's wrong with you? Isn't she one of the village's educated youth? Fu Deong directly exposed Li Qingqing's attempt to maintain her dignity in front of Zhou Huai, saying, She told you she's an educated youth?
Bah.
Now she's just a shameless married woman. Since she came to our village, she's been involved with Sun Guogun. Now she's his wife. Li Qingqing clenched her nails into her palms. She really wanted to kick the old man in front of her, who seemed to be targeting her intentionally, but she knew she had to stay in this village for now. Suddenly, someone in the cornfield shouted maliciously, Widow Sun, your daughter-in-law is back. During the day, Widow Sun's eyes could see a faint glimmer. She came to the field to help peel corn husks, passing time by gossiping. She and her son believed Li Qingqing had died outside because she had seriously offended the village captain. They thought they couldn't afford to keep her as a daughter-in-law anymore. But this damn woman was actually found alive. She grabbed a cornstalk and rushed out, finding Li Qingqing. In front of Fu Deong, she directly started hitting her. I'll beat you to death, you jinx. You stole so much grain from us. Why aren't you dead outside? Why are you back? Zhou Huai initially planned to step in and stop her, but in the next moment, he saw Li Qingqing, who had been chased and beaten, turn around and fight back. She snatched the cornstalk from the old woman and struck back hard. Old fool, try hitting me again and see what happens. You think I want to marry your old scoundrel son? Disobedient daughter-in-law, you've killed someone. Help! Widow's son shouted exaggeratedly, trying to tarnish Li Qingqing's reputation. One cornstalk couldn't really kill anyone, but Li Qingqing struck her with all her might, breaking the stalk quickly. She kicked Widow's son away in anger, then looked up and saw villagers approaching her. She turned around and ran away. Fu Deong thought it was just about dealing with a weak woman, and revenge was not urgent. He turned to everyone and said, Everyone stop watching and get back to work. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin always were the least active and most eager to watch the drama. This time, Zhou Huai easily found the girl he had been thinking about. Yi Jiqing, he suddenly shouted excitedly, and everyone stopped to look over. Zhou Huai wasn't afraid of the curious onlookers' sharp eyes. He ran over. Yi Jiqing, are you okay? If you're feeling unwell, don't force yourself to work. Shen Yunxin was startled. This second male character was really too insensitive. Yi Jiqing, Commander Zhou, are you two dating? A nosy woman in the crowd couldn't help but tease. Fu Hanya almost rushed out to declare that Yi Miao Miao was his girl. Lu Yanting, standing nearby, grabbed him. Trust Yi Jiqing more. Believe in her. He knew the main character hadn't yet dealt with his troublesome family members, so it wasn't wise for him to rush out because of jealousy. Among the crowd, Zhou Baojin was also waiting for a chance. She wouldn't accept Zhou Huai choosing a girl from the countryside as his partner. Yi Miao Miao glanced at the crowd watching her and turned to glare at Zhou Huai. Commander Zhou, please speak more carefully. I don't know you well, and I don't need you to care for me in front of everyone. Zhou Huai saw the crowd stretching their necks, eager to watch the show. He realized he had spoken out of turn.
Sorry, yes I think.
I was rude. Zhou Baozhen saw Zhou Huai looking defeated and let out a small sigh of relief. Tonight, she definitely had to brainwash the man. Someone of his noble status shouldn't be so cheap with these young women. Fu Deong saw there was no more entertainment and shouted again, "Everyone, hurry up and work. If we don't finish today's task, we'll lose points." The widow's son, lying nearby, got up and ran away. She wanted to find her son, Sun Guangguan, because she knew she, an almost blind old woman, was no match for Li Qingqing. This time, she was determined to make her son beat the woman into a cripple and throw her into the cellar to torment her to death. Li Qingqing was also afraid of Sun Guangguan's beating. She knew she was no match for him. Rather than waiting to be beaten to death by the man, she decided to take a big gamble. After carefully sharpening the kitchen knife, she went into the chicken coop and killed 2 chickens. When night fell, she used all the grains at home to prepare a big meal. Outside, footsteps could be heard, and it seemed there were more than just Sun Guangguan and her blind old mother. "Brother Sun, look at this unlucky wife you married. She even dares to hit her aunt. I heard she's a young girl from Shanghai. Tonight, a few of us will help you deal with her." Li Qingqing, listening from inside the room, shivered at the lecherous man's words. Sun Guangguan knew well what his good friends were thinking. Forget it. The city girl is hard to control. Instead of letting her cause trouble again someday, it's better to let her serve her purpose by taking care of these friends. Li Qingqing hid a kitchen knife behind her back. Summoning her courage, she stepped outside and met Sun Guangguan's angry stare. She took a deep breath and said, "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have impulsively hit my mother-in-law today. So, I made this meal to apologize." Sun Guangguan's wife could no longer see, but if she had seen the 2 chickens, a plate of cured meat, a bowl of peanuts, and a big bowl of rice on the table, she would have been furious. A young man beside Sun Guangguan whispered, "Big brother, let's not get angry with her now. After we finish these snacks, we can deal with her." Sun Guangguan thought that made sense. He pushed his blind mother forward and said, "Be obedient. Go to the kitchen and feed my mother." "Okay." Li Qingqing showed a very obedient and submissive expression, something she had never done before. She hid the knife behind her and reached out to help Sun Guangguan's wife. As soon as Sun Guangguan's wife felt her hand, she grabbed it tightly and pinched her hard. "You little brat, you hit me today. Just wait until my son comes back and sees how he will deal with you tonight." Seeing the blood on her wrist, Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Early the next morning, before dawn, the quiet village was suddenly awakened by loud screams from Sun Guangguan's wife. "Help! Someone's killing! Help!" The first to arrive at Sun's house were neighbors living nearby. They rushed in, but upon seeing what was inside, they were so frightened they retreated, as if they had seen a ghost. "I need to find the team leader and report to the police." A woman who didn't believe in superstitions was curious and ran inside, only to be shocked by what she saw in the house. In the yard, Fu Hanya was pressing Yi Miao Miao against the wall, about to kiss her deeply when they were interrupted again. Disturbed twice, Yi Miao Miao lost interest. Maybe something serious really happened in the village. "You go back first. I'll call Shen Yunxin and we'll go see what's going on," Fu Hanya said. "Stay away from Zhou Huayuan in the future. I don't want to see you with him." He knew Zhou Huayuan's feelings for the girl, and just thinking about it made him very jealous. Yi Miao Miao patted his open shirt and said, "Don't be jealous without reason." After saying that, she pushed him aside and went out to find her friend who was watching the situation. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao arrived at Sun's house, but a crowd of villagers had already gathered around. Several militia members with guns stood at the front. They couldn't get closer. They heard that Fu Deong had already gone to the commune to call the police. Now, Deputy Captain Sun Chuangui was holding a loudspeaker outside Sun's house, shouting, "Li Qingqing, put down your weapon and release your mother-in-law. Don't be stubborn." What exactly was going on inside Sun's house? Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin looked at each other, both feeling very curious. Wang Guixiang, a gossiping neighbor, ran over and said, "Wow, Li Qingqing is really fierce. This is the first time something this serious has happened in our village. I heard that Sun Guangguan and his 3 brothers, who were out last night, didn't make it back. None of them survived. Plus, Sun Guangguan himself. Last night, Li Qingqing killed 4 men. And there's still a widow inside, held hostage by Li Qingqing, and no one knows if she's alive or dead. Shen Yunxin, familiar with the story from the novel, was stunned. The novel didn't describe such an intense murder case involving Li Qingqing. Yi Miao was very curious. How did Li Qingqing manage to kill 4 men? Wang Guixiang said, I don't know that yet. An older woman nearby said, last night, we heard several screams. We thought Sun Guangguan was back hitting Li Qingqing again. But it turned out to be something else. We think Sun Guangguan and his 3 brothers were drunk, and Li Qingqing took the opportunity to attack them. She even dismembered them. Yi Miao and Shen Yunxin exchanged looks. Both thought Li Qingqing had done an impressive job. Otherwise, the news this morning might have become that Li Qingqing was killed by Sun Guangguan and his 3 brothers through violence. Since everyone was going to die anyway, catching 3 scapegoats was considered a small gain. When dawn broke, Fu Deong led some police and militia from the commune, riding their bikes with smoking tires, rushing quickly to the scene. They confirmed that the murderer was still at the Sun family's house, and the police quickly ordered the militia to surround the Sun house again with guns. Then, they used a loudspeaker to shout inside, Li Qingqing, come out quickly. We are police officers. If you are innocent, we will help you. But you must put down your weapons and let the widow walk out on her own. Otherwise, we will have to shoot you. Soon, Li Qingqing suddenly ran out like a madwoman, jumping and bouncing. Her face, hair, and clothes were all covered in blood. Whenever she saw someone, she would run up and kiss them. Dad, you are my dad. Why are you only coming to pick me up now? I missed you so much. Suddenly, she turned and cried to another person nearby, Mom, you are so cruel. How could you make me marry an old bachelor? I was already being bullied by him, and you still forced me to marry him. What kind of heart do you have?
Boo-hoo.
The police asked Fu Deong, do you know who the old bachelor she mentioned is? He's her boyfriend, Sun Guangguan. The woman being harassed by Li Qingqing was so frightened, she shouted loudly, Crazy woman, let go of me. Who do you think you are? I didn't force you to marry anyone. Police officers, I think Li Qingqing might be crazy, someone said. Li Qingqing, hiding her face with her long hair, looked at everyone. She secretly smiled, knowing she wanted them to think she was crazy. She quickly grabbed others and started talking nonsense again. The onlookers were so scared they ran away in all directions. 2 militia members went over and held her down. Crazy woman, stop moving or we'll hit you, they warned. At this moment, the widow's son was helped out of the house, trembling. She was covered in filth but unharmed. Now that it was daylight, her eyes could see faint figures again. Seeing Li Qingqing being caught, she suddenly broke down and cried loudly. Captain, police officers, please help me and my son. Li Qingqing, this crazy woman killed my son. She also killed 3 other people. You must make her pay. The police officer walked over and asked, Ma'am, did Li Qingqing go crazy before she killed your son, or did she go crazy after killing others? Widow Sun thought for a moment. Last night, Li Qingqing murdered and dismembered those people, cutting off their hands and feet. She even forced herself to drink their blood, saying it was meat soup. Recalling what happened last night, she screamed in fear. She's crazy. She's been crazy for a long time. A few police officers went to collect the remaining food on the table to see if it was poisoned. If the food was poisoned, it would prove that Li Qingqing was pretending to be crazy. Then they could arrest her and carry out the death penalty. At this moment, Fu Deong wanted to get rid of Li Qingqing, the troublemaker. He said, Comrades, we saw Li Qingqing yesterday afternoon. She looked fine, with no signs of illness. Maybe she's pretending to be crazy because she knows she killed someone. Just then, a police officer who knew about the feud between Li Qingqing and the Fu family raised his hand and said, Captain, don't jump to conclusions. We will take her away for investigation. Fu Deong looked annoyed and didn't dare to speak. Lu Yanting came over to call Shen Yunxin to go back for dinner. As he passed by, he coincidentally brushed past Li Qingqing, who was being led away. Having studied criminal psychology, he quickly noticed that Li Qingqing was deliberately pretending to be crazy. But he didn't plan to interfere and simply went inside to find Shen Yunxin. Fu Deong, along with some militia members, was already cleaning up the 4 men who had been tortured and killed at Sun's house. Almost none of their flesh was intact. Li Qingqing had chopped them with a kitchen knife. Some of their flesh was so badly cut that it couldn't be reassembled. Many onlookers felt sick and turned away. Yi Miao Miao, along with Shen Yunxin, wanted to go inside to see what was happening. Lu Yanting came over and grabbed the girl's shoulder. "Are you afraid of having nightmares tonight?" Shen Yunxin immediately threw herself into the man's arms. She had just seen a body being carried out and was quite scared. Yi Miao Miao was not afraid. She let go of Shen Yunxin's hand and went inside on her own. "We're going back to eat breakfast," Lu Yanting said, holding Shen Yunxin as they left. On the way, they met Fu Hanya, who had come looking for them. "Where's Miao Miao?" Shen Yunxin pointed toward the Sun family and said, "Your Miao Miao said she's going to watch Li Qingqing at the crime scene." Fu Hanya knew the girl he liked was special, but there were too many people from the Sun family now, so he couldn't go over. Back in the yard, Shen Yunxin held Lu Yanting and kissed him for a while before she finally felt better. Lu Yanting picked her up and changed the subject to distract her, saying, "Did you notice that Li Qingqing is pretending to be crazy?" Shen Yunxin thought about it carefully and said, "Did you notice?" He nodded. "Yes." She asked, "Did you tell anyone?" "I guess she's trying to avoid punishment." Lu Yanting shook his head. "No need to." Shen Yunxin nodded too. "She's quite pitiful. That scoundrel Sun Guang last night brought 3 men home, and you can guess what he was planning. Now, for men have been overpowered by Li Qingqing, and they deserved it." At breakfast, Shen Yunxin saw the steak on her plate and suddenly remembered the torn-up bodies, which made her feel sick and she vomited. Lu Yanting quickly went over and gently held her, patting her back softly. After drinking a sip of spring water, Shen Yunxin sighed. "Why am I so timid?" Lu Yanting affectionately explained. "It's not that you're timid. It's your first time seeing these things. Everyone subconsciously can't accept it at first." Shen Yunxin was happy with his explanation and leaned into his chest, acting cute. "Tonight, watch a movie with me. I want to see the scariest one." "Okay." After breakfast, they prepared to go out to work in the fields. Lu Yanting shared good news with Shen Yunxin. "The corn we harvested from the field these days is ready for shelling. Last night, I made a few simple corn shellers. I talked with the team leader yesterday afternoon, and he arranged for you and Yi Miao Miao to shell the corn starting today. That way, you won't have to be in the sun or risk getting cut by corn leaves." Shen Yunxin looked happy and admired him. "That's great news. Why did you tell me only now?" Lu Yanting looked at her with affection. "Do you feel surprised?" Shen Yunxin nodded hard. "Yes, I'm really surprised." Lu Yanting reached out and gently rubbed her head. "Do you still envy Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya for being in love?" Shen Yunxin shook her head. "As long as you treat me well, that's all I need." Lu Yanting pointed to his lips. "I think I deserve a little reward." Shen Yunxin smiled, gave him a quick kiss, and laughed softly. "I'll give you a better reward tonight." Lu Yanting held her tightly, feeling deeply moved. Who said long-married couples couldn't still feel love and warmth? Doing corn threshing was easier than working in the fields, but it required skill, so the production team usually assigned it to experienced workers. After Yi Miao Miao was unexpectedly assigned to the threshing group, she heard Shen Yunxin proudly say, "Comrade Lu made a simple threshing machine. Today, I'll teach everyone how to use it. Don't worry, once we have this machine, our group will finish the work much faster." Yi Miao Miao gave her a thumbs up. "Your comrade Lu is really amazing." Shen Yunxin felt delighted by the praise, because in every way, her husband was indeed outstanding. The two of them went together to the drying yard. Inside, the experienced women were already sitting at their workstations, using the traditional hand threshing method. Deputy team leader Sun Chuangwa brought the machine and placed it in front of them, but the women looked unimpressed. They were proud of their speed and skill, and when told that a machine could do the job faster and that anyone could use it, they were unwilling to learn. Shen Yunxin stepped forward. "Captain Sun, don't rush them. Let everyone take some time to get used to it. This morning, Yi and I will use Comrade Lu's machine. If we finish our task, we can leave early, right? Yes, that's right, Sun Chuangguo replied, playing along with her plan. As soon as the team leaders left, a few women began making sarcastic remarks toward Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. If corn shelling is really that easy, how come we find it so hard to sit here without getting sunburned and still earn more work points than the men who work all day? Exactly. My hands are full of calluses from shelling corn. Every night after work, I feel like my fingers aren't even the same anymore. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao exchanged glances and both shook their heads, indicating they didn't want to join the discussion. Shen Yunxin went over, picked up a corn cob, and demonstrated to Yi Miao Miao. She placed the corn into a simple machine and turned it once by hand. The corn was quickly shelled. Yi Miao Miao, who came from a post-apocalyptic world, watched and then learned how to do it immediately. Soon, they shelled a pile of corn that looked like a small mountain. The other women inside the house couldn't help but look over. Some of them already felt jealous, but didn't dare to speak up. Meanwhile, Fu Deong came to check on their work. Seeing Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao using the machine to shell corn quickly and easily, he sighed softly, noticing the other women who refused to learn the new technique. At noon, after finishing their tasks, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin went home early to rest. Fu Deong took the opportunity to hold a small meeting with everyone. He encouraged the other women in the village to come to the drying yard this afternoon to learn how to use the machine for shelling corn if they were willing. Sun Jia had experienced a tragic event, and he was worried that this year they wouldn't be able to be chosen as an outstanding production team. But if he could quickly promote this corn shelling machine to other teams and improve their efficiency, their team might still have a chance this year. Wang Guixiang wanted to support Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, and was the first to sign up. Soon, several other women who were friends with Wang Guixiang also signed up. There were also young educated workers, Deng Yanan, veteran workers Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing. In the afternoon, the work shed at the drying yard became lively. It was full of familiar faces, chatting and gossiping happily. The simple shelling machine made by Lu Yanting was very easy to use. Shen Yunxin first demonstrated it slowly, explaining the precautions, and everyone who was eager to learn picked it up quickly. Wang Guixiang loudly laughed and deliberately smiled for the women across from her, who were still peeling corn by hand. Oh, so peeling corn is so easy. I can do it too now. Unfortunately, there are too few machines. After learning how to use them, everyone can only take turns. Still, even with this, everyone finished their corn peeling tasks in one afternoon by taking turns on the machines. This shows that using machines is much faster than doing it by hand. Fu Deong was very happy. He turned around and ran to the fields to tell Lu Yanting to stop working and go back to make more peeling machines. Lu Yanting took the chance to ask for some helpers, and he specifically requested Fu Hanya. Fu Deong agreed immediately. As long as they could make a good contribution to the production team, everything was fine. He thought about how he was scolded harshly by the commune leaders early that morning because of Sun's family case. After finishing village matters, he rode his bike to the commune to report this good news and to take credit. But by evening, something happened again at the cattle shed. Xing Xiaoya, who had nothing to do, didn't want to stay in the countryside any longer. She didn't get along well with the people at the youth station. She couldn't stand staying another day, so she went to the cattle shed and used some aggressive methods to force the people there, causing one to jump into the river right on the spot. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting arrived at the scene first after hearing the news. When they arrived, the village's barefoot doctor was already shaking his head at the drowning person. It's no use. They've already died. The deceased was a kind, educated person. In the story, he didn't die. He even comforted Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting when Xing Xiaoya bullied them. Yi Xiaozheng, the youngest member sent to the cattle shed, was very upset. He grabbed the barefoot doctor and asked, "Tell me, who is this woman? Why is she here to question us and even humiliate us? We didn't do anything wrong." The barefoot doctor looked at Xing Xiaoya and said, "I don't know who is behind her. She's a young person sent here from a city to work in the countryside. She's lazy and never does any farm work. How can you say that about me?" Seeing the situation was getting serious, Xing Xiaoya was scared and turned around to run away. A group of dispatched workers quickly surrounded her, shouting, "You murderer! Don't think you can escape." Xing Xiaoya glared fiercely at them and retorted, "You capitalists, let me go." Shen Yunxin really wanted to walk over and slap this beast, Xing Xiaoya, twice. Whether in the novel or now, she always pushes people to the limit. Lu Yanting stepped in and said, "Stay here and don't get involved. I will report to the police." At this moment, more villagers who had come to watch the excitement arrived. Xing Xiaoya looked up at these people and suddenly had an idea. "Why are you all just standing there? I am being held hostage by them. These capitalists are planning to rebel." Some honest villagers couldn't help but speak up, saying, "Xing Jiqing, this is your own fault. What does it have to do with us? You're young, but you're so cruel. You called in sick when asked to work, but you have the strength to torment these people, and then say you're too weak to work. We're all human lives. Why are you so heartless? People have been pushed to the point of jumping into the river. I heard you even blocked rescue efforts and didn't allow doctors to come. What kind of mind does that show?" Xing Xiaoya was speechless for a moment but quickly reacted. She turned the blame around and said, "You sympathize with these capitalists? What is your family background? Are you also in cahoots with them?" Wang Xiaoxiang, angry, crossed her arms and scolded, "My ancestors have been poor farmers for 8 generations. If you compare, my family is probably cleaner than your city-raised Jiqing. What we're talking about now is your disregard for human life. Stop stirring up class struggles and slapping labels on others." Wang Guixiang turned to Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao and said, "Xiaoxiang is very smart. She used to be the best in the literacy and math classes." After speaking, she also stepped in to help. "Xing Jiqing, you're just a troublemaker. People come to the countryside to help build it. But you came with bad intentions, causing trouble for everyone. First, you caused chaos among your fellow Jiqing, and now you're targeting these displaced workers. Do you plan to keep taking from us to boast and make yourself look good? Xing Jiqing is a murderer." Murderer? The villagers are usually united when it comes to big issues. When someone shouted that Xing Xiaoya was a murderer, everyone raised their arms and cheered. Xing Xiaoya was so scared she panicked. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't kill anyone. He jumped into the river himself. It's none of my business. Everyone shut up." Fu Daong arrived. For him, today had been full of ups and downs. Early in the morning, a murder case in Sun's family made him get scolded harshly by his leaders. Just when he finally made a good impression with the commune leaders over Lu Jiqing's corn sheller, now evening brought another death. But this time it was one of those exiled villagers. He wanted to keep things small and simple. These exiled people were often pulled out for struggles, and losing 1 or 2 was normal. "What are you doing holding a young girl hostage? Are you trying to rebel? Let her go now." Everyone was stunned. Fu Daong seemed to want to hide such a serious matter. Yi Xiaozhang said, "Captain, it turns out the person behind Xing Jiqing is you. You want to protect this murderer." He was so angry he grabbed Xing Xiaoya and raised his hand to choke her. "Captain, I know you care about your village's reputation and your career. You probably don't want to get involved in our lives. But if this girl dies here today, I wonder if you can still hide the truth." Fu Daong's legs went weak with fear. He quickly reached out to stop him. "Young man, don't get so excited. If you hurt this girl, you won't be able to live either." Yi Xiaozhang pressed harder on Xing Xiaoya's neck. "My family is down to just me. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. But today, I want this woman to pay for her life. Otherwise, will you keep killing people just because you feel like it?" Fu Daong sighed softly. "If you want to kill her, I can't stop you. Militants, come here and arrest this murderer." After speaking, he turned around and shouted angrily at the other villagers. "What are you still looking at? Among these old scholars, there's a rebellious one who wants to kill someone. Hurry up and go back." The other villagers might not have understood Fu Daong's tricky move, but Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin saw through it. Fu Daong, for his own future, deliberately provoked Yi Xiaozhang to kill Xing Xiaoya, so he could say the case was caused by troublemakers from the cattle pen area. Yi Miao Miao sneered at Fu Daong's clever plan, saying, "This team leader is really bold. Such a bad person. She wanted to go up and give him a good punch. Shen Yunxin turned her head and looked over, feeling worried inside because Lu Yanting still hadn't brought the police over. Fu Deong was happy to see the obedient villagers leave. Wang Guixiang had already left, but when she saw Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin still standing there, she quietly said, "You should leave too. We're just small workers and we shouldn't cause trouble." Yi Miao Miao asked, "Does your team leader often do such bad things?" Wang Guixiang sighed. "Actually, we don't know what to do. This morning, there was a murder, and now tonight another one. Our production team probably won't be able to win any awards this year, and we'll get less grain." Shen Yunxin said, "Aunt Guixiang, you should leave first." "Miao and I won't go." Wang Guixiang whispered. "Fu Deong isn't a good person. Don't make him angry." Shen Yunxin nodded. Yi Miao Miao looked around and saw that Lu Yanting, the protector of the flowers, wasn't there. She guessed Shen Yunxin was probably waiting for her husband. After everyone left, only Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin remained. Fu Deong quickly spotted them. "What are you two still standing here for? Hurry up and leave." Yi Miao Miao held Shen Yunxin's hand and pretended to be ready to leave, saying, "When will Lu Jiqing come back? Maybe we should find a place to hide." Just then, police officers on bicycles from the commune arrived nearby, but clever Lu Yanting wasn't among them. Shen Yunxin pulled Yi Miao Miao, and they turned to leave, hiding under a big tree. "You care a lot about Lu Jiqing and them?" Yi Miao Miao tentatively asked, mainly wanting to know why Shen Yunxin wanted to help these people. If needed, she would also lend a hand. Having spent so much time with the heroine, Shen Yunxin decided not to hide anymore. "Actually, I am also the child of a capitalist. If we hadn't been lucky enough to cut ties with our families early on, I think I would be in the same difficult situation as them now." Yi Miao Miao also openly said, "I'm in the same situation as you. If I hadn't taken the initiative to cut ties with my family of capitalists, I would probably have been sent away by now." Shen Yunxin said, "So, Xing Xiaoya, this troublemaker, can't stay here anymore. Today, we must accuse her and make her leave. Are you all okay?" Lu Yanting and Fu Hanya appeared behind them together. Yi Miao Miao turned her head and saw Fu Hanya and the young couple exchanging a quick glance, then she happily focused on that. Shen Yunxin looked at her man and said, "We're fine. The team leader doesn't want us to watch the fuss, so we came over here." Lu Yanting walked over, gently ruffling the girl's hair with affection. "It's okay. The higher-ups are taking this case very seriously. The person Xing Xiaoya caused to die was an expert in a certain field. She can't escape this time." Shen Yunxin immediately understood the plot and sensed a new development, but there were others nearby, so she didn't ask more. The four of them stood behind a big tree, watching ahead. Fu Hanya and Lu Yanting each held their own girls, and Yi Miao Miao no longer had to be the third wheel. De Yongfu saw the police arrive, and was so frightened he was visibly shocked. "Why you guys? Why are you here?" Young Officer Zhao, who knew Fu Deyong, looked at him with some sympathy. "Captain, you guys from the production team are really unlucky today," Fu Deyong said. "I didn't ask anyone to call the police." "Who told you to come?" The young Officer Zhao almost blurted out Lu Yanting's name. An older police officer nearby gave him a stern look and then criticized Fu Deyong. "Captain Fu, do you even know what you're saying? Your production team caused a death. You didn't want to report it to the police, and now you want to hide this matter yourself? I definitely wouldn't dare," Fu Deyong said, already feeling that things were getting more complicated. He now deeply regretted causing such a fuss on his own. The clever Yi Xiaojing realized that the police officer and Fu Deong were not on the same side. He immediately took the opportunity to complain, "Comrade police, this team leader has personal motives. He probably thinks that we, the displaced people, are just worthless and won't be cared for if we die. So, he wants to support this murderer, the young woman from the countryside. How dare you talk nonsense?" Fu Deong snapped, angry and glaring. The old police officer asked, "What is your name?" "Yi Xiaojing." "What is your relationship with the deceased, Professor Tang?" "We have no relationship. I am very young, and Professor Tang has always taken good care of me. But I never thought that today, when I came back from work, Professor Tang was forced to jump into the river by this young woman from the countryside. After she jumped, she blocked us from saving her and even stopped us from calling the village barefoot doctor. Professor Tang died, and she is the murderer. Yes, she is the murderer. At this moment, all the people hiding in the cattle shed behind Yi Xiaojing shouted together. The old police officer raised his hand to signal them to stop. He looked at Yi Xiaojing and said, "Today, we are here to settle this. First, let go of Xing Zhiheng. I have a few questions for her." Yi Xiaojing loosened his grip on Xing Xiaoyao's neck, but suddenly her body went limp like a noodle and collapsed to the ground. Fu Deong was terrified and shouted, "Did you really kill her?" "I didn't," Yi Xiaojing replied. Yi Miao Miao, standing behind the big tree, knew very well about Xing Xiaoyao's condition. She said, "She's not dead, just too weak from poor health and low blood sugar, so she fainted." Shen Yunxin asked, "What should we do now?" She really didn't want Xing Xiaoyao, this troublemaker, to escape again. "Why are you all gathered here?" Zhou Huai arrived forcefully, showing his officer ID. "I am Zhou Huai. I just received the task to protect Professor Tang. Professor Tang had an accident, and now I am taking full responsibility for her case." After speaking, he went over to check Xing Xiaoyao's condition. "She's not dead, probably fainted from low blood sugar." "Does anyone have sugar?" No one had sugar. Shen Yunxin wished she could go over and give her some. Fortunately, Zhou Huai had methods. He directly used force to wake Xing Xiaoyao. Zhou Huai looked at her with the eyes of someone seeing trash. It was the first time he received a task and failed before it even started. "No one will kill you, but you have caused our country to lose Professor Tang, an important expert. Just stay alive and wait for your trial." Xing Xiaoyao felt no fear at all. A small smile of pride even appeared on her lips. As long as she wasn't killed on the spot, she wasn't afraid of trial. Her parents had worked hard in Beijing all these years. Not far away, Lu Yanting, who had excellent eyesight, immediately saw through Xing Xiaoya's dirty little thoughts. Tonight would probably be a sleepless night. He turned to Fu Hanya and said, "I want to go to the black market with you today." Fu Hanya now fully trusted Lu Yanting and agreed, without hesitation when asked. Shen Yunxin worried, "Why do you suddenly want to go to the black market?" Lu Yanting reassured the girl, "Don't worry about me. I'll tell you good news when I come back." Yi Miao Miao felt a bit worried about her man's health. "You work like crazy during the day and go to the black market at night. How long can you sleep in a day?" She was really worried that his special abilities might be exhausted someday. Because she knew he hadn't awakened his powers yet, he was just using up his energy without being able to restore his abilities. Fu Hanya knew the girl was worried about him. He smiled happily. "Don't worry, I promise I will marry you healthy and strong." After saying this, the two exchanged a sweet look. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao felt something was off. She turned her head and saw Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting, two obvious bright lights. She finally understood what shyness was. She scolded the thick-skinned man. "All right, go quickly. I need to go back to sleep too." Lu Yanting and Fu Hanya left together. Shen Yunxin leaned over to Yi Miao Miao and joked, "Are you two really not taking the next step yet?" They had just started dating, but when they looked at each other, it felt like they were about to be pulled apart by a string. Yi Miao Miao looked confused. She hadn't really reacted yet. Shen Yunxin teased with a smile, even sweeter than newlyweds. Yi Miao Miao reacted quickly, her face turning bright red, but she was still happy to discuss the topic with Shen Yunxin. "Not yet," she said. However, they were so close. Whenever they had a chance to be alone, they would kiss and hug, but they hadn't taken that final step. Shen Yunxin was very curious. "Comrade Fu doesn't seem like he wouldn't be interested. Why haven't you guys done it yet?" Yi Miao Miao looked a bit regretful. "Mainly because we don't have time. Recently, the weather had been very nice. During the day, they were busy working, and at night, Fu Hanya went to the black market to earn money." The two women, chatting and laughing about romantic topics, quickly arrived at her home. Yi Miao Miao was increasingly satisfied with Shen Yunxin as her close friend. She reached out to hold her hand. "Are you staying over at my place again tonight?" "Yes," Shen Yunxin agreed. Since Yi Miao Miao's special abilities seemed to have recovered quite a bit, Shen Yunxin immediately felt a cool breeze as they entered the house, which was probably caused by her water-based powers. Meanwhile, Lu Yanting was riding his bike with Fu Hanya pulling a cart heading toward the black market. He explained his purpose while riding. I want to find a human trafficker gang and have them kidnap Xing Xiaoya. He was unfamiliar with the area, and only Fu Hanya could help him. Fu Hanya was clearly smart. He didn't ask many questions, but appreciated Lu Yanting's trust in him. Lu Jiqing has good judgment. You came to the right person. Once we get to the black market, I'll take you to meet the most powerful black boss in this area. About an hour later, they arrived at the black market. Compared to Shanghai City, it was a remote and mountainous place, and the market was very lively. Lu Yanting wanted to find the person he was after, so he first helped Fu Hanya sell rabbits. Some of these wild rabbits were raised on Fu Hanya's land in the mountains, and some he hunted himself. He had a regular buyer at the black market. When there weren't enough rabbits, he would sometimes hunt wild boars and other mountain animals to make up the numbers. After an hour, they finally met the big buyer. Once the remaining rabbits were sold out, Fu Hanya handed the cart and bike to a friend to watch over, then led Lu Yanting to the end of the market and knocked on a door. A young man ran out to open the door. The other person saw it was Fu Hanya and only said, "Wait here," then closed the door and went inside again. Half an hour later, the young man came back, opened the door politely and said, "Our boss said that since Fu Hanya brought you here and trusts you, you can go inside and talk directly with me." Lu Yanting covered his eyes with a black cloth and followed the young man inside. Fu Hanya continued to wait outside the door. After the negotiation, Lu Yanting spent 2 small yellow fish, and both sides were very satisfied. When they left the yard and met Fu Hanya outside, they returned to the village around 3:30 a.m. Fu Hanya went back to his small shelter in the Fu family yard and closed his eyes to rest lightly. Lu Yanting returned home, entered his space, and found Shen Yunxin was not there. He sighed softly and went to sleep alone. Fu Hanya only slept for a little over an hour. He got up feeling energetic and went to borrow a stove from his third uncle to prepare a loving breakfast for the girl he liked. Early in the morning, Shen Yunxin was awakened by the stuffy heat. She found that Yi Miao Miao, the human air conditioner, was gone. At this time, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. She was curious about where Yi Miao Miao had gone so early. Could she have gone to the river to repair her special abilities again? Shen Yunxin got out of bed and went outside, almost startling herself. She quickly retreated into the main room and looked through the window. She saw Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya in the yard, engaged in a passionate, sweet kiss as if they were sneaking around. Fu Hanya's clothes had fallen to the ground. His muscular body, described as fierce in the novels, looked exactly like that. Yi Miao Miao's hands repeatedly slipped into the man's waistband. It was very exciting, more intense than any movie with explicit scenes. But Shen Yunxin didn't dare to watch more, knowing that both the heroine and hero had sharp senses. She was also afraid that Yi Miao Miao might accidentally pull down Fu Hanya's pants. In fact, Yi Miao Miao had already noticed Shen Yunxin watching. She loosened her grip on Fu Hanya's waistband when the woman turned to go back inside. Miao Miao, Fu Hanya felt like he was about to burst. He lowered his head and bit her smooth, white shoulder. He really wanted to marry her soon so they could be together at last. 2 people hugged each other tightly and stayed quiet for a while. Yi Miao Miao gently patted the man's head and scolded him. "I told you to sleep a little longer and not to get up so early to make breakfast for me." Fu Hanya smiled. "These days, I am happiest at this time. I also feel happy when I make breakfast for you, fool," Yi Miao Miao said with a sweet smile and a teasing tone. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder in the sky. Yi Miao Miao looked up at the dark clouds above. She predicted it would rain today. Finally, the rain arrived. She tiptoed and happily whispered in the man's ear, "Remember to come find me when you have time today." Fu Hanya thought of something and immediately felt excited. He happily picked up Yi Miao Miao and spun her around twice. Soon, light rain started falling from the sky. The 2 reluctantly parted ways. After changing his clothes, Fu Hanya climbed over the wall and left. Yi Miao Miao took the heart-shaped breakfast her man made for her and went to find Shen Yunxin. "Stop pretending and don't sleep anymore." Shen Yunxin opened one eye and said shyly, "You 2 are so close now. Don't you want to get married soon?" Yi Miao Miao looked indifferent. "Why rush?" He's already mine, and I find it exciting to secretly be with him every day. Shen Yunxin picked up a pillow and threw it at her. You're really shameless, Yi Miao Miao said. Come have breakfast with me. He's a good cook too. No, I want to go back and eat what Lu Jiqing made, Shen Yunxin replied, feeling a bit shy but also eager to see her man again. Outside, it was raining. Luckily, the two families lived not far apart. Shen Yunxin ran home and entered her space. Before the man in the kitchen could react, she hugged him from behind, tiptoed, and kissed him. Lu Yanting thought the girl wanted to make up for him staying alone last night. He turned off the stove and picked her up, happily kissing her. Shen Yunxin told him, "It's raining outside. We probably don't need to go to work today." Lu Yanting understood immediately. He simply carried her to the bedroom. After a joyful time together, Shen Yunxin snuggled happily in the man's arms, enjoying the moment of satisfaction and sweetness. After being intimate, Lu Yanting briefly explained to the girl what he did last night at the black market. Shen Yunxin worried. Do you think this will work? I don't know. Let's wait for the news. At this moment, Xing Xiaoya, who was on the minds of the couple, was personally sent to the train station by Zhou Huai. On the way, despite being a criminal, Xing Xiaoya was confidently flirting with Zhou Huai. Lieutenant Zhou, you're so young to be a company commander in the army. That's impressive. You've taken on a new mission, so I guess you've successfully protected those two geological experts. Professor Tang's death has nothing to do with you. And people like them, sent to remote rural areas, are more likely to have accidents. So, if you really think about it, you can't blame yourself for Professor Tang's death, Zhou Huai reminded her. Xing Xiaoya, don't forget you are a murderer. Xing Xiaoya smiled. Lieutenant Zhou, you're just as ignorant as those villagers. I didn't kill him myself. It was his own weak will that made him unable to handle it. No one can really blame me. Zhou Huai closed his eyes, not wanting to argue with this mean woman anymore. Xing Xiaoya turned her head and glared at this stubborn man. Zhou Huai, can you stop being so stubborn? I know you like Yi Miao Miao. But I'm still so calm because my parents in Beijing can protect me. With your status, I should be the most suitable person for you to marry. Also, Yi Miao Miao, Shen Yunxin, and Lu Yanting all have wealthy backgrounds. When I go back, I can easily make things difficult for them just by moving a finger. So, tell your cousin Zhou Baozhen not to foolishly obsess over Lu Yanting anymore. Zhou Huai kept his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Xing Xiaoya was so angry, she almost exploded. Yes, her parents loved her very much, but at this moment, reputation was very important. That's why she signed up to work in the countryside. But this time, she gained no good reputation. Trying to get benefits from the cattle farm people backfired. If she had known, she would have used the wealthy backgrounds of Yi Miao Miao, Shen Yunxin, and Lu Yanting to her advantage. Now, she had to humble herself and flatter Zhou Huai, a soldier, but it was obvious he had no feelings for her. The train finally arrived. After seeing Xing Xiaoya onto the train, Zhou Huai felt uneasy inside. He really didn't want a murderer to return to Beijing and escape justice. When he got off the train, he suddenly noticed that the man and woman sitting next to Xing Xiaoya seemed suspicious. His soldier's instinct told him they were trouble. But this was the first time he made a decision against his professional ethics. He knew Xing Xiaoya would definitely get away if she returned to Beijing, so he thought it was better for society to deal with her. Lu Yanting provided detailed information to the black market boss, so they specially set up a high-level trap for Xing Xiaoya. The woman sitting next to Xing Xiaoya dressed like an official. After getting on the train, her confident words immediately caught Xing Xiaoya's attention. They quickly started talking happily, and she even generously shared some food she brought. When Xing Xiaoya woke up again, she was tied up and placed inside a snakeskin bag. Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin only learned days later that Xing Xiaoya had been sold to the border area, drugged and mentally harmed. From then on, she would be kept in a cellar, like a pig, giving birth to children for two old men. Both missions were completed, and Zhou Huai should have taken the train back to the military district. But he kept thinking about Yi Miao Miao. Unwilling to leave the train station, he turned around and took a car back to the village. Today, It rained heavily, so everyone in the village stayed home to rest. He happened to be holding the gift he had prepared for the girl and arrived outside the courtyard. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but suddenly heard a man and woman talking inside the yard. Fu Hanya said, "Meow meow, stop playing. Let's go inside. If someone hears us here, it won't be good." Yi Meow Meow replied, "What are you afraid of? Be more focused. Every morning when we kiss here, I want to be with you like this. If only we could get married if someone caught us." Zhou Huai didn't expect Yi Meow Meow to already be married to another man, yet she still wanted to marry him. His young heart was instantly shattered. Suddenly, a box with the gift fell to the ground with a loud bang. Even more heartbreaking was the noisy meow meow and Fu Hanya made inside the yard, which drowned out this small scene. It was as if no one knew the young boy's feelings. For the first time, Zhou Huai shed tears and turned away. Next door, Shen Yunxin, who noticed the rain had stopped, planned to go to the youth commune to invite someone to pick mushrooms in the mountains. When she stepped outside and saw Zhou Huai's back, she immediately went inside to call her husband to join her for some fun. What's wrong with the second male lead? Has he been clearly rejected by the female lead? After saying this, Shen Yunxin wanted to walk over and ask Yi Meow Meow. Lu Yanting, who was observant, saw the closed courtyard gate and a box-like object lying outside the door. He guessed something and quickly grabbed the curious girl. "Don't disturb other people's affairs." Shen Yunxin looked up with a puzzled expression, still not understanding. Lu Yanting affectionately hugged her and stroked her head before explaining, "That thing on the ground is probably a gift Zhou Huai wanted to give to Yi Meow Meow. It rained so heavily earlier, and today no one needs to work outside. Can you guess why Zhou Huai, before even seeing Yi Meow Meow, threw the gift right at the door?" Shen Yunxin understood now. She pulled her husband and hurried into the courtyard, saying, "The male and female leads are really bold." Lu Yanting chuckled. "Just from how clingy they are when they meet, you can tell they're definitely not innocent in private." Shen Yunxin truly considered Yi Meow Meow her close friend. Suddenly, she worried that Zhou Huai might be petty. At this moment, she was sure he would go find someone to catch them in a compromising situation. "I should go inform the female lead. What if Zhou Huai retaliates and causes trouble?" Lu Yanting still held her back. "We don't need to interfere. If Zhou Huai really does something disgraceful, it's better for the female lead to see it clearly early on, catching them in the act. Don't forget, the female lead has her own space." Shen Yunxin, worried and confused, forgot all the stakes involved. "Husband, let's make a bet." "I bet Zhou Huai won't be a petty person." Lu Yanting looked confidently at her. "What are you betting?" "Are you sure?" Shen Yunxin immediately felt guilty because she had never won a bet against Lu Yanting before. But she always managed to cheat, and he would always let her. She boldly declared, "Fine, I'll bet. Anything is fine." Lu Yanting touched his nose, picked up the girl, and placed her on the wall. Then he pressed her against the corner of the wall. "Since I'm bored, I might as well wait here." "You really are." Before Shen Yunxin could finish speaking, her mouth was covered. Suddenly, she remembered the scene from this morning when she peeked at Fu Hanya and Yi Meow Meow together. She felt guilty and nervous, and in her panic, she was caught by Lu Yanting, who guessed the truth and took advantage of her. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai, feeling lost and upset, returned to his rented house in the village. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Zhou Baozhen sitting inside. Feeling guilty, he was startled. "Why are you here?" Zhou Baozhen didn't want to wait here for Zhou Huai, because normally he wouldn't be here at this time. She looked at him coldly and said, "Cousin, you've done something bad." Zhou Huai asked, "Me? Yes, you." Zhou Baozhen stood up and pointed at him, scolding, "You should be on the train back to the military area, not still here. It's because you were fooled by that sly girl Yi Meow Meow. Don't you remember you made a childhood promise with Sister Xiaolan? The Zhou family would never allow you to marry a girl from the countryside. Only Sister Xiaolan is the right match for you." Zhou Huai was already in a bad mood, and hearing Zhou Baozhen criticize him made him angry. He pushed her away. "Who are you to lecture me? Don't forget, Lu Yanting is also a countryside youth, and he's married. You should be more concerned about yourself." Zhou Baozhen stared at Zhou Huai in disbelief. She suddenly sneered and said, I will definitely help Sister Xiaolan keep your innocence. After saying that, she pushed him and ran out. Zhou Huai stood there for a moment to calm himself. When he finally reacted and rushed over, it was already too late. Zhou Baozhen ran to Yi Miao Miao's house. She originally wanted to cause trouble, warn, and humiliate Yi Miao Miao, but she overheard sounds of a man sneaking inside. She was so happy she didn't know whether to go tell Zhou Huai or make the scandal public. The youth training site was right in front of her, and since it was raining today, no one was outside. They were all resting. She immediately ran over and shook people. Something's wrong. It seems Yi Miao Miao is being bullied by a man. Hurry and come help her. Deng Yanin was the first to hear this and didn't believe it because she knew Yi Miao Miao was very capable. She first exchanged a glance with Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing, seeing that both looked confused. She took the lead and rushed out. Stop right there. Zhou Baozhen remembered Deng Yanin's close relationship with Yi Miao Miao. She quickly chased into the yard and grabbed her. What do you mean, Zhou Baozhen? You ran too fast. Deng Yanin immediately understood. You want to hurt her. I'm hurting her. Do you think I would force her to be with some man? After saying this, Zhou Baozhen turned to the nearby young workers and said, Everyone, open your eyes and watch carefully. Yi Miao Miao moving out alone is just to attract men. She's even more flirtatious than those women in the brothels. Zhong Qingqing couldn't listen anymore. Zhou Baozhen, your words are too harsh. We're all young workers. Why make things difficult for each other? Zhou Baozhen spat. The honest and decent ones stay in the youth camp. Yi Miao Miao is just a flirtatious woman. After thinking carefully, Deng Yanin decided to shout loudly across, Yi Miao Miao, be careful. Zhou Baozhen is trying to frame you. She wanted to help Yi Miao Miao. If there really were men in the yard, she hoped they wouldn't choose to climb over the wall and escape. Zhou Baozhen was so angry she wanted to swing her arm to hit someone, but she knew she was no match for Deng Yanin. She turned her head and called out loudly, Everyone come with me. Then she ran ahead and shouted towards the nearby village, Everyone, come catch the cheating. Yi Jiqing is sneaking a man into her house. Shen Yunxin opened her eyes. She didn't expect to win this bet. Zhou Huaizhen had done something sneaky. Lu Yanting looked down at the girl in his arms, her eyes full of charm, now badly hurt. He softly said, Go to the space first. I'll go out and see if I can help them. Shen Yunxin knew she shouldn't go out now, so she obediently went into the space to take a bath. Lu Yanting picked up his clothes and pants from the ground and put them on. Meanwhile, Fu Hanya, after dressing, immediately planned to climb over the wall and escape. Yi Miao Miao reached out and directly threw the man into her space. Stay inside and don't move around. When Fu Hanya opened his eyes again and saw the world before him, he was completely confused. Luckily, he heard the girl speaking to him. Although he was very curious, he didn't move recklessly. He looked around and suddenly felt a dull pain in his head. Yi Miao Miao didn't realize that her space had such a strong effect on the man's body. At this moment, outside her yard, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, making a lot of noise. She went over and opened the door. Just as she did, her face was directly in front of Zhou Baozhen, who was about to kick again. Everyone present was startled. Yi Miao Miao was not afraid at all. She quickly lifted her leg and kicked Zhou Baozhen's raised leg. Zhou Baozhen fell to the ground and let out a scream. She felt as if her leg was broken. Someone stepped forward to help Zhou Baozhen up. Yi Miao Miao looked at everyone coldly. Did any of you accuse me of stealing a man? Zhou Baozhen, fearless, stepped forward. Yes, it was you. I was about to come and settle the score with you for trying to seduce my cousin. But as I approached your door, I heard you making loud noises with a man. As a single, unmarried young woman, you are too reckless. Quickly hand over your wild man, and don't try to seduce my cousin again. As she finished speaking, everyone around started pointing and whispering about Yi Miao Miao. Zhou Huai also hurried to the scene. He clenched his fists and stood outside the crowd, looking at Yi Miao Miao. He knew Zhou Baozhen was telling the truth, and he secretly had a dark thought to find out who that wild man was. Then someone curiously asked, Zhou Jiqing, who is your cousin? Zhou Baozhen proudly said, My cousin is Commander Zhou, who came with me to the countryside this time. But he is here on a mission, not to go to the countryside. And none of you are allowed to think about him. He has a fiancée in Beijing. Clap.
Clap.
Yi Miao Miao walked over and, as if covering her ears to avoid the bell, slapped Zhou Baozhen twice with both hands. First, I am hitting you because you accused me of hiding a man at home. Second, I am hitting you because you accused me of seducing your cousin. Even a company commander in the army is so boastful. I think you've never seen a good man in your life. Zhou Baozhen covered her injured face, wishing she could turn back time. But seeing Yi Miao Miao's fierce and fearless look, she suddenly felt a strange fear inside her. She decided to try reasoning with her. Yi Miao Miao, don't be so arrogant. I've been watching carefully. Your wild man at home definitely hasn't run away. I dare you to let us all go inside and search. If we find your wild man hiding in your house, I will slap you 10 times and report you for having an affair with a young man in the village and have you, a troublemaker, taken to the town square for criticism. Yi Miao Miao was waiting for her to make a confident bet. She sneered and said, My family is fine with you bringing people in to search. But if you can't find the wild man today, I will make you, the one spreading false rumors about me, eat dirt. This bet was not costly, but was very insulting. Zhou Baozhen hesitated and asked, Am I the only one who has to eat dirt? Yi Miao Miao loudly told everyone, Yes, everyone can go to my house and look for the wild man that Zhou Jiqing mentioned. If you can't find him, Zhou Jiqing will eat dirt. This sounds fun. To prevent Zhou Jiqing from eating dirt, I want to go in and look. I want to go too. The onlookers, who didn't have to take any responsibility, cheered enthusiastically, making Zhou Baozhen tremble with fear. Zhou Baozhen couldn't understand why. She ran forward and blocked the door, looking at Yi Miao Miao and asking, You let everyone go inside to search. Why do you only want me to eat dirt? Yi Miao Miao looked at her with a cold smile. Because that's the price for spreading rumors. After saying that, she raised her hand and shouted, Since Zhou Jiqing is blocking the way, everyone climb over the wall and search. No one could stand it anymore. Everyone rushed forward eagerly. The most nervous person on the scene was Zhou Baozhen. She cried and ran inside, begging, Please don't go in yet. I haven't agreed to her. Wang Guixiang pulled someone over and grabbed Zhou Baozhen to stop her from running away without eating dirt. Zhou Jiqing, you can't break your promises. You're so sure that Yi Jiqing is hiding a wild man at home. Now we're all here to help catch him. What are you afraid of? Exactly. Zhou Jiqing, don't be afraid. We're all here to help you. After taking a bath, Shen Yunxin drank some spiritual spring water and hurried over. She happened to see Zhou Huai hiding among the crowd like a turtle. She went straight up and kicked him hard on the back. Lieutenant Zhou, so you're here? Your cousin is acting out, and you just stand here watching her make a mess? Yi Miao Miao looked up when she heard this, and the onlookers around quickly made way for her. Lu Yanting walked over and stood behind Shen Yunxin. Yi Miao Miao felt like she was being fed a lot of sweet words. She smiled slightly, suddenly realizing how nice it was to see a man standing openly behind her. Zhou Huai, who was awakened by Shen Yunxin, looked up at Yi Miao Miao and felt very ashamed. He finally realized that his sneaky behavior just now was very shameful. He didn't deserve to like Yi Miao Miao. I'm sorry, Yi Jiqing. Yi Miao Miao snorted coldly. If apologies could fix everything, then what are police officers for? You don't need to apologize to me because I won't forgive your cousin just because of a light apology. I'm not meaning that, Zhou Huai regretted deeply. Now he hated himself more than anyone else around him. Shen Yunxin knew that in the story, the second male lead who had fought with the heroine and hero for tens of thousands of words would never again have a chance to be the green tea in the middle of the main couple. The plot had changed again. But she liked this change because she hated endless melodramatic fights between men and women. Zhou Huai, who received no reply, became very nervous. Yi Jiqing, I really like you. I won't defend Zhou Baozhen for what she did to you. Even at this moment, he still wanted to ruin the girl's reputation in front of everyone. Shen Yunxin said, Lieutenant Zhou, are you still pretending? Your cousin already said you have a fiancé in Beijing. Don't drag Yi Jiqing into your immoral actions. Child marriage is common in rural areas. It is also common for children to regret their marriage when they grow up. But what is rare is what is happening now. The man has someone he likes outside but refuses to cancel the marriage arrangement. Later, he might hide a wife his parents arranged for him to take care of his parents, and also hide a woman he likes. In the end, he ends up unfairly hurting 2 women. Zhou Huai looked at the older woman's suspicious eyes. He felt very guilty because he had once opposed this marriage arrangement, but his elders in the family did not agree to cancel it. He used to think he was the victim. Now, after reconsidering, he realized he was not innocent. He had not successfully broken off his engagement with another woman, so how could he like other women at the same time? Suddenly, he realized he hated this part of himself. How did he become like this? He felt the confident, proud Zhou Huai from childhood collapsing. He was very scared inside and turned to leave. The older woman watched the man's panicked look and sneered in disdain because she had a sister who was hurt by such a man. She said to Yi Miao Miao, "You're lucky you didn't get involved with a man like that." Yi Miao Miao smiled sincerely and said, "Auntie, you're very insightful." "Thank you." Zhou Baozhen, who was being held in the yard, saw Zhou Huai run away. She was very anxious and shouted, "Cousin, where are you going? I was bullied by these people. Are you not going to help me?" Yi Miao Miao turned and walked over. She was about to deal with this bold troublemaker. Shen Yunxin also wanted to go see what was happening, so Lu Yanting quietly followed. Yi Miao Miao saw Zhou Baozhen being grabbed by 2 women. She thought this was a good chance and casually slapped Zhou Baozhen's face. "Yi Miao Miao, why did you hit me?" Zhou Baozhen's lip was cut and bleeding.
Ye miao miao ignoreter.
She asked the people coming out of her house, "Did you find any strange men in my house?"
No.
Everyone shook their heads. After she asked, no one felt sorry for Zhou Baozhen, who was crying because she was beaten. Because crying means nothing. Yi Miao Miao's reputation was almost ruined by false rumors, and she was almost taken to be paraded and criticized. Yi Miao Miao walked over and personally grabbed Zhou Baozhen's collar. She looked around at the onlookers and said, "Does anyone have manure that hasn't been composted yet? I'll let Zhou Jiqing go over and eat some. If she accidentally eats too much, I'll exchange grain for it." Are they really going to make her eat manure? Everyone present looked shocked and pale. Shen Yunxin stood behind Yi Miao Miao and silently gave a thumbs up. As expected from a heroine from a fierce apocalypse novel, she keeps her promises. She's really impressive. Zhou Baozhen was so frightened she screamed loudly, but she could only struggle like a little chick in front of Yi Miao Miao. "Yi Miao Miao, you crazy person. Let me go. What you're doing is illegal. I'll report you to the police." "Boo-hoo." Yi Miao Miao was completely unfazed. "You can report me after you've finished eating what you're supposed to." But hearing this, some of the timid onlookers turned around and left, worried about involving the police. Wang Guixiang saw that the villagers definitely wouldn't dare to take on this hot potato, but she usually got along well with Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin. She didn't want to seem unkind at a critical moment. Suddenly, she remembered, the manure at the youth station should still be stored in the pond and hasn't been moved yet. Hearing this, Yi Miao Miao immediately grabbed Zhou Baozhen and started to walk away. Zhou Baozhen let out a pig-like wail. "Ah, Yi Miao Miao, let me go. My cousin is a company commander, and Sister Xilan's family in Beijing is powerful. If you do this to me, they definitely won't let you go." "Boo-hoo." Without hesitation, Yi Miao Miao took Zhou Baozhen to the side of the manure pond at the youth station. Finally, Zhou Baozhen gave up and softened her tone. "Yi Jiqing, I beg you. I really know I was wrong. Do whatever you want. I can apologize publicly or offer you money. Just don't make me eat manure, okay?" "Boo-hoo," Yi Miao Miao coldly replied. "Go ahead and eat." "No," Zhou Baozhen shouted stubbornly. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao had an idea. She couldn't really push Zhou Baozhen into the manure pond in front of so many people. She disliked it too. If something really went wrong, she might even be suspected of murder by the police. Then forget it. She deliberately loosened her grip, and everyone saw Zhou Baozhen take 2 steps forward. But then she slipped, lost her balance, and fell backward into the manure pond with a splash.
Oh.
Zhou Baozhen instinctively let out a loud scream, then took a big gulp of dirty water. She nearly rolled her eyes in disgust, but her natural survival instinct pushed her to struggle desperately. The water in the cesspool splashed everywhere as she flailed. Everyone was so frightened they kept stepping back. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Quick, go help her." Yi Miao Miao stood nearby, watching and ready to use her special powers to help. But Lu Yanting acted quickly. He carried a ladder from the farmstead and placed it inside. Yi Miao Miao took the chance to use her powers, helping Zhou Baozhen hold onto the ladder with both hands. Soon, Zhou Baozhen, driven by her strong will to survive, managed to climb out of the cesspool. However, her hair and clothes were covered in filth, and she even spat out a large lump of mud. The onlookers were so shocked they felt sick. Zhou Baozhen was also disgusted, but she didn't dare faint. She forced herself to stand and ran desperately toward the river on the other side. Someone in the crowd shouted again, "You men, go over and help. Don't let a girl from the farmstead drown in the river." Shen Yunxin felt something was strange about those words. When she saw that the men rushing over were all known bachelors from the village, she immediately understood the malicious intent behind the woman's suggestion. But with so many single men facing a wet Zhou Baozhen, if rumors spread, it could ruin the reputation of their production team. They might even face criticism or punishment. She suddenly remembered that Fu Daxiong hadn't come to take control of the situation. She pulled Wang Guixiang aside and asked, "Auntie Guixiang, where is the team leader? With such a big incident, why hasn't he come to handle it?" Sun Jiaodi realized she had done something foolish and was exposed in front of everyone. She didn't want to be targeted by the villagers every day, so she hurriedly ran to the riverbank. Wang Guixiang sighed in relief before turning to Shen Yunxin and said, "Fu Daong has been taken to the commune for questioning all day because of the murder case that happened near the cattle shed last night. Now everyone is guessing that his position as team leader might be lost. Since a big problem has arisen in the village, the deputy team leader, Sun Chuangui, should step up to handle the situation. But he is too timid and doesn't want to take responsibility. We thought he might finally stand out this time, but after this incident, it seems unlikely." Shen Yunxin thought to herself that not only Sun Chuangui didn't come, but also no promising or respected candidates from the entire Xiangshang team showed up to run for team leader. The entire original story has been broken into pieces, and she didn't know who would become the new team leader next. Wang Guixiang was worried that Sun Jiaodi might cause more trouble, so she went over to help. Lu Yanting walked over to the girl and said, "Let's go back now." Shen Yunxin looked up at him. "What's wrong? You look worried. We'll talk about it when we get back." The two returned to the small courtyard and closed the door. Lu Yanting then pulled the girl into the space and said, "Zhou Huai and the two geological experts he was protecting have already retreated early. Niu Jiangui still hasn't been caught, which means the situation on the mountain has become more complicated." Shen Yunxin thought it was just because the plot was off course, but Lu Yanting was more alert than her. She worriedly grabbed his arm. "What should we do? Is it dangerous? Have enemies infiltrated even the military team?" Lu Yanting paused and said, "Don't worry about me. But in the future, be careful not to contact Niu Jiangui alone. If you go to the back mountain, only do so with me and Yi Miao protecting you." Shen Yunxin knew that inside the space, they had prepared guns and bullets. With Lu Yanting's training from his past life, he could definitely handle those bad guys. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao returned to the small courtyard, entered the house, and looked around at the messy room. Fortunately, she had recently listened to Shen Yunxin's advice and stored all the valuable items in the space. Discovering that Fu Hanya didn't obediently wait for her in place made her very angry. She swung a water-like whip and tied the man out of her spacious villa. "You're learning to disobey now? Are you curious about this place?" Fu Hanya looked down and saw the water whip wrapped around him. Such gentle water-based powers shouldn't trap him. He forcefully shattered the water whip. "Fu Hanya, you." Yi Miao Miao was shocked. The man looked up at her tenderly. "My Miao Miao, queen." Yi Miao Miao's pupils trembled as she looked at him. You've traveled here too." Fu Hanya walked over. "I just recovered my memories from the end of the world days." "Do you like that, Queen Miao Miao?" Thinking of those days in the apocalypse, Yi Miao Miao's face turned bright red. She scowled and scolded him. Don't call me queen anymore, Miao Miao. Yi Miao Miao saw the deep affection in his eyes and felt very shy. She hurriedly scolded, You, Fu Hanya, how can you be so disrespectful to the queen? Fu Hanya no longer had the humble and pitiful attitude of serving the girl in the end of the world. He held her hands and said, Thank you, Miao Miao. What are you thanking me for? Yi Miao Miao didn't dare look at him directly. She was extremely embarrassed. Fu Hanya frowned and suddenly noticed that her powers were severely drained. He immediately held her wrists and kept transferring energy into her.
Stop.
Please. Sweat appeared on Fu Hanya's forehead. His face turned pale, and he finally collapsed into her arms. It's okay.
I'm willing.
I want to give you my energy. From the moment he was willing to be held by Yi Miao Miao in the end of the world, he had been happy to be her energy source. Yi Miao Miao felt heartbroken. You idiot. Don't you realize your energy has been seriously drained? Why did you keep transferring energy to me? Fu Hanya took her finger and kissed it. Miao Miao, don't worry about me. My energy recovery is better than yours. Tell me, how is your powers drained after you came here? While speaking, Fu Hanya didn't seem as weak as before. Yi Miao Miao honestly said, Last time I made a bet with Xing Xiaoya, I fed her a parasite from our end-of-the-world situation, and I was bitten back. Fu Hanya looked at her affectionately. You still have such a hot temper. Luckily, I am here. Once I repair my energy in a few days, I will feed it to you again. Yi Miao Miao felt happy inside. Now, Fu Hanya wasn't giving her energy because he was her servant, but because he liked her. Fu Hanya asked, What big events happened after I died in the end of the world? Why are you in this parallel universe too? He felt sad that she had been bullied. Yi Miao Miao replied casually, I lost the fight. Don't ask anymore. She was stubborn and didn't want to admit that she loved him. She risked everything, leaving her hard-earned family business in the end of the world to find him. Fu Hanya lifted his head and kissed her lips. It's good here. This place is better than that universe in the end of the world. There's less fighting and war. We can live here as ordinary people and stay together forever. Let's get married, Miao Miao. Yi Miao Miao reminded him, You haven't even built a house. What are you going to marry me with? You already have a house. I will marry you and move in with you. Yi Miao Miao thought, This man's face has gotten thicker since he regained his memory. She finally didn't have to worry about hurting his fragile pride anymore. Fu Hanya stood up, placed the girl on the grass, and covered her with his lips and body. As he kissed her, he took off his clothes and said, Tomorrow, I will go to the captain to get a certificate for our marriage. We can't let this happen again. Yi Miao Miao said, I don't like your current family. Find a way to cut ties with them quickly, okay? Fu Hanya completely sealed her lips, not giving her a chance to speak further. That night, Fu Hanya didn't go home. He first cooked for the girl in the space, then tidied up the messy house outside the space that the villagers had ransacked. Yi Miao Miao just sat in a chair, crossed her legs, ate fruit, and watched the man she liked busying himself happily in front of her. Meanwhile, Zhou Baozhen washed herself in the river, then returned to the youth camp, paid to by Hu Sanyu, a young woman, to help her heat water. She scrubbed her whole body with soap more than 10 times. She hated Yi Miao Miao so much that her teeth itched with anger, but whenever she looked in Yi Miao Miao's direction, she would be so scared that she vomited uncontrollably. She really wished she was braver. She gave Hu Xiaolon a dime and said, Go see my cousin. If he's still here, tell him to come quickly and find me. While doing these things, Zhou Baozhen didn't hide from the other people at the youth station. Deng Yanan knew how powerful Yi Miao Miao was. She couldn't help but say, I advise you to stop causing trouble. Think carefully. If you hadn't gone and provoked Yi Jiqing today, would you be in this state? I suggest, Deng Jiqing, that you mind your own business. Today, Yi Jiqing was reckless and hurt Zhou Jiqing badly. Don't forget, Zhou Jiqing's officer cousin is here, and he has support in Beijing too. If Zhou Jiqing reports this to the police tomorrow, the police will surely punish Yi Miao Miao severely. Because Zhou Baozhen was unlucky and needed someone to take care of her, Hu Sanyu experienced the thrill of making money. This time, She chose to stand up and face Deng Yanin directly. It's really hard to persuade stubborn ghosts, and money can make miracles happen. Deng Yanin looked at the woman rushing to get into trouble and sighed softly before turning and walking away. Zhou Baozhen admired Hu Sanyo's sensible behavior very much. Happy, she immediately rewarded Hu Sanyu with 50 cents. You can talk, so here's your reward. Go find my cousin quickly. Seeing the 50 cents she almost had in hand, Hu Sanyu was overjoyed. She nodded and bowed to Zhou Baozhen, saying, All right, Zhou Jiqing, you just wait and see. Everyone else at the youth station looked at Hu Sanyu with disdain and contempt. Except Guo Yoji, who, recently eager to marry the village accountant's daughter, had also been acting humble in front of Sun Lily. But he was confident he would marry Sun Lily soon. He thought he could live off her like Su Hao did, and he believed everything was worth it. After running through most of the village, Hu Sanyu finally found Zhou Huai. She almost saw Zhou Huai bathing naked in the yard. She stared at the man's bare back, drooling. The villagers said that when a man sees a woman's body, they're supposed to get married. Maybe she and Zhou Huai could too. Who's there? Zhou Huai sent someone behind him. He quickly put on his clothes. Then he grabbed a wooden bucket and threw it at the sneaky person spying on him. Hu Sanxiu covered her head, nearly scared to death. It's me. Under the moonlight, Zhou Huai recognized the girl-educated youth who had come to the village with her. Hu Jiqing, are you here to find me? Yes. Is there something you need? Hu Sanxiu didn't expect the usually gentle man to suddenly become cold and intimidating. Her recent romantic feelings for him quickly vanished. She honestly said, You probably already know about Yu Jiqing pushing Zhou Jiqing into the manure pit today. Zhou Jiqing asked me to come and ask you to help her. Zhou Huai replied coldly, Tell her to behave herself if she wants to wait for a chance to return to the city peacefully. She shouldn't bother anyone anymore. But Captain Zhou, he's her cousin. Zhou Jiqing was really bullied today, Hu Sanxiu said, worried that if she returned with such words, she wouldn't get a reward. Zhou Huai's eyes grew colder. And also, tell her to stay away from you. Hu Sanxiu knew her feelings had been guessed by the man in front of her. Feeling guilty, she turned and ran away. When she returned to the youth station with this news, she was scolded by Zhou Baozhen. But she thought about the 3 yuan she earned from Zhou Baozhen today. She still felt that earning money was really easy. This time, Zhou Huai was truly leaving the village. He carried his bag and walked quietly through the village, but he couldn't help but stop at Yi Miao Miao's door. Hearing the knocking, Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya were comfortably in bed, preparing for the next round of intimacy. Who could be coming so late to see you? Fu Hanya frowned and said, then got up to pick up the clothes he had thrown on the ground. Yi Miao Miao, though feeling lazy, still knew her boundaries. Stop right there. Under what pretense are you going out to see someone for me? Fu Hanya reacted quickly. He picked up the clothes nearby and helped her put them on. After dressing her, he kissed her cheek. I want to go get the marriage license with the queen tomorrow. You look so beautiful. Yi Miao Miao now knew that this man, whether before or after losing his memory, liked her very much. Now that he had regained his memory, he was even bolder. She pushed him away and left the room. Meow meow. Under the moonlight, the girl standing before Zhou Huai looked more beautiful than ever, shining brightly. He couldn't help but step forward. Yi Miao Miao saw his raised leg and warned him, Stop right there. Why are you coming to find me so late at night? Zhou Huai looked sincere and said, I'm sorry, I like you. Yi Miao Miao frowned and looked at him. This time, I will withdraw from the engagement when I go back. I won't make the same mistake again. Yi Miao Miao replied, If it's because you like me, I don't think that's necessary. Why? Because you no longer have a chance. Fu Hanya couldn't listen anymore. He came out of the room and stood beside the girl, holding her hand tightly. Yi Miao Miao didn't mind using this way to drive away unwanted attention. Zhou Huai's mind suddenly flooded with the sounds he heard outside earlier. He felt jealous and sad. It really is you. You two are really together. Yi Miao Miao looked at him cautiously. Zhou Baozhen came over today and caused trouble. Did you have a part in that? Zhou Huai hurriedly shook his head.
No, I'm sorry.
I didn't know she would do that. If I had known, I would have stopped her. Yi Miao Miao said, I hope you take good care of your cousin. We probably won't see each other again. If we do, it will be because of your unlucky cousin." As she finished speaking, Fu Hanya reached out to close the door. Zhou Huai quickly raised his hand to stop him. He looked into Yi Miao Miao's eyes, almost begging, and asked, "I don't care about anything. Do you really not like me at all?" At this moment, Fu Hanya, also a man, truly felt the sincerity from the other person. He turned his head to look at the girl beside him. Yi Miao Miao didn't give the man in front of her any chance. She responded coldly and emotionlessly. No. Fu Hanya felt a warm, happy feeling inside, almost bubbling over. He slowly closed the door. Yi Miao Miao cast a cold glance at the man beside her. "You deliberately gave him a chance just now. Were you testing me, or did you want to give him a chance?" Fu Hanya walked over, embraced her, lowered his head, held her face, and kissed her forehead. He said, "He truly cares about you. I also hope there will be one more person in this world who loves you." He was genuinely distressed that she had given up everything in the end times to come find him. Yi Miao Miao felt a mix of sadness and affection inside her. She was both touched and annoyed. "Stop trying to decide for me. Am I really someone who lacks love? Even if the man I like loves me, I don't want him." Fu Hanya was both happy and worried. He leaned down, picked up the girl, and carried her into the space. He pressed her back into the bed and loved her passionately. Outside the courtyard gate, Zhou Huaicha was completely discouraged. He turned around and saw the place where the educated youth stayed. He sighed softly. He wanted to go talk to Zhou Baozhen in person, but it was too late now. He wrote a letter, slipped it through the door crack, and left it there. The next morning, the earliest person to wake at the educated youth camp found the letter, picked it up, and placed it beside Zhou Baozhen. When Zhou Baozhen woke up, she saw the contents of the letter. "Please stop bothering Yi Miao Miao. This time, I will break off my engagement with the Bai family. Don't mention my marriage to Bai Xilan anymore. After I break off the engagement, Bai Xilan won't be able to protect you. So I hope you can keep a low profile at the camp and take care of yourself." Zhou Baozhen was furious after reading the letter. She thought Zhou Huaicha was bewitched by Yi Miao Miao and was threatening her with the letter. She quickly got up, went to the commune, and first called the Bai family to inform Bai Xilan that Zhou Huaicha wanted to break off the engagement. Then she angrily went to report to the police, accusing Yi Miao Miao of forcing her to eat dirt and pushing her into a cesspit, trying to kill her. She believed that involving a murder case would surely attract the police's attention. However, after hearing her report, the two police officers asked her questions. "Zhou Jining, are you sure Yi Jining pushed you into the cesspit? Or did you slip and fall by yourself? How do you know that?" Zhou Baozhen didn't expect the police to seem to already know the details. She felt very guilty. "It was your new team leader who told us personally," one officer said earnestly. "Zhou Jining, I hope you understand that you are here to help build the countryside, not to cause trouble. Look at the other girl Jining came with, Xing Xiaoya. As soon as she arrived, she caused your previous team leader to lose his job and made him write a review. Today, the leaders of the commune are personally re-electing your team leader. You might not stay here long and could return to the city, or you might stay here for a lifetime. Whatever happens, do you want to cause trouble for your new team leader right away?" After hearing this, Zhou Baozhen was so frightened that she turned and ran outside. She knew very well that without the support of the Bai family, she might not even be able to return to the city, let alone if she couldn't go back smoothly. She would be finished. The newly appointed team leader, Sun Chuangui, learned from his mistakes. He knew that the young people at the youth station liked to cause trouble. His first task after taking office was to assign a youth team leader at the station. From then on, any small disturbance there had to be reported to him promptly. He immediately thought of Lu Yanting. "Lu Youth, I know you are very capable. You are also recognized as an outstanding young person who acts bravely. The leaders of the commune just praised your threshing machine as very useful. Young people like you are models among all the young people sent to the countryside. How about you be the team leader here? I will give you work points and a subsidy every month." Lu Yanting shook his head. "Team leader, you should know that I married Shen Youth and moved out of the youth station. I am happy to contribute to our production team, but I want to take good care of my wife. So, I might not have time to handle things at the youth station. Sun Chuangui looked at Lu Yanting. Although he was angry at being disobeyed, he knew that this man was truly capable and had been praised twice by the leaders of the commune. He held back his anger. He looked around the crowd again and finally decided, then let old youth Zhang Zhihua and Su Yanhong be the team leaders. Zhang Zhihua will manage the male youths and Su Yanhong will manage the female youths. The team will also give you work points and subsidies. No one is allowed to be ungrateful. Sun Chuangui's attitude this time was very firm. Zhang Zhihua and Su Yanhong no longer dared to refuse. So far, the male youths haven't caused much trouble, but the female youths already seem like troublemakers who could cause problems at any moment. Su Yanhong felt very embarrassed. She gathered her courage and said, "Team leader, I really don't mean not to cooperate with your arrangements." Some female youths, taking advantage of their background, refused to obey orders. For example, Zhou Baozhen had a conflict with Yi Youth yesterday. She even threatened revenge at the youth station. What can I do about someone like her? Thinking about Fu Deong being pushed out by this troublesome young worker, Sun Chuangui also reported this to the higher-ups. He angrily said, "Go back and tell her, if she causes trouble again, she will be sent directly to the farm. When that happens, she will be sent from our place to the farm. If her family has the ability, they can go to the farm to get her." Su Yanhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still didn't want to offend others just because she was managing people. Feeling unhappy, she left the production team office. Zhang Zihua gathered courage and wanted to go over and comfort her, but he was cut off. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao, standing outside the door, led the way to her and cheered her on, saying, "Captain Su, don't worry. Yi and I will definitely stand with you." Zhong Qingqing and Deng Yanan also quickly went over to show their support after realizing what was happening. "We are too." The other young workers didn't understand the full situation and said nothing. But seeing the 4 people supporting her, Su Yanhong felt more confident. "Thank you for your support. I am no longer afraid." Yi Miao noticed that she lacked experience in managing people. She gave her some advice. "Remember, you are the team leader personally appointed by the brigade leader. Think carefully about how to organize the young workers' camp. First, set the rules and then, whether there are many or few people, follow the rules. It will make things easier." Hu Sanyu, upon hearing this, looked at Su Yanhong's timid appearance and felt even more unbalanced inside. As a team leader, she could get subsidies and manage people. She wanted to be a team leader too, but she wasn't chosen. Instead, they forced this good position onto someone who didn't want it. It made her furious. Li Shuyi and Niu Manli, both new young workers, saw Hu Sanyu leave angrily. They also followed her. Hu Sanyu was the first to return to the young workers' camp. She saw Zhou Baozhen drooling over the braised pork. While others hadn't come back yet, she exaggerated and told them that Su Yanhong was elected as the young workers' female team leader. Zhou Baozhen originally had no opinion of Su Yanhong, who was kind-hearted. But when she heard Hu Sanyu say that after becoming team leader, Su Yanhong immediately wanted to target her, she was instantly furious. Does she really think she can tell the new brigade leader that if I don't obey, she can find any reason to send me to the farm? Hu Sanxiu immediately advised her, "Don't be angry yet. We can take our time in the future. Even if she is the team leader, we will always find her mistakes. Anyway, I will definitely stand firmly on your side." Zhou Baozhen noticed that the other person's eyes kept glancing at her braised pork lunchbox. Seeing her value, she generously pushed the lunchbox over. "Come and eat with me." "Thank you, Baozhen." Hu Sanxiu was very happy. Her mother had 6 daughters and 1 son. She only got to eat a piece of meat during festivals. She was determined to hold on to Zhou Baozhen, who was like a golden opportunity. Zhou Baozhen was a bit annoyed with Hu Sanxiu, finding her poor and overly eager to flatter. But she couldn't help because the people she admired, Li Shuyi and Niu Manli, also didn't want to play with her. On the way back, Li Shuyi and Niu Manli heard many villagers talking about going to the mountain to pick mushrooms. Since they had rested all day after not working yesterday, they followed a few women who invited them. On the way, these women were very friendly, chatting happily and pulling them along. When they reached the back mountain, they finally realized that these women had almost figured out their family backgrounds. They barely had a chance to exchange a worried glance, feeling a bit regretful. But they couldn't help because the women around them were too enthusiastic. After arriving, they were forced to split up and follow different women to pick mushrooms. Wu Huichuan, holding her pregnant belly, was walking behind them. She saw clearly what these village women thought of the two young women. But she definitely wouldn't go up to be the good person because her life after marrying into the Zhou family was very hard. She wished more city girls like her would choose to marry these villagers. Especially that gentle-looking Li Shui was probably favored by Zhou Yunyao's second aunt. Zhou's second family was full of lazy men, relying on their wives to do all the work. When she felt she couldn't endure life in the Zhou family anymore, she would look at Li Shui, who was worse off than her, and feel a little better inside. Li Shui suddenly felt a cold shiver. She turned around and saw Wu Huichuan's sneering face. Wu Huichuan now looked almost like an ordinary village woman. Because she was pregnant and worn down by the Zhou family's constant nagging, she looked almost 10 years older. People tend to naturally approach those who show kindness to them. Li Shui was no exception. When she saw Wu Huichuan, who had been unfriendly for no reason, she immediately took the initiative to get closer to the most enthusiastic auntie. At the foot of the mountain, Shen Yunxin decided to improve her relationship with Zhang Zihua and Su Yanhong. Since she and Lu Yanting were minor characters caught in the middle, it was important to unite those around her. Even if Sun Chuangui, the new team leader, tried to cause trouble, they would be prepared. She suggested that everyone gather in the evening to strengthen their bond. Lu Yanting then turned around and went to the commune to buy vegetables. Deng Yanin suggested, "Let's go to the back mountain to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms." Shen Yunxin nodded straightforwardly, feeling this idea suited her well. Su Yanhong apologized, "Sorry, I don't need to work today, so I have free time. Zhang Jiqing and I plan to go back and discuss how to manage the youth station in the future." Zhong Qingqing, who had been used to following Su Yanhong, said she no longer looked forward to mushroom picking after over a year here. She said, "Sorry, I want to go back and help Sister Yan and Zhang Jiqing." Yi Miao Miao yawned and raised her hand, saying, "Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night and want to go back to rest." Shen Yunxin really wanted to go wild in the mountains, but she remembered Lu Yanting's words from last night. She immediately reached out and grabbed Yi Miao Miao, who was about to leave. "Don't go. If you don't go, it'll just be Ian and me. Do you really want to leave two weak women alone in the mountains?" Yi Miao Miao quietly whispered in her ear, "Can you forgive me for prioritizing romance over friendship just this once?"
No.
Shen Yunxin looked closely and saw that Yi Miao Miao's eyes showed signs of exhaustion from overindulgence. She couldn't bring herself to be soft anymore. Yi Miao Miao touched her face affectionately and said, "All right, since you're so charming, I'll agree this time."
You.
Shen Yunxin was stunned. It was the first time in her life that a woman had flirted with her. Next to them, Deng Yanin couldn't stand it anymore. "Can you two keep some distance? People who don't know might think you're being inappropriate." Yi Miao Miao straightened up and said, "Let's go to the mountain." "Wait a moment. I'll go back and get some sacks," Deng Yanin said. Now experienced, she believed that going up the mountain with Yi Miao Miao would definitely be fruitful. Shen Yunxin saw Deng Yanin walk away and lowered her voice to gossip. "Did you really hide Fu Hanya at your house?" Yi Miao Miao nodded happily. Shen Yunxin said, "You weren't satisfied with just catching Zhou Baozhen yesterday? Do you want to keep playing with the thrill?" Yi Miao Miao replied, "No more. If I don't go find him, he should be going to the team leader today to get the marriage certificate." Shen Yunxin thought about the difficult family of the male lead and worried for her. "Are you really ready to become a daughter-in-law at their Fu family?" Yi Miao Miao proudly said. "They can think what they want. When the time comes, I'll have Fu Hanya move into my house." She also wanted to find a chance for Fu Hanya to cut ties with them so that the vampire family wouldn't cause trouble in front of her anymore. Shen Yunxin saw through Yi Miao Miao's thoughts and said, "If you need my help or Lu Yanting's, just say the word." Yi Miao Miao felt warm inside. Being friends really felt like this. "Let's go quickly." Deng Yanin ran over carrying several burlap sacks. They arrived late, and many mushrooms and wild vegetables on the mountain had already been picked. Shen Yunxin and Deng Yanin looked at Yi Miao Miao, hoping she would take them into the deep mountains again. Let's go. Yi Miao Miao waved her hand and led them forward. Not far away, Wu Huichuan's second aunt, Ma Xiaomei, was worried about how to lure Li Shui to a place without people. She looked up and saw Yi Miao Miao, Shen Yunxin, and Deng Yanin walking into the deep mountain, and her eyes lit up. She grabbed Li Shui's hand and said, "Shui, look. Those three are also girls from your youth team. I know there's a red mushroom over there you like. Come on, I'll take you to see." Li Shui wanted to refuse. She had just said she liked red mushrooms casually and didn't really want to pick them. But Ma Xiaomei was so enthusiastic and she saw familiar faces from her youth team, so she relaxed and followed her. When they arrived, they found several beautiful red mushrooms. Li Shui loved them and bent down to pick eagerly.
Ma Xiaomei watched happily, grinning.
Suddenly, someone shouted behind them, "Hey, be careful. You too. Don't go too far into the mountain." Ma Xiaomei glared at the person shouting and replied loudly, "It's okay. I'm here with Li Jiqing." Li Shui was happily picking red mushrooms and didn't pay much attention. But their conversation caught Yi Miao Miao's attention as she walked ahead. She remembered that villagers nearby usually didn't go deep into the mountains to pick mushrooms or wild vegetables. If they did, they might encounter wild boars or other animals, which would be dangerous for ordinary people. She was worried someone might follow them into the mountains. She climbed onto a large rock and looked toward the sound source, seeing only Ma Xiaomei and Li Shui. She remembered that the new group of young workers was quite cautious, so she wondered how these two ended up together. Meanwhile, Shen Yunxin and Deng Yanin happily finished picking mushrooms. When they looked up, they saw Yi Miao Miao was gone. Shen Yunxin suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She wondered if someone had distracted Yi Miao Miao in the mountains. She was startled and shouted loudly, "Miao Miao." "I'm over here," came the reply. Shen Yunxin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her fears were unfounded. Yi Miao Miao jumped down from the rock and approached them. "What's wrong? You look a bit panicked." "I thought you disappeared," Shen Yunxin said. After being startled herself, Shen Yunxin suddenly lost interest in digging wild vegetables and picking mushrooms. Yi Miao Miao looked puzzled. "How could I disappear?" Shen Yunxin turned to look at the half-filled bag of mushrooms she had collected. She said, "Forget it. We're having a group dinner later. Let's head back first." Deng Yanin still seemed excited. But Yi Miao Miao agreed, "Let's go back then." At this moment, she remembered Fu Hanya had told her that the mountain wasn't safe lately, with several different groups active there. Since it was a 2-on-1 situation, they had no choice but to leave. Shen Yunxin noticed Deng Yanin looked disappointed. She patted her shoulder and said, "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this trip. Let's come back another time. You can pick wild fruits in the mountains and sell them on the black market." Deng Yanin was startled. "How do you know I'd go to the black market?" Shen Yunxin was also surprised, realizing she had unconsciously brought in details from a story she knew. She thought for a moment and said, "I heard it from Lu Jiqing. Am I right?" After speaking, she nervously glanced at Yi Miao Miao beside her. Deng Yanin quickly waved her hand. "Don't say anything more. If others find out about this, it could be a big problem." Shen Yunxin raised her hand and placed it on her shoulder. "I understand. Don't worry, I keep my mouth shut." After the three of them left, a face appeared nearby, watching them with a blank expression. Yi Miao Miao suddenly felt like she was being watched. She quickly turned around and looked sharply in that direction. The person also seemed very alert. Even with her quick movements, Yi Miao Miao couldn't see his face. She clenched her fists, feeling a bit itchy to use her water powers to catch the sneaky watcher. But since Shen Yunxin and Deng Yanin were nearby, she held back. Shen Yunxin noticed her. "Miao Miao, what are you looking at?" Yi Miao Miao suspected Shen Yunxin might know something secret, but she didn't want to scare her again since she didn't catch anyone. She said, "Nothing. I just saw a wild rabbit and wanted to catch it, but I missed." Deng Yanin asked, "You can catch a wild rabbit with your bare hands?" Yi Miao Miao suddenly realized she had told a very obvious lie. Shen Yunxin understood the hint behind the lie. Her face turned pale with fear. "Stop talking. Let's go down the mountain quickly." Yi Miao Miao took her hand and said, "It's okay. I'll stay by your side." Deng Yanin silently walked behind them. thinking it was really hard to watch. Suddenly, a loud scream broke through the forest. Something was happening at the bottom of the mountain. Yi Miao Miao immediately remembered the strange pair she saw earlier, Ma Xiaomei and Li Shui. She grabbed Shen Yunxin's hand and said, "Hurry, let's go down and see what's going on." When the three of them ran down the mountain, it was already too late. The trouble was with Ma Xiaomei and Li Shui. A wild boar was charging wildly, knocking people over. Ma Xiaomei was on the ground in an open space, being dragged away by a brave woman. "Big dog, my big dog." Wah. It turned out that the man who was protecting Li Shui by holding her in his arms was Ma Xiaomei's son, Zhou Degu. At this urgent moment, Zhou the big dog looked like a hero saving a damsel in distress. No one would think there was anything wrong with him publicly covering a single, unmarried girl with his body. The onlookers stood there anxiously, unsure of what to do. "Someone hurry up and save her. We're all women. Who dares to go up and fight a wild boar?" Yi Miao Miao pulled out a small knife and prepared to go over. Shen Yunxin quickly grabbed her hand. "Be careful too, don't worry." Yi Miao Miao stepped closer, raised her knife, and stabbed it into the wild boar's neck. After the quick cut, she saw that the animal had fallen to the ground, only to realize it wasn't an adult wild boar. She felt something was strange. She reached out and grabbed the man who had risked his life to protect Li Shui, pulling him up. "Are you okay?" Zhou the big dog didn't expect Yi Miao Miao's strength to be so great. She had forcefully separated him and Li Shui. When he looked up and met Yi Miao Miao's curious gaze, he felt guilty and quickly looked away. My waist hurts. You should go check if Li Jiqing is okay." Yi Miao Miao always felt that this matter was not so simple. When she let go and pushed the man away, she noticed her hand was sticky, as if covered in some slimy substance from the man's coat. She secretly used her water ability to clean it. Shen Yunxin and Deng Yanan ran over to help Li Shui, who was lying on the ground. "Li Jiqing, are you okay?" Shui, Niuman Li, who had a good relationship with Li Shui, heard the familiar voice and slowly regained her senses. "Manli," Li Shui called out, her eyes red, and she burst into loud tears. Niuman Li ran over and hugged her, gently patting her back. "It's okay now. If you want to cry, just cry. Once you do, you'll feel better." Li Shui wanted to say that her sadness wasn't really about the people in front of her. It was because she had been insulted by a man, and she felt too ashamed to speak about it. But she couldn't say it out loud because she knew Zhou the big dog had just risked his life to save her. Now she had been touched by a man, and she wondered how she could marry in the future. Although Zhou the big dog was her lifesaver now, she didn't want to marry him just like that. "Big dog, my son, are you okay?" At this moment, Ma Xiaomei suddenly collapsed in front of her son, crying loudly and clutching his hand to signal him to act. Zhou Dagua, holding his waist, said, "Oh, my mom, I think I hurt my waist earlier when I was fighting a wild boar. It hurts a lot now." Ma Xiaomei immediately cried out loudly, "Son, you are the backbone of our family. If your waist is hurt, what will we do? We still rely on you." Some onlookers sneered. "Ma Xiaomei really knows how to fake being pitiful. Your big dog has always been weak and sickly, unable to do heavy work. Even before he was hurt, he couldn't be the main support of the family." They were implying that Zhou Dagwa's weak health was just a polite way of saying he was lazy. Everyone in the village knew he was spoiled by his parents since childhood. Unlike Zhou Yunyao, who had 4 older sisters to help, Zhou Dagua was now 25 and still unmarried. At this moment, a kind aunt who was friendly with Ma Xiaomei immediately stepped forward. "Some people don't know what they're talking about. Can a man's waist really be hurt?" Dagua was hurt today because he was risking his life to save Li Jiqing. If Li Jiqing hadn't insisted on picking those red mushrooms, and if Ma Xiaomei hadn't kindly taken her to a quiet place to find mushrooms, she wouldn't have provoked that crazy wild boar. Dagua wouldn't have hurt his waist trying to save her. Li Jiqing should be responsible for Dagua's injury. Li Shui listened, feeling confused, but knowing that Zhou Dagua had indeed saved her life. She raised her hand and said, "I will definitely cover all of Zhou's medical expenses. Li Jiqing, don't blame us for speaking out. Dagua's waist injury won't heal overnight. Also, Dagwa just now held you in his arms to save you. You two, being seen together in front of us, have had skin contact. If your reputation is ruined, Dagwa's innocence is gone too. No other girl will want him. Maybe you two should just get together. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao exchanged a knowing look. It turned out they were trying to suggest that Li Shuyi should marry Zhou Dagua. Li Shuyi was so frightened she trembled all over. She immediately retorted, I don't want to. I would rather compensate Zhou for the damages he suffered because of this. All right, I see you're scaring the young girl. We can talk about reputation later. The most important thing now is to quickly take our big dog to the hospital for his back injury. Ma Xiaomei guessed that things wouldn't be so easy, but she needed to stay calm and support Li Shuyi. In the end, no matter what, they would force Li Shuyi to make a decision. If she didn't want to marry, that was okay. With money, her family's big dog wouldn't worry about finding a wife. Li Shuyi noticed that Ma Xiaomei was so understanding that she found it hard to say anything. She had no choice but to stand up and go help. Auntie Xiaomei, sorry. I'll go with you to take Comrade Zhou to the hospital. Wu Huichuan, who had been watching the scene, snorted from the crowd. She didn't expect Zhou's family to plan such a proper way to marry a daughter-in-law. But she thought Li Shuyi should be like Li Qingqing, trampled by a man and then sent straight to Zhou's family. That would be better. Shen Yunxin looked toward the direction where the main group was descending the mountain. She realized that the current situation in her world was very different from the original story. She didn't know if Li Shuyi would really be forced to marry Zhou the big dog. Yi Miao Miao went over to try to lift the wild boar. Since it was meat, she thought Lu Yanting, who was good at roasting rabbits, probably also knew how to roast pigs. Deng Yanin saw this and went to help. When she got close to the pig's mouth, she suddenly smelled a sweet honey scent. Her nose had always been very sensitive to honey. She wondered, something's wrong. This wild boar seems to have just eaten honey. But wasn't it just going crazy and hitting Zhou the big dog? Yi Miao Miao suddenly remembered the sticky substance she had touched on Zhou's clothes. She quickly understood. The honey must be on Zhou's body. It's possible that this small wild boar wasn't actually crazy. Someone might have lured it here with honey. So, it looked like it was attacking Zhou, but actually it was just rubbing against the honey on him. It was truly a frightening thought. Shen Yunxin sighed and said, Today, they're doing all this just to trick Li Shuyi into marrying into Zhou's family. Niu Manli, who hadn't gone far, heard their analysis and hurried back. Yes, today those women suddenly invited us enthusiastically to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. I remember my parents telling me to be careful of people who seem nice for no reason. So I stayed alert and never left the crowd. I didn't notice that Li Shuyi had gone alone with Aunt Xiaomei to pick red mushrooms. When we heard the cry for help, we rushed over and saw that Li Shuyi had already been rescued by Zhou Degu. Shen Jiqing, Yi Jiqing, Deng Jiqing, I know you came here before us as seniors. Please, can you help rescue Li Shuyi? Shen Yunxin admired Niu Manli a little. Among the young people sent to the countryside, few are as loyal and caring as her when facing problems. Yi Miao Miao spread her hands. How can we help? We've already spent all our money. Her reputation is ruined. Unless she can find a way to return to the city quickly, staying here without marrying someone might get her into trouble. If she doesn't marry, the villagers might gossip and ruin her even more. Niu Manli said, We can talk about this later. Is there any way to stop her from marrying Zhou Degu? My mom says if a woman marries the wrong person, her whole life is ruined. Maybe we can help her avoid being forced into marriage for now. Shen Yunxin replied, We can only pay money. They probably don't really want Li Shuyi to marry Zhou. If we give Zhou enough money to marry someone else, they might stop causing trouble. Niu Manli realized this and cursed angrily. How can people be so mean? These wicked villagers. Deng Yanin couldn't help but advise. You shouldn't say that. There are bad people everywhere. It's just that your social experience is too shallow, so you're easy to deceive. Shen Yunxin knew that cases like Li Shuyi's were happening all over the country. Many city girls sent to the countryside are beautiful and educated, but rural men often have no shame and are interested in them. In a few years, stories like this will be in the newspapers. Young people sent to the countryside will learn to be more cautious. Niu Manli cried in frustration. What should we do now? If they like us, Are we just forced to accept their schemes? Shen Yunxin said. Don't scare yourself. When you go out, try to stay close to experienced elders, and don't go alone. Also, don't let the villagers know you're wealthy or reveal your family background. Today, those people invited 2 young women to come out, but only targeted Li Shi. This was probably because Li Shi comes from a scholarly family and is seen as easy to tease, while Niumonli's parents work in research with a strong background, so they didn't dare to act directly. Thank you, Shen Jiqing. Niumonli felt that among the 3 young people, Shen Yunxin was the kindest to her. Her warm heart almost made her cry. At this moment, Lu Yanting hurried over and directly approached Shen Yunxin. I heard something happened on the mountain. I was so scared. Are you okay? Shen Yunxin shook her head and said, I'm fine. But he still carefully checked her over before feeling relieved. From now on, you're not allowed on the mountain without me. Miao Miao is here. Watching the sudden display of affection in front of her, Niumonli felt very envious. She even started thinking about finding someone herself. Deng Yanin and Yi Miao Miao also stared at the unexpected display of affection. Just as Yi Miao Miao felt a little disappointed that a certain man hadn't come, Fu Hanya's voice rang out. Miao Miao. Hearing this, Yi Miao Miao's lips immediately curved into a smile. She enthusiastically waved to the man. I'm here. I'm fine too. Shen Yunxin, standing nearby, suddenly realized what it felt like to see others showing affection. She blushed a little. Deng Yanin looked at Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao with shock. These 2 people were actually secretly together. She suddenly realized that Zhou Baozhen's accusations that day about catching someone in the act weren't just rumors. Niumonli also knew Fu Hanya. She suddenly noticed that there were quite a few handsome men in the village. Fu Hanya cared about the girl's reputation and didn't dare to act directly on the girl he liked, unlike Lu Yanting. Unexpectedly, the lively Yi Miao Miao reached out and took the man's hand. Then she introduced everyone. Fu and I are getting our marriage license tomorrow. Right now, only you guys are here on the mountain. Don't go down the mountain and secretly tell on us. Everyone shook their heads. After coming down the mountain, the 2 men each went to do their tasks. Fu Hanya carried a wild boar to the river to deal with it, while Lu Yanting went back to prepare for the evening gathering. This made Niumonli even more eager to find a partner. Shen Yunxin took Yi Miao Miao to the educated youth station. She planned to share some stories about young women who were easily tricked, hoping that Su Yanhong, the female youth team leader, would promote awareness among new arrivals. Su Yanhong carefully took notes all evening. She looked up and sincerely thanked Shen Yunxin, saying, Yunxin, you're amazing. With these stories about scams, I feel my role as team leader is really meaningful. Nearby, Niumonli finally realized that the older educated youths were truly kind people. She instinctively moved to stand beside Su Yanhong and Zhong Qingqing. At that moment, Zhou Baozhen and Hu Suxiu pushed open the door and entered. They sarcastically said, You're just a small team leader, but look at you acting so proud. Niumonli knew how to get along with others. She was the first to step forward and defend. Zhou Jiqing, how can you talk like that? Zhou Baozhen mocked her. I'm speaking normally. Some people went over to the other side and became dogs for a short time, and now they can't understand normal talk. You. Niumonli rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Su Yanhong stood up and said, Zhou Jiqing, do you realize that your words are not good for team unity? Our youth station is in chaos because of people like you. You make us vulnerable to the villagers' criticism, and what can you do about it? Zhou Baozhen raised her head proudly. Su Yanhong replied, This afternoon, I discussed with Zhang Jiqing. From now on, anyone who does things that harm team unity will lose work points. For example, your behavior just now, I will deduct 2 points from you. Zhou Baozhen sneered and waved her hand, saying, I don't care. Deduct whatever you want. I have money, Su Yanhong said. The team leader has said that if you lose enough work points and don't get enough grain, the production team won't sell you any food. At that time, grain was strictly controlled. If you couldn't buy it from the production team, you had to go to the black market. But if caught, you could be punished or even sent away, especially if your background was not good. Who do you think you are? Zhou Baozhen had long wanted to cause trouble. Seeing Yi Miao Miao still there, she really wanted to go and tear that woman apart. Su Yanhong said, "If you don't obey, you will lose 1 point again." Zhou Baozhen shouted angrily, "Just let me die from anger." At this moment, Deng Yanin ran in from outside, wanting to tell everyone they could go eat dinner now. Tonight's dinner was prepared together by Lu Jiqing and Comrade Fu, and it was even more delicious. Before she could speak, Li Shi also ran back, stumbling and accidentally bumping into Deng Yanin. Deng Yanin turned her head and saw the girl looking so messy. She was startled and quickly went over to help her up. Li Jiqing, what's wrong? Hu Suxiu had long been annoyed that among the young workers, she was the poorest. Today, she heard outside that Li Shi was going to marry a man who was known for being unkind, and she felt very happy inside. She looked at the pitiful Li Shi and sneered. "What do you mean? You should be happy that you're finally getting married." Li Shi heard this and suddenly lost all her strength to be angry. Her first reaction was to vomit. Deng Yanin raised her head and quickly responded, "Hu Suxiu, are you still a woman? How can you be so unkind?" Niu Monli, who was close to Li Shi, walked over and slapped Hu Suxiu. "You really have no conscience. When you came here, you couldn't even afford to eat on the train and almost fainted from hunger. It was Shui who gave you a steamed bun." Hu Suxiu's face burned hot, not because she was hit, but because she didn't want to argue with Niu Monli. She turned to leave. Zhou Baozhen grabbed her. "Captain Su, do you also want to deduct 2 points from Niu Jiqing? Her hitting Hu Suxiu is also not good for team unity." Su Yanhong hadn't had time to speak when Niu Monli took the initiative to say, "Just deduct." Su Yanhong said, "You can't just hit someone and get away with it. If you're deducting, both of them should be deducted. 1 point for each." Zhou Baozhen snorted indifferently. Hu Suxiu felt heartbroken. Everyone else gathered around Li Shui, wanting to ask her what exactly happened on the mountain today. Li Shui sat on the ground, crying for a long time before slowly speaking. She didn't expect that Wild Boar was really after her. At that time, Ma Xiaomei had stepped in front of her first. In the end, Zhou Dogwa rushed out and held her down to protect her. She really regretted going to pick red mushrooms today. She felt so regretful that she wanted to die. Now her reputation was completely ruined. The villagers all thought she should marry Zhou Degu as a way to repay kindness, and they said she was no longer pure. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miaomiao looked at each other, both thinking that the scheme Zhou's family set up for Li Shi was very clever. After the incident, even Li Shi didn't realize what was happening. Deng Yanin couldn't help but want to reveal Honey's secret, but Shen Yunxin pulled her back and told her to stay quiet. Right now, they didn't have proof, only suspicions. If they said anything, more problems might come up. Su Yanhong felt very sorry for Li Shi. She asked, "Li Jiqing, what do you think? Do you want to marry Zhou Degu?" Li Shi cried and shook her head. "I don't want to marry. I already talked to Aunt Xiaomei. I'm willing to pay money." We agreed. But after I explained to the villagers, they called me shameless. They said I was unworthy because I was close to men and refused to marry. What should I do now? Boo-hoo. Niu Monli walked over and hugged her shoulder to comfort her. "All right, don't cry. Marriage is a big thing in life. It's lucky that you don't have to marry because of money. We won't have to stay here forever. And we understand you." Li Shi said, "Monli, I've already given all my money away. Can you lend me some? I'll call my parents tomorrow and ask them to send me money." Okay, I'll lend you some. Don't cry anymore, all right?" Shen Yunxin also thought Li Shi was very unlucky. Since Li Shi and Niu Monli weren't troublemakers, she invited both of them to join the meal. When everyone was about to leave, Zhou Baozhen couldn't sit still. "Hey, I'm willing to pay, but can I also go and have a meal with you?" She mainly wanted to see Lu Yanting. Shen Yunxin turned to look at her and warned, "Zhou Jiqing, you better hide your sneaky thoughts. If I hear anyone say you're eyeing my man again, I'll tear your face apart." When her secret was exposed, Zhou Baozhen was furious and angry. "Shen Yunxin, how dare you spread rumors that I'm interested in Lu Jiqing? It seems Lu Jiqing really treats you too well." Shen Yunxin said, "Who spread rumors about you? Do you have the memory of a fish? Xing Xiaoya already saw through your intentions long ago." As the words finished, everyone looked at Zhou Baozhen, as if they could all testify. Zhou Baozhen. At this moment, Guoyoji handed over some money. This time I'm paying. Can I join you for a meal? His proud attitude clearly aimed to wash away the shame from his previous quarrel with Wu Huichuan. Yi Miaomiao reached out and took the money, then tucked it back into his shirt pocket. You can take this money and go wait in line at the state-run restaurant. We don't welcome you. Guoyoji's confidence was instantly shattered. Shen Yunxin chuckled softly. When Guoyoji's sinister gaze looked her way, she warned him, you better not cause trouble, or even Accountant Sun's family won't want a freeloader like you. She had disliked this lazy man for a long time. Even though the story had already gone far off course, she couldn't understand why poor son Lily still liked him. Guoyoji clenched his fists in anger. Yi Miaomiao didn't expect Guoyoji to secretly follow Su Hao's bad example. She hadn't heard about this before. She pulled Shen Yunxin along, both of them walking and gossiping happily. Dinner was very rich. Lu Yanting and Fu Hanya even roasted a wild boar that was about the size of a small child. As they stepped out of the youth camp, the smell of roasted pork wafted into their noses. Everyone in the village knew that the wild boar was caught by Yi Miaomiao, who risked her life to save others. So, even though they smelled the delicious pork at home, they didn't dare gossip about it. Lu Yanting also cooked a big pot of fresh pig offal and mushrooms, making a delicious stew that was so tasty it seemed to melt in your mouth. They also prepared some side dishes, which they cooked together with the stew, turning it into a hot pot. The small yard was lively and bustling. Even Li Shui, comforted by the tasty food, temporarily forgot about her bad day. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaomei and her son Zhou Dagua were walking down the road. Smelling the roasted pork, they couldn't help but complain. Damn, those city kids are so lucky. That wild boar was caught by my son today. Zhou Dagua. Mom, we also had a good harvest today. Why are you still arguing about this? Ma Xiaomei smiled proudly. Yes, today we really worked together perfectly. So many people were watching, but no one saw any flaw. That fool Li Jiqing probably thinks she caused all our trouble. My son's move was clever. Once she pays back the money, Dago, you can find a wife from the city if you want. Ma Xiaomei said this because a few years ago, Zhou Dagua had a relationship with a female worker from the city. But when they were about to get married, Zhou's family couldn't pay the bride price, so the marriage fell through. Recently, they heard that the woman's new husband died after she remarried. Ma Xiaomei even considered having her son marry that proud woman to teach her a lesson. Ma Xiaomei still wanted to respect her son's wishes. Son, after you get Li Jiqing's compensation, what kind of daughter-in-law do you want? Zhou Dagua smirked slyly. Mom, what if I use the bride price to embarrass my former in-laws? What do you think? Mother and son shared a laugh. Ma Xiaomei clapped her hands. That's a good idea. Anyway, Huang Li had a little girl with her ex-husband. When she grows up and gets married, she'll bring back a bride price. Huang Li is an only child, so your future father-in-law's job will probably fall to you. The Huang family didn't know about the cruel plans of the mother and son. When Zhou Dagua went to propose again, the family was moved. Huang Li is now remarried and has a daughter, and Zhou Dagua, being married for the first time, has a good reputation in the village because he saved a young woman from the city. They didn't realize they were pushing their daughter into a trap and risking her being left without inheritance. That's a story for later. The next day, the weather was clear and work resumed as usual. Li Shui borrowed money from Niumonli and, while working in the fields, publicly handed the money to Ma Xiaomei. She thought that by settling things with the Zhou family this way, the villagers wouldn't gossip about her and Zhou Dagua anymore. But she didn't expect that her tarnished reputation would follow her even after Zhou Dagua married another woman. Some people accused her of being unclean and behaved badly toward her. Luckily, people at the youth station protected her, so she wasn't truly bullied. That's a story for later. Yi Miaomiao and Fu Hanya took a day off today. They went straight to the commune early in the morning to get their marriage certificate, then spent the rest of the day exploring the city. By the time Fu's family learned from the team leader that Yi Miaomiao and Fu Hanya were married, the couple was already settled. After work, Fu Hanya's mother, Sun Xiaohua, sat angrily in front of Yi Miaomiao's small yard, waiting and watching. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting were walking home after work. Actually, Shen Yunxin had finished her corn shelling task early at the threshing yard and was chatting with other women about gossip. She then casually went to the fields to pick up her husband and walk home together. As they passed by Yi Miaomiao's house, Sun Xiaohua suddenly blocked their way. Shen Jiqing, right? I know you're good friends with Yi Miaomiao. Tell me, where did that shameless woman take my son? She tried to grab Shen Yunxin's hand. I tell you, if my son doesn't come back, I will report everything to the police and include you as an accomplice. Lu Yanting quickly grabbed Sun Xiaohua's wrist and warned her with a displeased look. If you want to report to the police, go ahead. No one will stop you. But you're not allowed to lay a hand on my wife. Sun Xiaohua didn't expect to be touched by a young man. She immediately started shouting, trying to make trouble. Help! The young man is harassing me. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting exchanged surprised looks. They never thought that at their age, someone would falsely accuse them of harassment. Shen Yunxin quickly pulled the man behind her and crossed her arms, ready to respond. At this moment, the nearby young workers rushed over to support them. Su Yanhong immediately started scolding. Aunt's son, can you have some shame? Look at yourself. How old are you? Can a young, handsome guy like Lu Jiqing really harass you in front of his wife? Everyone around burst into laughter. Recently, Su Yanhong, as the team leader, often helped Li Shi stand up for others. Her sharp tongue was well trained, so she confronted Sun Xiaohua directly and loudly. Even though Sun Xiaohua usually had a tough attitude, facing so many young workers' words made her finally realize what fear was. Shen Yunxin thought to herself, this is just the reward for organizing the gathering. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered at my door? Yi Miaomiao finally returned with Fu Hanya. When Sun Xiaohua saw her son coming back, her face suddenly changed, and she rushed forward like a caring mother. Son, you're finally back. Not far away, Sun Xiaohua's grandson saw his second uncle return and immediately turned around to go tell others. Fu Hanya stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Miaomiao. He frowned as he looked at his mother and asked, Mom, is there something you want to talk to me about? Sun Xiaohua asked back, Is there anything you want to say to me? Seeing the expressions on the faces of the people around, Fu Hanya knew his mother probably already knew everything. He wondered what she was up to this time. He honestly said, I married Yi Jiqing. We want to get our marriage certificate today. Sun Xiaohua sneered. Good job, kid, showing some sense in front of your mother. She reached out and grabbed Fu Hanya, trying to leave. Come on, let's go home and talk. The area was full of people from the Jiqing community. It was a bit embarrassing for her to act so shamelessly in front of so many. Shen Yunxin looked at Yi Miaomiao and shook her head lightly. Yi Miaomiao reached out and pulled Fu Hanya behind her, with such strength that she almost made the slender Sun Xiaohua stumble. What are you trying to do? Yi Miaomiao said. I'm asking, Auntie. What are you trying to do? Sun Xiaohua was already unhappy that Fu Hanya married a woman so easily. Now, hearing Yi Miaomiao call her auntie in front of everyone, she couldn't hold back. She crossed her arms and scolded loudly. Everyone, did you hear that? What kind of person is this little brat? Shamelessly sneaking around to marry my son. And now, at this time, you still call me auntie? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Mom, please shut up. Fu Hanya knew that once he married Yi Miaomiao, the Fu family would come to cause trouble. Sun Xiaohua was a bit afraid of Yi Miaomiao. She jumped up and pointed at Fu Hanya, scolding loudly. You ungrateful son, you traitor. I raised you for nothing. I worked so hard to raise you, and you just married some woman to make me angry. Yi Miao directly pushed the person away. Sun Xiaohua reacted quickly and planned to fall to the ground naturally, but she felt an invisible force pushing her, preventing her from falling. Seeing the surprise on the old woman's face, Yi Miao sneered and said, First, Annie Xiaohua, you are not my elder yet because you haven't paid me the fee to change your address. Second, Fu Hanya has officially become part of my household register today, not married into your family as a daughter-in-law. So, understand the situation clearly. Sun Xiaohua stared at Fu Hanya in disbelief. You rebellious son, secretly ran away and married someone else. You shamelessly went to be a son-in-law for someone else. You're such a coward. Thinking about it, the Fu family had truly raised a good eldest son for free. Sun Xiaohua was furious. She jumped up, trying to tear Fu Hanya's face apart. You, this coward, with such a good-looking face. What's the use? Someone else paid the bride price, and you want to be a son-in-law for free. Aren't you just disgusting? Since he was not her biological son, Sun Xiaohua never held back when scolding Fu Hanya. Zhou Baozhen had wanted to take revenge on Yi Miao for a long time. Taking advantage of the chaos, she also walked over. You good-for-nothing Yi Miao. I caught your affair the day before yesterday, and today you married Fu Hanya. Was the man hiding in the yard last time Fu Hanya? Have you already gotten pregnant with someone else's child, so you're in such a hurry to marry yourself off? Zhou Baozhen was extremely excited, feeling like she had finally caught a handle on Yi Miao. Smack! Smack! Yi Miao walked over and slapped Zhou Baozhen directly across the face with both hands. You still dare to slander me? Did you not get enough of that crap last time? Falling into a pit of filth was Zhou Baozhen's worst nightmare. Even now, thinking about it made her feel like vomiting. Hiding behind her, Sanyu, who had wanted to help her, was instantly frightened by Yi Miao's fierce aura. Su Yanhong led all the female youth to go and drag Zhou Baozhen and Sanyu away. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaohua took the opportunity to bypass Yi Miao and went to scold and scratch Fu Hanya. She relied on being Fu Hanya's mother and was not afraid at all. Yi Miao angrily cursed, "Damn it, that old woman dares to touch my man. Yunxin, go report to the police." Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting had already expected Sun Xiaohua to cause trouble. Miao, don't worry. Lu Jiqing has already gone to call the police. Yi Miao walked over, grabbed Sun Xiaohua's hair, and pulled hard. You wicked old woman. Fu Hanya is your son, not your servant. If you dare to lay a finger on him again, just try me. Hearing that the police would be called, Sun Chuangui finally appeared, almost begging. You can't call the police. Someone, go quickly and bring Lu Jiqing back. He had only been the team leader for a few days, but he kept causing trouble. The reputation of their village was going to be ruined soon. Also, go get Fu Lightsai's family. He's allowing his wife to cause trouble. I think they don't want to share grain this year. He didn't believe he couldn't control these annoying troublemakers. When Sun Xiaohua heard that it might affect their grain share, she immediately stopped causing trouble. She turned around and pretended to cry to Sun Chuangui. Team leader, I know I was wrong, but I can't have my family's grain taken away. We don't have enough to eat. Fu Laikai, hearing it might affect their grain, didn't hide anymore. He walked out and slapped Sun Xiaohua hard in front of Sun Chuangui. Then he smiled and said, Team leader, we really know we were wrong. We won't cause trouble anymore. After speaking, he quickly signaled to Sun Xiaohua, who was slapped. Sun Xiaohua covered her face, enduring humiliation, and said, Team leader, I know I was wrong. I didn't want to cause trouble. I thought hitting my son and daughter-in-law was just a family matter. Sun Chuangui said, Are you still trying to argue with me? I don't dare. Sun Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands. But my son married like this, and we didn't receive a single bride price. Can I ask them for some money? Sun Chuangui replied, You can discuss this properly, but no more trouble. Yi Miao looked at the man beside her with concern. She really hated how the Fu family had no shame and didn't leave him any dignity. Are you okay? Fu Hanya shook his head. He walked over and said to everyone, Captain, I voluntarily married into Yi Jiqing's household. From now on, I am committed to Yi Jiqing, whether in life or in death. Before we got married, I never asked for a bride price, and I didn't take a single cent from the Fu family to Yi Jiqing's home. So please be fair. Why are my parents now asking Yi Jiqing for bride money? I have already made everything clear today. If they keep bothering Yi Jiqing in the future, it will be truly unreasonable. Captain, if you don't help settle this, Yi Jiqing and I will have to go to the police. Sun Xiaohua cried loudly. It's a sin. Our Fu family is so unlucky. How did I raise such a rebellious child? A selfish ingrate. Boo-hoo. Sun Chuangui also sighed. Fu's second son. You're really confused. How could you, a young man, be so reckless as to marry someone else? How will you live in the village after this? If I had known you went to marry someone else, I wouldn't have easily given you a marriage certificate. After saying that, he looked at the Fu family and said, now that you've married out, will you still take care of your parents' old age? Fu Hanya thought for a moment. He was willing to spend a little money to keep things peaceful. He said, I will take care of them, but only their food and drink. Since the house was given to my older brother, my parents will mostly rely on him and his family in the future. Sun Chuangui nodded. All right, that's settled. Fu Laikai, watch over your wife. From now on, you are not allowed to bother their lives. Sun Xiaohua still wanted to cry loudly, but Fu Laikai thought for a moment and covered her mouth. By this point, the situation had escalated. The person hiding in the crowd, Wu Xiuyu, couldn't stay silent anymore. Today, the old couple's dispute was really about money, but in the end, it would only benefit their own family. They hadn't gained a single penny from the fight and had even suffered a loss. Captain, my husband isn't home. I want to speak up for fairness. My second brother is married now, but so what? He didn't give any bride price to the family. Why should he push the old couple onto us in the future? Sun Chuangui replied, your family took your parents' house, and the money Fu Hanya paid to the factory over the years was all spent on your family. You haven't mentioned any of these benefits, have you? Even the onlookers couldn't bear to watch anymore. Come on, Wu Xiuyu, your husband isn't home, and you're out causing trouble. Taking advantage of the night, Shen Yunxin mingled with the crowd and said, Wu Xiuyu, can you still be ashamed? Is your family just barely making a living by selling your brother-in-law's money? Last time, your family forced Fu Hanya to marry a simple girl. That girl is from your village, and you, as the older sister-in-law, probably arranged it, right? Although there's a saying that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, your parents-in-law are still here and haven't passed away. You really have the nerve to have plans for your little brother-in-law. Shen Yunxin's words completely threw mud on Wu Xiuyu, as today's incident needed a scapegoat. The Fu family is selfish and self-centered, so the person to blame could only be Wu Xiaoyu, an outsider in the family. It was better not to mention the marriage of the simple girl, but when it was brought up, Sun Xiaohua was furious. Not only did they not get the dowry money, but they also lost a chicken, some meat, and several eggs. She was already angry, so she walked over and slapped Wu Xiuyu across the face. You good-for-nothing, troublemaker, embarrassing yourself. Your father and I are standing right here. Do you have the right to speak? Wu Xiuyu looked around and saw everyone in the village watching her. She didn't dare fight back. Covering her face, she glared at Sun Xiaohua and gritted her teeth, saying, Mother, don't forget, in the future, you and Dad will probably have to rely on me and my children for support. Hearing this, Fu Laikai thought about the future pension, which would indeed depend on the eldest son's family. He couldn't afford to offend his eldest daughter-in-law, especially since his unworthy wife had only given him a son. He raised his hand and slapped Sun Xiaohua again. Be good. This slap was naturally aimed at his daughter-in-law Wu Xiuyu, who smiled faintly. I don't want to live anymore. Sun Xiaohua, however, could guess her father-in-law's thoughts. When she was young, she couldn't have children and was beaten for it. Now, to comfort her daughter-in-law, she was the one hit. She was so angry, she jumped with rage. Fu Laikai was also furious, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Seeing everyone around pointing and whispering about them, their family's reputation was completely ruined. He was so angry, he turned to leave, but Sun Chuangui stopped him. Laikai, wait a moment. Take your wife and your eldest daughter-in-law back with you. Before leaving, Wu Xiaoyu glared viciously at Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao. You two better watch out. Even after you get married, you'll have to send food and money to my parents every month. If my parents get sick and are bedridden, you must take care of them too. As night fell, Yi Miao Miao really wanted to use her water powers to tease this greedy and mean sister-in-law. Fu Hanya sensed her intentions and held her hand. Don't be stubborn. Are you afraid of backlash? Yi Miao Miao could only reply with words. Uncle and Annie, did you hear that? Wu Xiaoyu just threatened me, saying that when you grow old and are sick in bed, she will definitely kick you out and leave you at my door. But I warn you today, if that day really comes, I will kick Fu Hanya out instead. Let's see if you can rely on a single man who's been thrown out. Of course, she wouldn't really abandon Fu Hanya. She was just trying to stir trouble. But the elderly couple from Fu's family looked clearly frightened. Their backs stiffened, but they didn't turn away or argue with Yi Miao Miao. Wu Xiaoyu's smug expression only lasted 3 seconds before Shen Yunxin, who was mixed in the crowd, cheered her on. Wow, the eldest sister-in-law of the Fu family, who took 120 yuan in bride price when she married in, is already hoping her in-laws will be sick and bedridden, so she can kick them out. Who is spreading rumors that I took 120 yuan in bride price? Wu Xiaoyu was furious. Her family had indeed asked for 120 yuan, but the Fu family only gave 100 yuan because they couldn't pay the rest. The remaining 20 yuan was in an IOU, which still hadn't been paid back. Suddenly, an old lady stepped forward to confront her. It was just 120 yuan, 100 in cash, and 20 in an IOU. The Fu family begged her family to agree to the marriage. That 120 yuan bride price was considered very high in their area. Yet, they married such a daughter-in-law, which made everyone around feel angry and resentful. That ungrateful person has been exposed. She took 120 yuan in bride price and still refuses to take good care of her in-laws. How shameless. I think her shameful story should be told to her family in Daya Village. Everyone should be careful when marrying women from Daya Village in the future. How could there be such a family that sells their daughter? Her family should be publicly criticized. Standing in place, angrily steaming, Wu Xiaoyu was finally dragged away by her mother-in-law, Sun Xiaohua. The 3 family members, parents-in-law and daughter-in-law, returned to the Fu family and shut the door to have a big argument, each blaming the other. Fu Laikai scolded Sun Xiaohua for being useless and messing up even small things. Sun Xiaohua criticized Wu Xiaoyu for being unfilial, which became known throughout the village and only brought shame. In the end, Wu Xiaoyu decided that since Fu Dazhuang was not at home, she took her 2 children and returned to her parents' house that very night. Fu Hanya, of course, didn't know what was happening at the Fu family. He went to dinner next door with Yi Miao Miao. They brought out the dishes from the city, and it was just enough for a good meal with fine wine. Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting raised their glasses to toast the newlyweds, saying, "Congratulations on your wedding and a happy life together." Thank you all. After everyone had eaten, they started talking about important matters. Shen Yunxin asked, "In the future, people from that family will probably come to cause trouble again. Do you plan to just deal with them each time they come?" Yi Miao Miao said confidently, "Let them cause trouble. I'm not afraid of them." Fu Hanya frowned and said, "I originally planned to find out one thing before I married Miao Miao and then figure out how to cut ties with them. But feelings are unpredictable and plans often change. I will protect Miao Miao and make them break off the relationship with me." He had been wondering whether he was truly a biological child of the Fu family. If not, then who were his real parents? Now that he had regained memories from his previous life, he was less interested in finding his relatives. As long as they treated Yi Miao Miao badly, he would cut ties with them. Yi Miao Miao looked at the man beside her with a happy smile. Shen Yunxin happily enjoyed the scene, thinking, as expected of the male lead, always thinking of the female lead and acting decisively. Lu Yanting said, "If you need any help, just let me know." Fu Hanya nodded, "I understand." "Thank you." 2 days later, the legendary matchmaker, Bai Xiulan, personally came to visit. This made Zhou Baozhen very happy. She took a day off, dressed fashionably and stylishly, and took Bai Xiulan around the village, eager to announce to everyone that she was Zhou Huai's fiancée. Finally, she brought Bai Xiulan in front of Yi Miao Miao. Shen Yunxin happened to be there too. When she saw Bai Xiulan, she thought to herself that the story was getting quite strange. In the novel, Bai Xiulan was only known by name and had never appeared in person, yet now she was here. Zhou Baozhen proudly introduced, "Don't think that Sister Xiulan is here just like you to go to the countryside. Sister Xiulan works in the city. She came here with a special referral letter just to see me. Do you realize how annoying you are? Since Sister Xiulan is already here, let her take you back to the city this time." Yi Miao Miao's words immediately made both of the people in front of her freeze. The onlookers around also looked up eagerly, watching them. Bai Xiulan suddenly felt embarrassed and tapped her toes on the ground. She wasn't here to bring Zhou Baozhen back to the city. She didn't want to break off her engagement with Zhou Huai. She only came after hearing the news, pretending to be on a business trip to avoid Zhou Huai returning to break the engagement. Zhou Baozhen also hoped to return to the city quickly, but after secretly glancing at Bai Xiulan, she dared not make things difficult for her. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Yi meow meow, stop talking in that tone. Do you know how much you annoy me?" Yi meow meow immediately retorted, "Coincidentally, I also dislike you. She couldn't really curse or fight back, so Zhou Baozhen was about to get furious. She turned her head to Bai Xiulan, wishing she would hurry up and take her back to the city. Bai Xiulan stared at Yi meow meow for a long time before finally speaking. "Yi Jiqing, can I talk to you alone for a moment?" Yi meow meow didn't expect that the woman walking with Zhou Baozhen was not as simple as she seemed. Curious, she asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Bai Xiulan was very humble. "I have some things I want to ask you about. I came here specifically to see you." Yi meow meow looked around at the women gossiping eagerly, then explained, "If you're asking about Commander Zhou, I have nothing to say because it's always been your friend Zhou Jiqing spreading rumors about me." After understanding, Bai Xiulan quickly helped clarify, "It's not about Commander Zhou. I have something I want to ask you." Lately, Yi meow meow had been used to gossiping with the women in the village. Now she was really curious about what Bai Xiulan wanted to say. She put down her corn cob and stood up. Shen Yunxin also really wanted to go and listen in. Yi meow meow pointed at her clingy follower, Zhou Baozhen. "She is not allowed to go with us," Bai Xiulan agreed. "Baozhen, didn't you say it's hard for you to earn work points? I don't want to bother you anymore today. Go ahead and do your work." Zhou Baozhen was stunned. "Sister Xiulan, be careful. I don't trust this woman to cause trouble." Bai Xiulan said, "Baozhen, be obedient." Fearing to upset Bai Xiulan, Zhou Baozhen didn't say anything more. Seizing the moment, Yi meow meow said, "I want to bring my good friend Shen Jiqing along." She wanted to make Zhou Baozhen angry. "Okay," Bai Xiulan agreed. Since Zhou Baozhen always flattered her, she wasn't afraid of offending her. If Zhou Huai insisted on breaking off the engagement, she wouldn't get involved in Zhou Baozhen's return to the city. Zhou Baozhen watched the three people walk away, feeling a strange unease. She couldn't understand why Shen Yunxin, an outsider, could go along, but Bai Xiulan chose to leave her out. Nearby onlookers curiously said, "Jiqing, your relative doesn't seem to care much about you. You said you could return to the city anytime. Are you not going back because you like it here?" "Exactly. Jiqing, don't just talk big in front of us, haha." Everyone around was mocking Zhou Baozhen because she usually acted very proud, as if she was above everyone else. You're too much," Zhou Baozhen said angrily and ran away. Bai Xiulan, Yi meow meow, and Shen Yunxin had already reached the other side of the drying area. Yi meow meow spoke first. "Just say what you want, but let me remind you, my relationship with Zhou Huai is not what Zhou Baozhen told you. I don't like him. We've never even started anything." Bai Xiulan saw Yi meow meow's calm expression and believed her without hesitation. She looked at her curiously. "Why don't you like Zhou Huai? He's been excellent since he was young. He's already a company commander at a young age. He'll have a bright future in the army. Plus, he genuinely likes you." This is the first time in years he's been so determined to break off the engagement. Shen Yunxin never expected Bai Xiulan to be a normal person. She was very calm and even quite composed as she discussed with Yi meow meow. Yi meow meow proudly said, "If I don't like something, why should I need a reason? I've lived for so many years and don't lack suitors. Haven't other men liked me since I was young? Besides, I am also very good, and I don't want an outstanding man." Bai Xiulan looked up and re-examined Yi meow meow. It seemed she finally understood why Zhou Huai liked her, because she was the most unique woman she had ever seen. She sincerely said, "Thank you, Yi Jiqing. I've spent so many years not understanding this simple truth. It seems I really have no fate with him." Yi meow meow and Shen Yunxin exchanged a glance. Neither of them expected that Bai Xiulan, who had traveled so far just to see them, was mentally sound. That was truly rare. Yi meow meow said, "You don't need to thank me. If you've already figured it out, my best friend and I will leave first." After saying that, she and Shen Yunxin held hands and left together. They each went home because they had finished their task earlier than expected today. Thanks to Lu Yanting designing this threshing machine, otherwise it would have been so much harder for them to do the job of threshing corn cobs. At the Jiqing station, Zhou Baozhen finally managed to get a day off. She didn't go back to work in the fields to earn points. Instead, she waited at the station all afternoon, but when everyone else finished work and returned, Bai Xiulan never came back to see her. Her heart sank heavily. Why hadn't Bai Xiulan come to find her? Could it be that she really had no hope of returning to the city? She immediately ran out of the station and went to Miao Miao's house, knocking loudly on the door. The person who opened the door was Fu Hanya. He frowned and asked, "What do you want with Miao Miao?" Zhou Baozhen said, "I want to see Miao Miao. I need to know what she and my sister Xiulan talked about this afternoon." Yi Miao Miao stepped out of the room and said, "Zhou Baozhen, you know the truth in your heart. Why are you causing trouble? You dare to knock on my door, but don't dare to ask your sister Xiulan at the commune guest house? Looks like you're too timid. If you want to go back to the city through the Bai family, it's probably hopeless." Zhou Baozhen was so upset by these straightforward words that she cried. "It's all your fault, Yi Miao Miao. My cousin has never fallen in love before these years. Why did he come here at this time and just happen to like you?" After saying this, Zhou Baozhen ran away crying. Yi Miao Miao felt very relieved inside. But unexpectedly, after Fu Hanya closed the courtyard door and turned around, his face changed. He strode quickly toward Yi Miao Miao standing in the yard and pounced on her. When the wolf-like man caught her, Yi Miao Miao was half resisting and half giving in, saying, "Fu Hanya, are you crazy?" "Yes, I am jealous. I want you to know, Yi Miao Miao, that I am also experiencing my first feelings of love." After saying this, Fu Hanya cupped her face and lowered his head to kiss her. After running out, Zhou Baozhen felt more and more scared inside. She really wanted to see Bai Xiulan immediately and ask her when she could return to the city. She ran to knock on the door next door, hoping to borrow a bicycle from Shen Yunxin. When the door opened, she saw Lu Yanting, and her eyes lit up. But she quickly remembered that at this moment, she shouldn't be thinking about love. "I want to borrow a bicycle from you." Lu Yanting, speaking coldly and briefly, said, "No, I won't lend it." "Why, Lu Yanting?" At this time, a woman running out late at night was basically asking for trouble. If his bicycle was lost, he would also be questioned by the police about why he lent it. Zhou Baozhen knew their relationship was not good. She tried to persuade him with a high price. "I'll give you 100 yuan to rent it. With this money, you could buy a new bicycle." "No, I won't lend it." Lu Yanting closed the door after saying this. Zhou Baozhen felt heartbroken. The man she secretly liked was so cold to her. Woo-woo. She cried all the way to the village chief's house to borrow a bicycle. Sun Chuangui, upon hearing she wanted to borrow a bicycle to go to the commune, scolded her harshly. He was annoyed that these young people were so reckless. Going out at this time could cause trouble, and if something happened, it would be his fault. The higher authorities would surely blame him again. He was so scared that he called the militia to come and take her away, locking her in an empty room at the village office. The next morning, Zhou Baozhen hurried to the commune and learned that Bai Xiulan had already left yesterday. She was so frightened, she almost couldn't stand. She turned around and ran to call the Zhou family, only to learn an even scarier piece of news than Zhou Huai's broken engagement with the Bai family. The Zhou family was under investigation by the Revolutionary Committee, and Zhou's mother told Zhou Baozhen over the phone to work hard in the countryside and not cause trouble. She warned that the policies for educated youth returning to the city would become stricter, and if the Zhou family could avoid disaster, they might find a way to bring her back later. Zhou Baozhen had already realized that it would be very difficult for her to return to the city in the future. She held the phone and cried heartbreakingly, "Mom, I am your biological daughter. Life in the countryside is really hard. Please, you and Dad must think of me and find a way to bring me back." Zhou's mother was forced to hang up the phone. This time, Zhou Baozhen borrowed a bicycle from Sun Chuangui at the commune. She had promised to pay him 100 yuan before borrowing it, but after returning the bike, she refused to pay. Sun Chuangui was furious. As a brigade leader, He couldn't embarrass a young girl face to face. However, Sun Chuangue's wife had other plans. She quickly spread the rumor that Zhou Baozhen had no money left. Some wise villagers quickly guessed that Zhou Baozhen's family in the city was in trouble. They were happy because the village had gained another young woman who couldn't work well and had lost her family support. No one knew which village boy Zhou Baozhen would end up with in the end. While rumors spread wildly in the village, Shen Yunxin realized that the timeline of the story was off. In the novel, the Zhou family was investigated later, and Zhou Baozhen had already returned to the city. But after she returned, she was also sent down with her parents. Now, she had accepted that the story in the novel had been completely torn apart in this parallel world. Because in the novel, she and Lu Yanting were two doomed characters who died early. Their arrival here broke their tragic fate, and they had to accept a new life path. She was gradually coming to terms with the fact that she had shifted from being a character in a book to a traveler in a different world. Now that they were here, this was their own life. With no way out, Zhou Baozhen finally dared not to cause trouble anymore. She started working honestly in the fields every day and no longer sought trouble with Yi Miao Miao. On the day the corn was harvested, the police returned Li Qingqing. Everyone in the village was terrified of such a murderer and ran to oppose having this young woman stay. The police officer said that Li Qingqing was confirmed to have intermittent mental illness. As long as she was not provoked, she was a normal person. The authorities decided to give her another chance. She was an educated youth who came to the countryside and married here, so she could only be sent back. When they learned that Sun Chuangue was now the team leader, Li Qingqing knelt in front of everyone and begged, "Team leader, I know I was wrong. I promise to be a good person from now on. Please give me a chance. If I return, I will take my mother-in-law with me and live a good life. Otherwise, who will take care of my blind mother-in-law in the future?" Sun Chuangue sighed. The widow's son was not only blind, but also mentally ill. She lived alone and might die of hunger at any time. The village's food supply was already limited. If Li Qingqing could come back and work to earn points, the village wouldn't have to support the widow for free. He looked at the others and said, "Maybe we should give her another chance." No, Fu Xiaoning was the first to stand up. She absolutely couldn't let this woman, who ruined her wedding banquet and caused her father to lose his job as team leader, get a better life. What if she goes crazy again and tries to hurt someone with a knife? Do we have to be the ones she kills? Li Qingqing said, "That night, I was almost gang raped by Sun Guangguan and his 3 brothers. That's why I was so upset and went crazy. The doctors in the city have tested me many times. My emotions are stable now. I just want to take care of my mother-in-law as a way of atonement. Why can't you give me a chance to live?" The 2 police officers just wanted to send her back and finish their task, signaling Sun Chuangue. He had no choice but to stand up and say, "Fu Xiaoning, we all know there was a conflict between your family and Li Qingqing. I advise you to stay quiet for now." Fu Xiaoning was furious. Since Fu Deong was no longer the team leader, their family status had fallen sharply. Her father, who had been team leader for many years, still had some influence with Sun Chuangue, so she dared not disobey. Sun Chuangue then addressed the crowd. "Everyone knows that now. Those who have free time should take turns caring for Widow Sunday. Since Li Qingqing is willing to come back and take care of her mother-in-law as a way of atonement, do you all want to give her a chance?" After speaking, Li Qingqing knelt down and bowed to everyone around her, knocking her forehead until it was bleeding. Most of the people at the scene were soft-hearted and willing to give Li Qingqing another chance. Almost all the educated youths who came to the countryside cast their votes, except for Su Hao, who was already married to Fu Xiaoning. Actually, Su Hao is now living very poorly in the Fu family. Fu Xiaoning no longer wants to stay married to him. If it weren't for the Fu family wanting to save face, Fu Xiaoning would have asked for a divorce long ago. Li Qingqing thus got a chance to stay. Meanwhile, Fu Hanya took a break and went to the mountain with Lu Yanting to hunt a wild boar, some rabbits, and wild chickens. They planned to hold a wedding banquet for himself and Yi Miao Miao tomorrow. They also planned to invite the educated youths and friendly villagers to join them for a lively meal, just like when Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin got married. In the evening, after coming down the mountain, Fu Hanya and Lu Yanting were cleaning the ingredients by the river when they saw his older brother, carrying the corn harvested from the village, returning with Wu Xiuyu, who had run away from home. Thinking of Fu Dazhuang as the beloved of Fu's parents, a faint idea started to form in his mind. When Lu Yanting accidentally looked up and saw Fu Hanya lost in thought, he also glanced at Fu Hanya's older sister-in-law and immediately guessed what the man next to him was thinking. He agreed with his idea and said, if you want to cut ties with your parents, you do need to be a bit extreme. Your older brother seems pretty useless. He knew Shen Yunxin was the biggest fan of the main character's relationship, and if Fu Hanya didn't act quickly to cut ties with the Fu family, his wife might start to lose patience. Fu Hanya was surprised at how well Lu Yanting understood him. He felt like he had found a kindred spirit. Do you support me doing this? Lu Yanting looked up at him and said, I support you. If you need help, just come to me. Fu Hanya nodded heavily because what he planned to do to the Fu family next really did require Lu Yanting's help. Although Fu Hanyu and Jiang Xueshi had been his good brothers for many years, he felt that this man was the right person to help him accomplish big things. After cleaning the ingredients, they also caught a net full of fish. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao came along together. I want to drink fish soup, Shen Yunxin said. She hadn't had that creamy, milky fish soup in a long time. Seeing the fresh fish now made her crave it. Yi Miao Miao also craved pickled fish. She said, Lu Jiqing, make another pickled fish tonight. Let Hanyi learn how to make it too. Without a doubt, their families would be eating dinner together again tonight. After returning home, Lu Yanting and Fu Hanya went straight to the kitchen. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, like two little greedy cats waiting to be fed, occasionally went to check on tonight's dinner. An hour later, dinner was served. First, they brought out spicy chicken cubes, which both Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao loved. Then, Shen Yunxin ordered tofu fish soup and finally, Yi Miao Miao's pickled fish. After the dishes were placed on the table, Fu Hanya proudly told Yi Miao Miao, Miao Miao, I learned to make all 3 dishes today. Lu Yanting first served Shen Yunxin a bowl of creamy tofu fish soup. The fishy smell of the tofu was gone, and the soup had added angelica, making it taste especially fresh and delicious. In the yard, the 4 of them happily ate dinner. Zhou Baozhen and Hu Suxiu, passing by, were tempted by the delicious aroma. Zhou Baozhen felt both hungry and sad. She was sad because she wondered if her current financial situation would allow her to enjoy such tasty food. She was even more sad because, after the Zhou family lost their influence, she had fewer chances to compete with Shen Yunxin for Lu Yanting. Hu Suxiu, feeling resentful, complained to Zhou Baozhen, why are they so rich, eating meat every day? Could they also be capitalists like your family? Zhou Baozhen was very sensitive to the word capitalist now. She glared at Hu Suxiu and said, your family is the real capitalist family. In times like these, could she say such things casually? Her family was still under investigation. If tonight's nonsense was proven true, she would be in trouble. She now deeply regretted pouring out her feelings to this outspoken woman when she was most upset. After speaking, she stormed off angrily. Hu Suxiu stood behind her, glaring maliciously. Since learning about Zhou's family troubles, she hadn't been able to get any money from Zhou Baozhen. She knew Zhou still had money, but after the family's problems, she had become stingy. Anyway, she couldn't get anything now. She was hoping the Zhou family would be convicted and punished soon. On the other side, Wu Xiuyu, feeling confident because her husband and father-in-law pampered her, wanted to take revenge for being scolded and sent back to her mother's house. She caused chaos in the Fu family, making everyone upset. When she returned home, she pretended to be pregnant and did nothing, just lying down to rest. This annoyed her mother-in-law, Sun Xiaohua, who was busy in the house. Wu Xiuyu kept lying there until dinner time, then went into the kitchen and started giving orders to Sun Xiaohua. Mom, I am pregnant, and it's really hard. I heard Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao are doing well. Can you go to their house and borrow some meat and eggs for me? Sun Xiaohua was so angry she exploded. Are you carrying gold or silver in your belly? You want to eat meat and eggs for dinner again? If you borrow these, who will pay it back? You've been helping out with the corn harvest these days. Even though you know the work points are high, and you still run back to your mother's house to help. I think you're just a traitor. Fu Dazhuang, who had some feelings for Wu Xiuyu, immediately stepped in to defend her when he saw the situation. Mom, you're their mother. If you want to borrow some eggs and meat, what's the big deal? Are you going to make Xiuyu suffer just because of your own big grandson? I tell you, Dia and Go Dan saw everything with their own eyes. Sun Xiaohua, heartbroken, pointed at her eldest son. You really are a son who forgets his mother after marrying. During busy farming times, you don't come back to earn work points. Now you want me to go and borrow good food and drinks for you? Is this how you treat your mother? Fu Laikai, clever as he was, saw through the fact that his son and daughter-in-law were united. After smoking a couple of cigarettes, he immediately stood up to speak fairly. You should go quickly. It was because you couldn't have children that you insisted on raising that rebellious son. Now that he's married, it's only right for you to go and ask for some food and drinks. Sun Xiaohua said, Fine, so tonight, the three of you are just planning to gang up on me, huh? After shouting, she slammed the door and left. She went to Yi Miao Miao's small courtyard door and loudly knocked, saying, Fu Hanya, bring the meat and eggs out. Your sister-in-law says she needs to rest. At this moment, Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao were having dinner next door. When they heard the noise, they climbed onto the wall to look. They saw Sun Xiaohua, looking angry, surrounded by a few onlookers. Then Sun Xiaohua stopped knocking and, wiping her tears, started complaining loudly to the people around her. Of course, she was talking badly about Wu Xiuyu, though she also cursed Fu Hanya as ungrateful. Everyone could tell Sun Xiaohua's goal was to ruin Wu Xiuyu's reputation. Since that was her purpose, they saw no need to go out. Yi Miao Miao turned to Fu Hanya and said, You never told me that your mother and your sister-in-law's relationship isn't very good. Fu Hanya replied, It's not necessary. I plan to cut ties with him soon. After saying this, Fu Hanya looked towards Sun Xiaohua and sneered coldly. Their family used to be happy, but it was all because he, the lowest member, was exploited. Now he was no longer part of that family, and Sun Xiaohua had become the lowest. He used to think he was pitiful for being born into the Fu family. Now it seemed everyone in the Fu family was pitiful. Fu Laikai, working with his son and daughter-in-law to bully Sun Xiaohua, and if Sun Xiaohua ever died from being bullied, the lowest person in the Fu family would be Fu Laikai. Yi Miao Miao saw through his thoughts. She walked over, gently touched his face with concern, and said, I understand. You've been wronged all these years. I will take good care of you from now on. Thank you, Miao Miao. Fortunately, she came. Without her, he might have been trapped in the Fu family forever, working like a beast for them his whole life. Suddenly, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting, who were nearby, started showing their affection quietly, making dog food for the couple. Tomorrow they could rest again and not go to work. That night, Lu Yanting pulled Shen Yunxin, wanting to have fun. When they reached the most intimate moment, Lu Yanting habitually reached to open the bedside table. Shen Yunxin grabbed his hand this time. Lu Yanting looked down and comforted her. What's wrong? Be careful, you might get pregnant. Shen Yunxin lifted her head and gently kissed his cheek. If I'm pregnant, then so be it. I think we'll be living here for a long time. I'm starting to feel that this place isn't the story world we thought it was. I'm getting used to it now. Let's have a child. Lu Yanting shook his head. I worry about you. Do you remember when you lost the baby at the company? You bled so much that it scared me. Shen Yunxin wrapped her arms around his neck. That feels like something from another lifetime. Now I don't have to work, and I'm still young. I have too much free time, and I just want to have a child with you. Lu Yanting looked at her. Are you sure? Shen Yunxin nodded. Yes. His eyes softened. Having a baby here might not be a bad thing. Once you're pregnant, you'll have a reason to stay home and rest. Later, you can focus on taking care of the child. Shen Yunxin felt deeply loved and cherished, her heart filled with warmth and happiness. Their peaceful night lasted until dawn. After sleeping for only 2 hours, Lu Yanting got up early to help prepare for the day's banquet. In the kitchen, 2 men were already busy working. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao slept soundly in their own rooms. The 2 friends didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. When they came out, Everyone at the youth camp was already helping with the preparations. Seeing the others made the two women feel a little embarrassed, so they quickly went into the kitchen to tidy up and help their partners. Some of the older members of the camp looked at them with envy, thinking they also wanted to find someone to marry. Zhang Zihua secretly glanced at Su Yanhong. Unfortunately, when he looked away, Su Yanhong had just finished talking with Zhong Qingqing, Li Shuyi, and Niu Manli. She turned her head to glance at Zhang Zihua, then sighed quietly to herself. Neither of them had much money, and if they got married, they wouldn't have enough to build a house after moving out of the camp. The younger girls, Zhong Qingqing, Li Shuyi, and Niu Manli, were simply envious that Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao had found men who could cook. After a while, more guests began to arrive one after another. The Fu family also learned that Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao were holding a banquet today. The family decided not to make the wedding celebration too grand. The three of them immediately split up and went in different directions. Wu Xiaoyu and Fu Dazhuang went to Wu's house to invite many guests. Sun Xiaohua returned to her parents' home to invite many guests. Fu Lightsai's side had few relatives, but he still went out to call all his friends he knew. Yes, the plan made by the family of three was to invite their relatives to go to Yi Miao Miao's house today to cause trouble. A group of people would eat and take things, and most importantly, they wanted to ruin Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao's wedding. They hoped to force Yi Miao Miao to divorce Fu Hanya immediately because they found that without Fu Hanya at home, many tasks were left undone and the work points were fewer. But what they didn't know was that Fu Hanya had already prepared for their sabotage. Fu Hanyu and Jiang Xueshi blocked the main road at the village entrance, and they also arranged a few brothers to watch other small roads leading into the village. Wu Xiaoyu and Fu Dazhuang arrived first with about a dozen people. The other two groups had not yet arrived. Fu Hanyu carried a teapot and a bowl, and he kindly greeted them like a grandson. Big brother and sister-in-law, you've worked hard all the way. Second brother sent me here to help entertain you. Don't worry, have some sweet syrup to soothe your mouth. We'll wait a bit longer. Once all the other guests arrive, I'll take you to the feast. After drinking a sip of water, Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiuyu realized it was really sweet syrup, a big pot of it. It was quite luxurious. The couple exchanged glances and thought that Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao had prepared several tables of food for their guests. Everyone from the Wu family also drank the syrup and obediently sat at the village entrance, waiting patiently. They waited for a while, drinking the syrup, until Sun Xiaohua arrived with her family from her parents' house, about 10 more people. Fu Hanyu poured more syrup to greet them. Great aunt, you've worked hard. Have some sweet syrup to soothe your mouth. I believe great uncle has gone to invite the guests. We'll wait here until they arrive, and then we'll all go to the feast together. Sun Xiaohua looked at this with surprise and widened her eyes. Are they really planning to have a feast? Today, the dozens of people they brought are probably here just to eat and drink for free, maybe even to take some things without asking. Sun Xiaohua can't imagine how wealthy Yi Miao Miao, this educated young woman, really is. It's all because of Fu Hanya, that untrustworthy person. If he had married her, he might have gotten a lot of money from her. Fu Hanyu tried to flatter and coax, saying, Auntie, don't worry. Since you invited so many guests today, what can second brother and second sister-in-law do? They can't just prepare a small meal. After all, it's their happy day. Jiang Xueshi watched silently from the side, secretly smiling and turning his head to cover his mouth. Seizing the moment, Sun Xiaohua pulled Fu Hanyu aside and asked, I know you get along well with your second brother. How much money does your second sister-in-law have? Fu Hanyu asked back, Annie, do you really want to know? Of course I want to know. Next to them, Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiaoyu also stretched their necks to listen. Fu Hanyu leaned in close to Sun Xiaohua's ear and moved his lips deliberately in front of the others, but he didn't actually say anything. Auntie, you can't tell this secret to anyone, he whispered. Sun Xiaohua looked confused. What secret? You haven't told me anything yet. Fu Hanyu gave her a thumbs up and said, Auntie, you're really kind. Sun Xiaohua still looked puzzled. How am I kind? Under Fu Hanyu's deliberate guidance, Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiuyu both thought Sun Xiaohua was pretending to be naive and clueless. They felt very annoyed inside. Sun Xiaohua didn't realize she was being played by Fu Hanyu. At this moment, Fu Laikai and his friends arrived. Seeing familiar faces among the crowd, they naturally grouped together. Sun Xiaohua's stomach was already hungry. She stood up excitedly and said, "They're here. Now, everyone is finally here. The sweet water won't fill us up. Hanyu, take us to the feast." Fu Hanyu's face changed. "There are dozens of people here, and we didn't bring anything. How can we have a feast? Maybe we should just eat some leftovers." "Eat? Eat what?" The three members of the Fu family hadn't reacted yet. Fu Hanyu turned around and ran away. Jiang Xueshi and his brothers quickly carried the prepared manure. Without hesitation, they scooped it from the buckets and threw it at a group of about 10 people in front of them. Their movements were fast, like throwing grenades into enemy trenches. Before those people could react, they were covered in manure. "Are you full now?" "Ah, ah, ah." Several sharp screams echoed through the crowd. The crowd quickly scattered, some trying to run into the village, but another bucket of manure was poured over them. All the manure was from the composted pits, mixed with various wastes, and it smelled terrible. No one dared to run into the village anymore. After the chaos, Fu Dazhuang ran over first to ask, "Jiang Xueshi, what are you doing?" Fu Hanyu personally scooped a handful of manure and threw it directly at him. Fu Dazhuang was hit completely and stood there in shock. Wu Xiuyu let out a shrill scream. Fu Hanyu held up the manure scoop and warned, "I advise you to leave quickly. If anyone tries to ruin my second brother and sister-in-law's wedding today, our village has plenty of manure to deal with you." As he finished speaking, some people in the crowd started cursing Fu's family, and some turned to leave. Fu Hanyu looked coldly at those who refused to leave and said, "Do you want to keep eating manure?" Then he poured another bucket of manure on them without mercy. The remaining people, cursing and yelling, all ran away. Fu Laikai stormed over angrily. "Fu Hanyu, stop right there. If you dare to act so disrespectfully, I'll have your father break your legs. And you kids, don't think throwing manure is fun. I'll report this to the team leader and make your family pay." "That's none of your business, uncle," Fu Hanyu replied. Then he scooped another handful of manure and poured it directly on Fu Laikai. It felt so good. He had wanted to teach this uncle a lesson for a long time. Meanwhile, some villagers went to complain to Sun Chuangui. Sun Chuangui told the busybody, "Don't worry, and you all stay out of it. They've already paid for the manure, and in the second half of the year, our village will use fertilizer." The Fu family didn't wait for Sun Chuangui to come and settle things fairly. Instead, they only saw Fu Lai Fu swinging a big stick to hit Fu Hanyu. Jiang Xueshi saw this immediately and quickly sent a message, "Hanyu, your dad is here. Run fast." Fu Hanyu dropped his manure scoop and backed away, saying, "Old man, don't forget I am your only precious son. If you try to punish me and my mother over this today, just wait for that lazy, unreliable brother of mine, Fu Dazhuang, to take care of you in old age." Hearing this, Fu Lai Fu's heart sank, but he was afraid of his older brother. So, he pretended to throw a stick at Fu Hanyu, but didn't really hit him. Fu Hanyu also ran away, giving his father face. Jiang Xueshi saw everyone was driven away. He and his brothers tidied up the scene and left. Fu Laikai walked over feeling stuck and said, "Big brother, what are you all doing? This is causing a fuss without proper reason. It's just making our family look like a joke in the village." Fu Laikai, angry, grabbed a lump of manure and threw it at Fu Lai Fu's face, then turned around and headed to the river in a huff. Fu Lai Fu was disgusted and jumped up, rushing toward the river. After Fu Hanyu and Jiang Xueshi returned, they each took a bath and then went to the banquet. Congratulations to second brother and second sister-in-law. Everything went smoothly. "Don't worry, I wish you a long and happy marriage," Fu Hanyu said, handing over a red envelope. Fu Hanyu called them to sit quickly and find a seat. At this moment, Fu Hanyu's mother was chatting happily with Niu Manli. Niu Manli knew that the women attending the wedding banquet were all good people from the village, so she was relaxed. She didn't expect to find someone she got along with very well. After sitting down, the two women even sat together. When Fu Hanyu approached, he just sat down directly across from Niu Manli. Sun Guifeng smiled and secretly introduced. This is my son. He has a good relationship with his second brother. He can make money, and I will teach him to cook in the future. Niu Manli is a fan of good looks. At this moment, she immediately took a liking to Fu Hanyu. Fu Hanyu still didn't know he had been sold by his mother. He ate quietly for a while before noticing two pairs of eyes staring at him. He looked up and quickly avoided eye contact when he saw Niu Manli. Then he looked at his mother with a silly smile and asked, Mom, why are you all looking at me like that? Sun Guifeng chuckled softly and said, I just think you're a lucky boy. Huh. Fu Hanyu was confused, but he sensed Niu Manli was still watching him. Feeling embarrassed, he lowered his head and ate hurriedly. Jiang Xueshi went to the table with the most young people because only this table still had empty seats. Fu Hanya and Yi Miao's wedding was very successful. The Fu family members, including Sun Chuangui, were at the banquet. After washing up in the river, they didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Plus, their family had long lost their good reputation in the village, and no one in the village would say that Fu Hanya's family was unfilial for not inviting them to the celebration. In the afternoon, Fu Laikai, unable to hold back, went to persuade his younger brother to deal with Fu Hanyu and the disobedient sister-in-law, Sun Guifeng. Fu Laifu had already been warned by his own son, Fu Hanyu, that if he kept siding with his older brother's family, he would no longer acknowledge him as his father. Fu Hanyu was an only child, so the importance of this warning was clear. Even though Fu Laifu was afraid of his older brother, this time he only nodded in agreement and then turned around to close the courtyard door, pretending nothing had happened. But after closing the door, he saw his wife and son. Carefully, he whispered to his wife in front of his son, Guifeng, how about pretending to argue with me? If the neighbors heard them arguing, he wouldn't be completely at odds with his older brother. Fu Hanyu shot him a cold look. Fu Laifu was startled and shivered. He lowered his head and went into the house. Sun Guifeng looked at her son with great satisfaction. He was grown up, sensible, and able to keep his father in check. It was time for him to get married. She smiled and said to her son, Look, you're not much different from your second brother. He's already married. Do you want that too? Suddenly, her mother's words made Fu Hanyu think seriously. Since his second brother had a partner, he had changed a lot. He no longer socialized much with them, saying he was too busy. He suddenly wanted to experience what it was like to have no time. He looked at his mother, who blushed a little, and nodded, saying, I want to. Sun Guifeng smiled playfully and teased him. Good. My son has really grown up. Do you remember the girl sitting with me today? She's from the city, a young, educated girl. She likes you, and I get along well with her too. Huh? Fu Hanyu didn't expect his mother to be serious. He didn't feel ready for this, but his mind immediately pictured the girl's face as his mother spoke. He blushed suddenly. But, Mom, I don't know how to date girls. Seeing his confused look, Sun Guifeng patted him lightly. Silly boy, I'll teach you. Starting today, you'll learn to cook with me. Huh? Fu Hanyu was even more confused. What are you talking about? Do you still want to marry a city girl like your second brother did? Fu Hanyu's mind involuntarily thought of Niu Manli's face again. Without thinking, he nodded. I want to. In the next few days, Fu Hanyu started eagerly visiting the educated youth station every day. He also brought good news to Fu Hanya. The news was that Fu Dazhuang had come back from the city because he lost his temporary job there. Wu Xiaoyu had been arguing and fighting at home these days after hearing about it. Fu Hanya, hearing this, secretly cursed inside. He had planned to use Fu Dazhuang's temporary city job to threaten the Fu family and cut ties with him. He had already asked someone to find out more. But Fu Dazhuang, this fool, had lost his job himself. Now, he had to go talk to Lu Yanting again to figure out a new plan. Lu Yanting thought carefully and said, Go to the factory and find out why your older brother lost his job. Maybe we can use this to our advantage. Fu Hanya's eyes lit up. Good, I'll go now. After saying that, he got up and left. Inside the space, Shen Yunxin, who had overheard their conversation, came out and said, In the story, it was because a series of events led his second aunt to reveal that he wasn't really part of the Fu family, which is how they cut ties. But now, with all your scheming to break the relationship, have you thought about what will happen if the villagers find out you're not legitimate and start criticizing you behind your back? Lu Yanting said. He doesn't care. When the villagers scold him, he only accepts it. But right now, he just wants to give Yi Miao Miao a peaceful place where she won't be disturbed. Shen Yunxin listened and once again felt the difference between real people and fictional characters in stories who serve the plot. He seems to love Yi Miao Miao even more than what the story describes. Lu Yanting held the girl's hand and said, "If it were me, I would do anything to give you the best. I know you're speaking honestly." Shen Yunxin looked at the man in front of her with happiness. Before they came here, she accidentally had a miscarriage. He was worried about her health and decided to get sterilized so they wouldn't have children. From childhood to adulthood, whether in the orphanage or after graduating from university and working, he always took care of her needs and preferences. She said she liked soldiers, so he planned to join the army. Later, she didn't want them to be apart, so he left the army and became a policeman. Now, because of a novel, she traveled through time to this place, and he followed her without hesitation. Shen Yunxin was filled with sweetness and happiness. She leaned into his arms and asked, "Lu Yanting, have you ever thought about what you really want to do?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Be with you." Shen Yunxin gently hit his chest and said, "Think carefully. If you hadn't met me, what would you do with your life?" Lu Yanting said, "Become a soldier. When I was young, my family was in trouble, and I was rescued by soldiers myself." Shen Yunxin smiled, remembering that she also liked soldiers for the same reason. They truly seemed destined. Both lost their parents in disasters when they were young, and were sent to the orphanage together.
Fu Anye acted quickly.
He rode his bike to the county town and took care of everything. The next day, Fu Dazhuang, who was temporarily working at the steel factory, led 2 police officers to the village. When the villagers saw the police come again, they felt excited because they might get some gossip, but also worried. Someone immediately ran to inform Sun Chuangui. "Captain, something's wrong. The police are back in our village." Sun Chuangui was so frightened he almost fainted. He reached out to steady himself on the doorframe before managing to stand firm. His wife came out and asked, "Whose house is this? What has happened now?" The visitor scratched his head in confusion. "I don't know. I saw 2 police officers come, so I came straight to find the team leader." "You idiot. You don't even ask what's going on before talking. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Sun Chuangui was so angry he took off a shoe and threw it at him. The man caught the shoe and handed it back. "Team leader, don't be mad at me. You should come with me and see what's really happening," Sun Chuangui sighed. "Being a team leader is going to give me a heart attack with all your surprises." Meanwhile, other villagers followed the police officers to the Fu family's house. Fu Laikai was inside the yard, forcing his younger brother to get his wife and son to pack up. Suddenly, he saw the police and was so scared he pushed Fu Laifu out of the way. Finally, Fu Laifu gathered his courage and went to meet them. "Hello, this is my older brother's house. Do you need something? I am He Biao, the head of security at the steel factory. I'm here to find Fu Dazhuang." Fu Laifu immediately waved his hands. "It's not me they're looking for." After saying that, he ran away. He Biao knew Fu Dazhuang well. After Fu Laifu left, he shouted loudly into the yard, "Fu Dazhuang, I know you live here. Come out quickly. If you're afraid, your parents or wife can come out instead. If you're just going to hide like a turtle, don't blame me for going straight to the team leader." As he finished speaking, Sun Chuangui arrived. "I am the team leader. Why are you here looking for Fu Dazhuang?" He Biao turned to look at the curious villagers stretching their necks and said loudly, "You all know Fu Dazhuang works as a temporary worker at the steel factory, right? I am from the factory's security. We suspect he's secretly selling scrap metal with others, involving a large amount. Today, we're here to ask for compensation. If his family can pay back the money, they can do so. If not, they'll have to go to jail." Everyone, including Sun Chuangui, gasped in shock. Fu Dazhuang, this useless guy, has really made a name for himself, stealing from the steel factory and selling it. Xiao continued, "Captain, you can see that their family clearly doesn't want to cooperate with us. Please help us out." Sun Chuangui nodded and immediately shouted loudly inside, Fu Lai Kai, hurry up and call your eldest son. I know your whole family is inside. Just hiding there won't solve anything. Don't think you can escape just like that. Inside the house, De Zhuangfu was packing some food and planning to escape into the mountains through the back door. Xiao Huasun was crying out of fear. Son, why did you do such a foolish thing? What are my husband and I supposed to do now? De Zhuangfu said, Mom, you have to believe me. I really didn't do anything wrong. I am innocent. Like I Fu said. Enough, stop hesitating. Run quickly. When they break in, can you still escape? As the shouting outside grew louder, Wu Xiuyu, who was hiding with the children inside, finally couldn't stay still. She opened the door and went into the kitchen, just in time to see De Zhuangfu still there. She called out to him, De Zhuang, if you leave like this, won't it involve me and the children? What will happen to us then? Sun Xiaohua, who already disliked her daughter-in-law, took the opportunity to turn around and scold Wu Xiuyu, pointing at her, You selfish, greedy woman. Don't want my son to face hardship? Or do you want him to get caught? What are you planning? If my son is gone, what are you worth? Enough, everyone shut up. Like I Fu finally understood the true intentions of these two women. They weren't reliable at critical moments, especially since they weren't from the same family. De Zhuang, hurry and go. Yes, Dad, you're so good to me. After saying that, De Zhuangfu turned around and opened the back door of the kitchen to leave. But outside, Fu Hanyu and Jiang Xueshi were waiting for him. We've caught De Zhuang. Report to the police and the section chief. De Zhuang refused to surrender and tried to escape, hearing Fu Hanyu's voice. Like I Fu's anger flared up. It was his nephew who was betraying him. Furious, he grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed outside. Fu Hanyu, you little brat. You want to team up with outsiders to catch your older brother? Today, I will cut you to death, you little brat. Fu Lai Kai held a kitchen knife and really started to cut. Fu Hanyu saw he couldn't escape and was so scared he turned to run. But a knife flew past and just brushed his face, leaving a quick blood streak. Ah! Someone's getting hurt. Fu Hanyu didn't shout out bravely, but the crowd around was frightened and screamed in panic. When Fu Laifu and Sun Guifang heard the noise and rushed over, Fu Laikai, who was acting crazy, had already been held down by some strong men from the village. Sun Guifang saw her son's face covered in blood and fainted from shock. Fu Laifu stared blankly at his son's injury. He knew if his son was unlucky and didn't dodge, he might have been cut on the neck. Someone pressed on Sun Guifang's pressure point, and she woke up and rushed toward Fu Hanyu, crying, My son, are you okay? Fu Hanyu wiped the blood from his face and said, Mom, don't worry. It's just a small cut. I won't die. Sun Guifang wailed loudly. How can you say you won't die? Your big uncle really wanted to kill you. Boo-hoo. After crying, she picked up the knife from the ground and tried to rush over to attack Fu Laikai. Fu Hanyu saw this and immediately went to hold her, saying, Mom, don't be impulsive. I'm really fine. Desperate, Sun Guifang shouted, Fu Laifu, I want a divorce. Fu Hanyu also shouted, pushing his father, who was trying to step in, Dad, your older brother is trying to kill your own son. Don't you care? Among the crowd, Fu Laifu suddenly seemed to be freed from some restraint. He pushed through the people and ran over, grabbing Fu Lightsai's clothes and punching him in the face repeatedly. You murderer! You're not worthy to be my older brother. Everyone around thought Fu Laikai had gone too far today. Seeing the two brothers fighting, no one tried to stop them. Sun Xiaohua saw things were getting worse. Feeling sorry for her man, she ran out and shouted, Second brother, stop. He's your real older brother. Fu Laifu usually acted submissive in front of Fu Laikai, but in a critical moment like a fight, he quickly overpowered Fu Laikai and beat him up. While hitting him, he painfully responded to his sister-in-law's words, Sister-in-law, you saw it with your own eyes. Our family only has one biological son, just like yours. But just now my older brother tried to ruthlessly kill my son. Your family has gone too far. The noisy crowd fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly erupted in chaos. Wang Guixiang, a close friend of Shen Yunxin and Yi Miaomiao, was the first to step forward and loudly ask, Sun Xiaohua, clarify this. Your brother-in-law just said your family only has one biological son, but you clearly have two sons. Did you secretly do something like human trafficking? Your family is known for teasing your sons. Isn't Fu Hanya not your biological son? At this moment, the noisy crowd stopped, and everyone's eyes turned to Sun Xiaohua. Sun Xiaohua was frightened, her face showing a moment of panic. She almost fell to the ground, but suddenly bit her tongue hard to regain her composure. She knew she couldn't back down now. Her eldest son was already involved in legal trouble. If she now disowned Fu Hanya, her family would be finished. She jumped up and started cursing Wang Guixiang loudly. Wang Guixiang, you're just a shameless, disgusting woman. My son Fu Hanya isn't yours, so is he yours or the old man's? If you dare spread more rumors, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Guixiang, who had never been insulted so harshly at her age, was furious. She jumped up to attack Sun Xiaohua. Sun Xiaohua, you trashy, cheap woman, how dare you curse me? You don't need to tear my mouth apart. Today, I'll do it myself. Wang Guixiang was well respected in the village, and her old friends saw her go into a rage. They all pushed towards Sun Xiaohua. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaohua's reputation in the village was neither good nor bad, but recently, her reputation had become very bad. At this moment, no one was on her side. Smack! Wang Guixiang walked over and slapped Sun Xiaohua hard across the face, then grabbed her hair and tore at her clothes. Sun Xiaohua was held down by several women and had no chance to fight back against Wang Guixiang's attack. She shouted angrily, Wu Xiaoyu, you unfilial brat. Your husband, your father-in-law, and I are all being bullied, and you want to hide inside the house and pretend to be dead. Sun Chuangui heard this and looked up. Today, the Fu family had really caused a big scene. He was afraid it would get out of control, so he said, what are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and go separate them. If they get hurt badly, will the production team pay for their care? After the team leader spoke, the villagers stopped watching and went to break up the fight. Fu Hanya looked up and saw his mother sneering at the direction where Sun Xiaohua was being beaten. He remembered why his eldest aunt was hit and felt a heavy pang in his chest. Mom, could it be that second brother isn't really the biological child of the eldest family? Do you know about this? Sun Guifang knew her son was very close to Fu Hanya, like brothers. She looked at him with regret. Don't be impulsive. I didn't say anything all these years because I was still considering the relationship between the two families. But now, they don't even respect you, their own nephew. Your father, and I can't be blamed for turning against them. She looked at her son's face, which was almost scarred from the injuries. His injuries weren't serious, and her expression softened. She spoke gently, go tell second brother this news, and see what plans they have. I can cooperate and reveal his true background whenever needed. Fu Hanyu was very happy. He knew his good brother would soon be free from the control of the blood-sucking uncle and aunt. He quickly ran out. When he arrived at Yi Miao Miao's house, he saw Jiang Xueshi had already arrived ahead of him, sharing the news. He slowed down and walked over slowly. Fu Hanya saw the injury on his face and felt worried and guilty. Are you okay? Sorry, I didn't expect them to go so crazy. Jiang Xueshi looked at the blood scab on Fu Hanya's face and teased, second brother, don't worry. Did you see that wound on his face? It's almost scabbed over. Fu Hanyu shook his head at Fu Hanya. I'm fine, don't worry. But I have some big news to tell you all. Be prepared. Jiang Xueshi, Fu Hanya, and Yi Miao Miao all looked at him. Second brother, you no longer need to doubt because you are not the biological son of uncle and aunt. You also don't have to beg them to acknowledge this because my mother can testify as well. Next to them, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting also came over. They didn't expect that just as Fu Hanya was about to forcibly cut ties, things would finally develop in the way described in the novel's best plan. As expected of the main characters, this is probably their destiny. Fu Hanyu saw Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting approaching. He didn't see them as outsiders and continued, second brother, what are your plans now? My mother said she can cooperate with your plan anytime. Fu Hanya and Lu Yanting exchanged a look and said, next, the steel factory will definitely force Fu Dazhuang to pay money, or he'll be sent to jail. For now, let's wait for the old couple to come and pressure us to borrow money. Fu Hanyu understood and said, "All right, second brother, don't worry. I'll go back now and get my mother ready." But as he turned to leave, he saw the youth from the youth training station also heard the news and came out to see what was happening. Nyomonli looked up and was startled by the bloodstains on the man's face. She hurried over to ask, "How did you get such serious injuries on your face?" Fu Hanyu quickly covered his injured face and said, "It's not serious. Don't worry, I won't get a scar." Nyomonli was angry. "Who cares about you?" Fu Hanyu looked confused. Huh. Everyone present was watching eagerly. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that these two young men had fallen in love. Only Jiang Xueshi suddenly burst out laughing happily, then walked over to slap Fu Hanyu on the shoulder and teased, "When did you learn to care about your image in front of women?" Undoubtedly, Jiang Xueshi was the silly one among their group. After a round of teasing from his good friends, Fu Hanyu finally realized that everyone around him was gossiping about him and Nyomonli. Embarrassed and angry, he raised his leg to kick Jiang Xueshi. "Shut your mouth. No one said you're mute. Get lost, old man. Why are you acting so awkward?" Jiang Xueshi blurted out without thinking. After saying it, he immediately realized and nervously pointed at Fu Hanyu. "Get lost." Fu Hanyu snapped angrily at him. Jiang Xueshi turned his head to look at his two older brothers and their wives, then at Fu Hanyu and the young woman, and suddenly felt 1,000 points of hurt. Their three brothers were all single, and he was the only one still alone. To protect Monli's reputation, they would make their relationship public until they were sure about marriage. Everyone at the scene understood this without needing to say it out loud. Li Shui looked at his friend with envy. At this moment, some villagers, curious about the gossip, came over with Sun Xiaohua and Fu Laikai. Su Yanhong had already heard some news. Seeing the approaching crowd, her face changed and she quickly warned Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao, "Go inside and hide. They're probably after you. We'll help cover for you." Yi Miao Miao confidently replied, "Captain Su, no need to worry." Soon, Sun Xiaohua and Fu Laikai led the way, both with bruises and cuts, clearly having just fought and lost. Sun Xiaohua reached out to Fu Hanya and said impatiently, "Hurry up and give me the money." Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao looked at Fu Laikai, who was still relatively calm. Fu Laikai had to explain, "Second brother, please help your older brother. Someone tricked him outside, and he owes 3,000 yuan to the steel factory. Our family can't come up with that much money. This time, you have to help your brother get through this." Fu Hanya smirked sarcastically and asked, "How much money do you want to borrow from me?" He didn't need to say that he personally reported Fu Dazhuang. Bribing some local thugs to make fake evidence was easy. The steel factory needed a scapegoat to cover their mistakes. The people caught by the police earlier couldn't pay compensation, so they preferred to go to jail rather than pay. Naturally, the local police sided with the steel factory. He just didn't expect Fu Dazhuang, this useless fellow, to not even protest his innocence. Fu Laikai was about to speak, but Sun Xiaohua stopped him, saying, "Second brother, you just said we should borrow money from you. You're our son. When your parents and older brother are in trouble, they ask you for money. How can we ask to borrow from you?" Fu Laikai saw the change in Fu Hanya's expression and was afraid of upsetting him and not lending money. He directly pushed Sun Xiaohua aside and said, "Okay, we will borrow money from you." "Wait a moment." Yi Miao Miao stepped beside Fu Hanya. "He is already married into my family. He doesn't have any money on him. If you want to borrow, you will need to sign a loan agreement with me. Don't think you can skip out on repayment later. Do you still want to borrow?" Fu Laikai lowered his head in silence. They probably didn't plan to repay the money if they borrowed from Fu Hanya, but borrowing from an outsider was a different matter. Sun Xiaohua was so angry she wanted to scratch Yi Miao Miao. The onlookers started whispering and criticizing the Fu family for being shameless, saying they had no intention of repaying such a large sum borrowed from Fu Hanya. De Zhuangfu, hearing the gossip, became nervous and couldn't sit still. "Mom and Dad, what are you thinking? I am your only eldest son." He almost let it slip. He paused in fear and then continued, "Second brother is already married. In the future, you will have to rely on me for support. If I go to jail this time, who'll take care of you then?" Sun Xiaohua poked his arm. Child's father, just borrow the money. Fu Lai Kai nodded. Okay, we will borrow. Yi Miao Miao turned to get paper and a pen to write the IOU, but Fu Hanya held her hand. Wait a moment. Mom and Dad, Miao Miao doesn't know you well, but I do. I know you don't want to repay this debt, so I plan to exchange your family separation agreement for the money. Later, I will pay back this debt for you. Sun Xiaohua scolded, You ungrateful child. When you grow up, we borrow some money from you, and you take the chance to cut ties with us. Second brother, can you have some shame? Aren't you afraid that everyone in the village will look down on you? Yi Miao Miao impatiently said, Do you still want to borrow money or not? De Zhuangfu was anxious. Mom and Dad, don't hesitate. Second brother is already married. Using this 3,000 yuan to cut ties with him won't hurt us. Shut up, Fu Laikai snapped at his eldest son. Did they not know that cutting ties with 3,000 yuan was very beneficial? They had raised Fu Hanya since he was young and hadn't spent much money. But in front of the whole village, they definitely wouldn't let Fu Hanya go so easily. You really disappointed us, second daughter. First, you married someone without telling us, and now you're using your older brother's need for money to cut ties with us. It hurts me deeply to have raised a son like you. Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya patiently watched their performance because Andy would soon step in to embarrass them. Sun Xiaohua continued crying. Second daughter, how can you do this? You're a piece of flesh from our family. At this moment, Sun Guifang held a loudspeaker and said to the crowd, Big brother and sister-in-law, you really know how to act. You might have forgotten that 20 years ago, your own daughter turned into nothing but dirt. I haven't forgotten. It turned out that Sun Xiaohua and Sun Guifang's families were from the same village. 20 years ago, Sun Guifang had just married in, and the two sisters-in-law got along well, sharing pregnancies and giving birth together. But on the day they gave birth, Sun Guifang went back to her family with Sun Xiaohua. On the way back, it suddenly rained heavily. A car drove past them and splashed mud on Sun Xiaohua. In revenge, Sun Xiaohua picked up a stone and threw it at the car. The car skidded and backed up, frightening the two pregnant women, causing them to fall and go into labor right there. Fortunately, the driver kindly helped them into the car to find a midwife, and there was also a pregnant woman on board. All three pregnant women were taken to Grandma Sun's house to give birth. Sun Xiaohua had a stillborn girl, while Sun Guifang and the other pregnant woman each gave birth to a son. Grandma Sun told Sun Xiaohua and Sun Guifang that both of them had difficult deliveries and their health might never recover enough to have children again. Sun Xiaohua immediately blamed the other pregnant woman, and seeing her unconscious, she secretly swapped her dead baby girl with the woman's son. Grandma Sun was related to them and knew about this, but she never said anything. Now, Sun Guifang recounted everything that happened back then. Unfortunately, the midwife who delivered them had a stroke a few years ago and could no longer speak. After hearing this, Sun Xiaohua was furious and cursed. Sun Guifang, you shameless liar. You're slandering me. Even though Grandma Sun can no longer testify, Sun Guifang holds the truth and is not afraid. What I say is the truth. Everyone take a good look. Fu Hanya and my older brother and sister-in-law do not look alike at all. Over the years, observant villagers should have noticed this. Yes, today I am telling you that Fu Hanya is not my older brother and sister-in-law's child. He was deliberately reported as their child by my sister-in-law back then. Brother and sister-in-law, I didn't want to expose you, but look at what you've done over the years. Not only did you cut back on Hanya's food since he was young, but you also forced him to marry a simple girl just to get Wu family's dowry. When he finally married Yi Jiqing, you two still took out your anger on my son. You want to hurt my only child just because he helped Hanya. I can't tolerate this anymore. Sun Guifang's words are clear and reasonable. No matter who they blame in the future, it won't be her fault. Fu Hanyu took the loudspeaker from his mother and shouted, Second brother, don't let them trick you out of 3,000 yuan. Just cut ties with them. No. You have no proof. Second brother, I am your real brother. Sun Xiaohua was anxious and panicked. Fu Laikai realized how serious the situation was. If Sun Xiaohua was labeled as a child trafficker, what would happen? He didn't want to be beaten to death. He quietly took a few steps back from Sun Xiaohua. Fu Hanya, team leader, Sun Chuangui came over. Hanya, the old grandma's son who delivered you back then can no longer speak. Now, relying only on your second aunt's words, it's hard to confirm this matter. Fu Hanya, then I want to apply for a DNA test at the hospital. If I am truly my mother's biological son, I will pay for the test. If I am not, the Fu family should pay for the test, and the hospital will also accuse my mother of child trafficking. Sun Xiaohua fainted from fright. Sun Chuangui looked at Fu Laikai, who always tried to hide from problems. Laikai, as the head of the family, you make the decision. Fu Laikai trembled and looked at Fu Hanya. I think we shouldn't spend money on a DNA test. Considering we raised you, we are willing to cut ties with you unconditionally. Isn't that enough? Sun Chuangui also tried to persuade Fu Hanya. Hanya, can't we leave some room for mercy? Although this happened 20 years ago, if they really pursue it now, even as the team leader, he can't escape responsibility. On the other side, Sun Xiaohua was suddenly awakened after being pinched in the middle of her face. She was taught a trick by someone and shouted loudly, "Even if you force me to do a paternity test, what does it matter? Besides that bad woman Sun Guifeng, who tried to slander me, who else can testify that I kidnapped the child?" It was clearly Fu Hanya's biological mother who, after giving birth to you, didn't want you and handed you over to me to raise. If it weren't for our Fu family supporting you all these years, you ungrateful wolf, you would have died long ago. Sun Chuangui didn't expect Sun Xiaohua to get so angry over a little thing. He quickly stopped her, saying, "All right, I declare that Fu Hanya and the Fu family are now officially cut off. Neither of you owes the other anything from now on. I'll go prepare the official document to end the relationship. If either of you causes trouble again, I'll make sure to find you and cause problems." His last words were a warning to the Fu family members. Fu Laikai and Sun Xiaohua looked at each other, both feeling relieved that they had escaped danger. Behind them, Fu Dazhuang looked pitiful and said, "Dad, Mom, please go back and get some money to buy me out. Right now, I'm the only son left. I can't go to jail." Fu Laikai, angry, kicked Sun Xiaohua. "I've really owed you both so much in my life." Sun Xiaohua knew she was just a punching bag. The old man didn't dare to blame his son, so he only took it out on her. After returning home, Fu Laikai emptied all their savings and finally gathered 3,000 yuan. This also offended his daughter-in-law, Wu Xiaoyu. It turned out there was so much money in the family. Over the years, the old couple had hidden money but didn't use it to build a new house, and they even refused to pay her the 20 yuan bride price. Now all the money was gone, used up to cover their mistakes. In the future, the whole family might have to squeeze into a small, broken house and live in poverty for a long time. Wu Xiaoyu was so angry that she even thought about divorcing and almost had a miscarriage. To help Wu Xiaoyu keep her pregnancy, the Fu family, already drained of resources, was hit even harder. Contrasting sharply with the family's poverty, Fu Hanya and Yi Miaomiao celebrated the end of their relationship by hosting a banquet. They invited Shen Yunxin, Lu Yanting, and Fu Ershu and his wife. Fu Laifu, because Fu Hanyu was almost attacked with a kitchen knife, had completely cut ties with the eldest family. Fu Hanyu had no choice but to forgive his biological father. The next day, the mail carrier delivering messages to the village brought Yi Miao Miao a letter from Zhou Huai, sent from Beijing. After reading the letter, Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya immediately took it next door to find Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting. It turned out that Xing Xiaoya's parents, after helping Zhou's family get promoted, started to watch the youth training station mentioned by Xing Xiaoya. Now, Xing Xiaoya was kidnapped on the train and disappeared. Xing's family would surely seek revenge. Zhou Huai sent this letter to warn the three of them to be very careful and to prepare for any possible trouble if their identities are suspicious. Shen Yunxin didn't expect Xing's family to be so persistent. She and Lu Yanting thought they had dealt with Xing Xiaoya, but they didn't realize that Xing's family still had power behind them. Seeing Shen Yunxin's nervousness, Yi Miao Miao held her hand and said, "I can help you. Is there a problem with your family background or Lu Jiqing's?" Shen Yunxin honestly replied, Our families have been sent away, but I cut ties with my family before going to the countryside. We don't know if this will cause trouble if they come looking for us. Right now, society is in a period when the evil forces of the Revolutionary Committee are growing wildly. They are worried that these people might lie about their true identities to get promotions. Yi Miao Miao said, "Actually, our situation is exactly the same. I think I should go to Beijing now and deal with Xing's family." The heroine, used to survival in the end-of-the-world scenario, always prefers to go all out with a big move. Her actions surprised Shen Yunxin and Fu Hanya. Lu Yanting thought carefully and calmly said, "I will go to Beijing with you." Shen Yunxin was shocked. Were they really going to take the step? Fu Hanya nodded without hesitation. "I'll go with you." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the village. All 4 people in the house looked at each other and then ran outside. Almost everyone in the village heard the gunshot. Some villagers ran over to see what was happening and kindly pointed them in the right direction. The gunshot came from the west side of the village. "Many people have already gone to see what's going on," Yi Miao Miao said. "Let's go and check it out." Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin exchanged a glance because they remembered from the novel that the last house on the west side belonged to Niu Jiangua. Has the person above finally taken action against the enemy spy Niu Jiangua? Why is there still a gunfight happening in the village? When they arrived at the scene, they indeed reached Niu Jiangua's house. The area around the yard was quickly surrounded by curious villagers. Sun Chuangui hurriedly came from another direction. What exactly happened? His voice was trembling, clearly frightened. Unfortunately, no one at the scene could tell him. Sun Chuangui pushed through the crowd and went inside. Yi Miao Miao, Fu Hanyi, Lu Yanting, and Shen Yunxin took the opportunity to follow him. Inside the yard, someone told Sun Chuangui, "Captain, the gunfire came from his house. The door is tightly closed, so we don't know if we can go in." Sun Chuangui asked nervously, "Is anyone inside the village hurt?" "How would I know? I just heard gunfire and rushed over." Angrily, Sun Chuangui wanted to kick him. Lu Yanting said, "Captain, just to be safe, I suggest everyone leave here first. Let the village militia guard the place, then notify the county police to come." This reminder finally gave Sun Chuangui some ideas. He turned around and started to disperse the curious villagers. "Everyone, go back quickly. Don't risk your lives. This is not a place for troublemakers." After dispersing the crowd, Yi Miao Miao was a bit impatient. "Captain, whose house is this? Does he have other relatives in the village?" Sun Chuangui looked at the Niu family's door and sighed. "They are newcomers here. They fled here decades ago. They have no relatives in the village. The elderly couple died over 10 years ago. They only have one son, Niu Jiangua. He lives inside." Niu Jiangua was once a hero in the war. After being injured, he was discharged and returned to the village. Some people felt sorry for him and tried to set him up with someone, but he refused. He's been single all this time. Hearing this, Sun Chuangui gathered his courage and called out, "Niu Jiangua, are you inside?" "I'm the captain. We're here to check on you." There was no response from inside. Yi Miao Miao said, "Captain, haven't you noticed? Since that gunshot, there's been no movement inside. Why don't we go in and take a look?" "I'll go first." Sun Chuangui didn't believe her. "What can a young girl like you do to lead the team? If you die, those above won't ask me questions." "Fu Hanya, take good care of your wife. You're already married, but you're still so reckless." After saying that, he looked at Lu Yanting with a questioning expression. "Lu Jiqing, what do you think we should do now?" Lu Yanting glanced at Yi Miao Miao, who was secretly showing her teeth and claws at Sun Chuangui, and said, "Let's wait a bit. We'll see what the police say when they arrive." Fu Hanya chuckled and held Yi Miao Miao's hands. "All right, be more patient." Yi Miao Miao, impatient, asked, "How long do we have to wait?" Just then, the leaders of the commune arrived with 2 police officers. The 3 of them ran over, panting heavily, as if they were rushing for something very important. Director Tan was out of breath but looked at the Niu family and asked, "Has anyone gone inside yet?" Sun Chuangui felt proud for doing the right thing in front of the leaders. He flattered himself and said, "Not yet." After that, he gratefully looked at Lu Yanting. Sure enough, Director Tan relaxed a little and praised Sun Chuangui. "Old Sun, you're lucky you didn't let the villagers go in. You also called the county police. You did a great job today. Sun Chuangui was flattered. It's all thanks to your guidance, Director. I always remember the advice you gave us during the meetings. At this moment, Director Tan didn't have time to listen to Sun Chuangui's flattery. He raised his hand and directed the 2 police officers to guard the area. Another 10 minutes passed. This time, not only did the county police arrive, but even military vehicles showed up. Sun Chuangui had never seen such a big scene before. He stood there, stunned. Next to him, Yi Miao Miao accidentally turned her head and saw Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting remaining calm. Curious, she immediately broke away from Fu Hanye and went to Shen Yunxin. You're so indifferent. Do you and your men already know some secret? Shen Yunxin knew Yi Miao Miao was impatient. She had no choice but to whisper in her ear, revealing that Lu Yanting had already discovered that Niu Jiangwo was a spy. Yi Miao Miao was shocked again and again. Finally, she said, "Wow, such exciting news. Next time, don't hide things from me, okay?" Shen Yunxin smiled at her. Such a dangerous thing. Only you would find it exciting. Yi Miao Miao looked at Shen Yunxin. She really wanted to say that she was different from other ordinary people. They didn't know when or how their little secret would be shared someday. After the military people got out of the car, they raised their guns and aimed at Niu Jiangua. Sun Chuangui hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. He was so scared he almost shouted out. The commune director quickly covered his mouth and quietly told him a little secret. Your village's Niu Jiangua is a spy for the enemy. Sun Chuangui's eyes widened in shock, almost fainting. Director Tan hurriedly helped him up. Get a grip. This has nothing to do with you. Sun Chuangui finally took a deep breath. Meanwhile, after the military people finished their arrangements, they kicked open Niu Jiangua's door. Lu Yanting immediately stepped in front of Shen Yunxin to protect her. Fu Hanye also stood in front of Yi Miao Miao. Unexpectedly, everyone heard the gunshot from the village, which turned out to be Niu Jiangua shooting himself. Niu Jiangua sat beside a table in the main room, with his gun and head resting on the table, blood pooling on the surface. The military personnel searched the room and left disappointed. It was clear that Niu Jiangua, who had committed suicide, left no clues or documents. They waved to the police to come and check the scene. Shen Yunxin saw the military officers frowning. She looked at Lu Yanting and asked, "Did their mission fail this time? Did the people on the mountain also not complete their task?" Lu Yanting nodded. If Niu Jiangua had time to commit suicide, it means he won. He wouldn't leave any useful clues. After a while, a few police officers came out empty-handed and only confirmed that Niu Jiangua had indeed committed suicide. Pack up, the military personnel prepared to leave. Lu Yanting frowned and stepped outside. Comrade, can you wait a moment? I'd like to go in and take a look too. Sun Chuangui didn't expect Lu Yanting, who was usually sensible, to make such a request. He tried to walk over and pull him back, but was stopped by the commune director. The next moment, the military officer leading the team glanced at Lu Yanting and then raised his hand to let him in. Okay, we'll wait here for you. Yi Miao Miao watched with curiosity and turned to Shen Yunxin beside her. How does your man know these people? Shen Yunxin replied, maybe he saw Niu Jiangwo when he reported to the military district last time. After Lu Yanting entered, he first looked at the corpse on the table in the main hall. He thought that if the Niu Jiangwo in front of him was fake, then it would be very hard to find 2 identical faces in the world. The person was also a well-trained agent from Sakura country. He approached and carefully examined the face, neck, and behind the ears of Niu Jiangwo's body. Finally, he found a piece of layered synthetic skin behind his right ear. Gently tearing off the skin, he discovered a bright red mole underneath. This discovery shocked everyone present, including the police and military personnel. The police asked, "Isn't this Niu Jiangwo, who would cover a mole on their body with a piece of skin?" Lu Yanting said, "I've suspected for a while that he might not be the real Niu Jiangwo." The leading military officer also turned and entered. Yes, Lu Jiqing, you warned us about this earlier. He was mainly attracted by Lu Yanting's discovery because someone had asked for help to find the real Niu Jiangwo. But they all thought that the old commander's request was almost impossible to fulfill. Niu Jiangwo had been replaced by enemy agents for many years, and the real Niu Jiangwo probably had long since died, without a trace. Now, he faintly felt that this talented man might bring them another surprise. Lu Yanting looked up at the person who entered. He thought to himself that people in this era really do things roughly. He frowned and carefully searched inside the small house. Finally, he found something suspicious in the main bedroom where Niu Jiangwo's parents had lived. He examined the wall made of mud and called out, "Fu Hanya, come help me." Fu Hanya came in. Lu Yanting directly told him, "Help me tear down this wall." Fu Hanya's extraordinary strength, when used, would not make anyone suspicious. People would only think he was very strong and talented. With a loud crash, a dirt wall was completely knocked down by Fu Hanya. Everyone at the scene was stunned. He explained, "I've always been very strong since I was young." Lu Yanting crouched down and indeed saw the bones of fingers embedded inside the dirt wall. He looked serious and said, "We have probably found the real comrade Niu Jiangwo." The people inside the house snapped back to attention and carefully examined the area again. Lu Yanting said, "Have someone gently knock down this dirt wall." After saying that, he went over and told Fu Hanya, "Let's go. There's nothing more for us here." The leading officer looked up at the two men's departing figures. The next day, Director Tan from the commune hurried over on his bicycle. He specifically asked to see Lu Yanting and Fu Hanya. He also brought the list of new educated youth assigned to the countryside. Sun Chuangui saw more new youth coming and felt overwhelmed. "Director, the rice harvest is about to start. Why are you sending new youth now? They won't have time to adapt before the busy autumn harvest." Director Tan replied, "The new youth will arrive today. You just need to arrange for someone to pick them up. Whether they can handle it is their own problem." Sun Chuangui, worried and distracted, didn't bother to gossip about why the leader personally came to see Fu Hanya and Lu Yanting. He took the list and left with a worried look. Lu Yanting received the notice and met Fu Hanya on the way. He said, "I deliberately let you go in yesterday to push down that wall." Fu Hanya nodded, "I know." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Lu Yanting continued, "The military must already be watching us. With my identity, Yunxin's and Yi Jiqing's, I think if we both join the army, they will be our family members. Then we can protect them and won't have to worry about someone from the Xing family using tricks to crush us like ants." Fu Hanya's mind burned with love and, he firmly said, "As long as I can protect Miao Miao, I am willing to do anything." They shared another smile. They then arrived at the production team's office. Director Tan looked at them with admiration and praise. "You two really do your production team leader proud. Both of you are very talented young men." He then took out a letter of introduction from the military district. "Congratulations. Here is the letter. If you decide to join the army, you can take this and report directly to the military district at any time. The sooner you decide, the better." Lu Yanting received the letter and said, "Thank you, Director Tan, for taking the trouble to come here personally today. You're welcome. Talents like you two, who are specially recruited, are rare. I've been lucky enough to see only a few such letters in all my years. This is also a proud moment for our commune. I was happy to deliver this letter to you myself." After leaving the production team office with the letter, both of them went to report to their respective partners. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin reacted differently when they heard the news. "You're going to join the army? I support you." Shen Yunxin was not as confident as Yi Miao Miao. She looked worried at the man. "Can you do it? We came from another world, and I really worry about you." Shen Yunxin didn't yet know that Lu Yanting decided to join the army because of the Xing family. If she found out, she definitely wouldn't agree. Lu Yanting comforted her again.
"You know you've always worried about me.
I've always listened to you and stayed by your side. Now that I want to do something for myself, can you support me?" Shen Yunxin thought for a moment and decided to compromise. "We've been together since we were kids.
You've always listened to me.
How can I not support you? But I still feel a bit useless. I don't want to be apart from you." Shen Yunxin was a little annoyed when she said this because she realized she had been using this reason to keep him close. But this time, she had made up her mind. "Forget it. If you want to go, then go. Anyway, I have Yi Miao Miao with me now, and the people at the Jiqing station are all pretty good, unlike in later times when they relied on each other constantly." Lu Yanting listened carefully to her words, then gently patted her head with affection. Foolish girl, don't forget we have space now. Even if I'm not with you physically, we can meet any time in the space later. Oh, right. She had forgotten about this cheat device. Shen Yunxin's eyes brightened with happiness. She tiptoed, hugged the man's neck, and started to kiss him passionately. Lu Yanting picked her up and carried her into the space, lying on a soft big bed. As their feelings grew intense, a crucial moment arrived. Suddenly, Lu Yanting remembered something very important, and he instantly became alert. They hadn't used any contraception these past few days, so the girl's belly might already be carrying their baby. What's wrong? Shen Yunxin opened her eyes, her moist gaze slightly impatient as she looked at the man who had suddenly stopped. Lu Yanting looked at her with concern and helplessness. You might already be pregnant. Shen Yunxin smiled sweetly at him. If I am, then I am. It was part of our plan anyway. Lu Yanting frowned, worried. I want to wait until you have the baby before saying anything. But he also thought about the Xing family's people. They wouldn't wait for them. Damn it. He realized he shouldn't have been so eager these past few days, bothering the girl every night. Sometimes, they didn't even have free time during the day. Shen Yunxin saw through his thoughts. She propped herself up and looked at the guilty man. It doesn't matter. The county town isn't far. At first, you'll need to stay in the military training here. When I give birth, you can take leave and come back. You can also take care of me in the space. In a week, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Once I get the pregnancy report, I'll ask the squad leader to let me skip work. I'll just stay in the village every day. If I get bored in the space, I'll go visit Aunt Gui and chat or eat some fruit. I won't worry about work anymore. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying this, she suddenly remembered that Niu Zhengwo is dead now. The village and the back mountain should be much safer, right? Lu Yanting frowned and disagreed. You still want to go to the back mountain while pregnant? Shen Yunxin felt guilty. I'll definitely bring Miao Miao with me. Lu Yanting continued. Niu Zhengwo is dead. That means all their activities here should have stopped. Otherwise, the police would have notified the village to close the mountain. However, he still didn't fully trust some people in the military district. For example, during their long stay in the back mountain, they knew in advance that Niu Zhengwo was a spy, yet he still managed to discover their presence and chose to commit suicide in the village. This was clearly a mockery and a provocation of their failed mission. This time, after the squad leader brought the new educated youth back, the biggest gossip in the village wasn't about the newcomers, but about how everyone was talking about Fu Hanya and Lu Yanting being noticed by military officers and being recommended to join the army. Being directly recommended by military officers to enlist was a big deal. For ordinary people, it usually meant having influential relatives or connections to even consider such an opportunity. It was the commune director himself who personally delivered 2 recommendation letters on a bicycle, which made Sun Chuangui very envious and excited. After bringing the educated youth back, he also brought some farm produce and vegetables to visit personally. At this moment, Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya happened to be at Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting's house. After opening the door and being welcomed inside by the squad leader and his wife, Yi Miao Miao saw through their obvious attempt to flatter them. She not only accepted the gifts but also immediately made a request. Squad leader, my husband and Lu Jiqing are going to report to the army tomorrow. From now on, Shen Jiqing and I will not only be educated youths, but also military dependents. Can we apply to skip work in the future? Sun Chuangui didn't expect Yi Miao Miao to treat him as an outsider. Before even becoming a military wife, she was already thinking about exercising her rights as a dependent. However, as the head of a village production team, he didn't have enough authority to make her afraid. He hesitated and said, "It's harvest season now. We can't have everyone in the village rushing to harvest the fields, so I arranged some light work for you. When you get pregnant and need to take care of the children, I won't interfere." Without hesitation, Yi Miao Miao replied, "Then I want to have a baby with my husband as soon as possible." Sun Chuangui and his wife looked a bit awkward. Young people these days really had no shame. Lu Yanting and Shen Yunxin were already used to Yi Miao Miao's shocking words. Shen Yunxin quietly touched her belly, feeling proud, thinking she probably wouldn't need to participate in the harvest. As for Fu Hanya, when he heard that his beloved girl wanted to have his child, he looked at her with a loving and indulgent expression. Sun Chuangui and his wife really felt they couldn't stand to watch anymore. After putting down the gifts they brought, they turned to leave. Yi Miao Miao looked at the fresh vegetables and dried mushrooms and said, "Let Lu Jiqing stir-fry the greens. I'll go home and bring back the small chicken we caught while hunting on the mountain. Tonight, our two families will eat together to celebrate." After dinner, the two men naturally took on the task of cleaning up and tidying the kitchen. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin sat outside in the yard to relax. She sighed, "We are so lucky. It's like when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow." Just as news came from Beijing that someone wanted to cause trouble for us, our men were quickly noticed by the military. Now that they're soldiers and we are their families, no one can use our status against us anymore. Shen Yunxin hit her own head lightly, realizing she had been too protected by Lu Yanting. She had forgotten about such a serious matter because she was shocked by the news of the enemy agent Niu Zhengwo's suicide. Are you saying they agreed to join the army because of threats from the Xing family in Beijing? Yi Miao Miao didn't think much about it. Is that the reason? Or was it simply because they were recognized and appreciated by the military leaders? Shen Yunxin didn't reply. She suspected that Lu Yanting might have been influenced by such threats, especially since this usually cautious man suddenly stopped mentioning the Xing family's threats. She stood up immediately, planning to go to the kitchen and ask the man directly. If it was really because of threats from the Xing family, they might as well take a risk and use their special space to go straight to Beijing and deal with the Xing family themselves. That would be better than being forced into the army. Yi Miao Miao understood what Shen Yunxin was thinking. She reached out and held the girl's hand. "Yunxin, calm down first. Let's trust them a little more. Otherwise, do you think if it wasn't for the military's special recruitment, they would have been accepted so easily?" Now, the military leaders have given them 2 recommendation letters. This shows that the higher-ups have noticed and appreciated some potential in them. Anyway, she was very impressed by Fu Hanya's energy and hoped he could truly make a difference. It was a pity she wasn't recruited because the army didn't accept female soldiers. After thinking carefully, Shen Yunxin finally calmed down. She believed that Lu Yanting was probably more love-struck than she was. In her later years, if she hadn't depended so much on him, Lu Yanting might have built a very successful career. This time, she decided to pretend not to notice and support him in giving his all. With Lu Yanting's abilities, it would be a waste for him to stay here in the countryside as an ordinary farmer. She thought it would be better to let him go out and try his luck. If after 10 years he still couldn't earn her permission to join the army, she would let him retire and go south to do business with her. Yi Miao Miao then said to Shen Yunxin, "Don't worry. In the future, without their men around, we 2 best friends can take care of each other, right?" Shen Yunxin smiled and linked arms with her, saying, "Yes, in the coming years, we'll support each other. I also want you to be the godmother to the baby in my belly." Hearing this, Yi Miao Miao was surprised and reached out to touch Shen Yunxin's belly. "Are you really pregnant?" Shen Yunxin smiled. "I haven't gone to the hospital for a checkup yet, but it should be soon." Yi Miao Miao couldn't help but share her worries. "I really like children, but I just got together with him. I'm not ready to get pregnant so quickly." Shen Yunxin understood her feelings well. In her later years, she and Lu Yanting also married and accidentally got pregnant after several years. When they first married, they were happy but didn't plan to have children right away. She raised her hand and put it around Yi Miao Miao's shoulder, saying, "Then just enjoy the moment. You're still young, so there's no need to rush to have children." Yi Miao Miao decided quietly in her heart and then whispered to Shen Yunxin, "Tonight, I'm going to squeeze everything out of him. Are you guys still okay now?" Shen Yunxin was also feeling a bit excited. She raised her hand and covered the mischievous Yi Miao Miao's face, saying, "You really have no shame." Yi Miao Miao couldn't help but let herself go. She recalled how she first saw Shen Yunxin and Lu Yanting on the train and thought they looked perfect together. After a quiet, mutual understanding between the 2 big girls, Shen Yunxin learned that Yi Miao Miao's collection of items wasn't as large as she thought. She turned around and went inside, taking out her own stash from a hidden space, packing it into an inconspicuous cloth bag, and handing it to Yi Miao Miao. Take these back and try them out. Use them, then come back and ask me for more. She and Lu Yanting had stored a lot of these good things. They probably wouldn't run out in their lifetime. Yi Miao Miao peeked inside the bag, feeling excited. She just wanted to rush to the kitchen, grab Fu Hanya, and try everything out quickly. Just then, the door to the yard was pushed open. People from the youth camp had arrived. Su Yanhong was now acting like a big sister at the youth camp. She led a group of people in and started by congratulating them. They said they wanted to invite Fu Hanya and Lu Yanting to have a meal at the youth camp because Lu Yanting had made everyone proud this time. However, they heard that the two would be reporting to the military tomorrow, so they had to decline regretfully. Then, they talked about the new recruits assigned today for young men and 2 young women, so the pressure finally shifted to Zhang Jihua's side. But these 6 newcomers didn't seem like troublemakers. They paid for their food and meat without fuss, which made everyone feel at ease. After chatting and gossiping with them patiently and seeing them off, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin immediately pulled their men back home, locked the door, and entered their space. They threw themselves into their men. Until 4:30 a.m., Lu Yanting gently put the girl to sleep after a long night. He quietly got up to pack his things for the military base and then went to the kitchen to prepare a loving breakfast for her. Meanwhile, the couple with special abilities couldn't stop. They kept going until the alarm clock by the bed rang. Yi Miao Miao still lifted her body, hugging the man's neck, unwilling to let go. Fu Hanya kissed her sweaty forehead and said, "Miao Miao, be good. When I come back next time, I'll give you more." Yi Miao Miao looked up and kissed his lips. "Once you're gone, work hard, get promoted, and take me with you." Although she had traveled here from another time, she had read some stories set in different eras before. Fu Hanya smiled and promised. "Okay." Yi Miao Miao thought of something else. "Shen Jiqing is very close to me. If you go on missions together, please help protect her husband." Fu Hanya replied, "My relationship with Lu Jiqing isn't bad either. Rest assured." Shen Jiqing. Yi Miao Miao pinched the man's face and took out a compressed nutritious snack to feed him. Her lips pressed against his as she bit off a small piece. Fu Hanya's mind moved, and his hands clenched tightly, eager to hold the girl close and take her away. His voice became husky as he said, "Miao Miao, rest well today. I'll go ask for leave soon." Yi Miao Miao happily and sweetly held the man's face and said, "You must come back safe and sound. I will be waiting for you at home." Fu Hanya's heart was filled with warmth and affection from the girl. He said seriously, "Okay." In fact, Lu Yanting, who woke early, was also preparing to ask Sun Chuangui for a day off for Shen Yunxin. The 2 caring husbands went out and happened to meet each other. They exchanged a knowing smile. Then they went to see Sun Chuangui separately to ask for leave for Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, citing that they needed family members to accompany them to report to the military district today. Sun Chuangui could only agree. Shen Yunxin slept until the afternoon before waking up. She got up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Lu Yanting had kept warm for her delicious black chicken soup, a bowl of bird's nest porridge, 2 salted duck eggs she liked to eat with porridge, and a plate of prepared dipping sauce for chicken. Eating alone was so boring. Shen Yunxin packed all the food into a lunchbox and then went next door to knock on the yard gate. Yi Miao Miao, who had just woken up, heard the sound. She put on her clothes and went out to open the door. "Yunxin, it's you. We're eating together." Shen Yunxin waved the lunchbox in her hand. "You made this?" Yi Miao Miao looked surprised and reached out to pull her into the yard. Shen Yunxin looked happy and sweet. "All made by Lu Jiqing this morning." It turns out that Lu Yanting is the one who cooked. After only eating a nutritious compressed biscuit in the morning, Yi Miao immediately started craving food. She thought if only she hadn't argued with Fu Hanya so late last night, she could now enjoy a heartfelt breakfast made by her husband himself. The 2 of them quickly finished all the delicious food. After eating, Yi Miao patted her round belly and looked at Shen Yunxin's stomach. She said, "When do you plan to go to the hospital for a checkup? The village has already started harvesting rice. You need to be careful. If it gets too bad, you can stay with me. I will protect you." "I will definitely stay with you. I'll go for a checkup in about a week, and I think they will find out then," Shen Yunxin replied. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside. Both of them looked at each other, unsure who might be visiting. Yi Miao got up and went to open the door. Shen Yunxin quickly hid the modern, beautiful, and high-quality lunchbox on the table inside the room before going out. It was Sun Xiaohua who had come. Knowing that the news of Fu Hanya joining the army had already spread through the whole village, seeing Sun Xiaohua now seemed expected. However, Sun Xiaohua had changed from her usual arrogant and domineering self. She now acted like a very caring mother. Meow, I heard that Hanya was chosen by the military leaders to join the army. Is that true? He didn't go to work in the fields today, and I've been worried about him, Sun Xiaohua pleaded, looking like she was begging Yi Miao. Yi Miao showed no softness or embarrassment. She directly said, Sun Xiaohua, if you have a bad memory, go see a doctor. Fu Hanya and your family have already cut ties. Whatever achievements he has in the future have nothing to do with you. But I have worked hard and raised him from a young age. That is true. As the saying goes, the grace of birth is not as great as the grace of nurturing. I may not have been perfect to him over the years, but I have always taken care of him. Serving in the army is very dangerous, and I truly worry about him. Shen Yunxin couldn't listen anymore. She walked over and said, Sun Xiaohua, have you forgotten that Fu Hanya is not only cut off from your family, but now you are also suspected of stealing someone else's child? Legally, you would be called a kidnapper. Don't think that only Aunt Gui Feng's words can't prove your guilt. I tell you, if Fu Hanya's real parents come forward someday and accuse you, you'll be the one going to jail. Maybe you'll even be eating peanuts in prison. In the novel, Fu Hanya indeed recognized his biological parents. His father is a powerful figure in Beijing, and his mother's family was once a patriotic business family in Shanghai. At that time, Sun Xiaohua was still alive. In the end, she was sent away to eat peanuts by Fu Hanya's real parents when she was quite old. Shen Yunxin continued, as for your shameless claim about being grateful for being raised, if he hadn't been forcibly taken in by your family, he might be living a much better life with his biological parents. Sun Xiaohua was first frightened, then mocked and ridiculed. She was already a bit jealous of Fu Hanya's mother, who dressed well, had fashionable hair, and drove a car. Unable to bear it anymore, she finally exploded and revealed her true, fierce face. So what? All of this is owed to me. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have had to go into labor on the road. My daughter wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have hurt my body so badly that I can never have children again. If I could have more children for the Fu family, I wouldn't be trampled on by the men, sons, and daughters-in-law of my family. All of this is owed to me. How should they compensate me? Yi Miao was worried that Sun Xiaohua might get too emotional and hit someone. She quickly stepped in front of Shen Yunxin to protect her and said, Aunt Gui Feng said that if they hadn't insisted on throwing stones at the car back then, the car wouldn't have skidded and lost control. Would you still be pregnant and frightened? No one owes you anything. The trouble you caused is your own fault, and you have to bear the consequences. Sun Xiaohua's memory was truly taken back to that scene from 20 years ago. Yes, at that time, only a few drops of mud water splashed on her. If she hadn't been so aggressive, the series of events that followed might not have happened. She might now have many children and grandchildren, and her family's eldest son and daughter-in-law wouldn't be so strict with her. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaohua felt very regretful. She hugged her head and cried loudly. At this moment, people in the village had already started leaving work one after another. Seeing there was no more excitement, they suddenly felt their tiredness from the day disappear. One by one, they eagerly ran over to eat melons. Sun Chuangui heard that Sun Xiaohua had gone to trouble Yi Miao again. He was very angry and came rushing over to scold her. Who is causing trouble again? Do they think working less gets them more points? When Sun Xiaohua heard the word points, she didn't dare stay any longer. She turned around and ran away. Others saw there was no more fun to watch, and also left. Su Yanhong and Zhang Zhihua returned quickly after hearing the news. When they heard nothing serious had happened, they felt relieved. They also took out the dozen or so bird eggs they found in the rice field today and proudly gave them to Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao. Here, take these. Usually you two treat us to big meals. Zhihua was lucky today, and found several nests of bird eggs. We kept some for ourselves too, Jihua. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao looked at them with bright eyes. Both of them shyly lowered their heads. Finally, Su Yanhong spoke up, saying, "Yes, it's good. Seeing you both paired up, we don't want to fall behind. So we decided to try our luck too. Congratulations." Congratulations. Yi Miao Miao remembered Fu Hanyu and Niu Monli, who seemed to be getting closer recently. She asked curiously, "Are those two really dating now?" Su Yanhong knew who she meant and smiled. "They probably will be. Monli is just like you, she loves to eat. Fu Hanya comes to bring her food every day. With his enthusiasm, I think Monli can't resist." Yi Miao Miao chuckled softly. Su Yanhong knew these two loved gossip, so she started talking about the new gossip she heard today in the rice field. Li Qingqing fell in love with Niu Dali, a single man from the village. Someone wanted to complain to Widow Sun about her, but they noticed that Widow Sun was getting more blind, though she still looked well cared for. Widow Sun said she didn't want to get involved in Li Qingqing's affairs or other men's matters, so everyone now guesses that Li Qingqing might be getting married again. Wu Huichuan is having a tough time. She is pregnant and still working in the fields. After work, she has to go back and take care of the two elderly people in the Zhou family. Today, she was so sunburned that she fainted in the rice paddy. When others suggested she rest, her mean mother-in-law came out, shook her awake, gave her some salt water, and forced her to keep working. Her husband said he had already found a job in the city. There is also some gossip. Fu Xiaoning, the daughter of the former team leader, is fighting hard to get a divorce, but Su Hao is very stubborn. When he works in the fields, he ignores questions from others and doesn't speak. Another shocking piece of news is about Guo Youji. He tricked Sun Accounting's daughter into trusting him completely. Sun Accounting didn't agree with their marriage, but Sun Lily threatened to die if they didn't get married after the autumn harvest. After hearing the news, the four people split up. Zhang Jihua and Su Yanhong went to the youth education point. Shen Yunxin looked at the bird egg in her hand, which looked like a quail egg from later times. She planned to take it to her space to hatch the bird, so she would have endless quail eggs in the future. Yi Miao Miao held the bird egg and followed Shen Yunxin, looking worried. When Shen Yunxin noticed her, she was startled. "What are you doing?" Yi Miao Miao looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then whispered, "Xiao Yunxin, shouldn't you tell me more about what's going on?"
What?
Shen Yunxin's heart was pounding. She slowly remembered that when she argued with Sun Xiaohua in the evening, she might have revealed too much. She nervously touched her nose. Yi Miao Miao sighed and decided to give up. "Forget it. I'll wait until you trust me more before you tell me everything." Shen Yunxin grabbed Yi Miao Miao's hand. She was also curious. They had shared a lot already, and now it was almost time to open up completely. "Let's go to my house and cook dinner first. We can talk after we eat." "Okay." Yi Miao Miao's cooking skills were almost non-existent. She could only make sure the food was cooked, so she was responsible for lighting the stove. Shen Yunxin's cooking skills are not very good, so it's hard for her to make a dish that looks, smells, and tastes great. Thinking that she and Yi Miao Miao both like strong flavors, she took out some old pickled vegetable beef noodles she hadn't eaten in a long time. She fried 4 soft-boiled eggs and went outside to pick a few green vegetables grown by Lu Yanting to cook with the noodles. Each of them had a steaming bowl of noodles. In the main room, Yi Miao Miao took a bite of her noodles and deeply inhaled the aroma, saying, "Ah, instant noodles. I haven't had this in a long time." Shen Yunxin looked up at her, hesitating to speak. Yi Miao Miao, while eating, said, "Back in 2012, I accidentally traveled to a post-apocalyptic world. At that time, I was still a high school student. When I first arrived, I had nothing. I hid in an underground shelter every day, begging for help or sometimes being robbed. Once, I was chased by a mutated cockroach. I was so scared I ran and ran until I fainted from exhaustion. When I woke up, I found a precious crystal stone beside me. I picked it up and, without hesitation, swallowed it. Later, I gained water-based powers and became very strong in that world. I managed to steal a space and then a castle. I slowly became one of the powerful people there. But in that world, I had to fight constantly. I started capturing other mutants without space as my slaves, even making them willingly give me their energy to support me. Fu Hanya was one of my slaves. His power was great strength. He was the only one who, after I captured him, not only willingly gave me his energy but also risked his life to protect me when I was in danger. At first, I thought I had trained him well, even bullying and trampling on him. Later, I found out he was just a love-struck fool. He liked me so much that he was willing to do anything for me, even when I captured him. But by the time I realized this, he had sacrificed his life to save me in a battle. I spent 2 years wandering in my castle, feeling lost. Then I realized I couldn't lose him. So, I risked my life in a battle to come here. Luckily, I found him again, and he still remembers me. When she reached this point, Yi Miao Miao clearly felt her deep longing for men over the past 2 years. When she was hungry, no one brought her food. After getting injured in battle, no one offered to help her recover. She became sad and started crying again. Sniff, sniff, I really like that big fool of his. Shen Yunxin didn't expect Yi Miao Miao to start talking about her past. This wasn't something mentioned in the novel, but based on details from the story, she could guess. Shen Yunxin took out a tissue and handed it to Yi Miao Miao, gently patting her back to comfort her. It's okay now. You two are together and you're even married. Yi Miao Miao wiped her tears and slowly stopped crying. Shen Yunxin said, I came from the year 2025 through a story portal. The world we're in now is actually a fictional world created by a web novelist. You and Fu Hanya are the main female and male characters. So I know how each character's life will end in the story. But now, because of Mai and Lu Yanting's arrival, many people's lives have had to change. For example, your relationship with Fu Hanya and Zhou Huai takes up almost 2/3 of the story. Zhou Huai is the second male character in the novel. Fu Hanya is shy and doesn't speak much. Zhou Huai, who comes from a wealthy family, fights for you because he likes you. At first, you thought Zhou Huai was good and wanted to use him to tease Fu Hanya, who is very reserved. Midway through, Fu Hanya was really hurt by both of you and started to act out. Later, luckily, Zhou Baozhen appeared and caused trouble by revealing Zhou Huai had a childhood engagement in the city. Fu Hanya, realizing he wasn't faithful to you, finally dared to speak up and fight for you. That's when you two finally became a couple. After hearing this, Yi Miao Miao chuckled softly. It sounded just like something Fu Hanya, that quiet guy, would do. If he wasn't so reserved, they might have already been a couple in the end of the world story, and he wouldn't have sacrificed himself to save her, prompting her to chase after him. Shen Yunxin continued, When I arrived, I didn't want to see the love tug-of-war between you three. So I encouraged Fu Hanya to be bolder with you. You two got together earlier, and Zhou Huai had to step back. Good job, Yi Miao Miao said, giving Shen Yunxin a thumbs up. In the novel, her attitude toward love is so complicated that it doesn't match her personality. She doesn't understand why the author wrote her that way. Shen Yunxin continued, In the original story, after you and Fu Hanya got together, you spent a few peaceful years here. Fu Hanya made a lot of money in the black market. After the reform and opening up, you and your husband moved to Beijing. You opened a clothing factory, which was very successful. Fu Hanya started a transportation team to sell the factory's clothes across the country. Later in the story, Fu Hanya and his biological parents reunited. His real father, also named Fu, was a high official in Beijing. They found out that their son had been switched at birth by Sun Xiaohua. They personally went to the police station to report, and in the end, Sun Xiaohua ate peanuts. Yi Miao Miao smiled. And what was the ending of the story? Shen Yunxin said, You became a famous fashion designer worldwide and earned a lot of money. Fu Hanya started a transportation company. You two had a lovely daughter. Yi Miao Miao nodded happily. That's a good ending. Then she suddenly remembered something important. So, in the story, Fu Hanya didn't choose to join the army. Shen Yunxin nodded. Now they have joined the army. I'm a little worried about them. Yi Miao Miao held her hand. Don't worry. Hanya was a fighter during the end times. He can even fly fighter jets. I've already told him to help protect Lu Jiqing because of our friendship. Shen Yunxin said, Actually, Lu Jiqing is quite capable too. I just worry they might be sent to the dangerous battlefield. Yi Miao Miao patted her hand to comfort her. Relax. Now you and I are good friends of the main characters. You'll be protected too. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao heard some noise outside. It's so late. Who ran out of the Jiqing camp? Are you okay? Shen Yunxin saw Yi Miao Miao listening carefully. Yi Miao Miao put her finger to her lips as a sign to be quiet, then whispered, Listen. Shen Yunxin felt the surroundings were very quiet and didn't hear anything. She shook her head. They've left. Yi Miao Miao stood up, planning to go outside and investigate. Inside the village, Niu Jiangua was considered an enemy spy. The young people staying up late at night were sneaking around outside. She worried that enemy spies might have infiltrated their youth group too. She held Shen Yunxin's shoulder and said, You don't need to come with me. I'll go check it out and then tell you what I find. After saying that, Yi Miao Miao quietly slipped out in a way that made her feel very light and agile, right in front of Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin was stunned. It was great. After they finally broke through that last barrier, they trusted each other even more. She got up, tidied up the dishes they had left on the table after eating, and was about to take them to the kitchen to wash. Suddenly, she wondered if the man who had reported to the military district today might come back to check on her in her space. She took the dishes into her space. Sure enough, Lu Yanting was waiting for her inside. When he saw her come in, he immediately went over and took the dishes from her hands to carry to the kitchen. Why are you so late coming back? Lu Yanting was in a hurry. Standing by the sink, he washed the dishes gently and softly talked to Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin walked over and hugged him from behind, saying, You look good in your military uniform. Your figure suits this kind of outfit. Lu Yanting smiled faintly, but still said what he needed to. Tonight, we only had instant noodles, which aren't very nutritious. I've prepared some healthy meals in the fridge. Even if you eat with Yi Jiqing, it should be enough for both of you for a while. I'm just craving something, and you probably can't guess what I exchanged tonight with Yi Miao Miao for a bowl of instant noodles. What? Lu Yanting asked eagerly. Shen Yunxin told him about the secret exchange she and Yi Miao Miao had made that evening. After listening, Lu Yanting washed his hands, dried them, then turned around and gently pinched her nose, saying affectionately, I need to go out now. Shen Yunxin was unhappy. You're not staying here tonight? And you haven't told me what happened when you reported to the military today. Lu Yanting had no choice but to indulge her because he liked pampering his spoiled girl. He picked her up and placed her on the nearby counter, then quickly and simply explained what had happened when he and Fu Hanya went to the military. After registering, the two of them went to participate in training. They were not ordinary new recruits. The army thought they were promising and wanted to train them as special operations soldiers. Both he and Fu Hanya passed the initial test today. In a month, there will be a competition, and every month there will be different contests to select the best. If they stay until the end after 3 years, they will at least become company-level officers. Shen Yunxin happily said, In 3 years, meow meow, and I can go with the troops, right? Lu Yanting nodded. Yes, our special operations soldiers get special treatment. After 3 years, no matter what, Fu Hanya and I will make sure you can go with the troops. When they were about to part, Shen Yunxin looked at the handsome face of the man with some reluctance. Don't be too stubborn. We have a lot of money in our space, so we have a backup plan. If you retire, we can still catch the wave of reform and opening up. Yes, I understand. Lu Yanting lowered his head, gently touched her forehead, and then turned to leave. Shen Yunxin watched the man walk away, feeling uneasy inside. Suddenly, she remembered Yi Miao Miao outside the space. She didn't know if she had returned. She took a tablet and went out, planning to watch a TV show while waiting for her to come back. Shen Yunxin sat in the main room and started watching the show. It had been less than 10 minutes when she heard some noise outside the yard. Yi Miao Miao had returned. She stood up and went to open the door. After entering, Yi Miao Miao quickly closed the door behind her. Shen Yunxin asked eagerly, Are there any enemies at the youth point? Yi Miao Miao shook her head. The 3 new male youth here are soldiers. They came openly to be at the youth point, but secretly, they need to protect and take care of the old professors in the barn. The 3 guys just now took food secretly to the barn to reassure the old professors. Once the crackdown is over, They can go back. Shen Yunxin let out a soft sigh after hearing this. Yi Miao Miao looked at her. What's wrong? Shen Yunxin said, when Lu Jiqing and I first came here, we still thought of you as characters in a novel. Now, because we had to intervene and push the story forward, the new youth at the youth point don't appear in the novel at all. I feel more and more that Lu Jiqing and I really belong to this world. Yi Miao Miao patted her shoulder and asked, Don't you like it here? Don't you like me as a good friend? Shen Yunxin nodded and said, I like it here. Every day I wake up to clean green mountains and water. The food is all organic and farm-grown. Most importantly, I don't have to work and I never run out of money. You and Fu Hanya are also very good to me. After saying that, she handed Yi Miao Miao a tablet filled with downloaded TV shows. Here, take this to pass the time. When the battery runs out, just bring it back to me, and I'll charge it for you. Yi Miao Miao happily took the tablet. As a high school student from 2012, she was very excited about such a large-screen electronic device. After the apocalypse, the world experienced a big explosion. Many advanced industries were destroyed, and mutated creatures caused chaos everywhere. So, in that world, all resources had to be fought for. Her space also had a few phones, but they were all drained of power because she played with them too much. She didn't manage to gather much electricity during the apocalypse. She looked at Shen Yunxin curiously. Can your space still be powered? Where does the electricity come from? Is it from 2025? Shen Yunxin explained, It's from a generator we brought with us. Lu Jiqing made it. I just use it normally. Yi Miao Miao was so envious, she almost cried. Your Lu Jiqing is really amazing. When Fu Hanya comes back, I'll ask him to learn from Lu Jiqing. I also have a bunch of scrap metal in my space, and I have water element powers. I'll have him and Lu Jiqing work together to build a water turbine generator in my space. Shen Yunxin thought about the tech data Lu Yanting prepared and realized it might be useful.
Suddenly, Ye Miao Miao felt her stomach hurt.
Oh no, her period was about to start. She covered her stomach awkwardly and looked at Shen Yunxin. Do you have any of those sanitary pads? I'm running out in my space, and the ones I got during the apocalypse aren't very good. Could you sell me some? Just wait a moment. Shen Yunxin turned and went to her space, returning with a box of sanitary pads and a box of warm uterine patches. Just use these. When you're done, come back and ask me for more. I have enough of these to last 2 lifetimes. Now I can share some with you. Yao Miao Miao happily accepted. All right, I won't be polite anymore. Anyway, Shen Yunxin, if you need anything, just come find me. You're not allowed to be polite to me either. Okay. After seeing Yao Miao Miao off, Shen Yunxin turned back to her space to wash up and then went to bed. A week later, Yao Miao Miao bribed the team leader to take a day off so she could accompany Shen Yunxin to the city hospital for a checkup. It was confirmed she was really pregnant. Yao Miao Miao held the pregnancy report and was even happier than if she were pregnant herself. Shen Yunxin, now that you're carrying this little one, you don't have to go work in the fields anymore. Do you want a boy or a girl? Shen Yunxin thought about the tiny embryo in her belly. She gently touched her stomach and smiled happily. We don't mind. Whether it's a boy or a girl, both I and the baby's father like it. The baby is the result of our love. Yao Miao Miao carefully folded the pregnancy report and placed it in Shen Yunxin's hand. You're so lucky. You can see Lu Jiqing every day in your space. Today, you can share the good news about your pregnancy with him. You and your husband are so adorable. She missed her own man too. She missed him so much. Outside the hospital, Shen Yunxin thought about how they were now in the city, not far from the military district. The best part was, they had the whole day free. She took Yao Miao Miao's hand, blinked, and suggested, Why don't we take a walk around the city today? When Lu Jiqing comes to find me tonight, I'll ask him to tell Fu Hanya to come out and meet you. Yao Miao Miao didn't expect this. She was so excited she nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Shen Yunxin, you're the best to me. Shen Yunxin teased her on purpose. If you want to see him in the future, just come to the city. I'll have Lu Jiqing tell Fu Hanya. Yao Miao Miao's face turned red with embarrassment. The two women spent the whole day shopping. During the day, they visited the supply and marketing cooperative and department stores, buying lots of things. In the evening, they went to the black market, where Yao Miao Miao exchanged some tickets and certificates. They almost caught the eye of some mischievous troublemakers. Shen Yunxin wasn't afraid at all because Yao Miao Miao used her water-based powers to play tricks on them, scaring them so badly they looked like they'd seen a ghost and nearly fainted. After leaving the black market, Shen Yunxin felt she could go into her space and wait for Fu Hanya. She found a quiet alley and asked Yao Miao Miao to keep watch for her before entering her space. As soon as I entered the space, I saw Lu Yanting. Shen Yunxin immediately ran over and threw herself into the man's arms. Why are you back so early today? Is Fu Hanya also resting with you now? Lu Yanting playfully pinched the girl's nose. Why are you worried about other men? Shen Yunxin asked. Guess where Yi Miao Miao and I are right now? Lu Yanting sniffed her and frowned. It's so late and you haven't gone home yet? Shen Yunxin said. Miao Miao wants to see Fu Hanya. Hurry and go tell Fu Hanya to find a way to leave the military area and meet her. Lu Yanting remembered that Fu Hanya had placed a photo of Yi Miao Miao on his chest, and every night he would take it out and look at it several times. Since Fu Hanya sometimes covered for him at night, he sighed and went out. Shen Yunxin also left the space to tell Yi Miao Miao the good news. Yi Miao Miao was overjoyed. She reached out and hugged the girl, giving her a kiss. Yunxin, wait here for me. After I meet him, I'll come find you. Shen Yunxin knew she was anxious. She kindly said, hurry and go. I'm not in a rush. Yi Miao Miao was indeed very anxious. After leaving the alley, she pedaled her bike so fast it almost smoked. Meanwhile, Fu Hanya heard he could meet Yi Miao Miao. He pushed himself to jump over one wall after another in the military area. When he finally met the girl at the agreed spot, his heart was pounding with excitement. Under the moonlight, all his countless words of longing turned into a single deep gaze. Yi Miao Miao ran straight into the man's arms, then immediately pulled him into the space and kissed him. They quickly experienced what is called, a little separation makes the heart grow fonder, just like dry wood meeting a blazing fire, uncontrollable and intense. After satisfying their feelings, Yi Miao Miao held the man's arm, feeling the firm, strong muscles, and liked touching them more and more. Fu Hanya lowered his head, his lips once again pressed against the girl's. Miao Miao, let's do it again. His voice was husky and made her face flush and heart race. Yi Miao Miao was about to melt into a puddle of spring water just listening. Wait a moment, she said, opening her eyes to look at him. Fu Hanya truly stopped and waited for her to finish speaking. Yi Miao Miao felt a bit jealous and said, Shen Yunxin is already pregnant. Fu Hanya's eyes darkened slightly, and a hint of excitement appeared in his heart. Do you also want to have a child with us? Yi Miao Miao couldn't help feeling conflicted. She looked up and whispered in the man's ear. If I get pregnant, then when we meet next time, won't we be able to do this anymore? Fu Hanya responded with a deep, lingering kiss, holding her tightly in his arms, as if wanting to merge her into his very bones. When they were about to part, Fu Hanya said, Miao Miao, give me a photo of you. Hearing this, Yi Miao Miao squinted at him in displeasure. You, Fu Hanya, dare to say you lost my photo? Fu Hanya took her finger and kissed it, saying, No, Miao Miao, your photo was eaten on my way here tonight. Yi Miao Miao was initially shocked, then thought of something and blushed even more. This man really has a very strong possessiveness over her. Actually, she wasn't much better. For the brief happiness when they met, she didn't even want to have children anymore. Yi Miao Miao turned around and took a new photo, personally slipping it into the small pocket on his military uniform. She warned him, Don't eat the photo again, understand? Fu Hanya nodded obediently, like a good little puppy. Yi Miao Miao's heart almost melted seeing his obedience. She said again, In a few days, when you have time, I'll come to see you. The two stepped out of the space. Fu Hanya stayed behind, watching her ride her bicycle away until she disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn around and run back along the same path quickly. When Yi Miao Miao returned to the city, it was almost dawn. Worried that Shen Yunxin was still sleeping, she first rode her bike to the state-run restaurant to buy 2 breakfasts, then leisurely pedaled to the alley. Seeing no one inside, Yi Miao Miao stood in the alley and cleared her throat softly, saying, Yunxin, are you awake? Shen Yunxin, hearing her alarm clock, just got up. She quickly dressed and came out. Thanks for your effort. Eat some breakfast. Yi Meow Meow smiled and fed her a fragrant beef pancake. Two people were eating breakfast and walking toward the bus, heading back to the village. They took the bus to Shangjing commune and got off. Yi Meow Meow and Shen Yunxin found a quiet spot, pushed their bikes out, and Yi Meow Meow got on first. She patted the back seat and said, "Come on, get on." Shen Yunxin hesitated. "I know how to ride a bike." Yi Meow Meow replied, "You're pregnant now. No one should let you ride alone. The first 3 months are the most dangerous. If you have an accident, I'd have to explain to my future godchildren." Shen Yunxin smiled and sat on the bike, wrapping her arms around Yi Meow Meow's slim waist. "Thanks, godmother." Afterward, she looked up and saw faint strawberry marks on Yi Meow Meow's neck, with more kisses visible under her collar. She teased, "You and Fu Hanya are so close. Are you planning to become a mom too? It feels nice to be pregnant and have children together," Yi Meow Meow said confidently. "Honestly, I was a bit tempted last night before I saw him, but once I saw him, I forgot about having children." He felt the same. Shen Yunxin burst out laughing at her words.
Norus.
"Since you and he are the main characters, you'll probably end up having a daughter. According to the story's timeline, it's still early for your daughter to be born. But in the story, you two aren't very eager to have children anyway." Yi Meow Meow asked, "How many children do you want?" Shen Yunxin thought seriously. "I'd like to have both a son and a daughter. But giving birth is painful and medical conditions aren't great now. I think I'll stop after 1 child." Yi Meow Meow said, "Then have a son this time. Later, when I have a daughter, she can recognize you as her godmother. That way, your wish for both a son and a daughter will come true." Shen Yunxin agreed. "I'm fine with that." They rode their bikes happily back to the village, where they saw Sun Chuangui standing at the village entrance, looking serious, as if he was deliberately waiting to block their way. "You two really?" Yi Meow Meow jumped off her bike and approached him. She casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from her bag, which was actually from a space, and handed it to Sun Chuangui.